This book bears a dedication for Jane and Rush and Sarah, yet again. Nothing except a battle lost can be half so melancholy as a battle won. Arthur Wellesley, Duke of Wellington, 1815. Every war is its own excuse. That's why they're all surrounded with ideals. That's why they're all crusades. Carl Shapiro, American Poet, 1964. Prologue. Safwan, Iraq. The first sound they heard, fittingly, was that familiar din from the last lost war. The deep whomp, whomp, whomp of helicopter blades beating northward. Half a dozen armed Apaches, darting around a larger Black Hawk like courtiers around their monarch, emerged from the low surf of oil smoke. Veering wide of the armistice tents on the northern stretch of runway, the procession touched down in a furious boil of sand. Soldiers ringing the airfield drew themselves up and squared their shoulders. A murmur ran among them. Schwarzkopf's here. He peeled the radio headset from his ears and heaved himself out of the Black Hawk's bay. The dying rotors churned tiny dust devils around his desert boots. From their distance, the troops took his measure. A great slab of a man, grinning, tented in mottled fatigues, 4 black stars stitched on his collar. The bill of a round campaign cap shaded his face from the morning sun. A canteen sloshed on his right hip, counterweighted by a holstered pistol on his left. All in all, he cut the very image of an American Mars. In an earlier age, the men might have huzzed themselves hoarse at the appearance of their victorious commander. Instead, modern decorum kept them mute, and they simply grinned back. H. Norman Schwarzkopf was the most theatrical American in uniform since Douglas MacArthur, and he strode across the runway like an actor pressing toward the footlights. Delta Force bodyguards, strapping men with automatic weapons, scrambled to form his personal picket line. Possessed of a deep love for ceremony and ritual, he surveyed the set of the spectacle, designed largely by him, that was now about to unfold. A scene drawn in spirit, if not in particulars, from the parlor at Appomattox, the rail car at Compiègne, and the polished deck of the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. Except for a low bluff to the southwest, known to the Americans as Scud Mountain, the desert pan was drear and barren, 1,000 shades of buff. At center stage stood the tents, including the 3 general-purpose mediums hastily pieced together near the runway to form a single chamber for the talks. Dozens of tanks and armored personnel carriers, their tracks spattered with the mud of occupied Iraq, lined the runway and the narrow road running east to the Basra Highway. A quartet of A-10 warplanes cut lazy circles at 4,000 feet. The canisters of a Patriot missile battery stood cocked and waiting south of the airstrip. Artillerymen once again checked the azimuth and elevation of their tubes. The enemy delegates would have no doubt about who had won. Schwarzkopf's generals gathered round him, swapping salutes and hail-fellow handshakes. Gus Paganis, the animated Greek logistician. The firebrand Tom Rame, commander of the 1st Infantry Division. Soft-spoken Fred Franks, 3-star commander of 7 Corps, whose rolling gait bespoke the leg lost in Cambodia 2 decades before. All had been junior officers in Southeast Asia, forever seared by the war and the hard peace that followed. They had stayed the course after Vietnam, vowing to restore honor and competence to the American profession of arms, and, most important, to renew the bond between the Republic and its soldiery. This, Safwan, March 3, 1991, was their vindication. For Norman Schwarzkopf and his lieutenants, this war had lasted not 6 weeks, but 20 years. Schwarzkopf ambled around the armistice tent, nodding his approval. Ducking through the flaps, he eyed the wooden table on which a young major stood, fiddling with the fluorescent lights overhead. "I'm not here to give them anything," he boomed, gesturing toward the chairs where the Iraqis soon would sit. "I'm here to tell them exactly what they have to do." Re-emerging into the wan sunlight, he tromped about the bivouac, happy warrior, stern proconsul. His satisfaction was fairly won. The last time a Western army had invaded Iraq, the British marched up the Tigris in 1914 and died by the thousands from heat stroke and sickness and Turkish bullets. During the air campaign and land invasion commanded by Schwarzkopf, fewer than 300 Allied soldiers had perished. Among lopsided routes, the victory ranked with Omdurman, where the British and Egyptians in 1898 slew or wounded 20,000 dervishes on the banks of the Nile, or Jena, where Napoleon in 1806 won 2 simultaneous battles, pursued his foes to the shores of the Baltic, and captured 140,000 prisoners. In Schwarzkopf, the Persian Gulf War would provide America with its first battlefield hero in decades. He had crushed the army of Saddam Hussein at minimal cost, committing no significant error of strategy or tactic. He showed tenacity and fixed purpose, as a good commander must. He also possessed the cardinal virtue of detesting war. Flying north this morning from Kuwait City, he had seethed at the sight of the shattered city below, darkened by the smoke from hundreds of sabotaged oil wells. For the first time, Schwarzkopf had personally witnessed the havoc wreaked by his forces. The endless miles of blackened tanks and trucks, the demolished revetments, the cruciform smudges that had once been Iraqi airplanes. Later, he would liken the trip to a flight into hell. But war was a hell he knew intimately. During a 35-year Army career, including 2 tours in Vietnam, he had been wounded twice. Retaining a junior officer's feel for the battlefield consequences of his decisions in the Gulf campaign, he had adroitly banked the roaring flux of forces aroused by war to prevent killing from becoming witless slaughter. The troops revered him, shortening his formal title, Commander-in-Chief, Central Command, to simply the CINC. Feared by his enemy, lionized by his nation, Schwarzkopf stood, in the admiring assessment of the British commander, Sir Peter de la Billière, as the man of the match. And yet, what anguish he had caused! He was, as George C. Marshall wryly said of MacArthur, conspicuous in the matter of temperament. In the cloister of his Riyadh war room, the avuncular public mien disappeared, revealing a man of volcanic outbursts. "That is a stupid idea. You're trying to get my soldiers killed," he would bellow at some cringing subordinate. During the previous 6 months, obliquely or directly, he had threatened to relieve or court-martial his senior ground commander, his naval commander, his air commanders, and both Army Corps commanders. Secretary of Defense Richard B. Cheney had worried sufficiently about Schwarzkopf's temper and his yen for imperial trappings to consider the possibility of replacing him. His rage for order — he had mailed home Christmas presents with color-coded wrapping and explicit instructions for their sequence of opening — at times yielded to fury at perceived idiocies and malfeasances, small and large. He raved at the inadequacy of desert boots, at Central Intelligence Agency impertinence, at the ponderous pace of the Army's attack, at the Navy's bellicosity, at Pentagon intrusion. He railed at bad weather. His headquarters, swept with his verbal grape shot month after month, became a dispirited bunker, where initiative withered, and even senior generals hesitated to bring him unpleasant tidings. Instead, when the tirades began, they sat with eyes glassy and averted, in what came to be called the stunned mullet look, until his fury spent itself. In a war with little bad news, the sin was forgivable. But even for men who had seen horrific bloodletting in Vietnam, no Asian jungle was more stressful than the endless weeks they spent in Norman Schwarzkopf's Riyadh basement. For now, however, just 3 days after the ceasefire, the CINC and his legions could revel in their triumph. Only 8 months earlier, on August 2, 1990, Kuwait had been overrun by an Iraqi juggernaut, seemingly poised to conquer all of the Arabian Peninsula. From a token counterforce of a few thousand soldiers and a few dozen warplanes, the Allied host had grown to nearly 750,000 troops, in an expeditionary masterpiece rivaling the invasion of Normandy. Through months of anguished debate and frantic diplomacy, The world had coalesced around President George Bush's pronouncement that the Iraqi aggression will not stand. Americans sloughed off their uncertainty, steeled themselves for a war few wanted, and then watched in approval as Allied troops fell on the enemy with bloody vengeance. The consequences seemed as evident as the wreckage strewn from Baghdad to the Saudi border. Kuwait was liberated, Saudi sovereignty assured, Persian Gulf oil secure. An army touted as the world's fourth largest had been smashed. Saddam had been stripped of his conquest, his pretensions, and much of his arsenal. Euphoria swept the United States, renewing the national spirit and reviving an indomitable zeal. As Schwarzkopf stood astride the battlefield, so America seemed to stand astride the world. This shining moment would quickly pass. All too soon, a certain hollowness would set in at home, disdain for a feeble foe, disaffection at the terms of peace, a preoccupation with domestic ills that would disprove Theodore Roosevelt's bromide that a just war is, in the long run, far better for a man's soul than the most prosperous peace. A nation accustomed since 1865 to victories of annihilation, with the enemy left prostrate and humble, would chafe at the inconclusive flutter of a limited triumph. A president who had insisted on inflating a military campaign on behalf of national interests into a moral crusade would be trapped by his own rhetoric, unable to explain how he could leave in power a man he had branded the moral equivalent of Adolf Hitler. Within a year, the war would be widely regarded as inconsequential, even slightly ridiculous. An event of the greatest moral importance since World War II, in Bush's overheated assessment, would dwindle in public consciousness to an expedition of flimsy achievements launched under dubious pretexts. A footnote, a conflict as distant as the Boxer Rebellion of 1900. For most Americans, the Persian Gulf War became irrelevant. A sequence of raids and skirmishes in January 1993, during the waning hours of Bush's presidency, seemed to underscore the futility of the campaign that had ended 2 years earlier. Only through the lens of history could the significance of the war be seen as clearly as its shortcomings. Iraq remained unrepentant, and Saddam remained in power, depriving the victors of laurels like those won in the conquest of Japan and Germany nearly half a century before. Yet this was a different sort of war, and a different sort of victory. The Gulf conflict foreshadowed both the promise and limitations of a new collective security order. It also foretold, in the display of smart bombs and stealthy airplanes, how men would kill each other in the 21st century. The conflict reaffirmed war as a means of achieving national objectives, and revealed the resurgent vigor of the American military after a generation of convalescence. Certainly not least, the war neutered a despot, thwarted his ambitions to control the world's preeminent oil patch, and denied him a nuclear arsenal. An outlaw nation had been confronted and then crushed by a world unified as never before by enlightened self-interest. If Saddam was no Hitler, the war ensured that he would not become one. Although flawed, the Persian Gulf campaign boasted accomplishments of which the nation and its allies could be proud. Yet these achievements would be all but forgotten in the discontent that soon besmirched the victory. Shortly after 11 a.m., a stirring among the soldiers and waiting journalists signaled the arrival of the Iraqis at Safwan. A brigade commander from the 1st Division had intercepted the delegation at a highway cloverleaf 6 miles to the north. As ordered, the enemy generals abandoned their tanks and trucks and clambered into 4 American Humvees, the latter-day Jeeps. Led by 2 Bradley armored personnel carriers, trailed by 2 Abrams tanks, the convoy raced south at 35 miles per hour, then west, then onto the runway. A pair of Apaches, skittering overhead, flanked the procession as it rolled up the tarmac between the parallel ranks of American armored vehicles, their flags snapping in the breeze, their crews ordered not to smile. Schwarzkopf waited outside the main tent. "I don't want them embarrassed. I don't want them humiliated. I don't want them photographed," he told his officers. The Iraqis, clad in black berets and heavy green jackets, climbed from the Humvees and marched through a gap in the concertina wire girdling the tents. 2 wore the shoulder epaulettes of lieutenant generals, embroidered crossed scimitars with a 5-pointed star and a falcon in silhouette. Baghdad had initially proposed sending several lower-ranking officials to Safwan, but under pressure from the Saudis and Americans, the Iraqis had upgraded the delegation to include Lieutenant General Sultan Hashim Ahmad, the thick-set, mustachioed deputy chief of staff from Iraq's Ministry of Defense, and Lieutenant General Salah Aboud Mahmoud, commander of the recently demolished Iraqi Third Corps. Schwarzkopf announced through an interpreter that all delegates and observers would be searched. General Ahmad balked, protesting that the Iraqis had left their weapons behind. Only when Schwarzkopf agreed to be frisked himself did Ahmad yield. "Follow me," Schwarzkopf ordered, leading the Iraqis into the search tent. A military policeman ran a metal-detecting wand lightly up the CINC's legs and torso, then repeated the procedure with each Iraqi. Behind this orderly scene lay one of Schwarzkopf's more operatic rages. As the war entered its final hours, he had ordered that the road junction near Safwan airfield be captured, and had been assured that it was by the senior Army commander, Lieutenant General John Yosak. But when the ceasefire took effect at 8 a.m. on February 28th, the 1st Infantry Division, which was responsible for that sector of the battlefield, remained 10 miles from the intersection. In the confusion of the final attack, there were misunderstandings about the ceasefire deadline and a bogus report of friendly artillery fire that temporarily brought 7 corps, including the 1st Infantry, to a halt. The Big Red One had come up short. The division's attack helicopters controlled the sector from above, but the only troops physically occupying the airfield and road junction wore Iraqi green. After the ceasefire, Schwarzkopf, unaware of the gap, formally proposed Safwan as a site for the armistice. General Colin L. Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, agreed. He subsequently informed first Cheney and then the White House of the choice, carefully noting that it's Safwan, not Saffron. Shortly before dawn on March 1st, Yosak learned of the true disposition of his forces from General Franks, the 7 Corps commander whose units had been responsible for the main attack against the Iraqi army. Yosak called Schwarzkopf. "The decision we made about Safwan is probably not a good one," he began. "We don't own Safwan." A deep flush rose from Schwarzkopf's neck, purpling his face. "What do you mean we don't own Safwan? You assured me that you had that road junction." The map in Central Command's war room clearly showed the area under U.S. Army occupation. "We have it under observation," Yosak replied, "but we don't control it. There are some enemy forces down there." "God damn it, that's false reporting," Schwarzkopf bellowed, each syllable exploding into the telephone. "That's a direct violation of my orders." Yosak fumbled for an explanation, but Schwarzkopf cut him off. He had been angry at the Army almost from the onset of the ground attack a week before, and this mishap triggered new paroxysms of wrath. Staff officers in the war room prudently edged away. After threatening to replace the Army with U.S. Marines and further railing at Yosak, Schwarzkopf called Powell in Washington. "God damn it," he told the chairman, "we don't own the goddamn place." "Relax, Norm," Powell said. "What the fuck's the matter?" Calming his commander enough to get a coherent account of the mix-up, Powell agreed that the solution was to eject the enemy from Safwan, ceasefire notwithstanding. Soon an armored brigade from the 1st Division rumbled forward toward the road junction, encircling the baffled Iraqis, who refused to retreat. For several hours the deadlock persisted. In Riyadh, Schwarzkopf's anger flared with each report. He ordered Franks and Yosak to write detailed explanations of why my orders were countermanded. At 1:30 p.m., Yosak's operations officer, Brigadier General Steve Arnold, scribbled in his log, "CINC has repeatedly threatened to relieve Franks, Yosak et al." Division Commander Rame met with his brigade commander to relay an ultimatum from Schwarzkopf. "Tell the Iraqi general," Rame warned, "that if he doesn't leave by 1600, 4 p.m., you're going to kill him. You're going to kill all his forces and attack right through him. Shortly before dusk, the Iraqis pulled back. Safwan fell to the Americans. However justified Schwarzkopf's anger, the episode cast a small shadow over his commander's exhilaration. As a fleet of Chinook helicopters began to ferry tents, tables, and generators to the captured airfield, Franks retired to the privacy of his command vehicle southwest of Safwan to write Schwarzkopf the required apology. Any failure of 7 Corps units to seize the road junction with ground forces is mine, Franks wrote. There was never any intention to disobey orders. 2 days earlier, the Corps commander had orchestrated 5 divisions against the Iraqi Republican Guard with a precision that many believed among the most extraordinary maneuvers in the history of armored warfare. Now he was just another target for one of Schwarzkopf's rages. The 7 Corps operations officer, Colonel Stan Cherry, thought Franks looked like a whipped dog. Normally a man of impermeable reserve, Franks permitted himself a small outburst. My God, he told Cherry, how could he not know we were trying to do what was right? Even before the talk started, the crowded tent became stuffy. Against one canvas wall, behind Schwarzkopf and Lieutenant General Khalid bin Sultan, the Saudi commander, sat 24 American and Allied officers. Across the table, on which were bottled water, white coffee cups, and notepads, sat the 2 Iraqi generals and their interpreter, looking like defendants in the dock. Another half-dozen Iraqi officers sat behind Ahmad and Mahmoud. Schwarzkopf briefly admitted the press for a few photographs, then opened the talks at 11:34 a.m. He reminded General Ahmad that the agenda had already been set by Washington and sent to Baghdad. The purpose of the meeting, the CINC said, is to discuss and resolve conditions that we feel are necessary to ensure that we continue the suspension of offensive operations on the part of the coalition. Only military matters would be discussed at Safwan, he added. A formal ceasefire, covering such issues as war reparations and the inspection of Iraqi weapons plants, would be negotiated later in the month through the United Nations. Ahmad nodded, smiling slightly. We are authorized to make this meeting a very successful one in an atmosphere of cooperation, he said. We can start. Quickly, the delegates ticked through the agenda. Repatriation of prisoners, the return of bodies, the marking of minefields. Schwarzkopf, who could swagger sitting down, was polite, even deferential, toward the Iraqi generals. After deflecting complaints about a bloody post-war attack by the 24th Infantry Division against fleeing Iraqis trying to shoot their way north through the Euphrates Valley, he unveiled a map marked with a proposed ceasefire boundary. The Iraqis appeared stunned at the extent of the Allied occupation, which stretched from the Persian Gulf below Basra halfway to Jordan. Nearly a fifth of Iraq lay in Schwarzkopf's possession. We have agreed that this is not a permanent line? Asked Ahmad, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. It is absolutely not a permanent line, Schwarzkopf replied. And this has nothing to do with any borders? It has nothing to do with borders. I also assure you that we have no intention of leaving our forces permanently in Iraqi territory once the ceasefire is signed. But until that time, we intend to remain where we are. Ahmad returned to the issue of war prisoners. How many Iraqis were in Allied custody? Schwarzkopf pronounced the number distinctly so that it could not be misunderstood. We have, as of last night, 60,000. 60,000 plus. In fact, the figure was closer to 70,000. Again, the Iraqi general winced in disbelief. Is this possible? He asked, turning to General Mahmoud. The Corps commander shrugged. It's possible, he answered. I don't know. Are there any other matters that the general would like to discuss? Schwarzkopf asked. Ahmad nodded. We have a point, one point. You might very well know the situation of our roads and bridges and communications. We would like to agree that helicopter flights sometimes are needed to carry officials from one place to another because the roads and bridges are out. Schwarzkopf hesitated for an instant. That morning, flying north from Kuwait City, he had growled, They better not ask for much, because I'm not in a very charitable mood. But the talks were going well. The Iraqis had agreed to abide by the ceasefire line, to disclose the location of all mines, and to release immediately all prisoners. The CINC could risk a little benevolence. As long as the flights are not over the part we are in, that is absolutely no problem, Schwarzkopf agreed. I want to make sure that's recorded, that military helicopters can fly over Iraq, not fighters, not bombers. Ahmad looked skeptical. So you mean even armed helicopters can fly in Iraqi skies? I will instruct our Air Force not to shoot at any helicopters that are flying over the territory of Iraq, Schwarzkopf assured him. Ahmad agreed that no Iraqi helicopters would cross over Allied-occupied territory. Good, Schwarzkopf replied. The talks drew to a close, but not before the Iraqis again pressed the American on the ceasefire boundary. You have my word, I swear to God, Schwarzkopf insisted. There is no intention of that being a permanent line at all. The delegates stood and filed somberly from the tent into the crisp midday air. The CINC escorted Ahmad to the Humvee that would carry him back to the Iraqi lines. In a conversation the night before with General Khalid, Schwarzkopf had vowed to the Saudi commander that he would not shake hands with the Iraqi delegates. But when Ahmad saluted and extended his open palm, the CINC returned the salute and shook the proffered hand, a conciliatory gesture that later infuriated senior Pentagon officials. As an Arab, Ahmad said, climbing into the vehicle, I hold no hate in my heart. Schwarzkopf watched the convoy pull away. It was over now, truly over. Whatever tasks remained belonged largely to the diplomats and logisticians. In most respects, the conflict had been a splendid little war, as John Hay, the U.S. ambassador to Great Britain, once described the American pummeling of Spain nearly a century before. Yet, like all wars, it had been a pageant of cunning and miscalculation, of terror and exhilaration, of feuding and enmity and the clutching love between comrades that blooms only on battlefields. At 3:30 p.m., Schwarzkopf marched with his retinue across the runway and hoisted himself into the left rear seat of the helicopter. The engine whine built to a scream. He clipped the shoulder harness and slipped on a headset. Then the tail boom canted up, and the Black Hawk lumbered into the air, again escorted by Apache outriders. On the ground, soldiers preparing to strike the tents listened as the spanking blades grew fainter. The helicopter plunged southward. In minutes, the dark oil cloud on the horizon had drawn around the speck, like a closing curtain. Part 1. First Week. Chapter 1. First Night. USS Wisconsin, Persian Gulf. Dark tubes of water peeled back from the battleship's prow, curling along her hull before fanning symmetrically east and west toward the horizons. Watchstanders on the bridge peered fore and aft, checking the navigation lights of the other warships sailing with her at 6-mile separations, red to port, green to starboard. Overhead, stars jammed the moonless sky with such intensity that they seemed to hang just beyond the upper poke of Wisconsin's superstructure. The crew stood at general quarters. Earlier in the day, Wednesday, January 16, 1991, they had scrubbed the teak deck, scoured the gutters, polished the brass fittings, and swept the corridors. Under Condition Zebra, all watertight doors were latched shut. In the officers' mess, seamen had lifted the ship's silver punch bowl from a glass display case and stowed it in a wooden crate. Even the trash was collected, the bags then punched with holes so that they would sink and not be mistaken for mines, and heaved overboard. Over the public address system, the Roman Catholic chaplain absolved the crew of sin, then hurried to his office for a box of plastic rosaries and a flask of oil to use in anointing the dying. Now Wisconsin waited for war with dreadnought forbearance, silent, except for the throb of her 4 great screws turning beneath the fantail. Below decks, in the soft blue light of the ship's strike warfare center, 30 men prepared the battleship for combat. In contrast to the tranquility above, tension filled the crowded room. Electronic warfare specialists listened on their headsets for the telltale emissions of attacking enemy aircraft or missiles. Other sailors manned the radios, the computer consoles controlling Wisconsin's Harpoon anti-ship missiles, and a dozen other battle stations. A large video screen overhead displayed the radar blips of vessels crossing the Central Gulf. A smaller screen showed the charted positions of Wisconsin and her sister ships, plotted and replotted by a navigation team. In the center of strike, the battleship's skipper, Captain David S. Bill, perched in his high-backed padded chair. Although he occasionally glanced at the screens above, the captain's attention was largely fixed on the men clustered around 4 computers lining the far bulkhead. Something had gone awry with the ship's Tomahawk missile system. Lieutenant Guy Zanti, Wisconsin's missile officer, leaned over a crewman sitting at one of the consoles. "The launch side still won't accept the data," the sailor said glumly. He tapped his keyboard and pointed to the green message that popped onto the monitor. "See, it says inventory error." Zanti nodded, his forehead furrowed in concentration. Now, not only Captain Bill, but everyone else in strike turned to watch the lieutenant and his missile crew. For nearly 6 months, Wisconsin had prepared for this moment. 5 days after the invasion of Kuwait, she had weighed anchor from Norfolk, Virginia, quickly steaming through the Straits of Gibraltar and the Suez Canal to arrive on station off the Saudi coast on August 24th. As Gulf Papa, the coordinator of Tomahawk launches from the Persian Gulf, Wisconsin was responsible for the 7 warships that would shoot an initial salvo of 4 dozen missiles from the Gulf. The targets and their 10-digit authorization codes had arrived with a tinkling of teletype bells just after sunset on January 16th. A half-dozen officers and crewmen spent the evening drafting instructions for the other shooters, carefully choreographing their movements so that each ship would steam into the proper launch basket at the correct time. Wisconsin would fire first in half an hour. Her initial Tomahawk was scheduled to rocket from the gray launcher box at 1:37 Thursday morning for the 90-minute flight to Baghdad. But now Gulf Papa faced imminent failure. For reasons no one in strike could fathom, the Tomahawk computers seemed confused, refusing to transfer the necessary commands from the engagement planning console to the launch console. The resulting impasse, casualty in Navy jargon, meant the missiles could not be fired. Again, the missile crew ran through the launch procedures. All switches were properly flattened, all electrical connections secure. The console operator reloaded the software program and tried once more. Again, the infuriating message popped onto the screen. Inventory error. Still, the captain seemed unfazed, as though this was just another repeat of Nemean Lion, the Tomahawk launch exercises, named for the mythical beast slain by Hercules as the first of his 12 labors that the Navy had practiced before the war. But disquiet spread through the crowded room. One officer's jerky motions and rising voice grew agitated. "Keep your head together," Lieutenant Zanti snapped. "Let's think the problem through." Failure here, they all knew, would be very bad, not only for the war plan, but for the Navy. Skepticism about the Tomahawk Land Attack Missile, or TLAM, was rampant in the military, even among some naval officers. Although more than 100 missiles had been fired in exercises, including one recently shot from the Pacific at a target in Nevada, none had flown in combat. The closest a Tomahawk had come to being fired in anger was in August 1989, when the United States edged to within hours of attacking Hezbollah camps in Lebanon after the kidnappers of Joseph Kachipio threatened to execute the hostage. Perhaps the greatest, certainly the ranking, skeptic was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Alternately fascinated by and distrustful of the weapon, General Colin Powell in October had warned Norman Schwarzkopf's chief targeteer, "I don't give a damn if you shoot every TLAM the Navy's got, they're still not worth a shit. Any target you intend to destroy with the TLAM, put a fighter on it to make sure the target's destroyed." Tomahawk's role in the attack planning had grown and diminished along with prevailing military confidence in the weapon. The Navy had finally pulled together 8 years of test data, sketched a diagram of a baseball diamond, and vowed that if the target was the pitching rubber, the overwhelming majority of warheads would detonate within the perimeter of the base paths, even after a 500-mile journey. Yet other complications persisted. The gray steel boxes housing the missiles topside contained secrets to which few men were privy. One secret, which would remain classified even after the war, was the route the Tomahawks would fly to Baghdad. The missile's navigation over land was determined by terrain contour matching, a technique by which readings from a radar altimeter were continuously compared with land elevations on a digitized map drawn from satellite images and stored in the missile's computer. Broken country, mountains, valleys, bluffs, was required for the missile to read its position and avoid clobbering, plowing into the ground. For shooters from the Red Sea, the high desert of western Iraq was sufficiently rugged. But for Wisconsin and other ships firing from the Persian Gulf, most of southeastern Iraq and Kuwait was hopelessly flat. After weeks of study, only one suitable route was found for Tomahawks from the Gulf: up the rugged mountains of western Iran, followed by a left turn across the border and into the Iraqi capital. Navy missile planners in Hawaii and Virginia mapped the routes and programmed the weapons. They also seeded the missile's software with a friendly virus that scrambled much of the sensitive computer coding during flight in case a clobbered Tomahawk fell into unfriendly hands. A third set of Tomahawks, carried aboard ships in the Mediterranean, were assigned routes across the mountains of Turkey and eastern Syria. Not until a few days before the war was to begin, however, had the White House and National Security Council suddenly realized that war plans called for dozens and perhaps hundreds of missiles to fly over Turkey, Syria, and Iran, the last a nation chronically hostile to the United States. President Bush's advisors had been flabbergasted. "Look," Powell declared during one White House meeting, "I've been showing you the flight lines for weeks. We didn't have them going over white paper." After contemplating the alternative, scrubbing the Tomahawks and attacking their well-guarded targets with piloted aircraft, Bush assented to the Iranian overflight. Tehran would not be told of the intrusion. But on Sunday night, January 13th, Bush prohibited Tomahawk launches from the eastern Mediterranean. Neither the Turks nor the Syrians had agreed to American overflights, and the president considered Turkey in particular too vital an ally to risk offending. Now it was the Navy's turn to be surprised. Again, communications broke down. Planners on the Navy flagship, USS Blue Ridge, learned of the White House prohibition less than 4 hours before the first launch was to take place. With frantic haste, the Blue Ridge planners cut new orders, redistributing the Mediterranean shooters' targets to ships in the Persian Gulf and Red Sea, thus increasing the workload of each task force by a third. On Wisconsin, where the scheduled launch time was now just moments away, the men in strike were running out of solutions. "All right," Lieutenant Zanti announced, "we'll start from the beginning." The data for the 8 Wisconsin shots, 3 pages of detailed coding for each missile, would be retyped into the computer. The task was tedious and time-consuming. He turned to Captain Bill and the ship's weapons officer. "Sir, we need to ask for more time," Zanti told Bill. "If we don't get an extension, we can't shoot." The captain agreed. As the request flashed up the chain of command to Blue Ridge, an excited voice from one of Gulf Papa's nearby shooters crackled through strike over the radio intercom. "Alpha, Alpha, this is the Paul F. Foster. Happy trails." Happy trails, the code phrase for missile away. The war had begun without Wisconsin. Deep within the battleship, the missile men labored over their keyboards, clicking furiously. RR, Saudi Arabia. Barely 75 feet above the dark Nafud, one of Saudi Arabia's 3 great deserts, the helicopters pushed toward the border in a line as straight as monks filing to vespers. A gap precisely 5 rotor discs wide separated each aircraft from the next. 2 Air Force pave lows stuffed with sophisticated navigation gear led as pathfinders, followed by 4 Army Apaches laden with rockets and missiles and extra fuel tanks. Frigid night air gushed into the lead Apache. The pilot, Warrant Officer Thomas R. Tip O'Neill, fumbled with the heating controls. The flapper valves on the helicopter's filtration system seemed to be wedged open, apparently jammed with sand. As O'Neill pressed a gloved hand against the vent, his co-pilot, Warrant Officer David A. Jones, came on the intercom from the back seat. "Tip, you see that glow off to the north? That might be it." O'Neill scanned the horizon through his night vision goggles. The headset had two protruding lenses that amplified the ambient starlight to give even the darkest landscape a crepuscular definition. He saw it now, a hazy splotch far ahead. But they were still 12 miles south of the border. They'd just skirted the Saudi town of RR, and the target lay another 30 miles into Iraq. Abruptly, O'Neill's goggles flushed with light, like small starbursts blooming around the helicopter. "What the fuck is that?" he called. Jones, now concentrating on the Apache's infrared scope, which registered heat emanations rather than visible light, saw nothing. "What? What?" "That," O'Neill insisted. "Down there. God!" He pushed the goggles up, his naked eyes straining through the darkness. Machine gun fire poured from the pave low just in front of them. Two streams of bullets slanted down and beneath the Apache. "Don't worry about it, Dave," he said with relief. "It's just the pave low clearing its guns." 3 helicopters back, in the trail Apache dubbed Rigor Mortis, Lieutenant Colonel Dick Cody knew better. He had clearly seen the first burst of fire from below, followed by a missile streaking just abeam of the line of aircraft. "Geez, Brian," Cody called to his co-pilot, "did you see that?" The gunfire had come either from nervous Saudis, or, more likely, an Iraqi commando patrol aiming at the rotor noise. After the brief retaliatory burst from the pave low, the shooting stopped. The helicopters pressed on at 120 knots. Cody was not by nature a reflective man. Commander of the 101st Airborne Division's Attack Helicopter Battalion, he was a creature of action and instinct, an aggressive pilot with 15 years flying experience. But he had occasionally wondered in the past 4 months whether he had oversold himself for this operation. The mission planning had begun in late September, when Cody first met with Schwarzkopf's Special Operations Commander, a grizzled Army colonel named Jesse Johnson. "Here's the problem," Johnson had explained with conspiratorial zest. "In the first minutes of the war, the Air Force intended to destroy Scud missile launchers threatening Israel from western Iraq. But Iraqi air defenses wove such a tight belt around the country's perimeter that bombers would be detected by radar as they crossed the border, providing as much as 20 minutes warning before the American attack. If 2 or 3 radar sites were destroyed and a keyhole cut through the warning net, the Air Force could strike before the Iraqis had time to defend themselves or launch their Scuds. A smaller wave of F-117 stealth fighters, essentially invisible to radar, would angle toward Baghdad without the need for such assistance. The options, Johnson added, included hitting the radars with Air Force bombers, striking with Special Forces troops on the ground, or attacking with Apaches. Jesse Johnson believed helicopters were best suited to the task, but he wanted guarantees. In April 1980, he had commanded the security force for Operation Eagle Claw, the catastrophic attempt to rescue American hostages in Tehran. Nearly half the helicopters had malfunctioned on that mission, and 8 men died when a helicopter collided with a fuel-laden C-130. "In any career, you can only afford one time to be waiting in the desert for helicopters," Johnson told Cody. "I've already checked that block. We have to have 100% success." 100% success. The phrase had haunted Cody for months. Schwarzkopf had shown keen personal interest in the mission at one point, his alarmed subordinates reported, even flinging his glasses in anger after a misunderstanding about precisely who would be crossing into Iraq and when. Clearly, having the raiding party shot down on the Saudi border was not what Johnson or the CINC had in mind. Cody had tried to anticipate every possible flaw in the plan, which now involved destroying 2 linked radar outposts 20 miles apart. After picking 8 Apache crews for his strike force, Cody divided them into 2 teams, red and white, and matched them to the targets. To double the flying time of his helicopters, he halved the number of rockets they would carry and installed an external fuel tank, to the chagrin of pilots leery of the 1,500-pound gasoline bomb now bolted to each aircraft's belly. To gauge the reliability of Hellfire missiles, he test-fired a dozen at a fleet of old Saudi school buses, reducing the vehicles to a heap of springs and blackened chassis. To rehearse the plan, he scrutinized satellite photos, built a sand table model of the targets, and made his pilots explain each and every detail of the attack. On January 13th, Cody and his men had flown far to the west, to their staging base at Al-Juf. This morning, at 12:56, Team Red lifted off and headed northwest toward its target, codenamed Nebraska. 7 minutes later, Team White lifted off, with Cody in trail, angling northeast toward target Oklahoma. Cody's orders were to destroy both Nebraska and Oklahoma at precisely 2:38 a.m. That meant having at least 8 missiles in the air simultaneously at 2 locations, separated by 20 miles of desert. Cody checked his watch. Just after 2 a.m. The border now lay well behind them. The attack plan called for the paved lows to lead the Team White Apaches northeast of the target, as if, should the raiders be spotted, they'd seem to be angling toward an Iraqi armored unit in that direction. With languid deliberation, the paved lows swung left in a lazy arc, pointing directly toward the target and dropping almost to the desert floor to mask their movement in the ground clutter. The bright haze from the Iraqi radar compound grew more vivid now, looming just over the horizon. 2 green bundles of chemical sticks tumbled from the paved lows, shimmering below like small piles of radium. The signal meant they were 12.5 miles from the target, close enough for the Apaches to find their own way. The paved lows hovered for a moment, as if in silent salute, then peeled south toward Saudi Arabia. The Apache pilots updated their navigation systems and began their final stalk. At 9 kilometers out, Cody and his wingman moved up on the right. Jones and O'Neill shifted left in battle-spread formation. 4 abreast, the helicopters flew toward the waiting glow in the west. Riyadh. The city was braced for war. Masking tape cross-hatched the smoked windows of apartment houses and government offices. Saudi soldiers on street corners crouched inside their sandbag bunkers, alternately fingering worry beads and the triggers of their machine guns. In the royal palace, King Fahd ibn Abdul Aziz waited with the appropriate anxiety of a monarch whose throne has just been tossed on the gaming table. He had learned of the imminent Allied attack from his nephew and ambassador to the United States, Prince Bandar bin Sultan, who called from Washington with a coded message. "Our old friend Suleiman is coming at 9 o'clock this evening. He's sick, and I'll ship him out, and he'll get there at 9. As Fahd and Bandar had arranged, the king added 6 to the hour to calculate H hour, 3 a.m. At midnight, Fahd mustered his closest ministers, not an unusual summons for the nocturnal Saudis, and commanded that no one leave his sight until the first bombs fell. Yet the center of the kingdom this night was not the palace, but a cramped bunker, barely bigger than a tennis court, 40 feet beneath the concrete fortress of the Ministry of Defense and Aviation. The select few authorized to enter rode an elevator down 3 flights, passed through 2 checkpoints and several steel vault doors, then walked down a 4th flight to the fluorescent netherworld of Norman Schwarzkopf's war room. It was sparely furnished, stripped to fighting trim. Maps papered the 4 walls. A pair of television monitors, linked by closed circuit to the operations center next door, listed significant intelligence or combat actions underway. 3 clocks told the hour in Riyadh, Washington, and Greenwich, known as Zulu time. Staff officers manned a horseshoe arrangement of desks behind a rectangular table where the senior American commanders sat. Lieutenant General Calvin A.H. Waller leaned back in his brown leather chair, slightly smaller than Schwarzkopf's black leather throne, now vacant on his immediate left. The CINC was never one to bungle an entrance, Waller knew. He would be here in due time, probably with a flourish befitting the occasion. Other officers began to enter the room, each bringing a fresh charge of tension. Waller had no doubt that the Allies would win, but at what cost? He considered losses of 10 to 20 Allied aircraft likely tonight. Others feared 50. Waller again scanned Operations Order 91-001, dated 17 January 1991. Allied objectives in the coming war had been boiled down to a single sentence: attack Iraqi political military leadership and command and control, gain and maintain air superiority, sever Iraqi supply lines, destroy chemical, biological, and nuclear capability, destroy Republican Guard forces in the Kuwaiti theater, liberate Kuwait. There it was, in 34 words. Unlike Vietnam, the mission was succinct, tangible, and limited, precisely the qualities demanded by the military of their civilian masters for 20 years. If things went awry this time, Waller knew, no one in uniform would be able to blame the country's political leaders for ambiguous guidance. Lieutenant General Waller was a handsome, broad-shouldered man, born in Baton Rouge, much admired for his common touch and geniality. His Army commands had included an infantry brigade, the 8th Infantry Division, and, most recently, I Corps at Fort Lewis, Washington. Now, as Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Central Command, he was Norman Schwarzkopf's principal lieutenant. In more than 3 decades of military service, this was Waller's 4th occasion to serve with Schwarzkopf, an honor he had stoutly resisted until Colin Powell himself called in early November and barked, "What's this about you not wanting to go to Saudi Arabia? Get your stuff packed." Yet nothing Cal Waller had seen since leaving his corps in the Pacific Northwest and arriving in Riyadh as DCINC had allayed his initial qualms. Waller knew as well as any soldier that there was much to admire about Norman Schwarzkopf: intelligence, combat prowess, loyalty to his troops. But after 2 months in country, Waller was weary of the tirades, the histrionics, the regal trappings. Small imperial rituals offended Waller's native simplicity. Each of the affectations seemed inoffensive. Collectively, he thought, they signified a man infatuated with his position and himself. "He's the CINC," Waller had complained in exasperation. "He's not your CINC-ness." Before Schwarzkopf entered a briefing room, for example, an enlisted aide would precede him, and, with the care of a grand master setting chess pieces, place on the table the CINC's polished glasses, a tumbler of water, a glass of orange juice, a cup of coffee, and a glass of chocolate mocha. Or, when Schwarzkopf left his headquarters, he seemed to require a motorcade larger than Fod's, and he sat in the back seat of a staff car armed with a handgun, surrounded by bodyguards. "That's the last time I ride with you," Waller had declared a few weeks earlier, after one foray with Schwarzkopf. "Shit, man, I'm more afraid of you with that damned weapon and all these stupid guards trying to force people off the road than I am of any terrorist attack." The latest move that irritated Waller was the CINC's relocation of his bedroom into the headquarters basement. Commandeering an office down the corridor from the war room, and one of the 2 latrines on the floor, Schwarzkopf had converted them into his own quarters. Though the CINC's reasons were sound, he wanted to be close to the war room at all times. The change threw the crowded basement into an upheaval, and forced more than 100 people to share the single remaining toilet. Waller swiveled in his chair. Such grievances were certainly petty in the grand sweep of the war about to begin, but they galled him. Flamboyance could be a useful element in the general's art. A George Patton packing his ivory-handled revolvers, or a Lucien Truscott in his bright leather jacket, visible to all the troops at the front. But Waller wondered whether Schwarzkopf's showmanship was becoming an end in itself. The war room door swung open. "Gentlemen," someone announced, "the Commander-in-Chief." Schwarzkopf entered, jaw set, eyes bright with emotion. Waller and the other officers came to their feet. As the men fell silent, the CINC moved to the front of the room and nodded to the chaplain, Colonel David Peterson. Heads were bowed, eyes pinched shut. "Our Father," Peterson began, "on this awesome and humbling occasion, we are grateful for the privilege of turning to you, our sovereign and almighty God. We believe that, in accordance with the teaching of your word and revelation, we are on a just and righteous mission." Drawing from the psalmists, the chaplain prayed for the souls of those about to die, then asked for a quick and decisive victory. "Your word informs us that men prepare for battle, and we have. But victory rests with the Lord. Therefore we commit our ways to you and wait upon the Lord. In the name of the Prince of Peace we pray. Amen." "Amen," the officers echoed, many with a catch in their voices. Then Schwarzkopf read his message to the troops. 9 sentences addressed to the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines of the United States Central Command, and ending, "Our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you, your loved ones at home, and our country." Finally, Schwarzkopf's aide produced a portable cassette recorder and punched the play button. The room filled with the cloying warble of Lee Greenwood's "God Bless the USA," which already had become the unofficial anthem of the American Expeditionary Force. As the last strains died away, Schwarzkopf looked around. "Okay, gentlemen," he said brusquely. "Let's go to work." Washington, D.C. The Washington counterpart to Schwarzkopf's war room lay deep inside the Pentagon in the National Military Command Center, where the 8-hour time difference with Riyadh meant it was only 6 p.m. on January 16th. Contrary to the popular image of the Pentagon's nerve center as an immense Strangelovian auditorium with oversized video screens, most of the work in the NMCC was done in a warren of offices with subdued lighting, wall-to-wall carpeting, and Wang computers atop the desks. Soft music droned from aluminum loudspeakers to provide cover sound against electronic eavesdropping. The yellow corridor walls were bare, except for several aphorisms spelled out in block letters. "The best strategy is always to be strong." Clausewitz. "Forewarned, forearmed." Benjamin Franklin. And "A wise man in time of peace prepares for war." Horace. Although war was less than an hour away, the atmosphere in the NMCC remained calm, almost sedate. 25,000 people worked in the Pentagon, but fewer than a dozen had been told in advance that the attack would begin at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Even in the NMCC, elaborate measures had been taken to ensure security. The Crisis Action Team, a group of 135 military and civilian specialists formed in August after Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, changed shifts as usual at 6 p.m., without any disclosure that war was imminent. Several senior officers, including the Joint Chiefs Operations Officer, Lieutenant General Tom Kelly, made an ostentatious display of going home for supper, strolling casually out of the NMCC and past vigilant reporters staking out the Pentagon's adjacent E-ring. Kelly would return through a back door precisely at 7 p.m., H-hour. Only a handful of officers standing watch in the cramped current situation room, the sanctum sanctorum of the NMCC, tracked events from the war zone as they were reported from Riyadh. To further preserve the illusion of normality, Defense Secretary Richard Cheney and General Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, stayed in their E-ring offices away from the command center. Cheney's day had begun at dawn, with a meeting at 7:15 in the White House West Wing. There, over breakfast, he, Secretary of State James A. Baker III, and National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft had reviewed a detailed notification chart that listed individuals to be called before the Allied attack began, the time they were to be alerted, and the American official who would make each call. The timetable contained several dozen names, including leaders of every nation in the coalition, the Soviets, the 4 living American ex-presidents, congressional leaders, and the United Nations Secretary General. President Bush would make many of the calls, particularly to foreign heads of state. Baker would call, among others, Prince Bandar, the Saudi ambassador, and Alexander Besmertnik, the Soviet foreign minister. Mikhail Gorbachev's subsequent efforts to contact Saddam Hussein, detected by American eavesdroppers minutes before the war began, would infuriate Pentagon officials, who suspected the Soviet president of trying to alert Baghdad to the impending attack. Scowcroft's deputy, Robert Gates, was to inform House and Senate leaders in a clandestine trip to Capitol Hill at dusk. The public would be informed of the attack in a 3-sentence announcement from the White House after the first bombs fell, followed 2 hours later with a televised speech by Bush. Cheney had returned to the Pentagon after breakfast. At 9 o'clock, he made one of the first notification calls, using a newly installed secure satellite telephone, codenamed Hammer Rick, to phone Moshe Aarons, the Israeli defense minister. The Americans had promised the Israelis ample advance notice on the assumption that Saddam Hussein would make good on his threat to attack Israel should war erupt. Cheney told Aarons the H hour and promised to keep the Israelis informed as the campaign unfolded. Aarons, who seemed unsurprised by the call, thanked the defense secretary and hung up. Most of the other preparations for launching the war were already completed. A top-secret warning order had been sent to Schwarzkopf on December 29th, advising the CINC to be ready to attack by 3 a.m., January 17th, Riyadh time, less than 24 hours after the expiration of a United States deadline for Iraq to withdraw from Kuwait. In the Oval Office at 11 a.m. on January 15th, Bush had signed the 2-page National Security Directive formally authorizing the attack unless a last-minute diplomatic breakthrough resolved the crisis. 6 hours later, in the Defense Secretary's office, Powell and Cheney had signed the execute message necessary to activate the warning order of late December. Powell had then personally faxed the document to Schwarzkopf. The operation was codenamed Desert Storm. Now, with little to do, and his calendar cleared of routine business, Cheney waited. A Marine guard in dress blues stood at attention outside the anteroom door, a few steps from a framed print entitled Passing the Rubicon that depicted the American Navy forcing its way into Japan in 1853. The defense secretary knew Schwarzkopf's timetable well enough to realize that another Rubicon had been crossed minutes before with the initial launches of Tomahawk missiles. The TLAMs could not be recalled. After so many months of tense preparation, Cheney felt a sense of relief, unblemished by doubts or second thoughts. He had an image of a huge machine in motion, a machine no longer in his control. Saddam had squandered countless opportunities to avoid war. Now he would feel the wrath of the Allied coalition. That, Cheney believed, was as it must be. On the television near the secretary's desk, correspondents reporting from Baghdad for the cable news network described the placid scene in the Iraqi capital. Cheney listened carefully. It struck him as eerie, even surreal, that they should be unaware of the massive attack about to descend on Baghdad, while 6,000 miles away he had such a clear image of the missiles and aircraft pressing toward Iraq. Suddenly he was hungry. A long night loomed ahead. Cheney's secretary phoned a nearby Chinese restaurant for takeout food, and soon the round table on which the war order had been signed was strewn with tiny paper cartons of rice and egg rolls and steamed vegetables. One floor below, in the chairman's office, Colin Powell tried to relax. Like Cheney, he listened to the CNN correspondence, straining for any hint that Allied security had been breached. So far, the grand secret appeared to be intact. Earlier in the afternoon, Powell had telephoned Schwarzkopf for their final conversation before H hour. The chairman knew that his field commander, high-strung in the best of times, would inevitably be more nervous than generals sitting in the comfort of the Pentagon. 1,000 tactical details nagged at the CINC, 1,000 things that could go wrong. Powell kept the call brief and businesslike, masking his own anxieties behind a bluff optimism. "I won't bother you," he told Schwarzkopf. "You take care of that end, I'll take care of this end. Norm, good luck." "You're always confident in the plan," Powell once said, "until the shit hits the fan." On paper, the Allied war strategy seemed brilliant. But the chairman knew that history was littered with clever war plans gone awry. Sitting alone at his desk, the television droning in the background, Powell reviewed the initial targets: radar sites, electrical plants, communications towers, command posts. Some would be attacked by Tomahawks, others by warplanes. In the next few hours, hundreds of bombs and missiles would detonate across Iraq in a pattern that had been etched with half-second precision. Saddam, the chairman believed, had no conception of the fury of the attack that was about to rip open his country. But Powell worried that Americans, including many in the government, had come to expect a level of military performance that was impossible to meet, as though an operation of this magnitude were no more complicated than walking out to the parking lot and climbing into a car. Would the TLAMs work as the Navy believed they would? Would pilots find and destroy their targets? Such issues were obviously important, but the overriding question, Powell believed, was how many Allied airplanes would return safely. That would not be known for several hours, when the first raiders flew back to their aircraft carriers and air bases. Only then would Powell, Schwarzkopf, and the other commanders be able to gauge the quality of Iraqi defenses. Only then would they have a battlefield sense, not one based on computer models or paper projections, of the price to be paid for the liberation of Kuwait. Colin Powell had spent more than 32 years in uniform, 32 years preparing for this moment. Now it all boiled down to one question: how many men would come back? Baghdad. Baghdad's last day of peace had been preternaturally calm. Warm winter sunshine splashed over the deserted streets, normally crowded with pedestrians and honking motorists. The souks stood empty, save for an occasional vendor peddling oranges and dates. Shops, which in recent months had been flush with the booty of ransacked Kuwait, from Rolex watches to Armani dresses, now were shuttered and padlocked. Stolen Kuwaiti Land Rovers and Mercedes-Benzes, so commonplace on Baghdad's boulevards, had been locked in garages or hidden in the countryside. Along the meandering Tigris River, pretty pastel houses wore the forlorn look of homes abandoned in haste. Not all of Baghdad's 5 million souls had fled, of course. Republican guardsmen in berets strolled the sidewalks with studied insouciance. At street corner checkpoints, militia troops wearing red and white checked kafirs cradled their Kalashnikovs, swapping jokes and cigarettes as peasant women with tattooed faces hurried past. Saddam Hussein was everywhere. 1,000 smiling portraits beamed down from billboards and lampposts, reassuring no one. Deep beneath the capital, his 11-room command vault, complete with swimming pool, wainscoting, and chandeliers, waited for a marked man too wary to use it. Even on the eve of war, Baghdad was a city with pretensions, bent on recapturing a glorious past. Founded in the 8th century, the metropolis had been a hub of Islamic learning and culture for 500 years, at a time when Europe was mired in barbarism. Baghdad's own dark ages began in 1258, after Mongols slaughtered the Caliph and several 100,000 of his subjects. The city was a provincial backwater for more than 7 centuries, until it revived as the new capital of independent Iraq in 1921. After Saddam and the Ba'athist Party seized power in 1968, Iraqis forged a tacit social compact with their president-leader Marshall. He would provide the trappings of modernity: skyscrapers, universities, hospitals, in exchange for absolute dominion enforced with a huge army and a vast secret police network. The endless convoys of Kuwaiti loot rolling into the capital since August were but latter-day payments on the covenant. The city in recent weeks had prepared for war after a fashion. Iraqi officials staged mock evacuations and civil defense drills. Citizens received instructions on how to construct gas masks from kitchen towels. Saddam appeared on television in green batiste fatigues or Bedouin robes to urge pluck and fortitude. After a few American airstrikes, he had predicted, the coalition would weary of war and leave Iraq to pursue its destiny. In the southwestern suburb of Amiria, schoolgirls in blue uniforms had attended English class as usual on this final day of peace. "I am happy, you are kind, he is sad," they repeated dutifully. Down the street stood a fenced compound with a sign at the gate in English and Arabic. Public Shelter Number 25, listed on American target documents as the Al-Firdos Bunker. At the nearby Baghdad Horsemanship Club, jockeys in scarlet, gold, and green paraded their ponies around the paddock, while several thousand tweedy bettors cheered from the grandstand, with the jaunty air, as one journalist observed, of sportsmen watching a game of deck quoits on the Titanic. In the first race, at 4:10 p.m., the favorite, a long-legged filly named Scheherazade, had galloped down the stretch to a win. She paid 5-1. The American view of Saddam's seizure of Kuwait had not been troubled by shades of gray. The deed soon was equated with the German invasion of Belgium in 1914, the Japanese occupation of Manchuria in 1931, and the German conquest of Poland in 1939. By the standards of modern sovereignty, the invasion was unpardonable. By the standards of human decency, the subsequent pillage and murder were criminally vile. Yet, however tawdry, the attack was not entirely the act of unprovoked aggression denounced by George Bush. Saddam nurtured grievances. Some were preposterous, others legitimate. Only Iraq had been bold enough in the 1980s to thwart Iranian ambitions for hegemony in the Persian Gulf. Although certainly Saddam was motivated less by a desire to champion Arab moderates than by his desire to dominate the Arab world. The 8-year war with Tehran had cost Baghdad 375,000 casualties and $500 billion. When the conflict ended, in August 1988, Iraq found itself $80 billion in debt, a condition aggravated by a plunge in oil prices from $20 a barrel to $13 during the first 6 months of 1990. Saddam considered his Arab brethren both inadequately grateful for his challenge to Iran and indifferent to plummeting petroleum prices. He had, with some cause, accused Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates of cheating on oil production quotas and flooding the world market. This latest offense compounded other Iraqi complaints against Kuwait, including the theft of more than $2 billion by slant drilling into the vast Rumaila oil field, the bulk of which lay beneath Iraqi territory. Iraq also had long disputed the border with Kuwait, and even the Emirates' sovereignty, claiming that both were imposed by colonial powers earlier in the century. Here, Baghdad ignored several inconvenient facts. Kuwait's historical autonomy within the Ottoman Empire, the 200-year rule of the emirate by the Al-Sabah family, and Kuwait's status as a British protectorate from 1899 until independence in 1961. Saddam felt particularly aggrieved by his neighbor's possession of 2 Persian Gulf islands, Bubiyan and Warba, which effectively controlled Iraq's access to the sea. Bankrupt, desperate, and congenitally bellicose, he chose to attack. In seizing Kuwait, a country slightly smaller than New Jersey, he gambled on Arab apathy toward the fate of a nation long resented for its arrogance and wealth. Per capita income in Kuwait was 20 times that, for example, of Egypt. He also counted on Western indifference toward a feudal monarchy where only 4% of the population was enfranchised, where Parliament and the national constitution had been suspended, and where advocates of democracy had been suppressed with police truncheons and mass arrests. By annexing the emirate as the 19th province of Iraq, Saddam would reap a windfall of $20 million a day in oil revenues. He would control 20% of the world's petroleum reserves, and he would demonstrate the perilous consequences of ignoring Iraqi demands. But now, 5 months after the invasion of Kuwait, Iraq would reap only the whirlwind of miscalculation and overweening ambition. Dusk had overtaken Baghdad, velvety and Mesopotamian, rolling across the city from the east like a dome. The aroma of kebab and carp, grilled by a few intrepid restaurateurs on Abu Niwas Street, drifted along the riverbank. Streetlights flickered to life. Old men in seedy cafes drained their teacups, wiped their mustaches, and shuffled home. Midnight passed, yielding to the wee hours of Thursday morning. The city waited, sensing catastrophe. Baghdad had been here before, sacked by the Mongol Hulegu Khan, and again by Tamerlane, overrun by Turks and Persians, Ottomans and Englishmen. The tribal memory of siege and disaster was strong. Foreboding seemed familiar. But in this city of 1,001 nights, few had been longer than the one now fallen. USS Wisconsin, Persian Gulf. Shortly before 2 a.m., the missile men in strike finished retyping 24 pages of codes into the Tomahawk engagement console. Once again, they loaded the software program and struck the keys to shift the commands to the launch console. This time, it worked. Lieutenant Zanti turned to Captain Bill. "Sir, the casualty has been corrected." Bill issued a quick order to the bridge. Now they had to uncage the gyros, a procedure necessary to help the Tomahawk guidance systems get a precise fix on their launch location. Almost imperceptibly, the battleship began to swing right, then left, on a zigzag course. Topside, starboard forward, armored box launcher number 1 canted upward 33 degrees with a shrill hydraulic whir. In strike, at 2:13 a.m., the captain picked up the public address microphone as the watchstander lifted a clear plastic shield protecting the Execute On button. "Stand by," Bill told the crew. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The watchstander mashed the button. Nothing happened. 3 seconds passed. 4, 5. The missile crewmen exchanged nervous glances. 7, 8. With a low roar, white flame licked through 3 narrow exhaust vents in the rear of the launcher box. An explosive charge blew free the bolts securing the Tomahawk. The blunt nose burst through a yellow membrane covering the launcher, and the 18-foot missile vaulted across the port beam. For an instant, it hung tail down, the molten plume silvering the dark water, before springing toward the stars. A mile from the ship, the rocket booster fell away. Stubby wings popped from the fuselage, and the jet engine ignited in a coil of thick smoke. The missile climbed to 1,000 feet, high enough to clear any oil platforms in the Gulf, and headed northwest toward Iran. Crewmen at battle stations on the main deck watched the missile fade from sight. Among them, manning a triage station forward of gun turret 2 in case of an enemy counterstrike, stood the ship's dentist, Commander R.J. Turner. "War is the remedy our enemies have chosen," Turner murmured, quoting General William Tecumseh Sherman. "And I say, let us give them all they want." 2 minutes later, the second missile burst from its launcher. Then another and another. From his high-backed chair in strike, the captain again addressed his crew. Many people would be killed in the attack now underway, including innocents, Bill warned. But there's some solace in that the Tomahawk missiles we just fired have gone against military targets. Yet again, there were secrets, known only to the captain and his senior officers. Several hours before Wisconsin had sailed from Norfolk in August for the Middle East, she took aboard a mysterious cargo of new Tomahawks. Some crewmen speculated they carried nuclear warheads. In reality, the missiles were known as Kit 2s, and their purpose was to cripple the Iraqi electrical grid. For at least a decade, the American military had tinkered with devices for sabotaging enemy electrical systems. Some of the results were serendipitous. In the early 1980s, during a Navy exercise codenamed Hey Rube, long strands of rope chaff, glass filaments in which metal shards were embedded, had been dropped over the Pacific Ocean as part of a standard tactic to befuddle an opponent's radar. An unexpectedly stiff westerly wind carried some of the chaff 90 miles to the coastline, where it got draped across power lines, shorting out transformers and causing power failures in parts of San Diego. The Navy quietly settled the damages, while carefully noting the effects of its unintended attack. During the Iranian hostage crisis in 1980, rescue planners contemplated dumping carbon fibers over segments of Tehran's power grid to make the city go midnight and sow enough confusion for commandos to free the imprisoned Americans. In the years since, the Navy had continued developing anti-electrical weapons, including fibers designed to penetrate the air intakes and reactor equipment on Soviet nuclear-powered ships. The projected use of Kit 2s against Iraq had triggered a sharp secret debate in Washington. Enthusiasts argued that if the enemy's electrical systems were disrupted, its air defense network would be crippled, and simultaneously the discomforts of war visited on the Iraqi citizenry. That might provoke a rebellion against the Ba'athist regime. Kit 2s, they also argued, could soft-kill a power grid with less raw destruction than would conventional bombs, permitting easier post-war reconstruction. Opponents countered that revealing the weapon would ultimately jeopardize the most vulnerable electrical network in the world, the American power grid. The State Department also worried about unforeseen consequences for Iraqi society if the lights went out indefinitely. But at the Pentagon, Richard Cheney urged, "Let's give them the full load the first night." Anything less smacked of escalation, of the stench of Vietnam. Consequently, on the American attack list were 28 electrical sites, many of them, particularly around Baghdad, targeted with Kit 2s. The operation was codenamed Puba's Party, a name derived from the radio call sign of the Air Force general responsible for electronic warfare against Iraq. On Wisconsin, the eighth and final shot ripped from the deck at 2:39 a.m. A strange silence settled over the battleship, magnifying the ordinary sounds of a ship at sea. Wind singing across the forecastle, the creak of an open hatch, water lapping gently against the hull. Objective Oklahoma, Iraq. The radar complex, now barely 3 miles away, lay before them as toy-like and precise as Dick Cody's table model. Through their night vision goggles, the Apache pilots saw a dozen buildings spread across the square-mile compound. 3 anti-aircraft gun pits faced south. Team White had arrived 90 seconds early, exactly as planned. The helicopters hovered 4 abreast beyond Iraqi earshot. In rigor mortis on the far right of the flying line, Lieutenant Colonel Cody began matching the structures below with the satellite images he had burned into his memory. A spoon rest radar, another spoon rest, a flat face radar, the generator pit, a cluster of command vans, the troop barracks, the troposcatter radio antennae. In the 36 power magnification of the Apache's infrared sights, each target glowed like alabaster, radiating the sun's heat absorbed the previous day. But now the electric lights began to snap off. Cody spotted a man running, then several men, white ghosts leaving the command vans. A faint chirping sounded in his headset, and blips flashed on the cockpit video screen, indications that Iraqi radars had begun to paint the intruders. On the far left, Tip O'Neill watched as more Iraqis scurried across the compound. "They're turning out the lights, Dave," he told Jones over the intercom. "I think they know we're here." O'Neill tugged the laser trigger with his right index finger and spun the control knob with his thumb to ease the crosshairs onto the generator pit. The range flashed on the scope, 5,026 meters. He checked the computer clock, 0237:30, as the first radio call of the mission came from one of the other Apaches. "Party in 10. O'Neill counted down. 8, 7, 6. He and Jones had agreed privately before leaving Saudi Arabia that shooting a few seconds early was a negligible risk compared with the glory of firing the first shots of the war in Iraq. When the countdown reached 3, O'Neill pulled the weapon's release trigger with his left hand. "This one's for you, Saddam," Jones declared from the back seat. "Iraq, you want it? You got it." With a soft whoosh, the left outboard Hellfire leaped from its rail in a shower of sparks and darted toward the target at more than Mach 1. A nose sensor picked up the thread of O'Neill's laser beam. He had stopped breathing, so intent was he on keeping the crosshairs steady, and the missile climbed slightly to hit the target from above. 20 seconds after launch, the Hellfire burrowed into the generator pit. Two internal plates, crushed together by the impact, electronically detonated a 17-pound cylinder of explosives, which in turn squirted a jet of molten copper into the target. The generators vanished in smoke and flame. Now the air thickened with Hellfires. Iraqi soldiers boiled from the barracks, scurrying about with a panic that reminded O'Neill of an anthill stirred with a hot stick. He slaved the crosshairs to the left, then noticed that the command vans were not burning. 2 missiles had jammed on his wingman's Apache. As Jones opened the throttle, pushing forward at 60 knots, O'Neill centered the laser and fired again. He saw an Iraqi pivot to run back into the van just as the missile hit. It flung the enemy soldier high into the air in a fractured jackknife. O'Neill swung onto the other targets. First the flat-face radar, then the spoon rest. A small building they had presumed was the compound's latrine blew up with the force of an ammunition locker. Keep her steady, he demanded. I'm trying, Jones replied, wrestling with the helicopter controls. From his seat in rigor mortis, Cody drew a bead on the troposcatter, a large box with 4 protruding antennae, mouse ears that Air Force intelligence believed capable of communicating directly with Baghdad. He had vowed, in a fit of vainglory, to destroy the target even if he had to crash his helicopter on it. 2 Hellfires spared him the sacrifice. Now, from a range of 4,000 meters, the Apaches unleashed a volley of slender Hydra rockets. Each warhead carried scores of tiny finned darts that blew across the radar site like buckshot, ripping through wires, electronics, and men. At 2,000 meters, the helicopters opened up with 30-millimeter cannon fire. Hundreds of slugs churned through the compound, kicking up geysers of sand, riddling walls and roofs, re-killing the dead. And then it stopped. 4 minutes after the first missile exploded, the Apaches broke off the attack. Cody swept back for a final look. Every building and radar dish had been destroyed. Bodies lay scattered like bloody rugs. Nothing moved but the flames. Exhilarated, exhausted, appalled, the raiders turned south. Cody keyed his microphone to radio the waiting Pave Lows with a message that would subsequently be relayed to Riyadh. Under an arranged code, Charlie meant minimal destruction. Bravo meant partial destruction. Alpha meant total destruction. Alpha Alpha meant the target was destroyed with no friendly casualties. This is White 6, Cody reported. Oklahoma. Alpha Alpha. 20 miles west, Team Red had found comparable success at Nebraska. Behind the 2 Apache teams, Special Forces troops in Chinook helicopters implanted 11 reflector beacons along the border to mark the keyhole that had now been cut for the Air Force. Cody had delivered on his promise. 100% success. But the mission was not without a small setback. Moments before the Apaches struck, U.S. intelligence eavesdroppers had intercepted a frantic radio call. "We are under attack," the Iraqi message began, then went dead. Through their night vision goggles, Cody's pilots spotted a swarm of lights 60 miles to the south. The swarm grew closer, brighter, and they saw that it was the Air Force strike package. 2 EF-111 electronic jammers, followed by nearly 24 F-15E bombers and British Tornadoes heading for the Scud batteries in western Iraq. As the low-flying jets neared the border, their lights winked out. With a deep growl, the formation streaked directly over the 4 Apaches. The wolves were in the fold. Baghdad. At 2:51 a.m., 13 minutes after the Apaches began their attack on the radar sites, the first bomb fell on Iraq. Dropped from an F-117 stealth fighter, the laser-guided GBU-27 demolished half of the Air Defense Center at Nukaib, about 30 miles north of Objective, Oklahoma. 1 minute later, a second bomb from another F-117 destroyed the other half. Like the longbow at Crusade and the machine gun at the Somme, The Persian Gulf War's mission number, 3336S, as it was listed in Air Force targeting documents, would forever alter the way men contemplated killing one another in combat. The marriage of low observable technology, stealth, and precision munitions, smart bombs, brought a new lethality to the battlefield by permitting an attacker to slip unseen into the enemy camp and strike with virtual impunity. Stealth did not obviate more prosaic weapons. Tens of thousands of tons of old-fashioned dumb bombs would also fall from non-stealth planes in the next 6 weeks. Moreover, the accuracy of F-117 pilots in the initial nights of the war would leave much to be desired, contrary to the public pronouncements of the American High Command. But an attacker armed with stealth and smart bombs had an immense psychological and military advantage over an opponent without them. The technology also distorted, even perverted, the American concept of combat, which quickly came to be seen as surgical, simple, and bloodless. War was none of these, and never would be. Stealth had been developed in deepest secrecy beginning in the 1970s. The Lockheed Corporation built 2 prototypes, codenamed Have Blue, followed by a full-scale successor called Senior Trend, which became the F-117. Heavily coated with a radar-absorbing skin, similar in texture to styrofoam, the black, swallow-tailed aircraft also was intricately faceted with small, flat planes intended to deflect or attenuate radar waves. Flat and narrow platypus exhaust vents reduced the jet's infrared signature by quickly mixing hot gases from the engines with cold air. For years, a secret F-117 unit flew from a clandestine base at Tonopah, Nevada, practicing nocturnal missions that included attacking the state capitol in Carson City, swinging west to the California coast, then returning to base across the Yosemite Valley. If stealth was a relatively recent addition to the American arsenal, smart munitions, despite a popular misconception, were not. U.S. and German scientists had labored on crude-guided bombs in World War II. Roughly 21,000 precision-guided munitions, more than would be dropped against Iraq, fell on North Vietnamese targets, particularly in the final 2 years of the war. But during the past decade, further refinements had given the weapons a new sophistication in pursuit of a one-bomb, one-kill ratio of destruction. The most common smart weapons used in the Gulf War were LGBs, laser-guided bombs, such as the 500-pound GBU-12 and the 2,000-pound GBU-24. The GBU-27 resembled the latter, but was specially configured to fit inside an F-117 bomb bay, because large, radar-reflecting weapons hanging under the wing impaired the jet's stealthiness. The bomb dropper, another airplane, or an ally on the ground, designated the target by pointing a laser beam at it. As the bomb glided to Earth, a light-sensing seeker in the nose detected the reflected laser radiation. Optics in the seeker carved the field of view into quadrants, and sensors measured the relative intensity of laser sparkle in each quadrant. If all 4 quadrants measured identical amounts of laser radiation, the weapon was on course. If not, a computer made flight adjustments with signals to the bomb's control fins. Given good weather, fog, clouds, and smoke disrupted the laser beam, a deft aircrew could put an LGB within 10 feet of the desired impact point from a range of up to 7 miles. During Desert Shield, about 40 stealth fighters and hundreds of GBU-27s had been flown to Khamis Musait, a Saudi mountain redoubt near the Red Sea, 900 miles from Baghdad. 6 hours before the war was to begin, the pilots slipped into their G-suits and parachute harnesses. Only 4 of them had flown in combat before, and they traded nervous banter about the presumed invisibility of their aircraft. In the hangar bays, flight crews, like British sailors chalking death or glory on their guns before Trafalgar, scribbled "To Saddam with love" and other graffiti on the bombs, a reminder that banality, no less than fear and bravery, was a timeless feature of warfare. Shortly after midnight on January 17th, 10 planes took off in the first wave. including the two that struck the Air Defense Center at Nukaib. The rest pressed north toward Greater Baghdad. Piloting tail number 816 was a tall, dark-haired Air Force Academy graduate whose father had flown helicopters with the Army's 1st Cavalry Division in Vietnam. Major Jerry Leatherman's assigned target was the Baghdad International Telephone Exchange, dubbed the AT&T building because the formal name was too cumbersome to fit the allotted space on Air Force targeting sheets. The 12-story switching facility was the only building in Baghdad targeted by 2 aircraft on this first strike, evidence of the importance attributed to it by Schwarzkopf's targeteers. More than half of Iraqi military telecommunications traveled through the civil telephone system. Most of those calls were routed through the AT&T building. Leatherman steered his black jet eastward at 480 knots, deliberately bypassing the city in order to attack out of the north. One aircraft flew a few miles ahead of him. The others had peeled away to strike from different vectors. Baghdad's glow had become visible from 100 miles away, but now he could pick out wide boulevards and traffic circles and the crimson glint of neon. The black Tigris snaked through the capital in a double loop. On this clear, cold night, from 3 miles up, the metropolis bore an odd resemblance to Las Vegas or Phoenix, or half a dozen other cities in the great American desert. As supervisor of mission planning at Khamis Musait, Leatherman knew the geography of Baghdad as well as any pilot in the wing. He also knew that 60 surface-to-air missile, SAM batteries, and 3,000 anti-aircraft guns protected the capital. What he did not anticipate was that all of those guns and missile sites, apparently warned by the desperate call from Objective Oklahoma, would begin shooting even before he made his final approach into the Iraqi capital. In vivid fountains of red and orange and gold, the enemy fire boiled up with an intensity that initially mesmerized more than it frightened. Missiles corkscrewed skyward or streaked up on white tubes of flame. Anti-aircraft rounds, 57 millimeter, then 100 millimeter, burst into hundreds of black and gray blossoms. Scarlet threads of gunfire stitched the air, woven so thickly as to suggest a solid sheet of fire. All the more alarming when Leatherman remembered that only every 5th round was a visible tracer. Yet for all its volume, the shooting seemed unguided. The Iraqis were flinging up random barrages in hopes of hitting something. Enemy search or tracking radars might occasionally glimpse a stealthy intruder, but not long enough for gunners or SAM crews to draw a bead. In effect, Leatherman realized, he was still invisible. Tearing his eyes from the spectacle outside the cockpit, he began to search for the target. Almost immediately it loomed into view on the infrared video screen, a tall green rectangle near the river. Stealth pilots talked about Stevie Wonder targets, so distinct that even a blind man could spot them. But this seemed too simple. Leatherman swung the infrared sensors across the city to check his bearings. He spotted the distinctive tulip shape of the Iraqi Martyrs Monument, exactly where it was supposed to be. Now he was certain. He had found his target. At precisely 3 a.m., H-hour, the lead aircraft struck the AT&T building with a GBU-27. Leatherman saw neither explosion nor flames, but the target began to glow on his scope, suddenly hotter than the adjacent office towers. Centering his laser crosshairs on the upper half of the target, Leatherman hit the pickle button at 3:01 to release one bomb, then a second. The first struck slightly low. The second split the crosshairs. The upper 4 floors of the building exploded in a scorching flash. Leatherman let out a victorious whoop and immediately banked to the west, heading for the safety of the open desert. Elsewhere in Baghdad, the other stealth pilots had also found their marks. Across the river on Al-Rashid Street, Captain Marcel Kurdavid put a GBU-27 through the top of the Al-Kark communications tower. The bomb burrowed partway down the 370-foot concrete structure and exploded, snapping the tower in half. Kurdavid swung around to the northern suburb of Taji and dropped his second bomb on Military Command Bunker No. 2, which, American intelligence later concluded, proved impervious even to the 2,000-pound penetrator. Other pilots struck the Iraqi Air Force headquarters, 2 Air Defense Command posts, the Air Defense Sector Center in Taji, and Saddam's retreat outside the capital at Abu Ghraib. Of 17 bombs dropped in this first wave, the stealth wing would claim 13 hits. Swinging south for the long flight back to Khamis Musait, Major Leatherman slipped a pair of earphones under his flight helmet, clicked on his Walkman, and turned the volume up as loud as he could bear it. The heavy metal band Def Leppard pounded through his skull. He glanced over his left shoulder for a final glimpse of Baghdad. Tracers still etched the sky, but now brilliant orange mushrooms also began to sprout across the city. The Tomahawks had arrived. The missiles from Wisconsin and her sister ships swept into Baghdad at nearly 500 knots, heard but not seen. About 8 miles from their targets, the Tomahawk's terrain contour matching yielded to a different navigation system. Tiny television cameras clicked on and began scanning the landscape, which was periodically illuminated by a small strobe light in each missile's belly. An optical sensor called DSMAC, Digital Scene Matching Area Correlator, scanned the passing scenery and divided the image into a matrix of black and white squares. Comparing the televised images with those stored in the Tomahawk's memory, a computer relayed commands to the missile's stubby wings and tail fins for final course adjustments. The first wave struck between 3:06 and 3:11 a.m. 8 missiles plowed into the presidential palace, their 1,000-pound bullpup warheads delaying for a few nanoseconds before erupting in a roar of flame and flying masonry. 6 more hit the Ba'ath Party headquarters compound. 30 struck the vast missile complex at Taji, with a redundancy that reflected both the size of the target and lingering doubts about Tomahawk accuracy. Within 24 hours, 116 missiles would be fired from 9 ships. Most struck Greater Baghdad. The secret Kit 2s employed guile rather than brute force. Making multiple passes over key power plants, the missiles spewed out thousands of tiny spools, less than an inch in diameter, from which long carbon filaments uncoiled, drifted to Earth, and, as in the unintended result a decade earlier, fell over transmission lines, shorting them out in a medley of bright flashes and loud pops. Nearly all of Iraq's electrical power was supplied by 20 generating plants, lashed together by 400 kilovolt transmission lines. 5 plants were attacked immediately, and 8 others would be struck by bombers and Tomahawks in the coming hours. Kit 2 filaments fell on Beji, the nation's largest power plant, shorting the complex so effectively that all 6 generators seized up. Other strands fell on the city's Dura plant along the Tigris, and on the gas turbine complex at Taji. 3 Tomahawks attacked the electrical transformers at Salman Pak, believed by American intelligence to house Iraq's biological weapons program. From Mutana in the east to Mansour in the west, the lights in the capital began to vanish. Block after block, neighborhood on neighborhood. In 20 minutes, the city's defiant glow was gone, and Baghdad's dark night grew darker yet. Riyadh. A mile north of Schwarzkopf's command post, beneath the 3-story headquarters of the Royal Saudi Air Force on King Abdul Aziz Boulevard, 80 men, crowded into a hot bunker, watched the war unfold on a 4-foot television screen. Electronically linked to a quartet of AWACS planes, airborne radar platforms capable of peering deep into Iraq from their orbits in northern Saudi Arabia, the screen displayed hundreds of tiny green circles, each representing an Allied aircraft, as well as the occasional red circle of an Iraqi fighter on patrol. South of the border flew 160 aerial tankers, stacked in cells 5 deep. Around them, the strike packages massed for attack. Bomb droppers and fighters, radar killers and electronic jammers, eavesdroppers and rescuers. From the Red Sea in the west to the Persian Gulf in the east, the great menagerie of eagles, ravens, tomcats, weasels, harriers, warthogs, aardvarks, and falcons surged forward. Some, like the aircraft streaking toward Scud targets near Jordan, already had crossed into Iraqi airspace. Others, notably the low-flying Apaches flickering dimly on the screen near RR, were now headed home. Only the stealth fighters remained unseen, invisible even to the AWACS. At the center of the room, exuding an unmistakable air of proprietorship, sat the man responsible for the 1,000 or so lives represented by those swarming green circles. Lieutenant General Charles A. Horner, commander of the U.S. 9th Air Force, was thick-set and inelegant, possessed of brawny forearms and an oval face that thrust itself at the world with fighter pilot self-assurance. When displeased or skeptical, he squinted slightly with one eye, like Popeye, and the deep rumble of his voice seemed to drop yet another octave. He could be blunt even to his fellow three-stars. A day earlier, after noticing that few Marine Harrier jets were scheduled to fly in the first attacks, he fired a message to Lieutenant General Walter E. Boomer, the Marine commander. "Walt, tomorrow morning the war starts, and you're going to look out across your lines to see Air Force A-10s and F-16s killing the Iraqi army that you're eventually going to have to attack. I hope Air Force pilots aren't the only ones who die out there." Capable of playing the dull-witted rube from Iowa, Horner was, in fact, highly intelligent and shrewd unto cunning. No officer in Riyadh was more skillful at handling the tempestuous CINC, as he had adroitly handled the two waspish generals who preceded Schwarzkopf as head of Central Command. When pressing his case in a room full of officers, Horner would lean close and murmur in tones audible only to Schwarzkopf, much to the distress of the CINC's staff, who decried this whispering style, while envying Horner's ability to get what he wanted. Melding 32 years of flying experience, including 111 missions over North Vietnam, with an occasional burst of aviator doublespeak, Horner showed his expertise in air warfare, about which Schwarzkopf knew little. Of subjects terrestrial, Schwarzkopf was king, but in the air, Horner was his regent. Now, in the stuffy chamber of his command center, the regent could do little but watch and wait. The first 2 days of the air campaign had been plotted in such painstaking detail that a computer simulation of the initial airstrikes took 2 months to construct. Any changes at this point would have snarled the nexus of refueling assignments, electronic warfare coverage, and strike sequences required to fling 2,000 aircraft at Iraq without a rash of mid-air collisions. "It's so precise," Horner had fretted aloud a week earlier, "I'd be happy if only a portion of it worked. What we're trying to do is too perfect." Even victorious air campaigns, he knew, often came at a frightful price. In a single raid on the Nazi ball-bearing plants at Schweinfurt in October 1943, 60 American B-17s had been shot down. Over Normandy, despite feeble Luftwaffe opposition, the Allies lost 127 planes. 40 Israeli jets had been destroyed on the first day of the Six-Day War in 1967. Horner anticipated coalition losses of perhaps 100 planes in this war, a figure some Air Force analysts considered optimistic. And yet he felt an inner calm. Every pilot's death wounded him, even those from foolish training accidents, but 2 events had forged a steely core. The first occurred in 1964, when his parents, sister, and brother-in-law and their children died in an auto crash. The second was his own near death while flying as a young captain over North Africa. At 3,000 feet, he had rashly pulled a split S, a fighter maneuver, typically requiring at least twice as much altitude, in which the pilot loops the plane back under itself. As the F-100 leveled off, Horner could see sand dunes looming above him on either side, and a dusty plume below where the jet's exhaust flame was scorching the desert floor. He had never looked at life quite the same after that flight, but rather with the liberating conviction that mastery of his own fate was largely illusion. Inshallah was the Arab term, God's will. In the months leading up to this night, he had done what he could for those green circles inching into Iraq. Now, the outcome lay with Providence. Horner glanced around the room and spied Major Buck Rogers, a young pilot who had spent weeks interviewing telecommunications contractors so that he could comprehend the intricacies of Iraq's phone system. If the F-117s hit the AT&T building as scheduled, Horner knew, any television broadcasts routed through that network would be severed. "Buck," he ordered, "go upstairs to my office. There's a TV up there. See what's happening." 10 minutes later, Rogers called from Horner's desk on the third floor. "Sir," he announced, "Baghdad just went off the air." Horner hung up, then stood and repeated the message to the hushed room. "Shit hot," the men crowed. "Shit hot." Horner turned back to watch the screen, a smile playing across his face for the first time that night. Inshallah. Allied strategy in the first 3 hours of war had many objectives: disrupting Iraqi communications and electrical power, suppressing Scud missile launchings, killing Saddam and his lieutenants, or at least impairing their ability to command, paring away Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. Yet the overriding purpose in the initial attacks was to seize control of the skies. Anyone who has to fight, even with the most modern weapons, against an enemy in complete control of the air, fights like a savage against a modern European army, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel had observed. Israeli success in the 1967 war resulted primarily from the destruction of the Egyptian and Syrian air forces in a single day. Horner hoped to match that feat. Iraq's air defense system, modeled after the Soviets and built largely by the French, was known as KARI, K-A-R-I, the French name for Iraq spelled backward. KARI was carved into 5 sector operation centers, or SOCs, which controlled aircraft interceptors, surface-to-air missile batteries, and anti-aircraft guns in their respective regions. SOC-1 was buried within the Air Defense Headquarters in Baghdad, with a supplemental post in Taji. SOC-2 was at the large airfield near Jordan known as H-3. Other SOCs lay in the far north, at Kirkuk, and in the Euphrates Valley, at Talil. A 5th SOC had been established in Kuwait, at the occupied Ali al-Salem airfield. All Iraqi SOCs were built identically, with a reinforced bunker 30 feet underground. Each SOC controlled 3 to 5 interceptor operation centers, or IOCs, typically tucked into 2 bunkers spaced about 50 yards apart. 3 to 7 radar sites reported to each IOC. Several of the initial stealth attacks had been against SOCs and IOCs, including the bombs dropped shortly before 3 a.m. on the Nukaib IOC, which reported to SOC-1 in Baghdad and controlled the 2 radar sites destroyed by the Apaches. Attacks on the power grid, intended in part to inconvenience the Iraqi population, were designed primarily to knock out much of the electricity necessary to run the air defense network. That, however, was but the first step. Leading the vast armada heading into Iraq once the initial stealth attacks were completed came a wave of 20 F-15C Eagles, flying in a line that extended from the Jordanian border to Kuwait. Their mission was to sweep like a scythe halfway up the length of Iraq, staking further claim to Iraqi airspace by destroying any enemy fighters that challenged them. Similar sweeps had been flown to good effect in World War II and over Mig Alley in Korea. Much to the Navy's chagrin, this sweep was solely an Air Force production. Horner's staff, citing computer models that predicted 6 to 12 cases of air-to-air fratricide in the first 2 weeks of the war, had yanked all F-14 Tomcats from the operation, because the Navy planes lacked some of the F-15's ability to distinguish friend from foe at long range. The contretemps was not the first between the two services, nor would it be the last. Al-Taqadum, Iraq. Leading the middle flight of Eagles in the air sweep was one of the Air Force's most experienced F-15 pilots. Although only a captain, Alan Miller, known inevitably as Killer Miller, had logged nearly 2,000 hours in an Eagle cockpit and was a fighter weapons school graduate, a distinction reserved for the best. Miller had worked after college for the McDonnell Douglas Corporation, maker of the F-15, until deciding he would rather fly the plane than build it. He crossed the border at 30,000 feet, searching for the 6 Iraqi Fulcrum fighters spotted by AWACS near Al-Taqadum Air Base, west of Baghdad. Never before had he flown clear BVR, authorized to shoot any aircraft beyond visual range without confirming it as an enemy with his eyes. For Miller, as for many pilots on January 17th, this first combat mission was a chance to validate his mastery of airmanship and prove himself worthy of that exclusive fraternity of American fighter aces stretching back to Eddie Rickenbacker. The honor of leading the initial mission also was the first tangible benefit of the miserable weeks of training flights in the dark. The issue of which pilots would fly during the day and which at night had caused a rift in Miller's squadron, one that deepened every day. In December, after arriving in Saudi Arabia from their base in Germany, the pilots had been evenly sorted into 2 shifts by the 53rd Tactical Fighter Squadron commander, Lieutenant Colonel Randy Bigham. Inherently more dangerous, night flying was practiced only fitfully in peacetime. For an extended campaign, it also required the pilots to become nocturnal creatures, capable of sleeping through the daytime bustle of a busy airbase. Excluded from diurnal decisions and mission planning during the final weeks before the war, the night crew of the 53rd TFS had begun to feel slighted. Many had trouble staying awake on their long night training flights, only to find insomnia a problem during the day. Querulous and short-tempered, they snapped at their daytime comrades, or vented their frustrations in the green-covered Doofer book, a squadron log used to register complaints and grievances. Of greater concern to Lieutenant Colonel Bigham was drug addiction. Issued the potent amphetamine dexedrine and the sedative temazepam by flight surgeons to help them adjust to their new schedules, some pilots during the preceding month had become psychologically, if not physically, dependent on the medications, dubbed go and no-go pills. Although fighter pilots had used amphetamines since World War II, particularly for monotonous transoceanic flights, drug use in the Persian Gulf operation was unprecedented. Nearly 2/3 of American fighter pilots took amphetamines during Desert Shield, and more than half would do so during Desert Storm, a remarkable development for an institution that considered itself drug-free. When an alarmed Bigham finally realized from the flight surgeon's records how many go and no-go pills were being consumed, he promised to switch the day and night shifts a month into the war. In a shrill, bruising meeting in mid-January, he had confronted the night pilots, challenged them to adjust their inner clocks without chemicals, and banned amphetamines. No-go pills would be permitted in measured doses to help the men sleep after the stress of a night mission. "You don't know how tough this is," one pilot pleaded. "It's not as easy as you say. It's the hardest thing we've ever done." Bigham was sympathetic, but adamant. His pilots, angry and frustrated. Some, he suspected, would find ways to obtain bootleg pills. Captain Miller was not among them, but the schism in the squadron upset him. The war had just begun, and already many pilots had purple bags beneath their eyes. Creases marred their cheeks from the oxygen masks they wore during endless training flights. Miller still found it impossible to sleep soundly during the day without sedatives. Scanning his radar scope, listening for AWACS instructions, he tried to focus on his job. Fighter pilots hoped to begin sorting out the enemy at a range of 40 miles, firing their air-to-air missiles at 15. Once the opposing aircraft crossed paths, a point known as the merge, the dogfight often became a melee, a furball in pilot slang. Yet, as Miller raced closer to El Taqadum, he began to suspect there would be no merge, no furball, no enemy planes twisting to escape. The Fulcrums spotted earlier had fled. His radar scope was confoundingly clean. And instead of Iraqi jets, the sky abruptly came alive with missiles and anti-aircraft fire. As he crossed the Bahr al-Mil, a large lake west of Karbala, the Eagle's cockpit filled with electronic beeps and flashes warning him of Iraqi SA-6s, SA-8s, and other SAMs. Miller banked sharply to the west. To gain speed, he punched off his auxiliary fuel tanks, despite the risk of having them collide with his turning aircraft. The tanks tumbled clear into the darkness. 3 other Eagles trailed behind him, but within seconds the tidy formation collapsed as the pilots frantically jinked to evade the oncoming missiles. Miller dipped one wing in a sharp slicing dive to avoid a SAM, then pressed the buttons to eject a cloud of chaff for decoying radar-guided missiles, and 4 hot flares designed to lure away heat seekers. It was a foolish move, prompted by 10 years of daytime experience. The flares ignited with milky brilliance, enveloping the jet in light and momentarily blinding Miller. Unable to see the rising salvo of missiles, but aware of the audio warning of a second SAM lock-on, Miller again dipped a wing to break toward the Earth. The enemy missile shot past him. A third warning signal sounded, and once more he pitched the control stick into a sharp plummet. After easing the plane out of its dive, Miller checked the altimeter and was alarmed to see that he had slipped below 15,000 feet and was well within reach of anti-aircraft guns. He instinctively shoved the throttle into afterburner for extra thrust. A yellow nozzle of flame gushed from the jet's tailpipe, drawing the attention of the Iraqi gunners below. As their bursting rounds pursued him, the Eagle struggled for altitude. In 60 seconds, Miller had climbed to 20,000 feet. The gunfire died away. Pilots had long known that they were most vulnerable during their first 8 or 10 combat missions. For those who lived through the initial panicky mistakes, the odds of survival increased dramatically. Killer Miller had survived, but he knew his performance was unworthy of his training, of his airmanship skills, of the grand silk scarf tradition of American fighter pilots. Angry and embarrassed, he eased the Eagle back to 30,000 feet. He had been lucky this time, but luck was nowhere more fickle than in the air. Past the scattered Eagles swept several dozen aircraft headed toward Greater Baghdad. To Iraqi gunners, the Armada appeared to be a bomber fleet intent on pummeling the Iraqi capital with blows to complement the earlier strikes by F-117s and Tomahawks. Search and tracking radars, many of which had been kept unused lest they betray their positions, now flickered to life. Unlike the stealth fighters, these planes were easily detected. Jubilant Iraqi batteries began reporting the flaming wreckage of many Allied aircraft. In this, as was so often to be the case, the Iraqis displayed fatal misjudgment. The aircraft were not bombers, they were drones. Some, the BQM-74s, had been launched from airfields south of the Saudi border. They flew programmed routes that put them in orbit near Baghdad. Only 13 feet long, each powered with a small jet engine, they bore radar reflectors that lent them the appearance of larger warplanes. Others, known as tactical air-launched decoys, were gliders flung from Navy aircraft. 3 minutes behind the drones, and 40 minutes after the AT&T building had first been struck, a real force of 70 aircraft formed a picket line 30 miles south of Baghdad. Flying in silence, zip-lip, the pilots were permitted a single radio call. Magnum, the code word for launching a radar-killing HARM missile. Again and again the call rang out, and more than 200 HARM missiles sped north. Designed to home in on enemy radar beams, the HARMs fell like a volley of arrows on dozens of Iraqi radar dishes. British pilots also launched new and even more sophisticated alarm missiles. After climbing to 70,000 feet, the alarm popped open a parachute and floated to Earth while searching for Iraqi radar emissions. On finding a suitable target, the missile jettisoned the parachute and dived into the radar site. The Allied attack was clever and sophisticated, relying on a tactic similar to that employed by the Israelis against Syrian troops in the Bekaa Valley in 1982. In less than an hour, the Iraqi air defense network, which had cost billions of dollars and taken years to construct, was crippled. Hundreds of SAMs and tens of thousands of anti-aircraft rounds would still be fired, and several dozen Allied planes lost. But the Iraqis' ability to orchestrate a coherent, unified defense was gone. If they were to fight, it would be, as Rommel had foretold, as savages. Salman Pak, Iraq. 2 more waves of stealth fighters swept across the border roughly an hour behind the first, oblivious of the earlier success because of a strict radio blackout. A dozen aircraft flew in one batch, 8 in the other. Their targets included additional strikes against the Iraqi Air Force and Air Defense Headquarters and the presidential retreat at Abu Ghraib. They also headed for biological weapons bunkers, television towers, Saddam's bunker in Baghdad, ammunition dumps, more air defense complexes, and a radio transmitter. The barrage of missile and anti-aircraft fire around the capital had not abated. On the contrary, the earlier attacks by Tomahawks, F-117s, harms, and decoys provoked the Iraqi gunners to shoot with abandon. 50 miles south of his target, Major Mike Mahar saw what he assumed were the fiery splashes of bombs rippling across the landscape. Yet there were no Allied bombers in front of him. Puzzled, he craned his neck for a better look over the stealth fighter's beak-like nose. The flashes, he abruptly realized, came from gunfire and SAM batteries. Sheets of fire swept up toward him. Great black puffs detonated above and below, buffeting the airplane. The stench of cordite seeped into the cockpit. Looking down through the tracers, Mahar spotted long strings of headlights from Iraqis fleeing their capital. Gooseflesh covered his arms. The hair stood up on the back of his neck. Trembling uncontrollably, he lowered the seat as far as it would go until no more than the top of his helmet was visible from outside the cockpit. With the target area still more than 5 minutes ahead, Major Mahar had not the slightest doubt that he was about to die. He considered his options. He could press on and perish, or cut and run. If he turned back, someone else would have to fly the mission. Another pilot would die in his place. The shame would be unbearable. But the thought of his children growing up without a father stabbed at him. Before taking off from Khamis Musait, he had written farewell letters, one to his 4-year-old daughter, one to his 2-year-old son. He had tried to imagine what he would have recalled if his own father had vanished when he himself was 2. He explained in the letters that he had sworn an oath to give his life, if so ordered, to defend the Constitution. Yet the vow taken when he was a 17-year-old cadet had a different cast now that he was 36 and heading into combat. Even as he sealed the letters, Mahar hadn't expected war. Through the suiting up, the final briefs, the pre-flight checks, he awaited the order to stand down, the word that Saddam Hussein had begun to withdraw from Kuwait. When he taxied down the runway and lifted into the night sky, he had listened for the order to return to base. The airplane dragged him northward. Now he could hear the fierce boom of explosions outside the cockpit. Mahar had spent 18 years in uniform preparing for this. Before flying stealth fighters, he had been a Strategic Air Command pilot, trained to attack the Soviet Union with nuclear weapons. But never had he anticipated the raw terror that had hold of him. How foolish he had been to think of war as a glamorous adventure. When the first stealth squadron was deployed to Saudi Arabia in August, Mahar had been among those ordered to remain in Nevada. Refusing to obey, he stowed away on an Air Force tanker to Jeddah, then hid for a week at Khamis until the colonels finally relented and let him stay. Now, that seemed a childish stunt. In his mind's eye, he pictured the lethal Iraqi round leaving the gun muzzle below, streaking up, blasting the plane to pieces. He was grateful the F-117 had only a single seat. At least he didn't have another life to worry about. He shifted uncomfortably, feeling a bruise rising beneath the 9mm pistol holstered under his arm. The booming around the plane seemed to grow louder. If he could make the noise stop, drown it out, perhaps his nerves would steady. He thought of Christmas 3 weeks before, and the caroling at Khamis. He began to sing, softly at first. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. By the time he reached the refrain, Mahar was in full throat. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. He belted out another verse, and another, while scanning the terrain with his infrared sensors until he found his target just southeast of the capital, a biological weapons bunker at Salman Pak, one of Iraq's best defended military installations. Centering the crosshairs, Mahar punched loose a bomb. As it swept toward the bunker, guided by the F-117's laser beam, a quick movement above the plane distracted him. He glanced up to see a missile streak past the canopy and detonate in a brilliant burst of yellow. The aircraft shook and seemed to falter. For 10 seconds, the flash left him sightless, beset with new spasms of fear. As his vision returned, he saw that the altimeter and other instruments showed the plane was plummeting. But before he could react, the needles stopped whirling, and the red warning lights went out. The shock wave from the explosion had temporarily knocked the instruments askew, but the plane appeared to be unscathed. The bomb, he knew, had missed, fallen far wide of the target. Mahar hardly cared. He was alive. Exhilaration began to creep over him, as intense as terror had been moments before. He would be back to drop more bombs, as many as it took. Like Killer Miller in his F-15, like hundreds of novice pilots across the war zone, he now was blooded. Banking the aircraft around to the south, Mahar was troubled only by the prospect of being the sole survivor of this terrible mission. No one else, he was certain, could possibly come home alive. Riyadh. Major Mahar was wrong. They all came home. All of the stealth fighters, all of the Eagles and Ravens, Falcons and Harriers, Warthogs and Aardvarks, Tomcats and Weasels. 8 search and rescue helicopters sent deep into Iraq to snatch up the expected covey of downed pilots also returned, happily empty. Of the 1,000 sorties flown this first night, 1 Allied pilot died. Lieutenant Commander Scott Spiker, flying from the USS Saratoga in the Red Sea, was shot down by a MiG-25 that apparently slipped through a gap in AWACS coverage, spotted the flash of a harm fired from Spiker's F-14, and killed him with a missile. Across a 600-mile front, from the Iraqi naval base at Qasr in the east to 6 Scud sites in the far west, the marauders bombed, rocketed, mined, and missiled. Lumbering B-52s, flying in combat for the first time since Vietnam, loosed hundreds of bombs on 4 airfields: As Salman, Galaisan, Wadi al-Kir, and Mudaisis. 22 British Tornadoes either dropped runway-cratering munitions or fired radar-killing alarm missiles at targets that included Al-Assad and Al-Taqadum airfields in central Iraq. Navy pilots from Saratoga also struck Al-Taqadum aircraft hangars with 2,000-pound laser-guided bombs. They were followed by planes from USS Kennedy, which hit a MiG maintenance depot. Marine Corps A-6s struck a rail yard southeast of Basra. 38 Air Force, Navy, and Saudi planes together shattered Shaiba Airfield near Basra. 53 F-111Fs, flying in attack packages of 4 to 8 jets each, bombed chemical bunkers at H-3 Airfield, Salman Pak, and Ad Diwaniyah. Others hit airfields and control towers at Jalibah and Balad southeast in Iraq, and Ali al-Salem and Ahmed al-Jaber in Kuwait. There were, inevitably, mistakes. Targets missed or never found. Planes aborted before takeoff. Pilots' sins of omission or commission. Missiles that misfired or avionics that malfunctioned. Half of the attackers of Ali al-Salem veered away in the face of intense Iraqi fire. A strike against Saddam's summer home in Tikrit went sour when one bomber turned back, and another, aiming for the vast skylight in the palace roof, abruptly broke off the attack to evade 3 missiles. F-111s, returning to their base at Taif in western Saudi Arabia, found themselves so low on fuel, the pilots screamed over the radio for aerial tankers, that half the wing ended up scattered at emergency airfields across Saudi Arabia. And of the 32 bombs dropped by the second and third waves of F-117s, only 15 hit their targets. It mattered not a whit. In the 20th century, only one sizable war had been decided by a single battle on a single day, the 1967 conflict between Israeli and Arab. Now there were two. Schwarzkopf, Calvin Waller, and Chuck Horner watched with ebullient disbelief from their Riyadh headquarters as squadron after squadron reported targets struck with no losses. Before first light, they knew that the plan had worked. Iraq was doomed. In the 9 major wars waged heretofore by the United States, the nation had been chronically unprepared to fight. From Bull Run to Kasserine Pass, from the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor to Task Force Smith in Korea, the historical record of initial American sallies into combat was dismal. Rarely striking the first blow, habitually underrating the enemy and overestimating American fighting prowess, the country had forfeited thousands of lives before rousing and steeling itself. This first battle, by contrast, had found the nation ready. Though hardly flawless, the combination of tactical ingenuity and raw power in the initial attacks helped ensure that war would not become a quagmire. Across the war zone, combatant and spectator sifted through the battle reports and wondered what would happen next. At Khamis Mushait, maintenance crews lined the runways, every man saluting as the returning F-117s touched down. Like bats, the stealth fighters retired to their caves until covering night fell again. But at 20 other bases across the Arabian subcontinent, and on 6 aircraft carriers, fresh pilots roused themselves to prepare for new attacks, which would be launched with the rising sun. And in Baghdad, where clapping Iraqis had trooped to their shelters chanting, "Palestine belongs to the Arabs and Kuwait belongs to Iraq," the long night of bombs and booming guns had doused any trace of festivity. Now terrified children clutched their mothers, and their wailing found echo in the muezzin's call to morning prayer, broadcast from minarets at 5:20 as the last Allied planes sped away. Then the guns fell silent, and a false dawn glowed in the east, and the crier's pious chants carried over the city with the precise pitch of lamentation. Chapter 2. First Day. Long after the last bomb had fallen, the brilliance of the Allied campaign would overshadow all but the proximate cause of the conflict: Iraqi cupidity. Then, slowly, a larger tale of mutual miscalculation and blurred vision would emerge, staining the image of virtue triumphing over iniquity. Whether war could have been averted is unknowable. Given Saddam Hussein's greed and the clear danger he posed, his defeat would stand as a victory for the United States and its allies. But the prelude to war, not unlike its aftermath, was neither simple nor unambiguous. American policy toward Iraq parsed neatly into 2 phases: pre- and post-invasion. The former was distinguished by realpolitik run amok. In the early 1980s, eager to contain Iran's Islamic fundamentalism, Washington had begun tilting toward Baghdad during Saddam Hussein's war with Tehran. In 1982, Iraq fell from the U.S. government's list of nations supporting international terrorism, paving the way for Saddam to start receiving American aid a year later. In 1984, the CIA covertly began sharing intelligence data with Baghdad to forestall an Iraqi battlefield collapse. With Washington's secret approval, several Arab nations also shipped American-made howitzers, bombs, and other military equipment to Saddam. From this expedient beginning grew a feckless strategy that sought, in President Bush's sad idiom, to draw Iraq into the family of nations. Weeks after the Bush administration took office, in early 1989, a U.S. State Department report noted that Iraq was sheltering Palestinian terrorists while amassing a vast arsenal and again hectoring Kuwait over the disputed border. Other intelligence briefs recounted Saddam's efforts to purchase nuclear bomb components and his barbarous use of chemical weapons to purge Kurdish villages in northern Iraq. Nevertheless, in October 1989, Bush signed National Security Decision Directive 26, secretly commanding the U.S. government to expand trade and other ties with Baghdad in an effort to moderate Iraqi behavior while helping to rebuild the war-ravaged country. NSDD 26 also decreed that the United States would impose economic and political sanctions if Saddam continued to develop weapons of mass destruction. This philosophy of reward or punishment, perhaps plausible in theory, proved bootless in practice. Preoccupied with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the reunification of Germany, the administration ignored ample signs that Saddam, after his war with Iran ended in 1988, was not so much rebuilding as rearming. Despite the Pentagon's qualms over his voracious appetite for military hardware, the decision to cultivate better commercial and political ties held sway. More warnings accumulated in Washington, from U.S. Customs, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and officials in the Departments of State and Energy, but they were silenced by the weight of NSDD 26. In the fall of 1989, a federal prosecutor and the CIA both noted evidence of possible illegal transactions by the Atlanta branch of Italy's Banca Nazionale del Lavoro. The bank had funneled more than $4 billion in loans and loan guarantees to Iraq, much of which was diverted for weapons purchases. Even so, Secretary of State James A. Baker III and others successfully pressed for White House approval in November 1989 of another $1 billion in government-backed agricultural credits for Iraq, already the world's major beneficiary of the program. 3 months later, Baker's own State Department concluded that Iraq's human rights record remains abysmal. Yet so, unfortunately, was the American record of courting Saddam. Not unlike the periodic efforts by Arab monarchies to control Baghdad with cash payoffs, Washington wagered billions of dollars in its attempt to convert a sow's ear into a silk purse. When Iraq defaulted on loans guaranteed by the agricultural program, U.S. taxpayers would be stuck with a bill of more than $1 billion. In the 5 years preceding Saddam's attack, the United States also had approved nearly 800 export licenses, permitting Saddam to buy technology with potential military applications, including products eventually used in missile, artillery, chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons programs. Such purchases were only a small fraction of those made by Iraq in Europe, the Soviet Union, and elsewhere. The British government, for example, permitted illegal sales of arms manufacturing equipment in order to maintain an intelligence pipeline into Iraq. Subsequent claims by Bush's political adversaries that the United States substantially rebuilt Saddam's army were exaggerated, but the administration certainly contributed to Iraq's emergence as a Middle East military power rivaling Israel. Despite the dismay of some U.S. officials over a policy that had produced no perceptible modification in Saddam's behavior, an interagency meeting in early 1990 concluded it was too soon to abandon the effort to engage Baghdad. In March, Iraqi agents were caught trying to smuggle nuclear triggers from Britain. Yet secret American intelligence sharing continued until early summer. As late as June, the administration resisted congressional proposals to slap Iraq with economic sanctions. In the final weeks before the August invasion of Kuwait, American efforts to deter Saddam remained inconsistent, if not incoherent. On July 17, 1990, the Iraqi leader had publicly threatened to use force to resolve his disputes in the Gulf. Later, recalling such warnings, Bush's critics would accuse the administration of unconscionable passivity. But this distorted the record. On July 19th, Baker cabled the American ambassador in Baghdad, April C. Glaspie, who subsequently informed the Iraqis that disputes should be settled by peaceful means, not through intimidation. 5 days later, Glaspie delivered another message from Baker, which noted that we remain committed to ensure the free flow of oil from the Gulf and to support the sovereignty and integrity of the Gulf states. In a much-debated meeting with Saddam on July 25th, Glaspie repeated the American desire for a settlement by peaceful means, while noting that we have no opinion on the Arab-Arab conflicts, like your border disagreement with Kuwait. President Bush, she added, hoped to broaden and deepen our relations with Iraq. Glaspie's casual attitude alarmed some officials in Washington, particularly at the Pentagon. "This stinks," declared Paul Wolfowitz, the defense undersecretary, after reading the ambassador's dispatch. "We've got to get a stronger presidential message." On July 28th, Bush sent his own three-paragraph dispatch to Saddam, asserting that differences are best resolved by peaceful means and not by threats. "We still have fundamental concerns about certain Iraqi policies and activities." Although not wholly passive, the administration's signals were hardly tantamount to a warning shot across the bow. Washington dithered in a funk of disbelief even as Iraqi forces marshaled for the southern onslaught. Most policymakers assumed that Saddam was bluffing, or, as Norman Schwarzkopf believed, that at most he would occupy the Rumaila oil field and Bubiyan Island. Bush's aides met on August 1st to consider a sterner warning, but the opportunity for an effective démarche had gone begging. At 1 a.m. on August 2nd, 3 Iraqi Republican Guard divisions crossed the frontier with nearly 1,000 tanks. The Tawalkana and Hammurabi divisions rolled south to seize the Al-Jabra Heights overlooking Kuwait City, while the Medina veered farther west to block approaches from the Saudi border. 30 minutes later, special forces landed by helicopter in the Kuwaiti capital and began seizing key government buildings. The emir fled to Saudi Arabia, but his brother was killed in a shootout at the Dasman Palace. By early evening, the capital had fallen. Iraqi tanks advanced south to capture Kuwaiti ports. Within 4 days, portions of 11 divisions occupied the emirate. Kuwait, Saddam proclaimed in his message of annexation, no longer existed except as the 19th province, an eternal part of Iraq. American maneuvering would prove as adroit, resolute, and ingenious after the invasion as it had been clumsy, amoral, and unimaginative before. The United Nations Security Council on August 2nd condemned the attack in the first of a dozen resolutions orchestrated by Washington to confront Saddam with a wall of international opposition. 3 days later, with the obduracy that would mark his public pronouncements for the next 6 months, Bush declared that this will not stand, this aggression against Kuwait. He and Baker began a 166-day blitzkrieg of coercive diplomacy that imposed onerous economic sanctions on Iraq and eventually extracted military contributions from 38 nations. Among the first and most important allies in the coalition were the Soviet Union, Iraq's erstwhile Cold War patron, and Saudi Arabia, where King Fahd recognized that the House of Saud was unlikely to survive in a Persian Gulf dominated by Saddam Hussein. 4 days after the invasion, Fahd agreed to a massive buildup of American troops. Within 10 days, more than 200 U.S. combat planes had flown to Saudi bases. In late August, Schwarzkopf, who as head of Central Command assumed the role of theater commander-in-chief, arrived in Riyadh, where he began planning for the ejection of Iraqi forces from Kuwait, even as he prepared to defend the Saudi kingdom. Whether Saddam had designs on the even vaster oil fields of eastern Saudi Arabia was furiously debated in Washington and Riyadh. In retrospect, it appears he did not. But in early August, the CIA concluded that Saddam's troops had the wherewithal to reach the Saudi capital in 3 days. CENTCOM postulated 3 possible invasion routes, including a drive straight down the coast to Dhahran. By late August, Schwarzkopf had assembled a force of 7 Army brigades, 3 aircraft carrier battle groups, 14 fighter squadrons, 17,000 Marines, and on the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia, a squadron of B-52s. By early October, Schwarzkopf reported that the window of vulnerability had sufficiently narrowed to guarantee a successful defense of the kingdom. Through the fall and into the winter, the extraordinary Allied buildup continued at a pace far exceeding that in Vietnam a quarter-century before. A transport plane landed at Dhahran Air Base every 7 minutes around the clock, hauling war materiel that ultimately reached 7 times the cargo tonnage flown in the Berlin airlift of 1948. The call-up of National Guard and Reserve units begun in late August eventually grew to 245,000 men and women, nearly half of whom served in Southeast Asia. By November, the United States had deployed 60 Navy ships, more than 1,000 airplanes, including 590 shooters, and 250,000 troops. Bush's decision at that time to double the American commitment, including the unprecedented movement of an entire Army Corps from Europe, would raise the total Allied force to 4,000 tanks, 150 ships, and more than 600,000 troops by the time the war began. A diplomatic juggernaut accompanied the military buildup. White House telephone logs in the month after the invasion listed 62 calls from the president to various foreign leaders. Bush and Baker cajoled, pleaded, and offered sundry compensations to weave together their alliance. Egypt was forgiven its $7 billion debt to the U.S. Treasury. Turkey got textile trade concessions. China was again pardoned for suppressing dissident Democrats in Tiananmen Square. Syria received absolution for many of the same sins of which Saddam now stood accused, including state-supported terrorism. The president also avoided sharp condemnation of the Soviet crackdown in the Baltics in order to keep Moscow as an ally in the Gulf. Bush's diplomatic virtuosity was matched by his deft political touch at home. On November 30th, a day after the Security Council authorized all necessary means to liberate Kuwait, the president offered to exchange envoys with Baghdad in an attempt to resolve the crisis short of war. To further mollify a divided Congress and a wary American public, he subsequently agreed to a congressional vote on whether military force should be used against Saddam. Gradually, the president outmaneuvered those advocating an indefinite reliance on economic sanctions to choke Iraq into submission. Bush consistently couched his Persian Gulf policy as a crusade for what's right, but he was not beyond the use of deception. He initially denied considering American military intervention, exaggerated the Iraqi threat to Saudi Arabia, deliberately minimized Arab efforts to effect a diplomatic solution, dissembled regarding the size of the American deployment and his willingness to link Saddam's withdrawal from Kuwait to the settlement of other problems in the Middle East, and concealed his own belief, arrived at soon after the invasion, that war was more likely than not. Whether the president was uncertain of his own mind, or simply convinced that the end justified the means, is difficult to assess. Perhaps a bit of both. Certainly, his greatest ally through the 5-month prelude to war was Saddam Hussein. It is no small irony that the Iraqi leader appears to have believed even before August 2nd that the United States, in league with the Arab monarchies, was determined to crush his regime. A baffling assessment, given Washington's efforts to appease him. He compounded his paranoia with another strategic miscalculation, that the industrialized West could turn the other cheek when a fifth of the world's trillion-barrel oil reserve fell under Baghdad's dominion. Saddam's subsequent miscalculations were legion. He had attacked when world oil supplies were plentiful, thus weakening his economic leverage, and when relations between world powers were better than at any time since the Congress of Vienna in 1815. In confronting the United States, he picked a fight with a nation that had 15 times the population of Iraq and 80 times its gross national product, on the apparent assumption that Washington would display no more staying power in the Middle East than it had after the U.S. Marine Corps barracks was bombed in Beirut in 1983. Saddam failed to reassure Fahd of his benign intentions toward Saudi Arabia, thus pushing Riyadh into Washington's arms. He forfeited any hope of world sympathy by seizing thousands of Western hostages in Iraq and Kuwait, then simplified Schwarzkopf's military planning by setting them free in December. He rejected French, Arab, and Soviet mediation efforts that could well have given him at least a partial victory without bloodshed. He calculated, wrongly, that his Arab opponents could not survive the political consequences of war with a brother Arab, particularly if he lured Israel into the fight. A generation earlier, Omar Bradley had warned against waging the wrong war, at the wrong place, at the wrong time, and with the wrong enemy. Whatever policy failings had contributed to the crisis in the Persian Gulf, George Bush was now convinced, with a certitude not widely shared by his fellow Americans, that he had the rare opportunity to wage a wholly righteous conflict. The right war, at the right place, at the right time, and against the right enemy. On January 9th, James Baker met for nearly 7 hours in Geneva with the Iraqi Foreign Minister, Tariq Aziz. The secretary presented a 3-page letter from Bush to Saddam, in which the president warned there can be no reward for aggression. Nor will there be any negotiation. Principle cannot be compromised. Aziz refused to accept the missive and repeated Baghdad's intransigent stand. Perhaps, he told Baker, it will just come down to fate. Throughout the nation, in offices and on factory floors and across millions of supper tables, Americans passionately debated the proper course. On January 12th, an emotional congressional debate ended with the House of Representatives authorizing the use of force by a vote of 250 to 183. The Senate concurred, 52 to 47. More in sorrow than in anger, the nation steeled itself for combat. Not since the Cuban Missile Crisis had the world endured such gut-wrenching brinksmanship. Not since August 1914 had the world witnessed such a ponderous prelude to conflagration. Armies trudging forward, reserves and resources mobilized, civilians evacuated, trenches deepened. For whatever purpose God has, General Schwarzkopf wrote in a letter to his family, we will soon be at war. And now war would serve as its own justification. Washington, D.C. Beneath the concrete portals of the Pentagon's river entrance, in a drab basement vault numbered BF 922, the pummeling of Iraq in the war's initial hours was played out, bomb by bomb, in the imagination of the man most responsible for plotting the aerial destruction of Saddam's war machine. Colonel John A. Warden III saw it all in his mind's eye. The phones gone dead, the lights gone out, the flames licking from 100 shattered targets. Sitting at a wooden table with the inch-thick timetable of the first night's attack before him, he watched the clock and punched the air in a small gesture of triumph whenever the moment passed for the obliteration of another crucial target. 5 months before, he had assured Norman Schwarzkopf and Colin Powell that air power would lay Iraq low. Now, he believed, that promise was redeemed. Less than a week after the invasion of Kuwait, Schwarzkopf had asked the Joint Chiefs for help in designing a counterstrike in the event of war. The job fell to Colonel Warden, who headed an Air Force planning cell called Checkmate. His first blueprint bore a striking resemblance to the war plan executed in January. In war, no less than in peace, success has 1,000 fathers, and paternity claims in the Persian Gulf War would mount in direct proportion to Allied achievements. Yet no claim was stronger than Warden's. Outside the Air Force, he was largely anonymous. Within the service, he was a figure of controversy, revered as a visionary, disdained as a zealot. A manner that seemed courtly and pensive to some struck others as patronizing and bookish. He roundly rebuked the Air Force, particularly the so-called fighter mafia at Tactical Air Command, for a narrow and defensive concept of war that dwelt excessively on support for the Army against a Soviet tank assault. The service, Warden insisted, had lost its focus by failing to think of combat in bold strategic strokes, by wanting to hack at an enemy's limbs rather than thrusting at its heart. Such criticisms, and the pontifical tone in which Warden sometimes delivered them, sat badly with many of his colleagues. Although Warden had flown nearly 300 combat missions in Vietnam, and later commanded an F-15 wing in Germany, his credentials as a warrior aviator were considered suspect. Within the fraternity of senior Air Force generals, so tightly woven as to be dubbed the Blue Curtain, he was said to lack good hands. No more damning slur could be cast at any pilot. The dexterity needed to operate the toggles and buttons in an F-15 was such that air crews spoke of playing the piccolo. But into those hands was committed the planning for the air campaign against Iraq. Warden had set to work beneath the stern stare of Henry Hap Arnold, the World War II air chief whose portrait hung on his office wall. Exactly 80 years before Desert Storm began, in January 1911, the first bomb had fallen from an airplane when a barnstorming pilot in San Francisco dropped a pipe full of black powder as a fairground stunt. Millions of tons of high explosives had fallen since, yet air power still was deemed a developing art, fraught with uncertainty. Pilots also had an unfortunate tradition of over-promising, as exemplified by Claire Chennault's boast to Franklin Roosevelt in 1942 that with just 150 fighters and 42 bombers, he could accomplish the downfall of Japan. In the same year, the British Air Marshal, Arthur Bomber Harris, had predicted that the razing of German cities would effect the destruction of Nazi industry and morale. Yet the enemy's fighting spirit remained intact. Industrial production continued to rise for 2 more years, and the national telephone system worked even as Red Army troops smashed through the suburbs of Berlin. Strategic bombing in 1945 was discredited, and in some quarters condemned as an atrocity. Worden, a tireless partisan of the supremacy of air warfare, was undaunted. He believed every warring state had centers of gravity, the phrase of Clausewitz that Worden defined in his book, The Air Campaign, as the point where the enemy is most vulnerable and the point where an attack will have the best chance of being decisive. Alexander the Great had destroyed Persian sea power by seizing enemy bases on the Mediterranean littoral, Worden wrote, thus successfully attacking the Persian center of gravity without ever waging a sea battle. The German Luftwaffe in 1940 had misjudged the British center of gravity by prematurely abandoning attacks on the Royal Air Force in favor of peripheral strikes on London and other cities. Worden also believed that every modern state, regardless of size, had 3,000 to 5,000 strategic aim points. Find and strike those points, he decreed, and you paralyze the enemy, whether he is Soviet or Iraqi. This was not a new premise. French aviators before World War I spoke of bombing points sensibles, sensitive spots, whose destruction would block critical supply lines or production chains. Early air power theorists also postulated that a modern centralized state could not endure substantial damage to its capital. Some enthusiasts had predicted that an aerial knockout blow could cause enough civil upheaval to result in the overthrow of an enemy government. Giulio Douhet, the dogmatic and imperious Italian artilleryman who became air power's most celebrated theorist in the 1920s, even argued that combat in the air offered a merciful alternative to the carnage of ground fighting, a view still supported by many in the modern United States Air Force. Yet theory had never quite lived up to expectations. The potential of the strategic air offensive was greater than its achievement, British Bomber Command historians admitted after World War II. Worden believed, however, that modern munitions offered a precision that would marry theory and practice. A B-17 bomber in World War II had a circular error probable of 3,300 feet, meaning that half of the bombs dropped would likely fall within that radius. Mathematically, that meant it took 9,000 bombs to achieve a 90% probability of hitting a target measuring 60 by 100 feet. A bomber can hit a town from 10,000 feet, one military writer observed, if the town is big enough. Even in Vietnam, hitting that 60 by 100-foot rectangle required 300 bombs. But an F-117 carrying laser-guided munitions could, theoretically, destroy the target with a single bomb. On August 8th, immediately after receiving his orders, Worden gathered a dozen officers from his checkmate staff and began translating his beliefs into a war plan. On a blackboard, he drew 5 concentric circles, representing Iraq's centers of gravity. The innermost circle, he said, stood for Iraqi leadership. The next circle, the second most critical center of gravity, represented petroleum and electricity targets, without which a modern military was crippled. Third was Iraqi infrastructure, particularly transportation. Fourth was the Iraqi population. The fifth and outermost circle symbolized Saddam's fielded military force. Strategic warfare, Worden declared, is only indirectly concerned with what is happening on some distant battlefield. Air power could leap over the outer rings to devastate the enemy's core. Each of Worden's 5 categories was then listed in column form for targeting purposes. Under leadership, the checkmate officers initially scribbled Saddam. 2 days later, after reflecting on the American legal prohibitions against assassinating foreign leaders and the importance of achievable objectives, this was amended to isolate and incapacitate Hussein's regime. Worden subsequently propped a large satellite map of Baghdad against the wall. Using data from the CIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, and elsewhere, he began filling the map with target pins, eventually 45 of them. To illustrate the devastating consequences of hitting just a handful of key sites, he also produced a map of Greater Washington with equivalent targets: the White House, the Capitol, the Pentagon, Blair House, Camp David, CIA headquarters in Langley, National Security Agency headquarters at Fort Meade, power plants in Northern Virginia and Southern Maryland, telecommunications facilities for AT&T, MCI, and Sprint, FBI headquarters, Andrews Air Force Base. A 2-inch snowfall paralyzes Washington, Worden told his officers, so imagine what blows to these targets would do to the city. Checkmate's writ was to draft an attack scheme that could be executed by the end of August. As the plan took shape, Worden called it Instant Thunder, in deliberate contrast to the gradually escalated Rolling Thunder campaign in Vietnam. In 1964, the Pentagon had drafted a remarkably similar proposal with 94 strategic targets in North Vietnam. Not until the Linebacker 1 air campaign in May 1972 did the White House authorize the bombing of most of those sites. On August 10th, Worden and several other checkmate officers flew to Central Command headquarters in Tampa for a quick conference with Schwarzkopf. The CINC looked weary after more than a week of frenzied preparations. On the flight to Florida, Worden and his deputies had talked about translating the concept of an air campaign into terms that would excite an Army infantry officer like Schwarzkopf. They latched on to 2 historical analogies, which Worden proposed to the CINC after a brief sketch of Iraqi vulnerabilities. The first was the famous Schlieffen Plan, drafted by the Germans before World War I as a stratagem for skirting French strongholds. It called for attacking through Belgium and along the Channel coast. With air power, Worden believed, Schwarzkopf could similarly bypass Iraqi strongholds to attack the more critical centers of gravity. The checkmate theorists discreetly avoided noting that Count Schlieffen's plan, when modified and executed in August 1914, led to 4 years of horrific trench warfare. Worden's second analogy was more contemporary and eminently American. You have a chance, he told the CINC, to achieve a victory equivalent to or greater than MacArthur's Inchon landing by executing an air Inchon in Iraq. As the historian Barbara Tuchman once wrote, dead battles, like dead generals, hold the military mind in their dead grip. Schwarzkopf stirred with renewed animation. He had been leery of Worden as a devotee of the Curtis LeMay school of Air Force planners, but he liked the plan and the ideas behind it. "I want to see more," he said. "Come back in a week." The next day, August 11th, Worden outlined Instant Thunder for Colin Powell in the chairman's Pentagon office. "This plan may win the war," Worden said. "You may not need a ground attack. I think the Iraqis will withdraw from Kuwait as a result of the strategic campaign." Powell was intrigued, but he nurtured an infantryman's instinctive wariness of flyboy promises. He ordered Worden to draw other services into the planning. "I don't want to end the war without certain things being accomplished," the chairman added. "I don't want Saddam Hussein to walk away with his army intact. He could claim a political victory." He leaned forward. "I want to leave those tanks as smoking kilometer signposts all the way back to Baghdad." For the next week, Checkmate labored round the clock to refine Instant Thunder and to draft a rudimentary operations order laying out an attack sequence. Worden napped on the couch in his office, leaving only long enough to dash to the Pentagon gymnasium for a shower and shave. On August 17th, he again flew to Tampa. At 10 a.m. in the CENTCOM amphitheater, Worden flashed the first slide of his presentation, classified Top Secret LIMDIS, Limited Distribution. What it is: a focused, intense air campaign designed to incapacitate Iraqi leadership and destroy key Iraqi military capability in a short period of time. And it is designed to leave basic Iraqi infrastructure intact. What it is not: a graduated, long-term campaign plan designed to provide escalation options to counter Iraqi moves. Worden showed Schwarzkopf 84 targets, now classified in 10 target categories. Among them were 10 air defense targets, 8 chemical, 5 leadership, 19 telecommunications, 10 electrical. A single target might have many strategic aim points. This attack, Worden estimated, would knock out 60% of the electrical power in Baghdad, 35% in Iraq overall. 70% of the country's oil refining capacity would be destroyed. Several squadrons of A-10 Warthogs would be held in reserve to deal with any Iraqi tanks that ventured south. When he was listing potential hazards, Worden flashed another slide that read, "Scuds, long-range missiles, chemical capable, present real problem." With fair weather, the campaign should take about 6 days to complete, he said, using 670 airplanes, averaging roughly 1,000 sorties a day. Under a slide entitled Expected Results, Worden predicted, "National leadership and command and control destroyed. Iraq's strategic offense and defense eliminated for extended period. Iraq's economy disrupted. Iraq's capability to export oil not significantly degraded." Schwarzkopf complimented Worden, but stressed the importance of also bombing Iraq's Army of Occupation, particularly the Republican Guard divisions, which contained Saddam's best troops. As the briefing ended, an Air Force general sitting in on the session asked Schwarzkopf, "Sir, is there anything else we can do for you?" Schwarzkopf pointed to Worden. "Give me him. I want him to take this plan to Horner." On August 20th at 2 p.m., Worden and 3 of his lieutenant colonels trooped into a third-floor office at the Royal Saudi Air Force headquarters in Riyadh. The checkmate officers lugged a crate of razors, lip balm, and sunblock, brought as a goodwill offering to their Air Force comrades in Saudi Arabia. Lieutenant General Horner, who had arrived 2 weeks earlier to serve as Schwarzkopf's point man during the initial deployment, sat at the corner of a conference table. Glancing disdainfully at Checkmate's crate, he uttered a curt "Ahem." From that sour beginning, the session dissolved in acrimony. Horner had never read Worden's book on air campaigns, but he was wary of his brethren in blue who made sweeping claims for Air Force hegemony. Air power airheads, he called them. The previous April, Horner and his 9th Air Force staff had worked closely with Schwarzkopf on an exercise code named Internal Look, which postulated an attack by Iraq against Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Horner had his own ideas about which targets to hit, particularly oil refineries and bridges. Like many senior officers, he resented meddling from Washington. It reminded him of Lyndon Johnson picking targets in the White House, while boasting that American pilots in Vietnam couldn't even bomb an outhouse without my approval. In Horner's view, Worden was a Pentagon intruder peddling an inflexible scheme, one not open to further discussion. Worden struggled through his briefing amid muttered jibes about armchair generals and the typical academic crap you'd expect out of Washington. Horner's immediate concern centered on several Iraqi armored divisions poised to strike from southern Kuwait. "What happens if the Iraqis attack?" he asked. "They have a lot of tanks ready to come south." Worden shook his head. "Sir, I don't think they're going to attack. You're too concerned with the defense." Worden's deputies winced, but it was too late. An awkward silence filled the room. "Sir, I apologize," Worden said at last. "I may have gone too far." Horner replied gruffly, "Apology accepted," and the briefing sputtered to a close. Horner then turned to each of the checkmate lieutenant colonels and asked if he would remain in Riyadh temporarily. For Worden, there was no invitation, only a terse and final "thank you." That evening, Worden reported to Riyadh Air Base for the return flight to Washington. He sagged with disappointment and exhaustion. His deputy, Lieutenant Colonel David A. Depula, tried unsuccessfully to brighten his spirits. "Don't worry, sir. We'll try to maintain the integrity of the plan." Worden nodded glumly, turned, and walked to the waiting jet. John Worden's Instant Thunder underwent many changes in the next 5 months. The number of target categories grew from 10 to 12. The number of strategic targets swelled from 84 to 386 on January 17th. By war's end, the figure would surpass 700. And the number of aircraft to attack those targets nearly doubled after Bush's decision in November to expand the American forces deployed to the Gulf. At Horner's insistence, even the code name Instant Thunder vanished from all planning documents, supplanted by the more prosaic Offensive Campaign Phase 1. The vast apparatus of American intelligence agencies dumped tens of thousands of pages of information and photographs on the strike planners. Some of it proved wretchedly inadequate, notably the analyses of Iraq's nuclear weapons program. Other intelligence was sterling, including detailed descriptions of the Kari air defense system, first delivered in a secret analysis named Proud Flame by the Joint Electronic Warfare Center, then refined by SPEAR, a Navy intelligence unit outside Washington. Beyond Horner's potshots, Instant Thunder also took salvos from the Navy, which condemned the plan for focusing on Baghdad instead of enemy airfields and SAM sites. Worden's vision of an air assault that quickly brought Iraq to her knees was deemed politically naive, requiring what one naval officer ridiculed as the Mussolini ending, with the plucky natives throwing off their chains to string up the hated dictator. Yet, despite the sniping, the blueprint survived. Worden's essential ideas, emphasizing centers of gravity, focusing on leadership targets, leaping over Iraq's fielded forces to strike at the country's core, remained the principles behind Desert Storm. For Worden had left in Riyadh not only his plan, but his proxy, Dave Depula, who had promised to maintain the integrity of Instant Thunder. He did precisely that. Depula had been lent to Checkmate from the office of the Air Force Secretary, where he had been a staunch advocate of strategic air power. Good-humored and unassuming, Depula was an F-15 pilot and fighter weapons school alumnus with degrees in astronomy and engineering from the University of Virginia. Soon after arriving in Saudi Arabia, he gained Horner's confidence and became chief planner for Iraqi targeting in the top-secret cell, later known as the Black Hole. Depula kept the Worden flame, talking often, though always discreetly, to his former boss by phone. With similar tact, messages from Pentagon Office BF-922 were shorn of Worden's signature and the Air Force code designator for Checkmate, XOXW, before being shown to Horner. Depula also was keeper of the Master Attack Plan, a battered loose-leaf notebook in which he listed the specific targets to be hit. His imprint could be found throughout the air campaign. One day, for example, he had realized that paralyzing the fortified Iraqi sector operations centers in the initial attack did not require 8 2,000-pound bombs, as had been widely assumed. 1 or 2 GBU-27s, he calculated, would disorient the Iraqis enough to render them impotent the first night. The SOCs could then be pulverized at leisure on subsequent days. Depula amended the Master Attack Plan accordingly, freeing more than a dozen F-117s to hit other targets simultaneously. When the war ended, Horner would present him with a photograph inscribed, "Dave, you were the guru of the strategic air campaign that rewrote history. Thank you so much." One other figure completed the Air Force troika steering the air war from Riyadh. Among the theater's flamboyant fighter pilots, Brigadier General Buster C. Glosson was perhaps the most baroque. Brusque and profane, tireless and supremely confident, Glosson was anointed by Horner to be both chief targeter and commander of all Air Force wings in the Gulf. That investiture, together with his autocratic bearing, lent Glosson's single star the authority of 3 or 4. With Horner's blessing, he wielded his sovereignty like an axe. "If I don't see you here in 2 minutes," Glosson would bark on the phone to some delinquent subordinate, "I never want to see you again." Obstacles to his will he dismissed as pimples on the ass of progress. Impertinence he brushed aside with a tart, "Bullshit, do you think I'm brain-dead?" Moon-faced, with a shock of white hair, incipient paunch, and North Carolina drawl, Glosson resembled less the prototypical fighter jock than a Capitol Hill lobbyist, which is what he would become after the war, when he served as the Air Force's legislative chief in Washington. In a quarter-century career, he was said to have left behind more enemies than friends. In Riyadh, he made more of both. Many disliked him for being a poseur. Navy officers privately called him bluster. But even detractors conceded his ability to get things done. He spent countless hours on the telephone, coaxing better intelligence from Washington, badgering his wing commanders, cutting deals. Those whom he could neither command nor charm, he often outwitted. Like Horner, he employed the artful touch with Schwarzkopf, blending cajolery, dialectic, and raw resolve to prosecute the air war as he thought best. Never quite disobeying, he could be willfully dense, feigning confusion, or choosing, as he put it with a faint smile, to clarify the CINC's intent at a later time. Of his airmen's prowess, Glosson had no doubt. It doesn't matter what the ground attack plan is, he assured Schwarzkopf in the fall. Whatever you come up with will work, because the enemy will have been so reduced from the air. Air power alone, he added, could eliminate half of the Republican Guard in just 5 days, and the rest of Iraq's forces in the Kuwaiti theater in 12 days. In late December, Glosson met with the Army's generals outside Riyadh in a session that left many amazed by his brass. I own every one of those sons of bitches who will be dropping bombs, and they're going to do exactly what I tell them to do, Glosson declared. When I tell them something is going to happen, it's going to happen, even if I have to stack airplanes so high that they're the largest obstruction you face going north. In addition to smashing strategic targets in Baghdad and elsewhere, Allied planes would wage a relentless interdiction campaign to sever Iraqi supply lines, and then prepare the battlefield with thousands of sorties against entrenched enemy forces. The first American soldiers attacking into Iraq, Glosson vowed, would find at least half of the enemy armor, artillery, and troop concentrations destroyed. Don't worry about the Iraqi fire trenches. There won't be one drop of oil in them. Don't worry about enemy helicopters. There won't be anything flying overhead but what we own. All of the bridges will be out over the Euphrates and the canal near Basra. I guarantee it. The session ended, and the generals disbanded, joking among themselves that the United States Army might as well pack for home, since Buster Glosson planned to win the war alone. He and Depula were an effective pair. Symbiotic, the latter called it, aware that his studied patience complemented Glosson's impulsive dash. Depula liked and admired Glosson, but when Major Buck Rogers arrived from Checkmate to work the graveyard shift in the Black Hole, Depula told him with a smile, "Buck, your job at night is to be the BCO, the Buster Control Officer. Make sure he doesn't change anything in the master attack plan." Glosson's overriding passion, which many thought made up for his less endearing traits, was to preserve the lives of his pilots. In May 1971, when he began flying F-4s from Da Nang, his squadron had comprised 26 airplanes. 3 months later, when the squadron moved to Thailand, 12 were left. He was determined to avoid incurring such losses again. Shortly before the war began, Glosson toured all the wings in his command to stress prudence. "The outcome of this war is not in question," he told the pilots. "The only issue is how many body bags we're going to send back across the Atlantic. The bottom line is that there's not a damn thing worth dying for in Iraq. Nothing." Though the sentiment was worthy, the last part would come back to haunt him. For some men would die in Iraq, terrible, plummeting deaths, and inevitably their surviving comrades could only wonder why. Riyadh. Only by the clock on the wall did General Schwarzkopf and his battle staff know that 40 feet above their bunker the war's first night had given way to morning. Hour by hour, tension drained from the war room as reports of Allied success poured into Riyadh. Schwarzkopf spent much of his time on the telephone, receiving accounts from his subordinate commanders. His booming voice periodically lifted above the hubbub. "God damn it! Good news! That's great!" On a yellow notepad, the CINC kept a log of such events as 0310, phones out bag. By mid-morning on January 17th, the pad was covered with glad tidings in his nearly indecipherable left-handed scrawl. Chuck Horner phoned periodically from his war room across town in the Royal Saudi Air Force headquarters. Nearly 700 Allied combat planes had entered Iraq the first night, supplemented by hundreds of sorties flown south of the border by tankers, rivet joint electronic eavesdroppers, compass call communications jammers, and sundry others. Now, the first U-2 spy planes had been dispatched from their base at Taif. One mission would crisscross western Iraq to search for mobile Scud missile launchers. Some of the officers sitting in the Central Command war room, including the British commander, General Sir Peter de la Villiers, dared to hope that the relentless attacks had destroyed any Scuds capable of hitting Israel. The first day's sorties were in full swing, Horner reported. Marine bombers at dawn had hit enemy airfields at Shaiba, Al-Qurna, Ar-Rumaila, and Talil. Others struck bridges and rail yards outside Basra, and Iraqi armor and artillery positions in southern Kuwait. Marine Harrier jets had silenced enemy gun tubes after a brief artillery barrage fell on the northeastern Saudi town of Ras al-Khatji. Air Force and Navy planes were hitting targets across central and southern Iraq. There was a massive strike against the oil refinery at Habaniya and the airfield at Al-Taqadum by 32 F-16s, 16 F-15Cs, 8 Wild Weasels, and 4 EF-111 electronic jammers. An Allied jet had been lost. A British Tornado shot down near Basra. By mid-morning, coalition losses stood at 2 aircraft. Schwarzkopf hardly bothered to conceal his elation, yet he was puzzled. Central Command had declared Defense Condition 1 across the theater, a formal state of war, but only one side seemed to be fighting. Except for Iraq's air defense batteries, the enemy remained virtually quiescent. Some 50 enemy fighters had taken to the skies. Most, however, orbited aimlessly near their bases. In a call to Colin Powell in Washington, the CINC recounted the latest war news, then added, "We keep waiting for the other shoe to drop." In analyzing the first hours of the war for Schwarzkopf, CENTCOM's intelligence staff noted, there does not appear to be a coordinated Iraqi plan of action. Initial Iraqi air reaction to the coalition attack was minimal, as the Iraqi Air Force seemed to have been taken by surprise. Another intelligence assessment, entitled Saddam's Strategy, concluded that the Iraqis were husbanding their forces in hopes that a protracted defensive campaign will afford the time needed to achieve escalation of the casualty count. Schwarzkopf agreed. No other explanation made sense, unless cowardice had afflicted the entire Iraqi military. If that was Saddam's game, the CINC was confident it would fail. Allied bombers would hunt down and destroy enemy forces wherever they tried to hide. Another report from the field gave Schwarzkopf further cause for good cheer. The American Army had begun its long migration toward attack positions along the Saudi-Iraqi border. A vast convoy stretched to the west, and C-130 cargo planes hauled men and supplies to the rude bases from which the ground invasion would be launched several weeks later. The image of tanks and trucks and howitzers rumbling forward pleased Schwarzkopf. High spirits filled the war room. Men smiled and even laughed out loud. For those who had spent 5 months living in the shadow of the CINC's perpetual collar, jubilation was a most unusual experience. Like Leo Tolstoy's famous observation about families, all happy military headquarters are alike, but every unhappy headquarters is unhappy in its own way. Central Command suggested several cheerless antecedents. The fractious camp of Sir John French, saturnine commander of the British Expeditionary Force in August 1914, or the World War II Fleet Headquarters of the splenetic Admiral Ernest J. King, who was said by his daughter to be the most even-tempered man in the Navy because he is always in a rage, or even the internecine Greeks besieging the walls of Troy. Yet none quite captured life in the Riyadh bunker. In its misery, it was unique. Lieutenant General Calvin Waller's first inkling of what he would find came in early November 1990, when he phoned Riyadh from Fort Lewis to talk to Schwarzkopf about Waller's new appointment as Deputy CINC. After placing the call at 7:30 a.m. Saudi time, he encountered resistance from first one staff officer, then another. Schwarzkopf, they explained, had worked late the previous night and was still asleep. Well, wake his ass up, Waller suggested. They refused. A few minutes later, Waller took a return call from the CINC's Chief of Staff, Major General Robert Johnston, who was courteous, solicitous, and firmly disinclined to rouse Schwarzkopf. Sir, Johnston said, we don't want to wake him up. That would be terrible. On November 16th, Waller arrived in Saudi Arabia. Colin Powell had worried that ground forces in the Gulf lacked a single ground commander to oversee both Army and Marine divisions, as Chuck Horner presided over all air forces in the Gulf. If I'm Marshall and you're Eisenhower, Powell asked Schwarzkopf, who's Omar Bradley? Waller was a potential candidate, but after touring the theater for 2 weeks, Waller recommended to Schwarzkopf that the CINC keep the ground commander's authority to himself, in effect playing both Eisenhower and Bradley, rather than formally transferring it. Setting up another command structure would be difficult and time-consuming, he observed, and would complicate the CINC's relations with the Saudi leadership. Also, the Marines and Air Force, already irritated by having Army officers, Schwarzkopf and Waller, filling the top 2 CENTCOM billets, would be further upset if Waller's role were expanded. Moreover, Waller could see himself performing a better function, shielding the staff from the CINC's fiery temper and injecting some esprit into CENTCOM headquarters, which since August had grown steadily more miserable. That, he believed, was his unspoken writ from Powell, who was well aware of how dispirited life had become in Riyadh. And dispirited it was. The low morale shocked Waller, despite his experience in working with Schwarzkopf. He was astonished at the extent to which even senior generals were intimidated by the CINC. He came to think of Schwarzkopf as a volcano, at times nearly dormant, but for a small hiss of steam, at other times erupting with molten rage. His temper built progressively, the voice climbing to a bellow, the complexion flushing from pink to red to purple. If the CINC was irritated before a staff meeting, he would stalk into the room and throw himself into his chair, glowering at those assembled. "Whoa, shithouse mouse," the Deputy Operations Officer, Brigadier General Richard Butch Neal, would murmur. "Here we go again." Bob Johnston, the Chief of Staff, could only give a sad shrug and whisper, "I don't know what's going on." Sometimes, by acting quickly, Waller could defuse him. "I got it, CINC, I got it," he would interject. "I see what you want. Leave it to me." If the tirade continued, Waller would launch into a corny joke or offer a bit of folklore passed down from his grandmother in Louisiana. Once, while scanning an ambiguous message, Schwarzkopf fumed, "What stupid son of a bitch sent this?" "Give me the damned message," Waller said, plucking it from his hand. "I'll take care of it. Now let's move on to something else." On other occasions, he would simply kick Schwarzkopf's boot under the table to calm him down. To a staff terrified of the commander's wrath, Waller urged, "If there's a problem, bring it to me. I'll take it to the CINC. Bad news does not improve with age." One afternoon, when Schwarzkopf began to berate an intelligence officer, Colonel Chuck Thomas, Waller wrapped an arm around Thomas and sent him from the room, whispering, "Go get it straightened out. I'll buy you an hour." On another occasion, Schwarzkopf interrupted an explanation of why the Army lacked enough heavy equipment transporters to reposition both corps simultaneously. "Bullshit," the CINC began. Waller cut him off with a sharp, "Bullshit again. Can't do it, and I'll show you why." The CINC could excoriate younger officers. One group of majors and lieutenant colonels kept count of how many generals' stars had been in the room at the moment of their greatest humiliation by Schwarzkopf. The winner claimed 22. But Schwarzkopf's hottest fire was saved for the generals themselves, particularly those he deemed insufficiently aggressive, or, as he once put it, those who think their primary mission is to improve their golf scores. He was openly disdainful of the officer who should have been his closest confederate, his J3, the operations officer, Major General Burton Moore. Schwarzkopf called Moore a thorn in the side, and was particularly contemptuous of Moore's frequent practice of excusing himself from the war room promptly at 8 p.m. for a hot supper and a good night's sleep in the hotel across the street. The CINC alternately blistered Moore and ignored him, leaving the Air Force pilot to wonder aloud one day, "How do I get this guy's confidence? How do I speak to him so he listens?" Schwarzkopf instead relied on Richard Butch Neal, Moore's deputy, even hinting on his efficiency report after the war that Neal should have been the J3. The CINC's scorn was infectious. Lieutenant General Tom Kelly, the Joint Chiefs Operations Officer, privately referred to Moore as a major in a major general's uniform. And Neal, angry at what he took to be Moore's cold shoulder, confronted the senior officer in his office one day. "Look," he snapped after closing the door, "I've never been treated so badly in 26 years in the Marine Corps. Either you change your ways or I'm going to see Schwarzkopf right now." Though never convivial, relations between Moore and Neal improved. Victims of the CINC's ire developed their own argot. When Schwarzkopf lost his temper, he was said to have gone ballistic. An officer could have his face ripped off or be clawed by the bear. Those claws often were sharpest when raking the Army, Schwarzkopf's own clan. Lieutenant General John Yosak, the senior Army commander, was so frequently berated that he seemed reluctant to leave his headquarters outside Riyadh for the daily CENTCOM meetings. Again, the public upbraiding of a senior officer, considered bad form, bred contempt among subordinates, who privately and unfairly referred to Yosak as General Half-Track, the confused, aging commander in the cartoon strip Beetle Bailey. What are we to make of this man, so conspicuously gifted and yet so plainly beset with demons? All very successful commanders are prima donnas and must be so treated, the prima donna George Patton once observed. Analyzing Schwarzkopf became a cottage industry in Riyadh, but conventional wisdom remained elusive. He possessed, indisputably, both a formidable intellect and an adhesive memory. A staff officer presenting him with a statistic, the number of Iraqi SA-6 missile launchers, the tonnage of food rations entering Saudi Arabia, could expect minute cross-examination if he amended the figure even months later. When Schwarzkopf had arrived in Tampa to assume command of CENTCOM 2 years earlier, his predecessor designed an absurdly complex ceremony for the occasion, using a scale model and clothespins to represent the main participants. Schwarzkopf listened to the graphic explanation, the clothespins jumping around the model like checkers, then repeated the instructions verbatim, syllable by syllable. His preoccupation with the welfare of his troops knew no bounds, whether the issue was mail delivery or ammunition stocks. Disgruntled at the Army's inability to make a satisfactory desert boot, he organized his own boot fair. He ordered more than a dozen prototypes from various American footwear manufacturers, lined them up in Waller's office, then tugged them on and off to determine which measured up to his standards. On more substantive combat issues, he relied heavily on his field commanders for advice, allowing them wide latitude in drafting their own battle plans within the framework of his strategy. Distractions and sideshows intrigued him not at all, unless they furthered his larger purpose, ousting Saddam from Kuwait. And he was oddly loyal, threatening to relieve subordinates or treating them with harsh indignity, yet never sending them home. His constitution seemed cast of iron. Routinely working 18 or 20 hours a day, he often napped in the afternoon to gain a second wind for a run to the wee hours, thus carving 2 working days from one, as Winston Churchill had done during World War II. He suffered neither fools nor shoddy performance. "Quit bashing the goddamn helicopters into the ground," he growled after a rash of accidents. The accidents subsided. In a military culture that often bred inexpressive commanders, he wore his emotions like campaign ribbons for all to see. An earnest letter from a soldier's mother could move him to tears. Among troops in the field, he was warm, even gregarious. He seemed to like the idea of my soldiers as much as the creatures themselves. But with his staff in Riyadh, he remained aloof, occasionally sharing an article from Sports Illustrated or his stack of hunting magazines, but more commonly keeping his distance. Though personally fearless, 3 silver stars from Vietnam bore testament, the prospect of sending men to their death seemed almost to unhinge him. He often slept badly, padding about in his running suit and fretting over 1,000 conjured calamities. Knowing that doubt spreads through an army like cholera, he kept his qualms admirably concealed. Publicly, he remained robustly confident. Perhaps, some of his generals speculated, anxiety and insecurity required him constantly to assert his dominion. Those who had known him longest thought his ego had swelled with each additional star on his shoulder, to the point that once, without blushing, he likened himself to Abraham Lincoln, with nobody to turn to but God. Of his temper, theories abounded: that he was tormented by chronic back pain from an old parachuting injury, that the stress of command could be relieved only by periodic tirades, that he was still haunted by the horrors of Vietnam. In his memoirs, Schwarzkopf would paint an affecting self-portrait of a nomadic child with an alcoholic mother and an unstable home. In one revealing episode, he described pummeling a canvas punching bag with bare knuckles until both fists bled, imagining the bloody bag to be me. He was not unaware of his shortcomings, including the temper, which he once described as, without question, my major weakness as a commander. At 6'4" and 250 pounds, Schwarzkopf knew that he intimidated those of lesser stature. Whenever he assumed a new command, he advised his subordinates, "I never get mad at you personally. I wear my heart squarely on my sleeve. When I like something, you'll know it, and when I don't like it, you'll know it. I don't get mad at people. I get mad at principles, at things that don't happen." Those who worked closest with him, however, including Waller and Glosson, thought the rages immature and dysfunctional. Like the French Field Marshal Joseph J.C. Joffre, he appeared to want generals who were lions in action and dogs in obedience. General de la Billière suspected that some of the CINC's storms were laid on to keep people sharpened up. If so, the British commander concluded, Schwarzkopf overplayed his hand and badly inhibited the free thinking of his staff. Waller worried that he was creating a band of yes-men. Several times the DCINC urged him to be more gracious and to encourage debate. "You're right," Schwarzkopf would concede, only to explode anew at some infraction and plunge the staff once again into their stunned mullet stupor. At times, certainly, they gave him cause for anger. Tim Sullivan, a British brigadier and the only non-American officer permitted a seat in the war room, he wore U.S. fatigues to avoid offending excluded allies, considered many a tantrum to be justified. Vice Admiral Stanley Arthur, the Navy's senior commander, thought the CENTCOM staff mediocre and indecisive. In a curious way, Schwarzkopf's temper also helped quell inter-service squabbles by unifying natural rivals beneath a common fear. Moreover, he prudently spared the Allies his wrath. Here he showed himself most competent at that for which he was presumed least prepared by training and constitution: the muster and mastery of a huge coalition drawn from 36 nations. In unveiling the attack plan for the first time to his Saudi counterpart, Lieutenant General Khalid bin Sultan, he was said to have presented the scheme so nimbly that Khalid left the session believing it was his own idea. To win support from the Egyptians, whose divisions would be the linchpin in any Arab attack, the CINC, before showing Khalid the plan, had secretly flown to Cairo for consultations with President Hosni Mubarak's high command. Privately, Schwarzkopf despised Khalid as a pompous, arrogant dabbler, a joke. Yet he sat with the Saudi general for endless hours, drinking coffee and passively listening as Khalid spun his grand theories of combat. "Sir," Bob Johnston told his commander-in-chief, "you must have the patience of Job." With the French, the Syrians, the Kuwaitis, and other high-strung allies, he showed a gift for bluster, flattery, cajolery. In a message to Washington, Schwarzkopf wrote, "I finally have come to understand the meaning of the word Byzantine." He believed that a coalition commander required a multifaceted personality, an ability to be both the ultimate persuader and the ultimate bully. Whatever his measure as a field marshal, as a diplomat, Schwarzkopf was peerless. Toward the Pentagon, he could be splenetic and supercilious, exhibiting a field commander's common wariness of higher headquarters. "I'll shoot the first son of a bitch who sends a message in hard copy to Washington without me seeing it first," he told the staff. At least one general in Riyadh began using code words when the Pentagon phoned, as a warning that the CINC was eavesdropping in the war room. His contempt for others in Washington could be even sharper, as displayed in his occasional jibes about the CIA and Brent Scowcroft, the National Security Advisor. Yet Schwarzkopf often sought counsel from home, particularly from General Carl Vuono, the Army Chief of Staff, whom he had known since they were West Point cadets in the mid-1950s. Vuono, both patron and close friend, also could play the Dutch uncle. Once asked to list terms that described Schwarzkopf, Vuono ticked them off: competent, compassionate, egotistical, loyal, opinionated, funny, emotional, sensitive to any slight. At times he can be an overbearing bastard, but not with me. Nor with the man in Washington who mattered most, Colin Powell, whose genius in managing the temperament of his field commander was one of the war's best-kept secrets. Technically, the chairman stood outside the chain of command that extended from the president to the Secretary of Defense to fighting CINCs like Schwarzkopf. In reality, Powell served as the primary link between Riyadh and the civilian leadership. Connected by a direct phone line that permitted them to confer at the press of a button, Powell and Schwarzkopf talked 2 to 5 times a day. As a historian once wrote of MacArthur, Schwarzkopf was an essentially thespian general who required constant backstage handling. The chairman tried to give the CINC his head, recognizing how Herculean was the task of building a military operation from scratch 7,000 miles from home. Powell massaged his ego, bolstered his spirits, addressed his frustrations, and occasionally absorbed his impertinence. "How's the CINC doing?" he would ask Waller. "His hair still on fire?" Powell's attitude helped to reassure those in Washington who had doubts about the CINC's fitness for command in Riyadh. Powell and Schwarzkopf needed each other, but the latter's need was greater. At times, after hanging up the phone, Schwarzkopf seemed to portray himself as the warrior and Powell as the politician. "Colin is damned good at what he does, but he's really concerned about his political future," he once said. "Some of this is for political reasons." Waller considered such comments benign and respectful. Others detected a tinge of contempt, even malice. And thus into war they plunged. Schwarzkopf was hardly the first American general with a temper. George Marshall's ranged from white fury to cold and quiet contempt. The curmudgeon Admiral King was credited with observing, "When they get in trouble, they send for the sons of bitches." They were in trouble, and they had sent for Norman Schwarzkopf. He would lead them to victory. It was a mark of the man's complexity that one of his favorite quotes, saved from a lecture at the Army War College years before, suggested both his task and himself. For what art can surpass that of the general? An art which deals not with dead matter, but with living beings, who are subject to every impression of the moment, such as fear and exhaustion. In short, to every human passion and excitement. Al-Kharj, Saudi Arabia. An hour's drive southeast of Riyadh, on the lip of the vast wasteland known as the Empty Quarter, the bomb loaders worked with controlled frenzy throughout the war's first day. They called themselves Candy Men, or BB stackers. From immense caches in the open desert, they wheeled in sleek dark tubes of explosive tritonol. Almost quicker than the eye could follow, the crews slapped on booster charges, fore and aft, screwed in fuses, fore and aft, clipped the slip rings, and with a few practiced turns of a wrench, bolted the tail fins. In 90 seconds, a tube became a bomb. Most were unguided, dumb, little different from those dropped on Yokohama or Schweinfurt nearly half a century before. Thousands, in fact, came from Vietnam-era stockpiles and bore manufacturing stamps from the early 1970s. They included 500-pound Mk-82s and 2,000-pound Mk-84s. More sophisticated were the cluster bombs, like the CBU-87 and Mk-20 Rockeye, designed to bloom in flight and scatter 247 submunitions capable of cutting through 6 inches of armor plate. More sophisticated yet were smart bombs, like the laser-guided GBU-10s, each weighing 2,000 pounds, destined for bridges and bunkers. Beyond the bomb loaders lay the flight line, blurry through the exhaust shimmer of 100 jets. No base would be responsible for more dropped bombs during the war than Al-Kharj. 2 months before, it had been little more than a concrete runway, known locally with cause as Snake Hill. Then the Americans arrived. Contractors scraped away the sand, which was too powdery to give tent pegs a purchase. They hauled in 25,000 truckloads of red clay, rolled it flat, erected 600 tents in neat rows lettered A through X, built 4 field kitchens, a laundry, a hospital, 19 latrines, and a shopping arcade known as the Mall, complete with a gazebo and a Baskin-Robbins ice cream parlor. After posting a sign at the edge of the desert, "Welcome to Al-Kharj National Forest," the airmen christened the base Camel Lot and declared themselves ready for war. Throughout the day, the planes took off singly, at 20-second intervals, with a cacophony that made even the soundest sleeper yearn for a no-go pill. To some extent, the daytime attacks designed in the Black Hole by Brigadier General Buster Glosson and Lieutenant Colonel Dave Depula were variations on the initial night attacks, although with greater numbers of planes and fewer precision bombs. French Jaguars flew for the first time and came home bloodied. Of a dozen French jets to attack Ahmed al-Jaber Air Base in Kuwait, 4 limped back with anti-aircraft damage. 1 lightly wounded pilot landed with a bullet hole in his flight helmet. Italian airmen, in their first combat foray since World War II, also would pay a price. Of 8 Italian Tornadoes to take off from Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, 1 aborted for mechanical problems, and 6 turned back because of refueling difficulties. The 1 pilot who pressed on toward the target was shot down and captured. From Al-Kharj, a 20-ship strike force of F-16s, using the radio call sign Tumor, had closed to within a dozen miles of their targets, surface-to-air missile sites in southern Iraq, when heavy fire drove them off to seek a less fortified alternative. "All Tumors," the flight leader called bluntly, "let's get the hell out of here." A flight of 4 F-15C Eagles, led by Squadron Commander Randy Bigham, returned to Al-Kharj equally frustrated, although for different reasons. After leading 20 attackers to the Iraqi airbase at Ta'lil shortly after noon, and expecting to fight as many as 150 Iraqi fighters, the Eagles instead found none, and subsequently learned that a sister squadron to the west had shot down 4 enemy jets. In the main, however, the day attacks were as successful as those launched the previous night. 7 squadrons of A-10 Warthogs flew more than 300 sorties on the first day from King Fahd Airport north of Dhahran. Agile but slow, the Warthog pilot was said to carry a calendar rather than a watch. The A-10 was designed primarily for close air support of ground troops. Instead, Horner and Glosson sent them against dozens of targets along the Iraqi border, including 8 radar sites similar to those destroyed by the Apaches at the start of the war. Some of the targets missed or only damaged in the first wave were attacked again. 4 F-111s headed north toward Tikrit, Saddam's summer home, left unscathed on the first night. 1 turned back, 1 fled from a pursuing MiG, 1 missed the target, and the 4th put a 2,000-pound bomb through the palace skylight. More Tomahawks from the Red Sea and Persian Gulf struck Baghdad. 10 of the missiles progressively battered the Ministry of Defense and Iraqi Army headquarters into rubble between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Others hit the Al-Zubair petroleum plant near Basra and the Scud propellant factory at Latakia. TLAMs also attacked many of the electrical targets struck the previous night. After the initial euphoria of seeing the lights go out, Tomahawk planners realized that they could not tell whether the power grids had been destroyed, as later proved to be the case, or whether the Iraqis had simply shut them down. This was the first glimpse of a problem that would trouble the Americans for the rest of the war: battle damage assessment, the art of gauging how badly the enemy had been hurt. And from the United States arrived the very symbol of American air power: 8 B-52s, flying from an Air Force base in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, would drop more than 100 tons of high explosives on the Republican Guard's Tawalkana Division, a target endorsed by Schwarzkopf as a warning to Iraqi ground forces of what they could expect in the days and weeks to come. The bombers then flew to a new base on the Red Sea coast. The Saudis, wary of basing the B-52s so close to Mecca in peacetime, had secretly agreed in the fall to open up the huge airport of Jeddah once war began. 7 other B-52s flew from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana on a 35-hour round-trip mission. The bombers carted a secret, less conventional payload: air-launched cruise missiles, or ALCMs. To avoid a number of difficult and potentially embarrassing arms control issues, the United States had never disclosed the development of a non-nuclear ALCM. Now, nearly 36 of them were about to fly into Iraq. The strike planners, who began drafting the ALCM attack in August, renamed them LRBs, or long-range bombs, to further obfuscate the true nature of the weapon. Before dawn on January 17th, the B-52s crossed Egypt and headed for northern Saudi Arabia. Glosson had delayed their original flight schedule by more than 5 hours, fearful that Libya would detect the bombers flying past in the Mediterranean and sound the alarm. From a launch point near the Saudi town of Ar, the missiles dropped from their motherships and sped toward hydroelectric and geothermal plants in Mosul, the telephone exchange in Basra, and several other targets in Iraq. Precisely what they hit would remain the subject of contention long after the war. The Air Force claimed at least partial success in destroying the targets. The Navy, ever suspicious of her sister service, disputed the claim and privately ridiculed the raid as a stunt to further the cause of the new B-2 bomber by demonstrating global power projection from American bases. At Al-Kharj, as afternoon faded to dusk, the relentless demands of launching yet another wave of planes left little time for such concerns. Returning pilots climbed from their cockpits and distributed the metal slip rings from empty bomb racks to their crew chiefs as souvenirs. Then, fuel trucks and maintenance teams swarmed around the jets. Hydraulic hoists lifted new bombs beneath the wings. Fresh pilots tugged on their helmets and scrambled up the boarding ladders. Chaplains strolled along the flight line, clasping their hands in prayer or flashing an upturned thumb. Once again, the planes taxied toward the runway for takeoff. The sharp crack of engines at full throttle washed over Camel Lot. On a squadron room bulletin board, an airman tacked up a truculent sign: Iraqis were born to die. Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. To parry an expected barrage of Iraqi Scud missiles, the U.S. Army had positioned 132 Patriot missile launchers around Riyadh and other high-value targets across the northern Arabian Peninsula. Each launcher held 4 missiles, typically one to shoot down enemy airplanes, the task for which Patriot was originally built, and 3 others, more sophisticated in their design, intended to destroy Iraqi tactical ballistic missiles. Patriot was a relatively new system, having first joined Army air defense units in Europe in 1985, and its role as an anti-missile weapon was still evolving when Saddam invaded Kuwait. But the dream of shooting down a missile with another missile had been nurtured in the Army since at least 1946, when General Dwight D. Eisenhower likened the technical difficulties involved to hitting a bullet with another bullet. In eastern Saudi Arabia, the air defense architecture was designed for the protection of key ports and airfields, particularly Dhahran Air Base and its immense fleet of Allied warplanes, cargo jets, and helicopters. 4 Patriot batteries from the 2nd Battalion of the 11th Air Defense Artillery Brigade covered the kingdom's northeast corner. Foxtrot Battery at Jubail, Echo at King Fahd Airport, Delta at Dammam Port, Bravo and Alpha on opposite sides of the airfield at Dhahran. A 5th battery, Charlie, was entrenched in nearby Bahrain. Each battery controlled 5 launchers. For Alpha, as for her sister batteries, the first 24 hours of war had been quiet, though tense. The missile crewmen, known derisively in the Army as scope dopes and van rats, watched wave after wave of Allied warplanes head north before vanishing from the upper rim of the Patriots' radar screens. Not a single Iraqi jet, much less an enemy missile, had ventured south of the border. Alpha's soldiers began to wonder whether their long months of waiting in the desert had been for naught. Then, shortly after 3 a.m. on Friday, January 18th, the base sirens burst into a fearful howl. From public address speakers, a voice boomed: Condition red, don your gas mask. Over the battalion radio network, an officer warned, We've got a positive Scud launch. Stand by for trajectories. A pair of Air Force Space Command satellites, each scanning Iraq with a 12-foot infrared telescope, had spotted the hot plume of an apparent missile firing. From Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado, where the launches were detected, the alert warning had been flashed to the Pentagon and to Saudi Arabia. Outside, the missile crewmen crouched behind sandbag revetments, their faces hidden by the black snouts of their gas masks. Scraps of paper and plastic bags cartwheeled past, carried by the wind toward the black silhouettes of the Patriot canisters cocked skyward 100 yards to the north. Inside Alpha Battery's pressurized van, crowded as a cockpit, 4 men watched their radar scopes with unblinking eyes. In the right-hand chair, reserved for the tactical control officer, sat a 27-year-old lieutenant from Montgomery, Alabama, Charles L. McMurtry. The screen before him resembled a baseball diamond, with a 120-degree field of vision searching north toward the Kuwaiti border. At most, McMurtry knew, he had 3 to 5 minutes from the initial warning until an incoming Scud plummeted into Saudi airspace at several times the speed of sound. Yet nothing happened. 3 minutes passed, then 5, then 10. The scope remained clean. Battalion reported that the missile launches evidently had occurred much farther west, hundreds of miles from Dhahran. Tension drained from the van. Lieutenant McMurtry's eyes felt raw from the strain. He listened to the radio net for an all-clear canceling the alert. Then, at 4:28 a.m., he saw it. A small green triangle on the right edge of the scope, moving faster than anything he had ever seen before. "Oh, shit!" McMurtry yelled, lurching forward in his chair. The missile appeared headed for the airbase. He scanned the launch indicators on the console. The system was set to fire automatically, on the assumption that Patriot computers could react faster and with more precision than human operators. But the system had yet to react. The voice on the battalion radio net shrieked over the speaker box. "That's a real one! That's a real one!" Without moving his eyes from the green triangle, McMurtry pivoted toward the sergeant in the next chair. "Shoot," he ordered. The sergeant's hand darted toward the override button to shift the system from automatic to manual, but before he could flip the switch, an explosive crack rocked the van. A 17-foot Patriot leaped from launcher number 5 and accelerated past Mach 1 even before the tail fins had cleared the canister. The missile cut an orange slash into the moonless sky, guided by commands from the battery radar below. Modifications made to the missile and its software before the war gave the Patriot a bigger warhead, a quicker fuse, and the ability to look up more than out in order to better defend against plummeting ballistic missiles rather than enemy bombers. An incoming Scud, after arcing far above the Earth in a steep parabola, would dive toward its target at more than 4,000 miles an hour. The Patriot was supposed to pass a beam of the incoming warhead and detonate in a quarter of a millisecond, spewing out 300 lead blocks the size of ice cubes. Each fragment carried the kinetic energy of an automobile hitting the ground after falling from a 9-story building. But a split-second miscalculation could let at least part of the enemy missile slip through. Several seconds after the Patriot launch, a violent boom washed over the engagement van. On McMurtry's console, a dark green pound sign flashed at the bottom of the screen, the so-called tic-tac-toe symbol, standing for probable kill. We got him, McMurtry yelled. "We got him!" Yet it was not to be so simple. Precisely what Alpha Battery fired at that night would remain a mystery. The Army credited McMurtry and his crew with the first Scud kill of the war, then reversed itself a year later. No confirming missile wreckage was ever found. Some analysts concluded McMurtry's battery had been deceived by a computer error. But within hours of the incident, Schwarzkopf publicly proclaimed that an Iraqi missile had been destroyed by a United States Army Patriot. The myth of Patriot invincibility was born. Iraq soon followed what came to be known as the Phantom Scud, with several incontrovertible missiles, all apparently parried by Patriots or misdirected into the empty desert. Even before the cheering stopped, however, the Patriot crews noted several puzzling phenomena that would perplex American missile experts for the next several days. The incoming missiles traveled about 40% faster than Soviet Scuds. They also possessed a smaller radar signature than anticipated, and fell with a peculiar corkscrew motion instead of following a smooth ballistic path. Finally, the Scuds seemed to multiply in flight. For each launch detected by the satellites, Patriot crews reported several incoming targets. Of more immediate concern were television and radio reports from Tel Aviv. The earlier satellite warning on Friday morning had indeed been accurate. Enemy crews had launched missiles from western Iraq at Israeli cities, where there were no Patriots at all. "We keep waiting for the other shoe to drop," Schwarzkopf had told Powell earlier that day. Now it had fallen, at Mach 6, on Israel. Chapter 3. An Event in Israel. Washington, D.C. For 24 hours, the White House was swept with euphoria. Reports from the front portrayed a military triumph beyond even the most optimistic hopes of the president and his war counselors. Before dawn on January 17th, it was shortly after noon in Saudi Arabia, Bush, his hair still damp from the shower, pulled a trench coat over his blue knit shirt and padded down to the Situation Room in the West Wing, not unlike Lincoln on his solitary visits to the telegraph office. In contrast to dispatches from Bull Run and Fredericksburg, however, the news from Riyadh was wholly good. Targets destroyed, Allied losses almost nil, Iraqi defenses disorganized and ineffective. The president poked his head into the White House briefing room and, with a twinkle, told a handful of groggy reporters, "Things are going pretty well." When the financial markets opened that morning, the Dow Jones soared 117 points. Oil prices dropped $11 a barrel. As the war's first day ended in Washington, officials who had expected to keep another all-night vigil instead began packing their briefcases to go home early for dinner. Then, several scuds fell on Israel, 6 in Tel Aviv and 2 in Haifa by Israeli count, and the euphoria vanished. A watch officer at Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado flashed the warning of a missile event to the Pentagon's National Military Command Center. Public address speakers throughout the NMCC crackled with the command, "Teams to station, teams to station." While others plotted the missile trajectories, an officer in room 2B902 activated Hammer Rick, the secure satellite telephone to Israeli Defense Forces headquarters in Tel Aviv. "IDF, this is NMCC," the American officer began, then quickly listed the projected impact zones. Moments after the sirens began to wail in Israel, the first warhead exploded. Colin Powell and Richard Cheney remained in the Pentagon, and Bush was occupied in the White House at a working supper on environmental issues. But shortly after the gilded pendulum clock in the West Wing anteroom struck 7, the rest of the President's Brain Trust hurried to the Northwest Corner office of National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. James Baker arrived from the State Department, nervously twirling his keychain as he settled into the blue damask couch next to his deputy secretary, the droll, corpulent, wheezing Lawrence Eagleburger. Scowcroft, small and elfin, settled into a big wing chair. His deputy, Robert Gates, took Scowcroft's seat behind the desk, swiveling beneath the oil painting of a rainbow above a hay wagon. They were joined by John Sununu, the White House Chief of Staff, and Richard N. Haas, the National Security Council's Director for Near East and South Asian Affairs. Scarcely had the men begun considering their options when an aide came in from the Situation Room with a report from Tel Aviv. Nerve gas supposedly had been detected in the Scud debris. Another report cited an unusual number of ambulances racing through the Israeli city. For 30 seconds, a heavy silence hung in Scowcroft's office. Eagleburger lurched to his feet and paced the thick green carpet. He had just returned from a weekend mission to Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, where the Israelis, reluctant to abandon their military self-sufficiency, had rejected an American offer of Patriot missiles. "If they've been hit with chemicals, Katie barred the door because they're going to do something," Eagleburger predicted. "I know these people. They're going to retaliate. If it's nerve gas, we'll never stop them." Baker asked the White House switchboard to place a call to Israel. To his disgust, a recording announced, "All circuits are busy. Please try your call again later." "Holy shit," muttered Scowcroft's press secretary, Roman Popadike. "The world's burning down and we can't get a line out." After several more tries, the operator reached the office of Yitzhak Shamir in Jerusalem. But the Prime Minister was unavailable. "We'll call you back," one of Shamir's aides said. "Where can we reach you?" "What's our telephone number?" Baker asked Haas, who was listening on an extension line. A few months earlier, a frustrated Baker had publicly rebuked Israel for its recalcitrance in balking at a Middle East peace conference. Now, Haas indelicately used Baker's line against him. "You should know, Mr. Secretary, the White House number is 1-202-456-1414. When you're serious about peace, call us." Scowcroft, Gates, and others cackled with laughter. "Haas," Eagleburger quipped, "you just lost whatever chance you might have had to get an embassy." Baker smiled thinly and stared at the curtained windows facing Lafayette Park. For 5 months, he had labored to build an international coalition against Iraq that would give substance to the president's inchoate ambitions for a new world order to replace a generation of superpower confrontations. In his wooing of the Soviets, he had even gone so far as to reveal the Allied war plan as evidence of American resolve. He had battled the British Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, and other skeptics to convince them of the need for a United Nations resolution authorizing the use of force against Baghdad. Thatcher, in turn, had braced Bush by urging, "This is no time to go wobbly, George," a line immediately adopted with glee by the president's men. Baker had browbeaten Congress for moral support and America's rich allies for hard cash. From the leaders of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and even Syria, he had extracted secret pledges that they would remain true to the coalition if Iraq drew Israel into the war. Now that fragile scaffold of vows and troths was imperiled. The exigencies of war, Baker knew, could scuttle the best-intentioned peacetime promises. Another message arrived from the Situation Room. The earlier report of a chemical attack was erroneous. An Israeli civil defense team had drawn a false reading from a Scud fuel tank. Baker placed quick calls to Arab leaders in Egypt, Syria, and Saudi Arabia, urging calm. But now new alarm bells sounded, this time from the Pentagon. More than 60 Israeli warplanes had roared into the night, although it was unclear whether the fighters were bound for Iraq or were simply setting up defensive orbits against a possible Iraqi air attack. Cheney phoned Scowcroft to recount his conversation on Hammer Rick with Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Aarons. Aarons wanted American and Israeli planners to separate their forces, to deconflict in military jargon, so that Israel could attack Scud targets in western Iraq without inadvertently taking on coalition aircraft. Both Powell and Paul Wolfowitz, the defense undersecretary, believed that further American demands for Israeli restraint would be difficult to justify. Shamir had kept his promise to Washington, made in December, not to launch a preemptive strike against Iraq. Now his country had been pelted with missiles. If necessary, under a contingency plan concocted by Central Command and the Joint Staff, U.S. planes could remain east of the 42nd degree longitudinal line in western Iraq. Although Cheney seemed pessimistic about keeping Israel out of the war, he had cautioned Aarons that any deconfliction agreement required Bush's approval. "You've got to understand why the Israelis want to get involved," Cheney told Scowcroft. "You can't simply say, 'Please don't.'" Israeli policy called for immediate retaliation against any attacker. More to the point, Israel wanted the missile attacks stopped. The Americans had to demonstrate that the coalition could suppress the Scuds, Cheney added, because the problem is a very real one. Cheney's call triggered a sharp debate in the White House West Wing. "I don't think it's inevitable that the Israelis get involved," Haas said heatedly. "It's not militarily necessary or politically desirable. I think we should weigh in hard to discourage them." However difficult it might be for Israel to hold back, he added, restraint was in everyone's best interests. Scowcroft and Baker agreed. An Israeli counterpunch carried incalculable risks. Deconfliction might make tactical sense, they concurred, but strategically it would be a mistake. At this point, Shamir called from Jerusalem. "We are going after western Iraq full bore, Mr. Prime Minister," Baker assured him. "We've got aircraft over the launch sites." The secretary rolled his eyes and shrugged. It was not clear from Pentagon accounts whether this was precisely accurate, but others in the office nodded vigorously. "There is nothing that your Air Force can do that we are not doing. If there is, tell us and we'll do it. We appreciate your restraint, but please don't play into Saddam's hands." Shamir said little. His relations with the Bush administration had been strained to the point of incivility. But in addition to his pledge not to attack Iraq preemptively, he had agreed not to retaliate without consulting Washington. "We'll get back to you," the Prime Minister said before hanging up. "I need to talk to my cabinet. Thank you for your concern." At 9:30 p.m., Baker called Aarons. "We regret very much what happened, Misha," Baker told the defense minister. "This is a formal request to withhold a response. We're outraged by the action that the Iraqis have taken. We're very sad and sorry about the attacks, but we've got aircraft going to the launch sites." Aarons had other ideas. His forces in the Negev desert secretly had been rehearsing strikes against mock Scud batteries. Israel envisioned flying army troops by helicopter to attack the missile bases in western Iraq. The plan, Aarons told Baker, required the overflight of either Saudi Arabia or Jordan. Baker knew that neither country would willingly permit such an intrusion. Should Jordan refuse permission and try to block the flights, it likely would lose its small air force to Israel's superior fighters in a matter of minutes. Not only would Arab partnership in the Allied coalition be jeopardized, but the entire Middle East could be at war. "Your actions have been exceptional so far," the secretary told Aarons. "I hope that you won't respond or retaliate. Please consider this a formal request for moderation." Baker cradled the receiver. As he and Scowcroft discussed the conversation, another idea emerged. If Shamir and Aarons felt obliged to counterattack, then perhaps a better retaliatory weapon would be Israel's Jericho missile, carrying a conventional rather than a nuclear warhead, of course. By arcing high over Jordanian airspace, Jerichos would avoid the overflight problem and still allow Israel to respond proportionately, even biblically, with a missile for a missile. Scowcroft called Cheney at the Pentagon with new guidance from the White House. "We'll try very hard to restrain the Israelis," the National Security Advisor said, "but if they insist on retaliating, the Jericho might be preferable to a full-scale attack with air or ground forces." Now there was little to do but wait and hope. Haas drafted a cable to Jerusalem offering to send a high-level American envoy for further consultation. From the White House mess, a steward brought sandwiches. Most of the men in the crowded office stripped to their shirt sleeves. Baker pulled a pen from his pocket and began doodling on a photograph of Scowcroft. As the evening wore on, the Secretary of State labored to find just the right rhymes to complete an obscene limerick about the National Security Advisor. The bogus report of a chemical attack on Israel was to be the first of many such false alarms during the war, and it underscored American uncertainty over how to deal with Iraq's purported weapons of mass destruction. Before the war, few debates raged with greater intensity than those over chemical and biological weapons. That Iraq possessed immense stocks of nerve agents and other chemicals was beyond dispute. The country had built a vast web of thinly disguised production and storage facilities, such as the Mutana State Establishment for Pesticide Production. In its 8-year war with Iran, Baghdad employed both mustard gas and nerve gas. In March 1988, more than 4,000 Iraqi Kurds in the town of Halabja had been blistered, burned, and asphyxiated with mustard gas as part of Saddam Hussein's ruthless campaign to suppress Kurdish rebels. In April 1990, Saddam had vowed to make the fire eat up half of Israel if it tries to do anything against Iraq. Iraq was a signatory, if not an adherent, to the 1925 Geneva Protocol outlawing use of asphyxiating, poisonous, and other gases. The treaty did not prohibit production or possession, however. By Central Intelligence Agency estimates, Saddam's chemical stockpile now exceeded 1,000 tons, including artillery rounds, chemical bombs, and caches possibly moved into occupied Kuwait. In the fall of 1990, the CIA had issued an intelligence assessment reflecting the government's conviction that Iraq would use those stocks in the event of war. Before the invasion of Kuwait, however, intelligence agencies in Washington had repeatedly assured Schwarzkopf that Iraq lacked the means to launch chemical warheads aboard long-range missiles. The CINC had even been shown missile telemetry data and photographs of the Iraqi test firing range. But after the invasion, intelligence analysts reversed themselves and concluded that Iraq probably could launch chemical scuds. This shift in appraisal enraged Schwarzkopf, who charged that the agencies were just covering their asses. If the likelihood of chemical attack by one means or another was now acknowledged, the means of retaliation was still a subject of debate. In early August, in a plan subsequently known as the Punishment Air Tasking Order, Chuck Horner had laid out 17 targets, including the presidential palace, to be struck by Allied bombers if the Iraqis used chemical weapons. Buster Glosson later proposed a more radical scheme that targeted 3 dams, 2 on the Euphrates River and 1 on the Tigris above Baghdad. The destruction of the dams, the proposal calculated, would flood the Iraqi capital with 2 to 4 feet of water and destroy much of the country's industrial base. Schwarzkopf went a step further. "I recommend that we send a démarche to Baghdad," he told Powell in the late fall. "We'll say, if you use chemicals, we're going to use nuclear weapons on you. We may never intend to do that, but you've got to understand the Arab mind. The Arabs, and Saddam in particular, understand brute force. It would not hurt one bit to send that signal to Baghdad." Powell was intrigued by the CINC's suggestion, but ultimately neither Glosson's nor Schwarzkopf's proposal found favor in Washington. Much of the policy-making debate centered in the Deputies Committee, particularly within a 6-man subcommittee, informally known as the Small Group, that was chaired by Robert Gates and comprised senior officials from State, Defense, the CIA, the National Security Council, and the Joint Chiefs. Failure to respond adequately to an Iraqi chemical attack, the Small Group agreed, could demoralize the Allies and encourage other Third World autocrats to pursue the poor man's nuke, provided by a chemical arsenal. But an overzealous retaliation with American chemicals, or even nuclear bombs, turning Iraq into a sheet of glass, which a few truculent military officers espoused, would morally corrupt the coalition and bring disastrous political consequences in the Middle East. Most preferred a middle ground that widened the Iraqi target base in the event of chemical attack. Scowcroft, for example, advocated bombing Iraq's oil fields and a broader array of industrial plants. Wolfowitz, a small group member as Undersecretary of Defense, favored striking military targets that would otherwise be proscribed because of their proximity to civilian areas. Yet upping the ante proved difficult to translate into practical punitive terms. With 3,000 sorties a day already planned against Iraq, most militarily significant targets would be struck anyway. Also, with Iraq's communications and intelligence networks shattered, it was not clear that Baghdad would even recognize the higher level of pain being inflicted by the Allies. In large measure, the policy discussions were guided by the military's assurances that chemical attacks posed little threat to the war plan. 3 generations had passed since the Germans used a cloud of chlorine to kill 5,000 Frenchmen at Ypres. No longer were defenders reduced to masking themselves with wool socks or urine-soaked handkerchiefs. America and its NATO allies, long accustomed to preparing for a possible Soviet chemical attack, had developed sophisticated tactics and equipment to parry such a blow. The cumbersome protective suits and gloves that soldiers wore cut their speed and dexterity in half, but still permitted them to fight. And to effectively saturate a single square kilometer with nerve agents, the Iraqis would need favorable winds, accurate gunners, and sufficient time to fire about 150 chemical artillery shells. Even then, in many circumstances, the open desert would allow the Americans to steer clear of contaminated areas. Allied threats had successfully deterred German use of chemical warfare in World War II, and a similar tack was taken against Iraq with a blustery campaign of intimidation. The Pentagon deliberately publicized American preparations for chemical combat, while Bush and others warned of the gravest consequences. In his pre-war meeting in Geneva with Tariq Aziz, Baker cautioned that a chemical attack could cause the Allies to amend their war aims and put the Ba'athist regime's existence at risk. Cheney even hinted publicly that Israel could be expected to retaliate with nuclear weapons. The threats were vague, and the question of a proper response remained unresolved through the end of the war. But ambiguity had its virtues. If the American leadership was undecided on its path, Saddam could feel equally unsettled. Biological weapons provoked even greater puzzlement. At the time of the August invasion, Iraq's ability to fashion weapons from biological strains, particularly anthrax bacteria and botulinum toxin, was considered improbable. But by late August, the Defense Intelligence Agency reversed itself and concluded that Iraq indeed had an active anthrax program. A few days later, DIA expanded the assessment to include botulinum. By October 1990, American intelligence warned that the enemy's botulinum capability was sophisticated enough to begin causing Allied casualties within 4 hours after the weapons were used, and thus posed a serious battlefield threat. After the war, United Nations inspectors would discover an extensive anthrax and botulinum research program, begun in 1986 at Salman Pak, but no evidence that Iraq had produced biological weapons or a practical delivery system. The American change of heart during the fall reflected both revised intelligence and prudence. Botulinum is 3 million times more potent than the nerve agent sarin. A single Scud warhead filled with the toxin could contaminate 3,700 square kilometers. Still other factors were considered. Saddam had been sufficiently demonized by Bush that stuffing germs into bombs was seen as precisely the sort of behavior one could expect of him. The so-called Götterdämmerung theory also gained currency, a suspicion that Saddam would pull Iraq down around him in a spasm of violence and death. Biological weapons, BW, retained a sense of horror exceeding even nuclear munitions. Except for giving smallpox-infested blankets to Indian tribes or throwing a dead horse down a well to poison an enemy's water supply, biological combat was rare in the annals of warfare, although scientists for years had experimented with such exotic strains as Q fever, red tide poison, Rift Valley fever, and Russian spring-summer encephalitis. American BW stocks had been destroyed in 1969, shortly after an Army experiment gone awry killed 6,000 sheep in Utah. The residual expertise was minuscule. Few battlefield detection devices existed, and unlike nuclear warfare doctrine, relatively little thought had been given to deterring BW use, particularly by a Third World adversary. American intelligence identified 18 Iraqi BW targets, among them heavily fortified storage bunkers, and more would be discovered late in the war. The consideration of whether and how to destroy those targets raised difficult questions. If a storage bunker was bombed, how hot must the fire be to destroy the contents completely? If anthrax spores escaped, how long would the area remain contaminated? If civilians died as a result, who would be guilty of biological warfare, the Iraqis or the Americans? Could a contaminated Iraqi river end up poisoning the Persian Gulf? Ancillary questions concerned the macabre issue of how to handle corpses contaminated by BW. The British, for example, reluctant to demoralize the home front by shipping back bodies during the war, had leased a fleet of freezer wagons in which to store its dead soldiers until an armistice. General de la Billière commissioned urgent studies to determine whether bodies tainted with chemical or biological agents could be decontaminated or would require immediate cremation. For 6 weeks in the fall, the debate over BW targets raged on. Some suggested that detonating a small nuclear warhead might be a legitimate employment of one weapon of mass destruction to negate another. Temperatures reaching at least 20,000 degrees Fahrenheit in 3 seconds were believed necessary to ensure that no spores survived an attack. "We both know there's one sure way to get the temperature hot enough," Glosson remarked to Powell, alluding to thermonuclear explosions. "Yeah," the chairman replied, "but we don't want to talk about that." In New Mexico, scientists attacked stockpiles of an anthrax facsimile with fuel-air explosives, a fiery bomb made with a petroleum aerosol, to gauge whether the fire was sufficiently devouring. Some, including John Warden of Checkmate, favored avoiding direct attacks against the BW stockpiles and instead denying the Iraqis access to them by, for example, seeding storage areas with mines. In December, the issue came to a head during a briefing by Air Force Commander Chuck Horner for Cheney and Schwarzkopf in Saudi Arabia. Horner proposed striking the BW targets just before dawn, when winds were calm. Stealth fighters would drop GBU-27 bombs to crack open the bunkers, followed immediately by F-111s dropping CBU-89 cluster bombs to fuel the conflagration. Any escaping spores would be subject to the rising sun's ultraviolet rays, which, according to one estimate, could be expected to kill up to 2% of the spores per minute of exposure. "If there's collateral damage in Iraq," Horner said, pointing to a map of potential contamination areas, "perhaps that's not all bad. There has to be a penalty for building and storing these weapons. If there is some fallout in Iraq and it causes death, that penalty also sends a signal to others. Schwarzkopf added, CENTCOM's position is that we attack these targets. Horner and Schwarzkopf prevailed. Uncertain whether the war would last a few hours or a few months, Horner, Glossen, and Dave Depula put the 18 BW sites high on the target list. For insurance, related electrical targets also went on the list. Allied bombers would sever the power used to run refrigeration units in the storage bunkers. To further protect the troops against Iraqi biological weapons, the Pentagon launched a vaccination program. This, too, caused consternation, since anthrax vaccine stockpiles were limited, and even less anti-botulism vaccine existed. Virtually the entire anti-botulism supply came from 2 Army horses, Abe and First Flight, which had once drawn funeral caissons at Arlington National Cemetery. Both horses had been put to pasture. The plodding Abe for lameness, the skittish First Flight for allegedly bolting through Arlington with a general's coffin in tow, and eventually ended up in Minnesota producing antitoxins. Immunized with gradually increasing dosages of botulinum, the horses built up a tolerance until they could survive hot toxin capable of killing 1,000 horses. Plasma was then drawn from the animal's blood and converted into vaccine. Unfortunately, Abe and First Flight could not produce nearly enough plasma to immunize hundreds of thousands of troops in Saudi Arabia. The issue grew more complicated when de la Billière asked that British soldiers also be vaccinated, and General Khalid, the Saudi commander, requested immunization for at least the royal family. On seeking advice from Washington, Schwarzkopf was told to make the decision himself. The rebuff infuriated the CINC, who accused policymakers of washing their hands like Pontius Pilate. Schwarzkopf also was displeased when his staff recommended that the previous vaccines be administered to those in critical positions, including the CENTCOM staff. In the end, 2 decisions were taken. The first was to begin inoculating those soldiers deemed most likely to be exposed to an Iraqi BW attack. 8,000 soldiers ultimately received botulinum vaccinations, and 150,000 were inoculated against anthrax. The second decision was to buy more horses. The Joint Chiefs, now gentlemen ranchers as well as warlords, closely monitored the growing herd. By the beginning of the war, nearly 100 steeds had been pastured at Fort Detrick, Maryland, all bleeding for the cause. Tel Aviv. With a luck that could pardonably be interpreted as divine preservation, Israel endured the first salvo of Scuds with moderate damage and no serious injuries. Civil defense analysts studying the havoc wreaked on Tehran during Iran's War of the Cities with Iraq in the 1980s had predicted 5 to 10 deaths for every Scud launched. Instead, there were none. Hundreds of apartments in Tel Aviv and Haifa suffered broken windows and cracked plaster, and a few dozen were demolished. About 60 people suffered cuts and bruises. The psychic damage was greater. Except for border skirmishes and terrorist attacks, Israeli civilians had not been directly assaulted since the War of Independence in 1948. Hundreds now sought treatment for panic and anxiety, including many who needlessly injected themselves with atropine, the antidote to nerve gas. A group of Hasidic Jews, convinced they were contaminated with mustard gas, leaped into the freezing water of a makeshift outdoor shower wearing only their hats. Mothers and fathers took refuge in Heder Atum, sealed rooms, taping the windows, stuffing soaked rags beneath the door, and counting their children, who all looked alike beneath their gas masks. More than 1,000 souls from the poor neighborhoods of South Tel Aviv sheltered in the concrete stalls of the city's new unfinished bus station, 80 feet underground. Phone calls from the United States to Israel, as the White House had discovered, jumped from the usual 3,000 an hour to 750,000. Doomsday prophets tramped among the fearful, reciting Isaiah chapter 26, verse 20. Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers, and shut thy doors about thee. Hide thyself, as it were, for a little moment, until the indignation is past. In a stout command bunker beneath the walled compound of the Keria, the Israeli Defense Headquarters, Moshe Aarons also awaited the all-clear. But his indignation had just begun. The defense minister had driven himself and a bodyguard from his home near Ben Gurion Airport, east of Tel Aviv. As he raced down the Jerusalem highway and through the deserted city streets, the Scuds seemed to detonate all around him. He pulled through the Caria gates, parked the car, and hurried inside to prepare his forces for all-out war. Dozens of Israeli warplanes circled to the east, ready to thwart an Iraqi air attack. Nuclear missile crews stood at full alert for only the third time in the country's history. Flares lit the northern border, where soldiers watched for infiltrators slipping across from Lebanon. The Israel Defense Forces waited for orders. The Air Force particularly strained at the leash. Even the Iceman, as the impassive Aarons was dubbed by an Israeli magazine, felt his stomach knot with tension. For 2 years, the Israelis had badgered the Americans about Iraq's imperialist ambitions, although the warnings reflected more anxiety than clairvoyance regarding Saddam Hussein's intent. In June 1990, they repeated the caution to Lieutenant General Harry E. Soyster, director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, who subsequently reported to Colin Powell, "The Israelis want us to be aware that Iraq has a huge military force looking for something to do." A month later, shortly before the invasion of Kuwait, Aarons and the head of the Mossad flew to Washington to offer Cheney detailed intelligence on Iraqi efforts in Europe to produce centrifuges used to enrich uranium for atomic weapons. On August 28th, another delegation, headed by David Ivry, Director General of the Defense Ministry, flew secretly through Zurich to Washington, where they registered incognito at a Holiday Inn. During 2 days of meetings with Scowcroft, Cheney, and other American officials, the Israelis hammered home their conviction that Saddam was certain to attack Israel if war erupted over Kuwait. Now, that prophecy was realized. In the balance hung not only Israel's role in this war, but its standing in the discordant neighborhood of the Middle East. For 4 decades, Israel had swiftly retaliated against any attack. Aarons and others feared that failure to strike back would efface 40 years of deterrence, embolden Israel's enemies, and batter the country psychologically. Yet also at stake was Israel's special relationship with the United States. Ties between the two had frayed badly in the past year. With the ending of the Cold War, the Americans had begun reassessing their need for a proxy policeman in the Middle East. The Israelis particularly distrusted Brent Scowcroft, who they believed had misjudged Iraqi intentions and was personally hostile to Israel. After the invasion of Kuwait, the United States, reluctant to offend Saudi Arabia and other Arabs, stalled for weeks before agreeing to meet David Ivry's delegation. "I feel like a small child who has been told to sit in a corner and behave," Ivry fumed. When Lawrence Eagleburger and Paul Wolfowitz visited Jerusalem the weekend before the war, Shamir used a different metaphor. "You treat us like a relative who has a social disease. You want to have nothing to do with us." But Aarons knew that if an Israeli counterstrike against Iraq split the Allied coalition, or harmed the American cause in any way, there would be no hope of reconciliation. The pipe dream some Israelis harbored of building a strategic alliance with the United States, similar to America's links to Great Britain, would vanish forever. At a minimum, Israel could lose its $3 billion annual aid stipend, plus the billions more needed to settle thousands of Soviet immigrants arriving every week. For months, the pros and cons had been debated in the cabinet, in the newspapers, in Jerusalem coffee houses, and Tel Aviv bistros. In a country said to have 5 million prime ministers, palaver was the national pastime. But on Aaron's shoulders fell much of the responsibility for steering a proper course. The military link between the United States and Israel remained strong even as the political affiliation wavered. Aarons, moreover, retained a deep emotional attachment to America. Lithuanian-born, he and his family had fled the Nazis in 1939 to settle in Manhattan. He had served in the U.S. Army, married a New Yorker, attended MIT and Caltech, and worked as an engineer for an American aerospace company. He possessed a boyhood affection for Franklin Roosevelt and the New York Yankees. Except for the former Prime Minister Golda Meir, no American émigré had gone further in Israeli politics than Iceman Aarons. In his conversations with Baker and Cheney after the first Scuds fell, Aarons tried to keep his options open. To Cheney, in one of the 24 conversations they would have during the war on the Hammer-Rick line, Ahrens reversed his earlier refusal of American-manned Patriot missiles. He asked that the batteries be dispatched to Israel as quickly as possible. Later that night, in another conversation with Cheney, the defense minister sharply rejected the idea of relying on Jericho missiles instead of airstrikes. "That's crazy," Ahrens said. "It would accomplish nothing, and it might even make matters worse by provoking the Iraqis to resort to chemical weapons." As dawn broke in Israel on Friday morning, Ahrens settled in to await Shamir's authorization for airstrikes and Bush's agreement on a deconfliction plan. But the attack order never came. On Friday morning in Jerusalem, Shamir talked to Bush by phone for the first time in many months. The president repeated the plea for restraint made earlier by his secretaries of state and defense. He pledged a relentless American effort to destroy the Scud sites. Shamir, constitutionally enigmatic, offered no assurances, but he told the president that any decision would be deferred until the Israeli War Cabinet met later in the day. The arrangement satisfied Ahrens. The extra time would give the Allies a chance to unfurl their campaign against the Iraqi missiles. The Americans had assured him that they could suppress the Scuds in 24 to 48 hours. If the coalition failed, Ahrens believed, Israel would have another opportunity for vengeance. But for now, it would turn the other cheek. Washington, D.C. Moshe Ahrens had a counterpart in the Pentagon worthy of his stoicism. Richard Bruce Cheney had elevated inscrutability to an art. An erstwhile wunderkind, at 34 he had been President Gerald Ford's chief of staff. Cheney had survived not only the hurly-burly of Washington politics, but also 3 heart attacks and quadruple coronary bypass surgery. Now 49, an avid reader of history and biography, given neither to belly laughs nor tantrums, he rarely permitted his countenance any expression beyond a lopsided smile or a quizzical frown. On Capitol Hill, where he had served more than a decade as a Republican representative from Wyoming, he was known as the Sphinx. His military assistant, Rear Admiral Joe Lopez, occasionally urged him to convert the best poker face in Washington into hard cash by playing cards for a living. Ambitious, intelligent, unaffected, Cheney also could be ruthless. In March 1989, 8 days into his tenure as Defense Secretary, he had publicly rebuked the Air Force Chief of Staff, General Larry Welch, for usurping presidential prerogative on the issue of strategic missiles. A few months later, before the American invasion of Panama, he dismissed General Frederick F. Wormer, Jr., the U.S. commander in Central America. And 6 weeks after the invasion of Kuwait, he fired Welch's successor as Air Force Chief, General Michael J. Dugan, for disclosing to the Washington Post and the Los Angeles Times sensitive details about the strategic air campaign after Dugan had visited Horner and Glosson in Saudi Arabia. Picking able commanders, Cheney believed, was his single most important duty. He had elevated Colin Powell to the chairmanship over 14 more senior 4-stars. They formed an unlikely partnership. The balding, unemotional, fly-fishing politician from Wyoming and the animated, charismatic infantryman from the Bronx. Yet, despite occasional friction, Cheney at times wanted more military options and less political advice from Powell. In the main, they worked hand in glove. On no issue did the secretary rely more on his chairman than in the handling of Norman Schwarzkopf. In the months preceding the war, Cheney had often asked himself, and Powell, whether Schwarzkopf was the proper general for the job. Cheney carefully cultivated back-channel sources of information, both in the Pentagon and in Riyadh. He called it pulsing the system. He was well aware of the CINC's reputation as a volatile man, who berated his subordinates and was, as the secretary dryly observed, something of a screamer. One incident in particular nagged at Cheney. In early August, at Bush's behest, he had flown to Saudi Arabia to secure King Fahd's approval for the deployment of American forces. Schwarzkopf was aboard for the 15-hour flight. When the dozing passengers awoke at dawn, a line formed to use the bathroom. The queue inched forward, and a major who finally worked his way to the front turned and said, "General?" The officer had been Schwarzkopf's placeholder. About the same time, Cheney glanced down the aisle and saw a colonel on hands and knees ironing the CINC's uniform blouse. The Secretary of Defense prided himself on his plebeian touch. Pretensions offended and irritated him. Powell had assured him that Schwarzkopf's strengths far outweighed his foibles. But Cheney wasn't certain. Given cause, he let it be known, he would find another general without hesitation, as he had found replacements for Warner and Dugan. Yet in the succeeding weeks and months, watching Schwarzkopf's performance, the Secretary had come to agree with Powell. The CINC's briefings, including presentations for the President, had been crisp and professional. He clearly knew the Middle East well, as he knew the profession of arms. And Schwarzkopf had panache, which played well on television, no small consideration for an American public still wary of generals after Vietnam. Cheney concluded that other capable officers, notably Cal Waller, could be sent to Riyadh to help sweep up the CINC's broken crockery. Managing the Schwarzkopf account, as Cheney called it, would put a great burden on Powell, but one the chairman seemed ready to shoulder. Disinclined to accept the status quo in personnel matters, Cheney also took an active role in operations. He had never served in uniform. As a student and young father, he was exempt from conscription in the mid-1960s. But the world of the soldier intrigued him, with its argot, its ethic, and its romance. He sat for hours in the National Military Command Center, listening, watching, questioning. In his third-floor office, Cheney kept what the operations officer, Tom Kelly, called the largest goddamn collection of maps I've ever seen. Eager to master the nitty-gritty of the coming war, he subjected himself to 15 tutorials on such arcane subjects as building an air attack plan and breaching Iraqi forward defenses. Like a field marshal searching for chinks in an opponent's character, he studied intelligence reports and academic analyses of Saddam. The Iraqi leader, Cheney concluded, misunderstood modern combat and had misread the lessons of American military history by assuming he could destroy U.S. public support for the war through World War I-style trench warfare that created a great engine of casualties. If conventional wisdom seemed misguided or specious, the Secretary poked, probed, and wheedled. He encouraged the Navy, for example, to reconsider its reluctance to move aircraft carriers into the confines of the Persian Gulf, where they were more vulnerable to missiles and attack boats than in the open Gulf of Oman. By the middle of the war, 4 carriers would steam through the Persian Gulf, thus halving the flight time to targets in Iraq and Kuwait. To his commanders, he offered an unwritten contract. He would provide whatever military resources they wanted in exchange for guaranteed success. You want 2/3 of the Marine Corps? Done, he declared at one point. 6 carriers? Done. 2 Army Corps? Done. Tell me what you need, but then you've got to deliver. Within a few weeks of the invasion of Kuwait, the Secretary had concluded that force of arms would likely be required to expel Saddam's troops. As Powell managed Schwarzkopf, Cheney managed the Israelis. He believed that, with the notable exception of Lawrence Eagleburger, the powers at the State Department and White House chose to keep Israel at arm's length and to demand Israeli passivity in the war. Cheney demurred, urging instead that the United States wrap the Israelis in a warm embrace. We want them to be comfortable, he insisted. Cooperating with them is going to be a hell of a lot more productive than stiffing them. Cheney also suspected that CENTCOM failed to appreciate the importance of destroying the Scud sites in western Iraq as a condition for keeping Israel out of the war. In October, he had taken a direct hand in the war planning by proposing an American attack that swept far to the west, seizing the Iraqi strongholds H2 and H3. The curious nomenclature derived from pumping stations along a now-defunct oil pipeline terminating in Haifa. The operation, he believed, would eliminate the Scud threat to Israel, sever the Amman-Baghdad highway used by smugglers, and provide the Allies with a potential bargaining chip, a chance, in effect, to swap western Iraq for Kuwait. Drawn from Operation Scorpion, a top-secret plan drafted by his staff and deliberately kept from the Joint Staff, the proposal also was seen as a means to threaten Baghdad and expose counterattacking Iraqi tanks to Allied air power. In Riyadh, this scheme was viewed as twaddle, far removed from the strategic objective of liberating Kuwait, and a potential cause of humiliation if Saddam decided to pocket the emirate rather than redeem his occupied western wasteland. Even so, suggestions from the Secretary of Defense could not be ignored. The Army duly analyzed the idea and concluded that to conquer an area roughly 60 by 100 miles would require up to 2 divisions, either the 82nd Airborne and the 101st Airborne, or the 101st and the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment. Logistically, the operation would be a nightmare. By Christmas, even Cheney had abandoned the concept. But his focus on the Scuds remained fixed. As the missiles rained down on Israel, Cheney spent the night in his office behind the massive desk once used by General John Pershing. A map of the world covered one wall, and mementos littered the room like war trophies. A bust of MacArthur, a grandfather clock, a model ship in full sail. From the windows behind the desk, he could see the dark blotch of the tidal basin, and in the distance, the lighted dome of the Capitol. After his conversations with Aarons on Hammer Rick, Cheney had sifted through the Israelis' words looking for clues. Aarons seemed ready, even eager, for war. But Cheney knew a crafty politician when he heard one. Aarons was shrewd enough to act bellicose both for the benefit of arch-conservatives in the Israeli cabinet and for the Americans. The more pugnacious he seemed, the more grateful Washington would be for his restraint. That could pay dividends in Israel's long-term strategic links to the United States, and in its requests for greater financial aid. Yet no Israeli politician could withstand the pressure to retaliate if 8 Scuds continued to explode every night. CENTCOM and the rest of the U.S. military, Cheney believed, had to understand that. When he talked to Powell later that evening, the secretary made the point as clearly and concisely as he knew how. "Colin," he declared, "we have got to get those things." USS Saratoga, Red Sea. Beneath the harsh orange glare of the flight deck lamps, the pilots and crew of the Saratoga were preparing to do precisely that, with an attack on the Iraqi base at H3. The mission would prove to be one of the most difficult and controversial of the war, with consequences that directly affected the frantic hunt for Scud missiles. An aircraft carrier in combat was a unique amalgam of grace, power, and orchestrated confusion. Some strategists believed that the carrier was steaming into oblivion, a glorious anachronism doomed by the lethality of guided missiles. For now, however, she remained queen of the sea. 5,000 men moved through their paces, each contributing to the larger purpose of flinging a jet from a narrow, floating airstrip and eventually reeling it back again. Scores of sailors scrambled across the flight deck, their eyes tearing from the acrid fumes, their duties coded by the color of their jerseys. Fuelers in purple, medics and safety teams in white, plane captains in brown, crash crews in red, flight directors in yellow, utility men in blue. Like bats wrapped in the folds of their own wings, the jets rode up from the hangar deck on stout elevators to be fueled, armed, and manned. Then, one by one, they inched toward the catapult on the bow. A petty officer aligned the nose wheel and hooked the tow links into the steel shuttle. The pilot shoved his throttle to full power, released the brakes, and saluted with a flash of lights. Slicing the air with a quick sweep of his yellow wand, a catapult officer touched the deck to trip the cat. With a hiss and a clatter, the great steam slingshot dragged 20 tons of screaming aircraft from dead stop to 160 knots in 3 seconds, and another sortie flew into the night. A carrier, as a naval officer once observed, was nothing more than a giant aircraft hatchery. No hatchery in the United States Navy claimed a grander lineage than the Sarah. The first Saratoga served as flagship for Thomas MacDonough's Lake Champlain Squadron, which in 1814 repulsed the largest invasion of the United States ever attempted and sent the British reeling back into Canada. The first aircraft carrier to bear the name had, in 1932, simulated a pre-dawn raid on Pearl Harbor, catching the Pacific Fleet by surprise, in a lesson regrettably forgotten 9 years later. During the war, she saw action throughout the South Pacific, only to be sunk by a 40-foot wave in an atomic bomb test at Bikini Island in 1946. The current Sarah was commanded by Captain Joseph S. Mobley, who had been a North Vietnamese prisoner of war for 5 years. She had been on station in the Middle East since late August, and had practiced so many launches and traps that the flight deck resin was worn through to bare steel in patches. Even in the placid Red Sea, night operations never became perfunctory. Carrier lore held that a pilot's heart beat faster during a routine night landing than in the fiercest combat. The cruise already had been marred by tragedy. Although the first, and ultimately the only, 2 Iraqi MiGs downed by Navy jets were claimed by Saratoga pilots, the first American killed in the air war, F-14 pilot Scott Spiker, also flew from Sarah. Moreover, 4 weeks earlier, 21 Saratoga sailors drowned when a rickety packet boat ferrying the men from a Liberty call in Haifa capsized and sank in 15 seconds. The accident cast a pall over the ship and provoked whispers elsewhere in the Navy that Sarah was unlucky, an epithet subsequently reinforced by the carrier's loss of 3 airplanes in the opening days of the war. At the heart of the raid on H-3 was the carrier's A-6 bomber squadron, known as VA-35. The Navy's oldest attack squadron, formed in 1934, VA-35 had shipped aboard USS Hornet during the Doolittle raid on Tokyo, and later saw action at Guadalcanal Midway, where her mothership, Yorktown, was sunk, the Coral Sea, and during 4 deployments in Vietnam. Leading the attack on the night of January 17th and 18th was the pilot who had planned it, VA-35's executive officer, Commander Michael J. Menth, an ebullient Minnesotan with more than 3,500 flying hours in an A-6 Intruder and 1,000 carrier landings to his credit. From the moment his plane left Sarah's bow and headed north, Menth saw that the mission would be even more difficult and dangerous than he had anticipated. A storm front had blown across the Middle East earlier in the day, bringing turbulent winds and a solid cloud bank at 12,000 feet. Ice coated the bombs, and sheets of St. Elmo's fire danced on the wings as the raiders hunted over northern Saudi Arabia for the tankers that would refuel them. Typically, the tankers preferred to fly at 20,000 feet. Tonight, they pressed below 10,000 to find a clearing under the clouds. Buffeted by ground turbulence, the fuel baskets smacked against the blunt snouts of the Navy bombers as the pilots struggled to steady their heaving planes. Laden with 10,000-pound Mark 83s each, the bombers felt slow and sluggish, a reminder of why A-6 pilots referred to their aircraft as the cement truck. Mike Menth, like all young pilots, had heard countless horror stories about how higher authority in Vietnam had dictated battle tactics in minute detail. To his surprise, he had been permitted to plan this attack without interference. For months, he had studied the targets. Originally, the squadron was to attack both H-3 and H-2. The former, only 30 miles from the Jordanian border, was guarded by 6 SA-6 and 2 Roland SAM sites, as well as innumerable anti-aircraft, AAA guns, and fighters. H-2, lying farther northeast, had 6 Rolands and almost as many guns. When the carrier John F. Kennedy joined Saratoga in the Red Sea, the plan was modified to exploit the additional firepower. Menth kept the H-3 targets, which he considered the more treacherous, and gave H-2 to Kennedy. Scud batteries near both sites had been struck the previous night by Air Force jets. Now the Navy bombers were to hit fuel dumps, control towers, and hangars used to support Iraqi missile operations. Menth planned to attack at low level, between 300 and 500 feet, and therein lay controversy. For half a century, aviators had pondered the proper altitude for successful and survivable bombing missions. In the summer of 1942, Army Air Corps planners agonized for weeks over whether to attack the critical Nazi oil refinery at Ploiești, near Bucharest, from on high or down low. They chose the latter. One B-24 grazed the tip of a church steeple. Another clipped a field of sunflowers with its belly antennae, and 41 planes were lost. In Vietnam, 70% of 2,300 downed American aircraft fell to relatively low-level AAA fire. Even so, after Vietnam, many pilots concluded that the only way to penetrate the thick SAM belts ringing the Soviet Union was to fly nap of the earth, just above the ground. At higher altitudes, the Iraqis offered SAMs and fighters. Closer to the ground, anti-aircraft batteries and small arms fire. Machine gun rounds generally petered out above a couple of thousand feet. Some large AAA guns, like the Iraqi 57mm, could reach to 14,000 feet or higher. Bombing accuracy diminished at higher altitudes, particularly with the dumb bombs that accounted for more than 90% of those dropped on Iraq, and pilots on high often had trouble finding small, elusive, or camouflaged targets, such as mobile scuds. The debate had intensified as war with Iraq drew closer. Nearly all senior Air Force and Navy aviators, remembering the harrowing sheets of ground fire in Vietnam, concluded that pilots would be safer at high altitude, where they could maneuver against SAMs or thwart radar-guided missiles with electronic jamming. Chuck Horner and Buster Glosson recommended that their pilots, except those in F-15Es and F-111s, remain above 15,000 feet. Before the war, the Navy commander in the Red Sea, Rear Admiral Riley Mixon, had directed Saratoga to practice high-altitude tactics. He had even intervened before Sarah's attack on the first night against Al-Taqadum Air Base to ensure that the bombs fell from 15,000 feet. He had not, however, studied the tactics to be used against H-3. Commander Minth's attack plan was sent to him aboard his flagship, Kennedy, but Mixon was occupied with other duties. The Kennedy A-6s planned to hit H-2 from high altitude. On Saratoga, however, Minth reasoned that a low-level attack at H-3 would catch the enemy by surprise and negate the SA-6s, the most feared missile in Iraq's arsenal. As for the guns, eventually the Iraqis would either exhaust their ammunition or melt their barrels. Minth's superiors on Sarah supported his attack plan, although the Carrier Air Group commander, known as the CAG, Captain Dean M. Hendrickson, wrestled with his own ambivalence before assenting. Among other voices arguing against low attacks, Hendrickson had heard that of Captain Mike Carlos Johnson, chief of the Navy Intelligence Unit Spear, and a former CAG on Kennedy. In the last year of the Vietnam War, Carlos Johnson had flown from a carrier that lost 17 airplanes. The ship was the Saratoga. Shortly before 11 p.m. on January 17th, Memphis jet and 3 other refueled A-6s roared across the outer defenses at H-3. Had western Iraq boasted steeples or sunflowers, the jets would have clipped them. As the pilots entered government time, aviator slang for the most intense portion of a bombing run, SAMs and anti-aircraft tracers began to boil up even though the attackers were still 15 miles from the target. The H-2 attack, Menth learned, had been aborted after Kennedy's aircraft found refueling impossible in the stormy weather, but he was determined to complete his half of the mission. As planned, a volley of TALD drones and HARM missiles preceded the A-6s, which split into 2 flights to attack from different vectors. To Menth's surprise, the Iraqis responded with a barrage of flares that abruptly lit the airfield at H-3 with midday brilliance and stripped the Navy bombers of their last stitch of surprise. Each A-6 broadcast a signal electronically simulating a flock of airplanes, but the deception was useless when Defender could plainly see attacker. Menth and his bombardier navigator, flying under call sign -1, swerved through the thick hoses of anti-aircraft fire, flung their bombs, and fled toward the open desert. 20 miles out, Menth checked his air-to-air radar and saw no trace of his wingman, -2. Turning to the bombardier, he said, "I'll bet they got bagged." Bagged they were. A mile from bomb release, the pilot, Lieutenant Bob Wetzel, and his bombardier, Lieutenant Jeffrey Zahn, spotted a SAM streaking toward the right side of the plane. Wetzel sliced beneath the missile, but it detonated with a force that shook the airplane violently from side to side. The tail burst into flame, and Wetzel heard one of the engines grind to a halt. "Eject!" he yelled, yanking the black and yellow loop above his head. Explosive bolts beneath the seat blew him through the plexiglass canopy, fracturing both of his arms and a collarbone. When Wetzel regained consciousness, Zahn was helping him remove the parachute harness. The silhouette of the H-3 hangars loomed nearby. Within an hour, the Iraqis captured both men. The other pair of jets streaked across the target moments after Dash 2 went down. Dash 3 managed to drop its payload and escape, but Dash 4 took a missile that blew shrapnel through the fuselage and damaged an engine. The pilot jettisoned his bombs and nursed the plane back to Saudi Arabia for an emergency landing at Al Juf. At 2 a.m., Mike Menth hooked the arresting cable on Saratoga's deck, climbed from the cockpit, and walked stiffly to the debriefing room, where other pilots were planning the next night's attack. "We just can't do this anymore at low level. It's going to eat us alive," he reported. The gun barrels did not melt. Sarah's misadventures triggered recriminations and soul-searching. Within hours of Menth's return, an angry Riley Mixon sent a warning to his carrier admirals in the Red Sea. Low-altitude delivery is not the way to go in heavy AAA and associated SAM-6 environment that we have been experiencing in Iraq. Absolute minimum pull-out altitude of 3,000 feet is the norm. No lower than 3,000 feet. 5,000 feet or higher is better. Request you ensure your CAGs comply. No, repeat, no low-altitude deliveries without my express permission. In the Persian Gulf aboard USS Blue Ridge, Vice Admiral Stan Arthur, the senior naval commander in Desert Storm, drafted a message of his own. Many in the Navy had grown accustomed to thinking of warfare in terms of quick raids and punitive jabs, like those launched against Syrian gunners in Lebanon in 1983, or against Libya 3 years later. Now, Arthur believed, it was necessary to think of war as a protracted campaign. To his admirals, he cabled, "Gentlemen, far be it from me to dictate specific combat tactics, but I must inject my early observations relative to the age-old argument of low-altitude delivery versus high. We learned a hard lesson in Vietnam relative to AAA, and later many told us we learned it wrong. I think not. There is a place and time for low-altitude delivery, and it usually involves surprise. We can no longer count on surprise. That went away shortly after 3 a.m. on 17 January 1991. On Saratoga, planners immediately revamped their tactics for the next night's mission by converting a low-level attack against the Haditha television station west of Baghdad into a high-altitude strike. At Mixon's request, Menth and CAG Hendrickson flew by helicopter to Kennedy for further discussion. The Admiral's most pressing concern was a suspicion, soon determined to be ill-founded, that Wetzel and Zahn had been shot down accidentally by a Navy F-14. But Mixon soon came around to the altitude issue. "I think we learned our lesson, didn't we?" he asked. "I still can't believe you guys went in low." Hendrickson took full responsibility, while pointing out that the plan had been sent to Kennedy for vetting. "I think it was ill-conceived," Mixon replied, "but you're right. It came through me. Let's go back to the basics we learned a long time ago, and let's not deviate from them." Never again would Hendrickson permit his pilots to contemplate low-altitude missions, not even when Sarah began hunting mobile Scud launchers in earnest, an enterprise that accounted for a quarter of the carrier's attack sorties in the following 6 weeks. Henceforth, Navy bombs from all 6 carriers would be dropped mostly from 16 to 18,000 feet. Other aviators tried to profit from Saratoga's misfortune. Any pilot flying lower than the prescribed altitudes, Chuck Horner warned, is going to be watching the war from the ready room. Such edicts showed prudence and unquestionably saved lives. But the issue was hardly cut and dried. Had Iraq's fighter fleet displayed more pluck in challenging the Allies, the higher altitudes would have offered dubious sanctuary. Both aircraft struck at H-3 were hit with missiles, not ground fire. 3 days later, another Saratoga plane would be lost, this time to a SAM at 30,000 feet. Furthermore, some munitions demanded low-level delivery. 4 hours after the H-3 attack, an A-6 flying from USS Ranger in the Persian Gulf was shot down by ground fire while sowing mines around the Iraqi naval base at Qasr. Both the pilot and bombardier navigator, flying at 500 feet, were killed. As always in warfare, the calculus of benefit and risk, success and failure, life and death was profoundly intricate. Cheney's desire to eradicate the Scud launches against Israel had to be weighed against the military conviction that pilots seeking better visibility and accuracy placed themselves in greater jeopardy the lower they flew. As the Americans quickly discovered, trying to spot and then accurately bomb a mobile Scud truck in the dark from 3 miles up was extraordinarily difficult. Israeli pilots would soon claim with irritating zeal that they could more effectively root out the Scuds, not because they were better airmen, but because with Israel's fate at stake, they were willing to fly as low and aggressively as necessary to find the missile launchers. What was at stake for the Americans and the British and the French? Duty, courage, aviator elan, all played a part in pushing the pilots north. But the central question was more ambiguous, and in this war could never be answered with certainty. At what point was a man's life a legitimate fee for the liberation of Kuwait? Another mission that turned sour on the night of January 17th brought the point home. 14 Air Force F-15Es took off from Al-Kharj within minutes of Mike Ment's launch from Saratoga. Veering east of the Iraqi air base at Jaliba, the bombers split up to hit 3 separate targets around Basra. 4 headed for a bridge. 4 veered toward a power plant. The remaining 6 streaked in single file toward an oil refinery southwest of the city. To avoid the many SAM batteries manned by Republican Guard units below Basra, the 6-ship formation flew at 500 feet over the dark swampland of the Hor al-Hamar. As the attackers neared the refinery, already ablaze from an earlier Navy attack, 10 Iraqi gun pits opened up from the south. The inferno of the refinery clearly silhouetted the dark plains against the pall of smoke and low clouds. One after another, the aircraft flicked their bombs and turned west to rendezvous for the flight home. The last plane, Thunderbird 6, failed to appear. The wreckage was never found by the Americans. After the war, the Iraqis returned the bodies of the 2 crewmen, Lieutenant Colonel Donnie R. Holland and Major Thomas F. Koritz. Back at Al-Kharj, half a dozen survivors from the mission gathered in the tent of the 2 dead men, sharing a forbidden bottle of tequila and ignoring the siren warning of a Scud attack. Koritz had been a flight surgeon. Holland, a tall, genial career airman with a passion for golf. On the table next to their cots, framed photographs of their wives and children stared at the pilots nursing their tequila. With brutal efficiency, an Air Force team would arrive in the morning to pack up the pictures and the flight suits and the shaving kits. Al-Kharj, the air campaign, the war itself, would go on as though the men had never existed. The survivors drank until dawn, mostly in silence, then shambled off to a fitful sleep. There's not a damned thing worth dying for in Iraq, Buster Glosson had told them. And there was nothing more to say. Chapter 4. The Left Hook. Riyadh. On January 15th, less than 48 hours before the war began, Norman Schwarzkopf had accepted an invitation from Buster Glosson to visit his strike planners in the basement of the Royal Saudi Air Force headquarters. Glosson wanted the CINC to pump a few hands, slap a few backs, and buck up morale before the long ordeal that would begin when the first bombs fell on Baghdad. Schwarzkopf complied admirably. The air thickened with camaraderie. Toward the end of his tour, the CINC stood before a map with Glosson and Chuck Horner, as Dave Depula explained the sequence of attacks scheduled in the first hours of the war. Some 20 other officers lingered in the background, watching their commander-in-chief. "Why," Schwarzkopf suddenly interjected, "are we not bombing the Republican Guard with B-52s?" Depula, clad in his olive-drab flight suit, hesitated before pointing out that the Tawalkhana Division and other Guard units would indeed be bombed by B-52s on the night of January 17th and 18th, about 18 hours into the campaign. Subsequent raids had been scheduled against the Hammurabi and Medina divisions. Glosson jumped in. Sir, because of the threat from surface-to-air missiles, we never planned to bomb them until we've had a chance during the first day to work over all those SA-6s and SA-2s and SA-3s with our F-16s and FA-18s. Glosson was aware of the CINC's fondness for B-52s. Like many senior Army officers, he had seen the devastating consequences of arc light strikes in Vietnam. Glosson also knew of Schwarzkopf's preoccupation with the Republican Guard. Since late summer, Schwarzkopf had directed that the Guard be attacked early and often during the air war. The CINC had often stressed that no Allied ground offensive would be launched until coalition bombers had reduced Iraqi forces by at least 50%. Now he flushed as he loomed over Glosson. The Bonhomme vanished. "You've lied to me," he barked. "Sir," Glosson snapped back, "I've never lied to you. Period." As other officers in the room exchanged glances, the CINC's voice rose. "I said I wanted them bombed from hour one, and that's what I want. You people have been misleading me. You're not following orders. You're not doing what I told you to do." Horner stepped in. "We don't have enough sorties to do it all. Schwarzkopf cut him off. "God damn it, if you can't follow my orders, I'll find somebody who can." Glosson heatedly demanded, "You tell me how many B-52 aircrew members you're willing to lose, and I'll tell you how many we can put in there. You tell me how many you're willing to have die." "God damn it, Buster, I've never been willing to have someone die unnecessarily." "That's the issue," Glosson insisted. "I don't want to discuss it anymore," Schwarzkopf said, turning away. "Well," Glosson began, "I don't want to discuss it anymore." For a moment, the four men stood as if in tableau. Horner assumed that Glosson would be ordered from the theater for impertinence. Depula, astonished at the CINC's tirade, began calculating the chaos that would result from an abrupt reconfiguration of the first night's attack. Schwarzkopf stalked from the room and up to Horner's office on the third floor, trailed by the two Air Force generals. When the door was closed, he jabbed his finger at them. "Don't either one of you ever again confront me like that in front of people. God damn it, the guys we're going to have to fight are the Republican Guard. We've got the B-52s, and we want to start pounding them right away." The color drained from his face, and his voice softened. "I'm under a lot of pressure. You don't understand how much pressure I'm under." Horner eyed the CINC curiously. "Give me a break," he said to himself. Glosson began to reply, then thought better of it. "We put the entire air campaign together by ourselves," he thought, "with no help from you. Those are our pilots who are going out to die, and you have the gall to talk to us about pressure?" Norman Schwarzkopf was a terrestrial creature. For nearly 40 years, since entering West Point as a 17-year-old plebe, and on through company, battalion, brigade, division, and corps command, his professional life had revolved around the clash of ground armies. His heroes, Grant, Sherman, Creighton-Abrams, were all, as he fondly called them, muddy-boot generals. He had never believed strategic air power likely to roust Saddam Hussein's army from Kuwait without the knockout blow of a ground attack. Although he accepted the centers of gravity laid out by John Warden and subsequently incorporated into the air campaign, his own focus was on Iraq's army, particularly the Republican Guard's 3 heavily armored divisions, which he sometimes referred to as the center of gravity. In this, he echoed Colin Powell, who had first drawn attention to the Guard in his meeting with Warden on August 11th. The central command that Schwarzkopf inherited in 1989 had focused on a Soviet thrust south into Iran, a hypothesis obviated by the collapse of central authority in Moscow. Almost immediately after assuming command, he began looking at other threats. In September 1989, with encouragement from Undersecretary Paul Wolfowitz, the CINC asked the Defense Intelligence Agency to scrutinize Iraq as a potential foe. By July 1990, he had assembled portions of a secret battle plan, Operations Plan 1002-90, Defense of the Arabian Peninsula, which was designed to parry an Iraqi invasion of Saudi Arabia through Kuwait. Schwarzkopf's initial mission in Riyadh, on his arrival in August, had been to defend the Saudis from further Iraqi aggression. The forces at his disposal, under long-standing Pentagon war plans, included Horner's 9th Air Force, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, and the U.S. Third Army. Using the basic blueprint of 1002-90, he intended to trade space for time in the event of an invasion of Saudi Arabia. He would defend enclaves around Jubail and Dhahran, grind down the Iraqis if they drove south, and counterattack when Allied forces grew sufficiently strong. The war game in the summer of 1990, codenamed Internal Look, showed that the strategy would work, albeit at a cost of nearly half the Americans' fighting strength. The plan as modified by Schwarzkopf was smart, necessary, and bitterly opposed by the Saudis, who favored a line of defense at the Kuwaiti border and resisted surrendering any territory, even temporarily, to the enemy. As Desert Shield matured, Schwarzkopf began searching for an attack plan that would drive the Iraqi occupiers from Kuwait. Op Plan 1002-90 contained no detailed counter-offensive scheme, so in late August he drafted the outlines of a 4-phase offense. A 3-part air campaign, built on Worden's Instant Thunder, followed by a ground attack in the 4th phase. Schwarzkopf told Bush he would need 8 to 10 months to assemble the necessary forces for a counteroffensive. With Powell's help, the size of the force eventually doubled, and the deployment time was halved. Throughout the fall, Schwarzkopf stressed the importance of demolishing the Republican Guard. He personally dictated the mission of his main ground attack force: attack deep to destroy Republican Guard armored mechanized forces. But precisely where, how, and when the ground offensive should be launched remained a puzzle. A CENTCOM planning team, codenamed Eager Anvil, initially concluded that conquering Kuwait with the force on hand can't be done. Schwarzkopf knew as well as Powell or Cheney that a liberation of Kuwait at the cost of thousands of American lives would be a Pyrrhic victory, with dreadful political repercussions. Yet the history of armored attacks in the 20th century was not reassuring. Even the Nazi invasion of Poland in 1939, a blitzkrieg against a surprised and technologically inferior foe, had resulted in 45,000 German casualties. In mid-September, 4 Army officers arrived in Riyadh to help Schwarzkopf draft his plan. Led by a former helicopter pilot turned armored officer, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph H. Purvis, the quartet came from the School of Advanced Military Studies, SAMS, at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. SAMS graduates were known informally, and at first derisively, as Jedi Knights, after heroic characters from the movie Star Wars. Steeped in military history, doctrine, and strategy, the SAMS Jedis served as a kind of brain trust within the Army. They embraced the same unofficial motto as the German General Staff: be more than you appear to be. On September 18th at 6 p.m., Schwarzkopf summoned the 4 men to his office, where he propped a small map of Kuwait against the couch. Assume a ground attack will follow an air campaign, he said. Tell me the best way to drive Iraq out of Kuwait, given the forces we have available. Under the guise of a Leavenworth team studying desert warfare, they moved into a small vault in the Ministry of Defense and Aviation, MODA basement, that had been occupied by Eager Anvil, now disbanded. Security teams frequently swept the chamber for listening devices. All working papers were locked in a vault at night, with a guard posted. Schwarzkopf initially limited to 10 the number of officers read into the top-secret operation. Even the Saudis remained ignorant of the planning operation. For 2 weeks, Joe Purvis and his team pondered the daunting task of ousting an Iraqi army of occupation, which would grow, U.S. intelligence reported, to nearly 500,000, with an Allied force half its size. In southern Kuwait, the Iraqis had emplaced hundreds of artillery tubes, hundreds of thousands of mines, and a warren of trenches and barbed wire worthy of Verdun, including fire ditches filled with inflammable oil. Yet Iraqi generals appeared determined to defend vast tracts of barren desert, a strategy as daft as a sailor fighting for a wave or an airman for a cloud, in the words of Major General Rupert Smith, a British division commander. The SAMS group considered sweeping west of the fortifications, in a flanking maneuver similar to Guderian's panzer attack through the Ardennes toward the English Channel in May 1940, or Rommel's run around the British at El Ghazala 2 years later. U.S. Army doctrine called for attacking an enemy both deep behind his lines and at the point of greatest vulnerability. If the Iraqis expected an assault through southern Kuwait, doctrine and common sense suggested the attackers veer around the teeth of the defenses. Yet, in Purvis's view, several factors militated against attacking west of the Wadi al-Batin, the dry riverbed that angled from southwest to northeast to mark the western border between Kuwait and Iraq. Terrain in that sector of Iraq was terra incognita. Was the desert trafficable, capable of supporting the thousands of tanks, trucks, and other vehicles needed in Allied attack? Satellite photos, Bedouin reports, even historical records from British expeditions in World War I were inconclusive. A single armored division in heavy combat could burn 500,000 gallons of fuel a day and shoot 5,000 tons of ammunition. The inability to drive fuel or ammo trucks into Iraq would be disastrous. Equally troubling, a flank attack would require virtually all of the available Allied ground forces, leaving no reserve. In the war with Iran, Iraq had displayed the ability to counterattack quickly, moving armored divisions 100 kilometers in a day. If the American force was cut off and reduced to a fighting withdrawal, the military and political consequences would be horrific. Because neither American national sovereignty nor survival was at stake, a condition referred to in Riyadh as the Israeli notion, Purvis concluded that gambling on a flank attack was too risky without more combat and logistics power. On October 6th, Purvis presented Schwarzkopf with several options. The best course, he suggested, was to attack at night through western Kuwait about 40 miles east of the Wadi al-Batin. The border from the Persian Gulf to the Wadi stretched for 130 miles. Saddam's forces could not be equally strong everywhere, and this sector appeared less fortified than the Kuwaiti Bootheel. The Allied spearhead would drive toward the high ground above Mutla Pass, west of Kuwait Bay, then cut the 4-lane highway leading from the Kuwaiti capital to Basra. With luck, the Republican Guard divisions loggered north of the Kuwaiti border would roll south to blunt the attack, exposing themselves to Allied air power. If those 3 elite divisions were demolished, Purvis believed, the rest of Iraq's army would be likely to capitulate. If the battle went badly, the Americans could dig in and fight, or retreat south without risk of being trapped and decimated. An amphibious landing by the Marines, he also concluded, would cost too many lives and would be more effective as a feint to tie down Iraqi troops on the coast. Schwarzkopf stood at the map as Purvis spoke, his nose just inches from the thick black arrows. He agreed with Purvis that a flanking attack to the west was imprudent, given the forces at hand. Like many officers of his generation, the CINC was wary of underestimating the enemy. In Korea, Vietnam, even in Grenada, where Schwarzkopf had been the senior ground commander, American planners had underrated the foe, with results ranging from unfortunate to calamitous. "Do you think this will work?" he asked Purvis. "It's very high risk," Purvis replied. "It may work." "What would it take to guarantee success?" "Another corps," Purvis answered promptly. 2 or more divisions made up a corps. The Army's 18th Airborne Corps, currently in Saudi Arabia, comprised 4 divisions, but only 2 were armed with heavy tanks. Schwarzkopf nodded. "I agree." 3 days later, Purvis flew to Washington with Glosson, Major Rick Francona, an intelligence officer, and Bob Johnston, the CENTCOM chief of staff. Bush and his advisors wanted to review Schwarzkopf's plans for both the air and ground attacks. The abrupt request to show a ground offensive plan irritated the CINC, who felt whipsawed between Colin Powell's desire to hold down the number of troops deployed in Desert Shield and the need to draft an adequate offense. "God damn it," Schwarzkopf told Powell over the phone, "I told you over and over again we can't get there from here." But Powell insisted. "The White House is on my back," he explained. "They want to see what we can do." Before Purvis and his team left Riyadh, the CINC gave them several last-minute instructions. "Show them the proposal," Schwarzkopf said, "but make the point that for us to feel confident of victory, we need an additional corps. We don't bullshit the president," he added. Any officer offering a personal opinion in Washington would be relieved and sent home in disgrace. On Wednesday, October 10th, the briefing was delivered first to the Joint Chiefs, Cheney and Paul Wolfowitz in the tank, the chief's secure conference room in the Pentagon. Schwarzkopf's team repeated the performance on Thursday for Bush, Vice President Dan Quayle, Robert Gates, and Scowcroft in the White House Situation Room. On both occasions, Glossen's review of the air campaign drew few critical comments. But Purvis's presentation of the ground attack, dubbed the One Corps concept, made military officers and civilians alike uncomfortable. Scowcroft was particularly pointed in his questioning. "Why straight up the middle?" he asked. "Why don't you go around?" "Logistics," Powell replied. "We don't have enough force to go around." Johnston flashed two final view graphs labeled CINC's assessment. One noted, "Planning still in conceptual state. To go around, Schwarzkopf needed an additional corps." The four officers left their only copy of the briefing documents with Powell and flew back to Riyadh, believing that they had adequately conveyed Schwarzkopf's message. In truth, they had not. Schwarzkopf's desire for more forces was vaguely understood, but not the purpose those additional troops would serve. To Cheney, the idea was simply a bad plan. Wolfowitz came away convinced that another corps would be used to reinforce failure in a frontal assault. Scowcroft was particularly appalled at a scheme he considered unimaginative, even foolhardy. He hectored Cheney for more creative alternatives. Although Schwarzkopf's scheme was soon caricatured in Washington as moronic, it represented a reasonable attempt to make do with the forces available should Bush order an offensive in the next 2 months. Schwarzkopf and Purvis had carefully considered a one-corps flanking attack. Both recognized the appeal of a grand sweep to the west, but rejected it for sound military reasons. If the CINC and his men had failed to convey those reasons, they nevertheless displayed courage in resisting the appeal of a more flamboyant plan that ran counter to their judgment. Yet in the White House and some corners of the Pentagon, the suspicion took root that the CINC's plea for more troops was simply the delaying tactic of a general hesitant to fight. Schwarzkopf's effort was dismissed by Scowcroft, Richard Haas, and others in the National Security Council with a curt, "Thank you, General McClellan," a snide allusion to Lincoln's reluctant commander of the Army of the Potomac. And the One Corps concept came to be known by the cruelly clever parody of a nursery rhyme. "Hey diddle diddle, straight up the middle." It took but 2 days for CENTCOM to realize how badly the presentations in Washington had been received. "Well," Powell told Schwarzkopf on the phone, "nobody's very happy with your ground campaign plan." "It's not my ground campaign plan," the CINC replied heatedly. "I told you that. This is not what I'm recommending." When Powell mentioned the McClellan jibe, Schwarzkopf grew even angrier. "Tell me who said that," he demanded. "I'll call the son of a bitch on the phone right now and explain the difference between me and McClellan if they're so stupid. If these guys are advising the President of the United States, they ought to know better than to make flip statements like that." Powell prudently kept the source to himself. Cheney, hoping to galvanize Riyadh into more innovative thinking, began pushing his scheme to attack H2 and H3. The golden word Incheon, MacArthur's famed amphibious attack behind enemy lines in Korea, cropped up with frequency as the Pentagon groped for a more audacious plan. Schwarzkopf railed at Washington's discontent. "There is no damned Incheon," he thundered, slamming his fist on the table, "and somebody ought to come out here so I can show them there is no damned Incheon." Somebody did. Colin Powell flew to Riyadh on October 21st. For 2 days, he peppered Schwarzkopf and Purvis with questions. Most of the discussion centered on the One Corps concept, but Purvis also showed the chairman his group's recent work on a 2-corps attack. Rather than a strike through Kuwait, the 2-corps plan called for an attack into Iraq just west of the Wadi al-Batin, angling toward but not through the Republican Guard divisions south of the Euphrates Valley. Because the SAMS team could not agree on a definition of destroy, the initial purpose of the attack was to defeat the Guard. A defeated enemy was defined as no longer capable of putting larger than a brigade-sized force against us coherently. The day before Powell's arrival, however, Schwarzkopf amended the plan. "I want you to draw an arrow through the Republican Guard," he told Purvis. "If we get 2 corps up there, and we're still organized as a coherent force, we'll take that mass and destroy them." The Guard, the CINC subsequently decreed, was to be obliterated as a military organization, in the sort of titanic battle Clausewitz had called Die Schlacht, the slaughter. But Powell considered this rendition of the 2-corps scheme still too conventional. Although intended to outflank the enemy, the attack lay too close to the Wadi, where Iraq would expect the Allied thrust. The plan failed to exploit what Powell called the American mobility differential, the agility purchased at staggering expense with M1A1 tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, and a huge fleet of helicopters. Several proposals drafted by the Joint Chiefs Staff went so far as to suggest a Marine Corps attack from Jordan, or a strike from Syria and southern Turkey. The chairman agreed, however, with the necessity of a 2nd Corps. "Tell me what you need," he instructed Schwarzkopf. "If we go to war, we will not do this halfway." On returning to Washington, Powell advocated almost a doubling of the American deployment. For a truly intrepid flanking attack from the west, the chairman argued, Schwarzkopf needed many more troops. Cheney readily agreed, having come to the same conclusion. On October 31st, Bush concurred, although the decision was kept secret until November 8th, after the national elections that week. Schwarzkopf would receive even more forces than he had requested: 3 additional aircraft carriers, a 2nd Marine Division, and, to bolster 18th Airborne Corps, the heavily armored 7th Corps from Germany, where it was no longer needed to deter a Warsaw Pact invasion. In the same way that Instant Thunder had served as a counterpoint to the slow acceleration of the Rolling Thunder air campaign in Vietnam, so too did this massive buildup of ground forces signal a rejection of gradualism, of limited force, of the perceived strategic shortcomings that led to the quagmire in Southeast Asia. Encouraged by Powell, Bush embraced, in Cheney's infelicitous phrase, the "don't screw around" school of military strategy. A force so formidable as to be invincible would mass in the Saudi desert. A force so huge that, inevitably, it contributed to the momentum propelling the nation toward war. For the next 2 months, planners in Riyadh argued vigorously, and at times bitterly, over how far west the 2 Army corps should attack. But the basic concept of a flanking attack, eventually dubbed the left hook because of the resemblance to a boxer's roundhouse punch, garnered broad approval. During a 2-hour session in mid-November with his enthusiastic division and corps commanders, the CINC forecast that the ground attack would be launched in mid-February. The Army spearhead, CENTCOM planners estimated, could reach the Basra Canal from the Iraqi border in 144 hours. "We're not going to get any more troops, and we're not going to get any more time," the CINC added, "so let's get on with it." A month later, Cheney, Powell, and Bush approved the left hook. Among 10 operational imperatives, Schwarzkopf was to accept losses no greater than the equivalent of 3 companies per coalition brigade, a formula that roughly translated into a cap of 10,000 friendly casualties. Countless issues wanted resolution. Among the most difficult and consequential was how best to use the Marines. Purvis unilaterally allocated to them the task of protecting the Army's logistics tail in the west along the Wadi al-Batin, a critical but prosaic mission suited to a force that possessed few heavy tanks. Predictably, the assignment provoked the wrath of the Marine commander, Walt Boomer, who wanted his troops both in the fight and closer to the Persian Gulf for resupply and support. Schwarzkopf agreed with Boomer. "Put them back on the coast," he ordered. This, in turn, bothered the British, at the time intertwined with the Marines. London also had agreed to augment its force from a single brigade to a full division, the 1st Armored, with 28,000 troops and 221 Challenger tanks. Under Schwarzkopf's new plan, the Marines and British would attack into the teeth of Iraqi fortifications in southern Kuwait, but pull back if the defenses proved formidable. This supporting attack would serve as a diversion, tying down more than a dozen Iraqi divisions while the Army swung wide to the west in the main attack. The British High Command looked askance at the prospect of squandering the 1st Armored Division in a diversionary expedition. Having shipped much of the British Army's firepower to Saudi Arabia, London now preferred to use it to good effect, preferably in tandem with the U.S. Army's main attack in the West. General de la Billière also fretted over high casualties if his forces were required to remain with Boomer's Marines. The Marines struck him as mustard keen to press the attack regardless of how stout the Iraqi defenses. A computer war game in London had predicted infantry casualties of 10% for every 24 hours in combat. Marines are gung-ho, Boomer observed icily, but they're not stupid. At the same time, U.S. Army planners, aware of the Challenger fleet's prodigious combat power, slyly encouraged de la Billière to cast his fortunes with 7 Corps. The British commander needed little such encouragement. He campaigned relentlessly in Riyadh and urged London to apply political pressure. Schwarzkopf and Boomer resisted. The Marines, beyond developing deep fraternal ties to the British 7th Armored Brigade, the Desert Rats, also coveted their tanks and engineers. After weeks of haggling, the CINC capitulated. "Walt, I'm tired of talking with the Brits about this," he told Boomer. "We're going to move them over with the main attack. I'll find you another brigade." In late December, Schwarzkopf formally shifted the British division to 7 Corps. As a consolation prize, the Marines received a smaller U.S. Army unit, the Tiger Brigade from Texas. In a sorrowful, teary luncheon, the Marines and British bade one another farewell, their bands joining to play This Moment in Time. As a parting gift, the Marines offered their erstwhile comrades a plaque inscribed with lines from the St. Crispin's Day speech in Henry V. "And gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here." Incirlik, Turkey. Even as the war began, Turkey's role in the Allied coalition remained uncertain. Many Turks resisted picking sides in the conflict, recalling the Ottoman error in permitting Germany to tug them into World War I, only to end up losing the war and their empire. President Bush had carefully nurtured the goodwill of the Turkish president, Turgut Özal, and now the president's solicitude paid off. Özal, hoping to remove a neighborhood despot while reaping aid from the United States and Europe, concluded that Turkey's involvement was a worthy risk. On January 17th, he persuaded his National Assembly to authorize American attacks from the NATO base at Incirlik, roughly 300 miles northeast of Iraq. Shortly after midnight on January 18th, the Allies opened a second front with a wave of bombers from Incirlik that struck 4 radar sites in northern Iraq. Soon after, the first Tomahawks fired from the Mediterranean would also cross Turkey toward Iraq, and in some cases surreptitiously cut across the northeast corner of Syria. For Allied commanders in Riyadh, the aircraft from Incirlik permitted an extra 100 or so sorties a day, typically with 2 flocks of F-16s during daylight and a flock of F-111s at night, plus assorted weasels, ravens, and eagles. Though very much a sideshow compared with the huge effort in the south, the Incirlik planes, codenamed Proven Force, wreaked havoc on northern Iraq. In large formations that reminded some pilots of World War II raids, flights of 8 to 18 F-111s, flying at 25,000 feet and dropping a dozen bombs each, pelted rail yards, airfields, petroleum refineries, and ammunition dumps. Proven Force also broadened the attacks against the Iraqi power grid. Relentless and wholly successful, that campaign steadily reduced Iraq almost to a pre-electrical state. John Warden's Instant Thunder Plan had anticipated knocking out 35% of the country's electricity. Instead, by war's end, more than 95% of the generated power was gone, and with it, most of Iraq's capacity to pump sewage and purify water. Auxiliary generators were fickle, inefficient, and required fuel, supplies of which also were being destroyed wholesale. The blackout reportedly reduced some Iraqi surgeons to operating by candlelight. Limited efforts had been taken before the war to restrict this demolition. In Riyadh, target planners intended to leave generator halls largely intact, theoretically permitting a post-war reconstruction of the power grid in 3 to 6 months. On January 12th, Buster Glosson wrote a memo notifying his wing commanders that electric targets will be targeted to minimize recuperation time. Boilers and generators will not be aim points. But those instructions often failed to reach the pilots, who, with zeal and alacrity, attacked generators, transformers, switching stations, and transmission lines. Because of uncertainty about the effectiveness of the secret carbon filaments, most targets draped with Kit 2s were also hit with conventional bombs. Besides, the imprecision of dumb bombs in many cases made pinpoint targeting impossible. Even 4 months after the war, Iraq's generating capacity would be comparable with the country's electrical output in 1920. One mission flown from Incirlik on the night of January 18th typified the dangers and difficulty of pinpoint bombing. A 4-ship flight of F-111s flew east for 45 minutes to avoid Syrian airspace, then turned south toward the Al Abbas Dam on the Tigris River, 12 miles north of Mosul, Iraq's third largest city. The F-111s flying from Turkey, unlike more sophisticated models based in Saudi Arabia, could drop only dumb bombs, not precision-guided munitions. Despite Incirlik's balmy Mediterranean climate, the air crews wore heavy woolen survival suits in case they were forced to eject in the mountains of northern Iraq. Manning an aircraft nicknamed Sheba was a young pilot, Captain Greg Stevens, and Major Mike Swaney, the weapons systems officer, WSO or WISO, both of whom had arrived in Turkey from their base in England only 2 days before. Flight planners had promised the crews an easy milk run for their baptism of fire, but after crossing the mountains at 10,000 feet, Sheba's electronic warning system detected Iraqi SAM radar emissions in the heavily defended Tigris Valley, soon to be dubbed, sardonically, Happy Valley. Stevens and Swaney dropped to 400 feet, then to 300, lower than either had ever flown at night. As Sheba and another F-111 angled toward the dam from the west, the second pair swung around to attack from the east. Swaney had been instructed to avoid hitting the dam while aiming for the hydropower station on the west side of the spillway. As the aircraft neared the target, he recognized the rectilinear shape of the transformer yard in his ground radar scope. Tracers stitched the sky over the dam. Stevens jinked right to avoid a stream of anti-aircraft fire from a 3-man gun crew clearly visible below. A moment later, he was startled when, on a hillside just off the left wing, someone opened the door of a parked pickup truck, and the dome light eerily illuminated the cab's interior. "Accelerating to 510 knots, Stevens announced. "I'm going to range bomb now." "We're a little farther north than I want to be," Swaney replied. Stevens nosed the plane slightly to the right. 10,000 feet to release, he reported. 5,000 feet. Coming on the pickle button, now. Sheba's computer, calculating altitude, wind velocity, ground speed, and the distance to the radar cursors Swaney had placed on the target, paused 2 seconds before pitching a dozen 500-pound Mark 82s into the night. The plane shuddered violently and began to wobble. "Shit, we're hit," Swaney shouted. No, we're okay," Stevens answered. "It's just the bombs coming off." Peering from the cockpit, Swaney saw the dark mass of the dam to his left. In the reflection of the spillway, the bombs blossomed red and orange, carving a 600-foot channel of fire across the power station. Stevens pulled out of the valley and turned north toward Turkey. Pilots flying over the dam the following day confirmed severe damage to the transformers. Mosul reportedly was without power. The Air Force awarded Swaney the Distinguished Flying Cross for valorous bombing under fire. The valor was beyond question. The cumulative impact of such missions on Iraqi society, however, was devastating. More than 200 combat sorties, plus the Kit 2 Tomahawks, would be launched against electrical targets. Glosson and Deptula had sound military reasons for picking those targets: disrupting enemy radars, communications, and computers, crippling defense industries, stripping away the power needed to open the heavy doors on airplane shelters, and to refrigerate suspected biological weapons. They also hoped to bring the sting of war home to the Iraqi populace, thus adding to the pressures from within on Saddam's regime. Yet certainly they underestimated the efficacy of the attacks and the pain of that sting. Schwarzkopf would declare on January 30th that some electricity had been left flowing because of our interest in making sure that civilians do not suffer unduly. But Iraq was an industrial state. 3/4 of its 19 million citizens lived in cities and towns. With the world's second highest birth rate, the country had an exceptionally large number of children. 20% of the population was under 5 years old. The widespread loss of power was ruinous. After the war, critics would charge that although civilian deaths directly attributable to the bombing campaign numbered in the hundreds or low thousands, tens of thousands more died from disease, degraded medical care, and the deprivation of adequate food and clean water. In this issue, no moral certitude obtained. The attack on Iraq was a far remove from the pristine surgical pricking described by George Bush and his surrogates. Yet it was equidistant from the firebombing of Dresden and Tokyo. In the end, the war was of a piece with all wars: unpredictable, cruel, and violent, damning the innocent and guilty alike. Washington, D.C. After 2 early morning false alarms, several more Scuds fell on Tel Aviv shortly after dawn on Saturday, January 19th, the Jewish Sabbath. Like the initial salvo, the attack lightly wounded several dozen civilians, killed no one, and triggered a rash of phone calls between Israeli and American officials. The most alarming, on the Hammer-Rick line linking the Pentagon and Korea, came from David Ivry to Paul Wolfowitz around 2 a.m. Washington time. "We intend to respond because there has been no stoppage of the Scuds," Ivry warned in his heavily accented English. "We want to pass some details to you of where we plan to go so that you can get your forces out of the way." The Israeli Air Force planned a massive counterstrike, with 2 large waves of warplanes followed by helicopter attacks and the insertion of infantry commandos into western Iraq. Curiously, Ivry was executing orders from Moshe Aarons that he personally opposed. The Director General had argued against an Israeli counterstrike, which he believed would engulf the Middle East in general war. Wolfowitz stalled. In nearly 20 years of service to Republican and Democratic administrations, Wolfowitz had weathered innumerable crises. A genial and exceptionally intelligent man, he had studied mathematics and chemistry in college before becoming an expert in foreign policy and arms control. Israel he knew firsthand from having lived there as a teenager. When he spoke, his voice rarely rose above a murmur. Now he sensed from the urgency in Ivry's voice that the Israelis were at the end of their rope, and even closer to a retaliatory strike than on the previous night. "You can give us any information you want," Wolfowitz replied, "but there's been no decision on our part that we're going to get out of your way. All I can do is take down what you tell me." The rebuff silenced Ivry, who hung up without providing additional details. Wolfowitz reported the conversation to Cheney, who flew a few hours later with Colin Powell to Camp David for a strategy session with the president. Tense and frustrated, Bush ordered Wolfowitz and Lawrence Eagleburger back to Israel as his personal envoys, and authorized a separate diplomatic mission to Jordan. Sensing the president's pique, Cheney leaned on Powell. "How the hell is it," the secretary asked, "that these guys keep launching Scuds?" Powell returned to the Pentagon, where he had spent the previous 2 nights napping on the leather couch in his office beneath a portrait of West Point's first black graduate leading a cavalry patrol across the Great Plains. Using the big white phone console behind his desk, he again urged Schwarzkopf to turn his full attention to the Iraqi missiles. The CINC seemed oddly tone-deaf in his public remarks about the Scuds. After the first barrage hit Israel, he had decried the absolutely insignificant results, while adding, "We were delighted to see that the Iraqis did exactly what we thought they'd do." Such remarks hardly endeared him to the Israelis, who viewed the attack as neither insignificant nor delightful, or to Pentagon civilians. "The guy supposedly has read Clausewitz and knows wars are political, right?" Wolfowitz asked caustically. Powell understood Schwarzkopf's preoccupation with the air campaign and the ground attack plan. He hesitated to tell the CINC how to run his war. No field commander, Powell knew, ever believed he was supported adequately in Washington, and Schwarzkopf needed reassurance more than most. In the main, the chairman thought the CINC's performance admirable. But on the nettlesome issue of the Scuds, the one aspect of CENTCOM's war plan that was not going well, he seemed willfully stubborn. When Powell raised the issue, as he did often in the first days of the war, Schwarzkopf grew annoyed, then angry. "You know, you guys have completely lost your perspective," Schwarzkopf told him. "I appreciate your concern about Israel, but what about concern for us in Riyadh and Dhahran? We're getting Scuds rained on us too." The CINC was particularly incensed at a Joint Chiefs proposal to have Israeli target planners sit in CENTCOM's Riyadh headquarters. He also had pointed out that the first bomb dropped on Baghdad Thursday morning by itself contained the explosive power of 10 Scuds. But Powell held firm, with an insistence that made several eavesdropping officers think of a man smacking a bull between the eyes with a 2x4. In The Army of a Political Democracy, the French author Alexis de Tocqueville once observed, "The most peaceful men are the generals." Colin Luther Powell proved the point. By constitution, he inclined to diplomacy and compromise rather than confrontation and bloodletting. He was a devoted admirer of Dwight Eisenhower, not for the generalissimo's battlefield exploits, but because Eisenhower was a soldier who distrusted military solutions and advocated containment. An inveterate collector of aphorisms, Powell kept an epigram on his desk from the Greek historian Thucydides. "Of all manifestations of power, restraint impresses men most." For Colin Powell, war was not an abstract means to achieve national objectives, but rather a brutal enterprise that produced dead soldiers, shattered lives, and smoking wreckage. Born in Harlem to Jamaican immigrants, he had been raised in the polymorphic world of the South Bronx. His mother was a seamstress, his father a shipping clerk in New York's garment district. For 15 years, the Powell family lived in a 4-story walk-up a few blocks from the police precinct station, later known, after drugs and violence had destroyed the neighborhood, as Fort Apache. Powell enrolled at the City College of New York with intentions of becoming an engineer, an ambition promptly abandoned, he later joked, when he found himself baffled by the task of visualizing a cone intersecting a plane in space. With a lackluster college record and a degree in geology, he was commissioned a second lieutenant in the Army in 1958. For a young black man of modest means, Powell wrote years later, the military was a route out, a route up. Integrated only a decade earlier by President Harry Truman, the U.S. Army was undergoing a transformation from one of the nation's most segregated institutions to one of the most progressive in race relations. Powell soon developed, and would never relinquish, an emotional kinship with blacks who had served in uniform before him, including the so-called Buffalo Soldiers, all black regiments that fought in the Indian campaigns after the Civil War. In 1962, Captain Powell arrived in Vietnam as part of the growing cadre of American military advisors. He served with the South Vietnamese Infantry Regiment, and returned home a year later with a Purple Heart, earned after he stepped on a sharpened punchy steak. Following several stateside tours, and a year at the Army's Command and General Staff College, where he ranked second among 1,200 officers in his class, he returned to Vietnam in June 1968 at the peak of American involvement in the war. There he served in the Americal Division as executive officer of the same brigade that, 3 months earlier, as he would learn much later, had massacred scores of civilians at My Lai. Even as chairman, Powell still wore the Americal's combat patch on his right sleeve. Of the 22 years since returning from his second tour in Vietnam, Powell had spent 17 in Washington. A credible, if unexceptional, career began to blossom in 1972 with his selection as a White House Fellow. During his 1-year apprenticeship at the Office of Management and Budget, Powell's intelligence and stamina earned the admiration of the OMB director, Caspar W. Weinberger, and his deputy, Frank C. Carlucci. Bolstered by 2 powerful patrons, Powell subsequently referred to Carlucci as his godfather of godfathers, the young officer found himself on a very fast track to the top. In the 1980s, after distinguished tours as a battalion commander in Korea and a brigade commander with the 101st Airborne Division, Powell served for 3 years as military assistant to Weinberger, who had become Ronald Reagan's Secretary of Defense. Now a major general, Powell bypassed the traditional way station of division command in 1986 when he received his third star and command of V Corps in Germany. Only 6 months later, he was back in Washington as deputy to Carlucci, who had become the national security advisor. When Weinberger resigned in 1987, Carlucci moved to the Pentagon as defense secretary, and Powell served the last 2 years of Reagan's term as national security advisor. In the summer of 1989, Richard Cheney, with the consent of President Bush, chose Powell as the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs. At 53, he was the youngest man ever to hold the position. Wherever Powell went, he exuded self-confidence, as though he were gliding above the shoals that snagged lesser mortals. Another maxim displayed on his desk: never let them see you sweat. His face had a quicksilver quality, shifting instantly from concentration to amusement, and his glasses magnified his eyes slightly to lend him an added intensity. Powell once estimated that as chairman he lost his temper on average 10 times a day, but he was equally quick to guffaw, loosing a sharp, distinctive bray that filled the room and infected those present with his mirth. Like Cheney, he lacked pretension. As a hobbyist, Powell enjoyed tinkering with old Volvos in the garage behind his Fort Myers quarters. As an epicure, his tastes ran to peanut butter sandwiches and ground beef. He was sentimental, loyal, and profane, with an agile mind and an appetite for work. Generous and good-humored, he could also be trenchant and sarcastic, as in his derisive reference to hawks in the State Department as the warriors of C Street. Powell claimed tongue-in-cheek that it was not until he was a young officer at Fort Benning that I ever saw what is referred to as a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Even after becoming the ultimate Washington insider, encircled by wasps, he cultivated the image of the outsider. He had become one of the 7 men, known to Washington wits, depending on their degree of admiration or contempt, as the 7 Wonders or 7 Dwarves, who made up George Bush's inner council. Powell got along well with everyone in the group, but before going to a meeting at the White House, he would joke about donning a string of garlic to ward off the werewolves. Perhaps more than any of the president's other counselors, Powell had resisted war with Iraq. From the moment Saddam invaded Kuwait until Bush's decision in late October to double the force in Saudi Arabia, he subtly sought to steer the United States away from a military solution. He preferred strangling Saddam with a United Nations blockade and economic sanctions. To Cheney, Bush, Scowcroft, and others, he had laid out the case for grinding down Iraq through containment, without overtly declaring himself a proponent of such a strategy. There is a case for the containment or strangulation policy, he had told the president during an Oval Office meeting in early October. This is an option that has merit. It will work someday. Bush had not directly solicited Powell's recommendation, and the chairman did not offer it. His hesitancy would later earn Powell the sobriquet of reluctant warrior, a phrase that did not entirely displease him. Yet, by failing to confront Bush directly with his doubts, the chairman exposed himself to sharp questions after the war about whether he had shirked his obligations as the president's principal military advisor. By early November, when Bush made clear his rejection of the strangulation option, Powell flung himself body and soul into preparations for war. In 1984, Caspar Weinberger had publicly laid out several criteria that had to be met before American combat forces were committed. Troops were to be employed only with the clear intention of winning, with clearly defined political and military objectives, with the support of the American people and their elected representatives in Congress, and only as a last resort. Powell regarded the so-called Weinberger Doctrine, a distillation of the lessons of Vietnam, as a set of useful guidelines. The concept of surgical strikes and the incremental application of force repulsed him. If war was inevitable, then his task as chairman was to ensure that American victory was also inevitable. If that took 500,000 troops, 2,000 planes, and 50 warships, so be it. George Bush had vowed that a war with Iraq would not be another Vietnam. In this, Colin Powell wholeheartedly agreed. Powell was the most politically deft chairman since Maxwell Taylor, and he kept close rein on the 4 service chiefs without seeming to constrict them. Solicitous and confiding, he sought their counsel without recourse to formal votes, often meeting informally across the round mahogany table in his office. Powell referred to the chiefs, chairman, and vice chairman as the Six Brothers. By common consent, Powell became their proxy and mouthpiece. The service leaders nearly vanished from public view. Emasculated by congressional reforms in the mid-1980s that enhanced the chairman's power at the expense of their own, the chiefs played virtually no role in the decision to go to war, and they would be no more than bit players in the decision to stop it. In truth, they had all been reluctant warriors, badly scarred from Vietnam, and wary of a fickle public that could cheer the armed forces off to war, but turn venomous if things went badly. The sole exception was the newest chief, General Merrill A. McPeak, appointed to command the Air Force after the dismissal in September of Michael Dugan. A tall, bony fighter pilot who had once commanded the Thunderbirds demonstration team, and later the Air Force in the Pacific, Tony McPeak considered himself no different from his four-star brethren, a bureaucrat in uniform who had risen through the ranks by being a company man rather than a risk-taking entrepreneur. Yet he was dismayed by the foot-dragging of the chiefs, whom he likened to a bunch of fucking municipal bond salesmen, ready to dissuade Bush from war should the president show the slightest buckling in the knees. Shortly before the war began, McPeak observed that Winston Churchill had once said of his military chiefs that the toughest soldier, the staunchest airman, and the most intrepid sailor would collectively turn to mush. "That's what we are," McPeak added. Mush. McPeak suspected that Iraq was weak. He believed the doubling of American forces in the Gulf to be a mistake, driven by misguided fear of Iraqi military capabilities and the Army's desire to play a larger role in the conflict. He half-heartedly sought to convince Powell that Saddam could be defeated quicker and cheaper. "We won't get any style points for this," he warned. "The real test is to make it look like a no-brainer. Your friends admire you for showing grace as well as power, but all we're showing is power." Powell, determined to guarantee absolute success if war erupted, firmly rejected the argument. McPeak pressed the issue no further, even keeping his own counsel in a private luncheon with Bush at the White House on January 14th. As the junior member of the firm, he recognized a certain juvenile pugnacity in his own itch for a fight. A sensible reluctance among those commanding the world's most powerful military, he reasoned, probably served the country well. Moreover, McPeak was not certain he was right. The more he watched Colin Powell, the more he admired the man's sagacity. Tony McPeak would defer to the chairman's judgment, and not for the last time. Al-Qaim, Iraq. The order to suppress the Iraqi Scud launches rocketed down the chain of command from Bush to Cheney and Powell, and thence to Schwarzkopf, Horner, and Glassen. On the late afternoon of Saturday, January 19th, it reached Al-Kharj Air Base, where 24 F-15E Strike Eagles were preparing to attack an ammunition depot in the Euphrates Valley. At 2 p.m., only 6 hours before takeoff, the mission suddenly changed. American intelligence had discovered a complex of missile storage bunkers and assembly buildings, breathlessly described as the motherlode of all Scud targets in western Iraq. Analysts also concluded that another missile barrage was planned against Israel later that night. Air Force planners in Riyadh redirected the Strike Eagles to hit the Scud sites near Al-Qaim, later known to American pilots, in deference to the many surface-to-air missile batteries girdling the city, as Samstown. 12 bombers from the 335th Tactical Fighter Squadron were to hit the targets around 10 p.m., followed half an hour later by another 12 from their sister squadron, the 336th. At Al-Kharj, the abrupt change of orders was greeted with consternation. Although the pilots understood the political importance of destroying the Scuds, they resented not having time for meticulous planning. This diversion was viewed as Buster Glassen's hasty effort to demonstrate that the United States Air Force needed no assistance from Israel. While bomb loaders stripped the planes of 500-pound Mk-82s and replaced them with cluster bombs and Gator mines, strike planners badgered Riyadh for more information about the new targets. Not until the air crews were ready to walk to their planes did a faxed list of specific bombing aim points arrive at Al-Kharj. The required TOT, time on target, changed once, then twice. No one was angrier at the haphazard way the mission was thrown together than the pilot assigned to lead it, Lieutenant Colonel R.E. Scotty Scott, who had flown 2 nights before in the attack on the Basra oil refinery that cost the lives of Donnie Holland and Thomas Koritz. Shortly before climbing into his cockpit, Scott confronted the director of operations for the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, Colonel David W. Eberly, a slender, soft-spoken native of Brazil, Indiana, who also planned to fly in the attack. "This thing is a goat rope," Scott declared. "It's the kind of mission that gets people killed." Eberly managed to affect an air of calm assurance. "We're going to do this, Scotty," he said. "We can do it." Privately, he shared the mission commander's misgivings. As he walked from the ready room to the flight line, Eberly confided to the wing commander, "This one is worth 20 years of flight pay." The mission continued to deteriorate after takeoff. The bad weather that had bedeviled Saratoga and Kennedy bombers 2 nights earlier still lingered over northern Saudi Arabia. Bouncing in the turbulent winds, the 12 Strike Eagles struggled to refuel from tankers orbiting above RR. Then Scott learned that the 2 F-4 Wild Weasels he had requested from a base in Bahrain had not been notified of the final TOT change. Without the Weasels and their radar-killing HARM missiles, the Strike Eagles had no way to deal with the Iraqi surface-to-air missiles. Scott initially decided to wait for 30 minutes, then changed his mind, concluding that the attack would have to proceed without them. Eberly, flying 8 miles behind Scott, agreed with the final decision. Glosson, he knew, placed great importance on the mission. Even so, Eberly's foreboding deepened. The bombers flew west, turned out their lights, and crossed the border into Iraq. When the strike force neared Samstown, misfortune struck again. At Scott's request, 2 EF-111 Ravens had begun orbiting southeast of Al-Qaim. Each aircraft, laden with 3 tons of electronic jamming equipment, began pumping thousands of watts of power at Iraqi ground radars. Through a tangle of antennae, including a large pod known as the football perched atop the vertical stabilizer, the Raven detected Iraqi search radar signals. The electronic warfare officer, EWO, sitting next to the pilot, then broadcast contradictory signals through a shallow bulge in the plane's belly called the canoe. More art than science, casting trons was intended to disrupt the electronic ecosystem and confuse the Iraqis just long enough to let the attack bombers slip across their targets. If the Raven was close enough, and the EWO sufficiently deft, the Iraqi radar screens turned to snow. But as these Ravens began their second orbit in a counterclockwise turn toward the Syrian border, a MiG-25 suddenly darted toward them at high speed. The Iraqi fired 1 air-to-air missile at the lead Raven and 2 at his wingman. The missiles flew wide, but the Ravens dived to escape, and then, uncertain where the MiG was lurking, turned back toward Saudi Arabia. Unaware of this drama, the Strike Eagles pushed toward the targets, now without Ravens or Weasels. Scott led 6 jets northeast toward the Al-Qaim Highway, later known as AAA Alley. The other 6 veered southwest. Having witnessed the consequences of low-altitude bombing at Basra, Scott had instructed his pilots to attack from 20,000 feet. 30 miles from the target, the anti-aircraft fire began. At 10 miles, the first SA-2s and SA-3s streaked skyward amid a barrage of flares. Scott and his wingman, Corvette 1 and Corvette 2, roared over the scud bunkers at 580 knots, dropped their bombs, jinked wildly to evade several missiles, and raced for the open desert. Now came Corvette 3, with David Eberly, and in the back seat, his weapons officer, Major Thomas E. Griffith, Jr. 8 miles from the target, Eberly spied the bright orange flame of a SAM coming up on the right. The tiny fireball looked stationary on the aircraft canopy, an indication that the missile had locked on and was tracking them. Eberly pulled 60 degrees to the right, and the missile shot past the airplane. Steering back to the left, he lowered the nose into an attack dive. He never saw the missile that hit them. With a brilliant white flash and a violence that reminded him of an automobile slamming into a tree, Corvette 3 lurched up. The men were too shocked to yell. Eberly tried to scan the instrument panel, tried to make his eyes focus. He had the sensation that the aircraft had stopped in midair. The cockpit lighting was strange, although he couldn't tell why. He felt his gaze drawn to the fire warning lights on the left. Eberly had always assumed that if this time came, he would stay with his crippled jet until the last moment. But now his hands dropped instinctively to the ejection levers on either side of the seat. As he grasped the handles and tugged them upward, he felt the friction of metal on metal. In the back, Griffith inched his right foot toward the microphone pedal to broadcast a mayday call. An explosive charge tore the plexiglass canopy from the fuselage. Sub-zero air ripped through the cockpit at more than 500 knots. Then, 2 small rockets detonated beneath the seats, blasting first Griffith, then Eberly upward, with a force 13 times that of gravity. In less time than it takes for a human heart to beat, the men catapulted back over the bomber's twin tails and into the inky night, tumbling toward the scarlet tracers that leaped to greet them from Samstown, far below. He was on his knees. That much he knew, and no more. He stared at the horizon. An orange glare blazed silently as from a distant bonfire. He felt neither pain nor cold, heard not the slightest sound. Fragments swam into his consciousness. His name, Eberly, David Eberly. He was a pilot, a colonel. He had a wife, Barbara, and a son, Tim. Perhaps he was in Nevada on a red flag exercise. Or Oman? No, the wing had left Oman for Al-Kharj. Then the war began. He had been flying with Griffith, flying far to the north. Then what? Kneeling, as though at a communion rail, he stared at the liquid glow, mesmerized. Perhaps he was dreaming. He moved his right knee, and it made a noise, a scratching on the shale. Abruptly it came to him. I am in Iraq. Eberly strained to hear the growl of an airplane, to hear any noise at all. The sky had cleared and was swollen with stars. A sliver of moon hung in the south. They've gone, he thought. The survival raft, automatically inflated during his descent, lay near the heap of his parachute. He had no recollection of unhooking the chute from his harness, no memory of anything after the friction of the ejection handles. Now the cold came, seeping through his flight suit. He stood up, stumbling, and gathered the parachute around him like a shawl. He realized he was going into shock. Sitting in the raft, facing the southern moon, he slid the water flask from the calf pocket of his G-suit and took several swigs. 50 feet away, he saw the silhouette of a power stanchion with high-tension lines running toward the distant glow he now knew was Al-Qaim. The sudden sound of a truck forced him upright. Headlights scythed the desert. Eberly scrambled to his feet and scuttled to the southeast corner of the concrete stanchion. The truck stopped 100 yards away, its lights falling just short of the pillar where he crouched, listening for the snarl of dogs and the metallic shuffle of soldiers grabbing their rifles. Instead, one man climbed from the cab and lit a cigarette. He stood and smoked, staring south, his eyes reflecting the crimson ember each time he inhaled. At last, he flicked the butt away, climbed back in, gunned the engine, and drove northward. Eberly knew he had to get away from the crash site. He bolted southwest, abandoning the raft and the remainder of the survival kit. His mind was clearer now. He thought of Scotty and the rest of the flight, now racing back to the tanker and the safety of Saudi airspace. He thought of his warm cot in the tent at Al-Kharj, and of Barbara and Tim at home in North Carolina. But he pushed the images from his mind. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, he recited silently, I will fear no evil. He remembered a photograph he had once seen of a World War I pilot with a parachute draped around his neck. He doubted that he looked as jaunty. Off to the right, another truck rumbled past, then another. From his vest, he pulled the small survival radio and tried, without hope of success, to raise the AWACS plane far to the south. This is Corvette 3, on guard. How do you read? No answer. Suddenly, the dark shape of an ejection seat loomed before him. He crept forward, fearful of finding Griffith's body still strapped in. The seat was empty. A sharp crackle from the radio startled him. "Corvette 3 Alpha," Griffith's voice called softly. "This is 3 Bravo." Eberly keyed the microphone. "Griff, where are you?" he asked before realizing how foolish the question was. What could Griffith answer? In Iraq? In the desert? "Do you see the big power line overhead?" Eberly asked. "Yeah, I see it." "Can you see the headlights of the truck on the road?" "I'll give you a hack when the truck's abeam my position along the power line." 15 minutes later, Eberly heard the crunch of footsteps, and Griffith emerged from the darkness. Their reunion was almost curt, the exhilaration of companionship silenced by the instinct to keep moving, to find a wadi or a thicket in which to hide before dawn caught them in the open. For several hours they stumbled southwest, following the power lines. All conversation focused on the flat terrain and the odds of being spotted from the road. Eberly felt rivulets running down his back and chest. He assumed it was sweat. Not until daylight would Griffith see that it was blood oozing from a gash on the back of Eberly's head and a deep scrape on the left side of his jaw, injuries apparently suffered during the ejection. At length they came on a shallow ravine choked with low shrubs. Collapsing to the ground, they huddled for warmth and tucked Eberly's parachute about them like a quilt. "It doesn't matter what happened," Eberly said softly. "We're alive. And if we can stay alive, we'll get home." He pulled out the water flask. Each took a sip. He capped the flask and slid it back into his pocket. They slept. Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, North Carolina. Even before her husband left for the Middle East, Barbara Eberly had had premonitions. It was nothing she could put her finger on, but she had been a pilot's wife long enough to know of many sudden widows and fatherless children, and could not dismiss the misgivings out of hand. When David left in August, she played the plucky spouse. "You've waited 20 years to do this," she told him. Later, like Penelope on the cliffs of Ithaca, she waved farewell from the flight line as his plane took off in a pounding rain. But as Christmas drew near, she wandered among the clothing displays at a department store until she found a simple navy dress that she knew would be appropriate for a funeral. She was a handsome woman, blonde and delicate-featured, articulate, a Hoosier like her husband. On this first Saturday of the war, she was supposed to drive up to Virginia to see a friend, but she canceled the trip under the weight of her forebodings. "The idea of hearing that David has been shot down and then having to drive 4 hours to get home is too much," she explained on the phone. She lunched at the officers' club, did some errands in the afternoon, picked at Chinese takeout for dinner. Shortly before 10 p.m., as she was about to watch a video cassette that David had sent, the bell chimed on the side door. Colonel James Ray, the vice wing commander who had remained in North Carolina to run the base, stood on the stoop in civilian clothes. He held a walkie-talkie. Behind him, in a breach of etiquette that signaled this was not a social call, stood his wife. Barbara opened the door and peered down the driveway, searching for the ominous fleet of blue cars that the Air Force dispatched whenever a pilot went down. The street was clear. "I guess it's all right to let you in," she joked nervously. The Rays stepped into the kitchen, smiling, and she knew immediately the smiles were of sympathy. She began backing up, through the kitchen and into the dining room. Ray held out his arms. "Barbara, we've got to talk." "No, no," she protested, and her cries filled the house. "No, no, no." Half an hour later, Tim returned from the movies. He was 18, bigger than his father, blond like his mother. He walked into a house now filled with blue uniforms. A dozen faces turned toward him. Before a word was said, he lowered his head and burst into tears. He refused to believe that his father was dead. She refused to hope that he was alive, and she snapped at her son when he persisted in asserting that somehow David had survived. Shortly before midnight, the chaplain arrived, and at her request led them through the rainy night to the base chapel. After they had prayed for David's soul and turned to leave, Tim lingered for a moment near the altar. "My father's alive, Chaplain," he confided. "I know. I've seen him walking in the desert." Tel Aviv. On Sunday morning, January 20th, a U.S. Air Force transport jet banked into its final approach to Ben Gurion Airport. The plane rocked lower and lower over the cobalt Mediterranean before crossing the broad white shingle that stretched from the domes and minarets of ancient Jaffa in the south, said to be the world's oldest port, founded by Noah's son Japhet, to the high-rise hotels clustered along Hayarkhan Street in the north. Tiny puffs of smoke spurted from the jet's wheels as they touched the airport tarmac. The pilot taxied past the date palms bordering the squat, tatty terminal and cut the engines. The most important diplomatic mission of the war had begun. Lawrence Eagleburger and Paul Wolfowitz, representing the Departments of State and Defense, stepped from the cabin into the mid-morning glare. Their instructions were simple. Keep the Israelis from responding, James Baker had directed. Do whatever you have to do to assure them that we have the Scuds under control. On the airport perimeter, the newly arrived crew of a Patriot battery, one of 6 that would be deployed across western Israel, worked feverishly to position their missile canisters and radar screens. No Scuds had fallen since Saturday morning. In that regard, the costly Strike Eagle attack the previous night had been successful. Yet the prospect of more attacks seemed certain. It took only an afternoon for the 2 Americans to see that in the weeks since their last visit, Israel had become a nation under siege, but a nation learning to live with it. A public opinion poll found that 80% of Israeli citizens favored a continued policy of restraint, even after the first 2 Scud salvos. Puppets on the television program Kippi of Rechov Sumsum, the Israeli Sesame Street, wore little gas masks during a call-in show intended to reassure anxious children. A group of 10 senior rabbis passionately debated whether to cast an ancient Hasidic curse on Saddam Hussein, who, if truly evil, would theoretically die within 30 days. Visitors to the Holocaust exhibit at Yad Vashem, walking past photographs of Nazi crematoria, carried cardboard boxes containing their masks and atropine injectors. On a tour of the shattered apartments of a Tel Aviv neighborhood hit by an earlier Scud, Eagleburger, clad in his boots and trademark red sweater and clutching a cigarette in one hand and an asthma inhaler in the other, shouted to the cheering crowd, "Good for you! The people of Israel live!" He later slipped on his own gas mask in a hotel room, peered into the mirror, and gasped, "Gad, it's a short fat man from Mars." To Wolfowitz, he complained, "I can't smoke in this thing. I'd rather die on the roof breathing fresh air with a cigarette in my hand." For 4 days, the Americans shuttled between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem in an endless succession of contentious, emotional meetings with Israeli government officials. A great kabuki dance, Eagleburger called it privately. When Moshe Aarons and David Ivry again requested an open corridor across Jordan or Saudi Arabia so that Israeli warplanes could attack the Scud sites, Eagleburger rebuffed them. "Look, we're not going to coordinate with you. We're not going to give you anything that lets you operate independently with some sort of strike." Instead, the Americans agreed to summon a team of photo specialists from Washington to help the Israelis interpret satellite images and recommend targets for Allied pilots. If the Israeli military at times seemed heedless of the sacrifices made by aviators like David Eberly and Thomas Griffith, they at last understood that taking out the Scuds would require not a few surgical strikes, but a protracted campaign. They also hoped to turn a quick profit. When the Israeli foreign minister presented the Americans with a bill of $13 billion to defray war costs and build new settlements for Soviet immigrants, Eagleburger peered owlishly through his glasses and replied, "This is all very interesting, and I'll take it back to Washington. But it's kind of expensive, wouldn't you say?" 30 minutes before a session with Yitzhak Shamir, harsh new instructions arrived from the White House. "Tell the Prime Minister," the secret cable ordered, "that if he firmly agrees not to attack Iraq, the United States will provide him with additional Patriot batteries." Eagleburger and Wolfowitz were appalled at the heavy-handed ultimatum, which seemed distressingly close to blackmail. They had scrupulously affirmed Israel's right to counterattack, the very cornerstone of Israeli military policy for 40 years, while urging Shamir not to translate that principle into action. As always, Shamir had been enigmatic and prickly. Yet, thus far, he had steadfastly resisted pressure from his more bellicose cabinet ministers. The Prime Minister recognized the danger of giving Saddam an excuse to withdraw his forces from Kuwait and launch them instead in an Arab jihad, a holy war, against Israel. He also saw the potential calamity of embroiling Jordan, which had long served as a buffer between Israel and her more hostile neighbors to the east. When Eagleburger relayed his new instructions to Shamir, the prime minister responded with scorn. "So if we don't do what you want us to do, you'll let people here get killed?" he asked. "This is not the way to speak to a friend. It leads to questions about what kind of relationship we will have in the future." Eagleburger privately agreed, and after the meeting, he sent a sharp message back to Washington, reporting Shamir's displeasure and his own dismay. Though never certain that Israel would remain on the sidelines, Eagleburger surmised that Shamir was seeking excuses not to act. That, Eagleburger believed, should be the basis for American diplomacy, however long the war lasted. Washington should be patient, sympathetic, and firm, he concluded, allowing the Israelis to posture in their cabinet meetings while blaming the Americans for keeping them out of the war. One final episode showed that the Americans were willing to permit Israel some latitude, if only to keep Saddam off balance. As Eagleburger and his delegation prepared to return to the United States, David Ivry pulled Wolfowitz aside and told him that Israel intended to test fire a Jericho missile into the Mediterranean. Ivry promised that before any launch, he would notify the Pentagon with a code phrase, "apple pie." Wolfowitz had been appalled at the White House suggestion on January 17th that a retaliatory attack on Iraq with Jerichos might circumvent concerns about Israeli fighters flying through Saudi or Jordanian airspace. Even before Moshe Aarons summarily rejected the proposal, Wolfowitz had considered it a dumb idea, likely to inflame the Middle East while leaving the Scud problem unresolved. But a test shot with a dummy warhead was a different matter. On his return to Washington, Wolfowitz told Cheney of the planned launch. 2 days later, Ivry called the undersecretary and reported, "Apple pie will take place." Wolfowitz offered no protest. Saddam should be reminded, the Americans had agreed, that even if Israel stood temporarily muzzled, she still had fangs. As Eagleburger and Wolfowitz performed their kabuki rituals in Israel, another envoy flew to Amman for a different kind of dance with Jordan's King Hussein. Richard L. Armitage, a former Defense Department Assistant Secretary, now working for Baker, had spent 3 tours in Vietnam after graduating from the Naval Academy. Son of a Boston street cop, he possessed a barrel chest, a voice like a rock slide, and the reputation of an official enforcer periodically dispatched for what he called the wet work of American diplomacy, thrashing a recalcitrant adversary without leaving any permanent scars. At 11 a.m. on Monday, January 21st, he arrived at the Royal Palace for lunch and a blunt conversation. King Hussein was playing a dangerous game. Although the Jordanian monarch was said to be a direct descendant of the Prophet Muhammad, Hussein ruled less by divine right than by guile and an ability to play off one opponent against another. The subjects of his small kingdom overwhelmingly supported Iraq. 400 newborn males in Jordan had been named Saddam since the invasion of Kuwait, and others now bore the name Scud. Barbers in Palestinian refugee camps reported a great demand for Saddam-style mustaches, and hundreds of women had tramped through the Jordanian capital chanting, "Saddam, our beloved, hit Tel Aviv with chemicals." While privately assuring the Americans and Israelis that he was merely appeasing my people in the street by rhetorically supporting Baghdad, the king was also suspected of turning a blind eye to rampant smuggling across the Iraqi border in defiance of the United Nations embargo. During Desert Shield, the White House had warned Hussein that he risked forfeiting Washington's economic assistance if he failed to join the chorus condemning Iraq. Armitage was not unsympathetic to the king's predicament. By the standards of Middle East royalty, Hussein was something of a populist. His support of democratic ideals had earned him rancor and snubs from the reactionary monarchs of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Armitage suspected that Hussein had endorsed Saddam's efforts to frighten the Gucci sheiks of Kuwait before he realized that Iraq would invade and pillage the emirate. Now, Armitage believed, the king was like an errant youth who had succumbed to the pressure to join in a robbery, only to find himself an accessory to murder after the victim was shot. Armitage found Hussein wearing an open-neck shirt and a gaudy cowboy belt, smiling nervously and gripping the arms of his chair as though awaiting the first truncheon blow of the inevitable wet work. Instead, the American played good cop to his own bad cop image. It is very much in Jordan's interest to refrain from attacking Israeli jets if they overfly your country, Armitage said. We're going to get past this. We've got some immediate business to deal with now, he added. But the United States respects Jordan. Hussein sighed and settled back into his chair as the court chamberlain handed him a cigarette. The king, Armitage realized, was utterly petrified. As usual, Hussein tried to steer a middle course. The Israelis know the characteristics of our Hawk surface-to-air missiles, he said. If they fly within the envelope of our missiles, I will have to shoot. To Armitage, the message seemed evident. Tell the Israelis to veer around the Hawk batteries if they have to fly across Jordan. Be very clear in telling Saddam Hussein, Armitage advised, that the use of weapons of mass destruction, particularly chemicals, will be dealt with in the harshest fashion. The king nodded and replied, I do not think they will use chemical weapons. As lunch ended, the Jordanian prime minister joined the two men. He looked ashen and exhausted, having returned only moments before from a trip to Baghdad to remind the Iraqis that Jordan had no wish to be a battleground in the jihad against Israel. Armitage inquired about the 10-hour drive on the Amman-Baghdad highway, which sliced past H2 and H3. What did you see? The American asked. The prime minister said nothing. Instead, he swiveled around and glanced upward, first over one shoulder, then over the other. The practiced gesture of a man who had just spent 10 hours watching with dread for the American bomb that would blow him into the next world. Al-Qaim, Iraq. The rising sun woke David Eberly and Thomas Griffith on Sunday morning, January 20th. Eberly sat up stiffly, pushing away the bulky parachute. It was very cold. Each breath sent a milky plume into the air, and fog shrouded the desert floor. Except for the power lines and a low hillock rising 400 yards from the wadi where they had slept, the landscape was as bleak and empty as the open sea. Conversation was an effort, and the men said little. Griffith mopped Eberly's wounds. Then they gathered up the parachute and plunged into the fog toward the nearby hill. When they had climbed along a goat path to the crest, the men found an oval depression, 15 feet long, that offered a sheltered view of the road curving below them to the west. They took inventory. Eberly had the chute and his survival vest. His worldly possessions consisted of a radio, flares, a pistol, the water bottle, now nearly empty, and blood chits, promissory notes printed in English and Arabic that offered a reward for anyone delivering the pilots into Allied hands. Griffith had his pistol, radio, and a survival kit with compass, flares, a map of western Iraq, 2 packets of water, and a small solar blanket. On the map, they located the power line, the road, and then their hill, designated only by its elevation, 1,181 feet. Their erstwhile target at Al-Qaim lay to the northeast, and another hill, 900, stood approximately 2 miles to the southwest. Less than 10 miles due west was the Syrian border. Turning off one radio to conserve the batteries, they monitored the other and periodically broadcast calls for help. We're too far north, Eberly said after several futile attempts, and nobody's going to be out here in the daylight. They dozed, then awakened a short while later to the sound of voices. Eberly crawled to the rocky parapet and peered over. A derelict oil truck sat on the side of the road with a car parked behind it. 2 men conversed briefly, then climbed into the car and drove south. Eberly wondered whether the men could be rescuers, dressed incognito, or perhaps it was a trap to lure the hiding airmen into the open. In hushed tones, he and Griffith debated walking back to the ejection seats to recover the other parachute and the water in Eberly's abandoned survival kit. But what if the seats had been discovered and were under surveillance, or were booby-trapped? For now, they agreed, it was better to stay put. The day drifted by, and as the sun slipped below the horizon, the 2 men scraped at the rocks in their oval nest and slept again. They woke once more to the familiar sound of airplanes high overhead. Another strike package of F-15Es was returning to bomb targets near Al-Qaim. "This is Corvette 3, Eberly called on the radio. How do you read? If you read, come up 28, 28. A voice answered on the emergency frequency. Corvette 3, I read. Eberly instantly recognized the speaker as Major Gary Cole, a backseater from the 336th. "What's the holdup?" he asked impatiently. "They're searching," Cole replied. "Well," Eberly urged, "tell them to hurry." And then the planes were gone, swept from range at nearly 600 knots. Without success, the two airmen tried repeatedly to raise the flight before again lying down in cold, frustrated misery. They're searching. 7 combat search and rescue (CSAR) bases had been established at the start of the war, 5 in Saudi Arabia and 2 in Turkey. Schwarzkopf assigned CSAR responsibility to his Special Operations Commander, Army Colonel Jesse Johnson, a move that soon stirred resentment among Navy and Air Force aviators. Rather than risk losing helicopter pilots and Special Forces troops in a random hunt for downed pilots, Johnson decreed that reasonable confirmation of a survivor's location and predicament be established before he would authorize a rescue mission. Only for the initial strikes of the war had several CSAR teams loitered over Iraq. Thereafter, it was deemed safer and more effective to stage from their home bases. To prevent the Iraqis from luring rescue crews into a trap, each airman was to authenticate himself with code words kept in his file, personal trivia like his mother's maiden name, or the breed of the family dog. To Jesse Johnson, the procedures reflected a prudent balance between inaction and bravado, particularly since the Iraqis soon proved adept at DFing downed pilots, using direction-finding antennae to home in on American SOS broadcasts. For several thousand aviators, however, the reasoning did not wash. Many came to believe that CSAR held a low priority for Johnson and his special forces, who were occupied with numerous other missions, from plotting secret strikes behind enemy lines to instructing Arab troops on the mysteries of soldiering. A vivid folklore persisted from Vietnam, where rescuers like the Jolly Green Giant helicopter crews had plucked thousands of survivors from crashes at sea and in the jungle with legendary feats of derring-do. From 1964 to 1973, Air Force rescue operations alone had saved nearly 4,000 Americans at a price of 71 CSAR personnel killed. Navy teams recovered hundreds more. By contrast, Johnson's efforts seemed puny. For the 35 Allied aircraft downed during the Persian Gulf War, only 7 rescue missions would be launched, and 3 pilots saved. At Al-Kharj, as the hours ticked by without any sign that Eberly and Griffith would be rescued, cynicism took root among their fellow aviators. "If you get shot down," they told one another, "be sure you've got your walking shoes." Such criticism, a natural consequence of frustration and anxiety, was unfair. Johnson did launch a CSAR team from Turkey shortly after Corvette 3 went down. The helicopter lingered near Al-Qaim for 17 minutes without making radio contact, then flew back to Turkey. Buster Glosson, closely monitoring the rescue efforts from Riyadh, learned that the Jordanians intended to dispatch a search team. For reasons unclear, the effort came to naught. Contradictory intelligence began piling up. One sketchy report noted that the 2 Americans had been captured and were being held for ransom. Although Cole, the airman who heard Eberly's transmission on the night of January 20th, recognized the colonel's voice, the contact was too fleeting for him to pinpoint the position or authenticate Eberly's condition. Glosson considered asking Johnson to dispatch another CSAR team, but such an effort, he concluded, posed an unreasonable risk. By mid-afternoon of their second day in the desert, Eberly and Griffith had decided to save themselves. Again, they had picked up radio chatter, this time from a CSAR team searching for the crew of a Navy F-14 shot down during an attack on Al-Assad Air Base, 80 miles east of Al-Qaim. Without success, they tried to break into the transmissions. Eberly crouched in their redoubt, scanning the empty sky to the southeast as the last transmissions faded and died. The time had come, he knew, to make a move. Neither he nor Griffith had eaten in 48 hours. Their water was reduced to a few sips. Soon they would be too weak to walk. The 2 aviators had hatched and rejected half a dozen schemes. One called for hijacking a car or truck by having one man lie in the road and the other hide in the brush. But what if the civilian driver resisted and they had to kill him? Moreover, where would they go? Iraqi soldiers surely had roadblocks near the Syrian border, and the rugged desert precluded cross-country driving. Pulling out the map, they plotted their course by foot, west by northwest to Syria, then onto the road that led to the Syrian town of Abu Kamal on the Euphrates River, perhaps 30 miles away. With newfound energy, they set to work ripping up the orange and green parachute and stuffing the strips into their flight suits for warmth. They also fashioned silk burnouses, so that from a distance they resembled Bedouin. After burying the harness buckles and cords, they waited until sunset, then scrambled down the hill and set off at a measured pace. The crescent moon rose like a grin, lambent on the desert pan. Headlights occasionally swept the nearby road, sending the men into a headlong sprawl for cover. The miles fell behind them. For the first time since being shot down, they chatted about home, about family. Griffith had 4 children. About the pleasures of a hot shower and a soft cot. They imagined being delivered to the American embassy in Damascus, and then where? Home to the States for a few days, or straight to Riyadh, as each preferred, before returning to Al-Kharj and the war. Far away, they heard dogs barking. The noise drew closer. Alarmed, Eberly wondered whether Iraqi soldiers were looking for them with hounds. His flight suit was stiff with dried blood. As they slowed their pace, 2 Bedouin tents loomed ahead, and from the shadows darted a dozen snarling mongrels. The dogs ignored Griffith and circled Eberly with fangs bared in the moonlight. Gathering his robe about him, he strode past the tents, certain they were being watched. As the dogs grew bolder, darting at his legs, he pulled the .38 revolver from his holster and cocked the hammer. The animals finally pulled back, retreating into the night. 2 hills rose before them like a camel's humps. Skirting to the north, they stopped to rest, exhausted from fighting their way through the tangled brush that seemed to grow thicker with each passing mile. Again, they saw headlights, this time on a road to the west, which they concluded lay roughly a mile beyond the Syrian border. Abruptly, the radio came to life. Mobile 4-1 to Corvette 3. How do you read? This is Corvette 3, Griffith replied. We read you. What is your condition? Corvette 3 A and B are okay. We're near the border 10 miles southwest of the target. Roger. Stand by. Then, nothing. They assumed the call had come from a CSAR helicopter. The voice was actually that of an F-15C pilot flying north out of Tobuk in Saudi Arabia. Vainly, they called again and again. The wind picked up, icy and relentless. Sweaty from their brisk tramp, the pair huddled under Griffith's tiny foil blanket and dozed off, only to wake shivering uncontrollably. Behind them, the moon had set. Staring to the east, they fancied the faint slap of helicopter blades. One hallucination embroidered another, and now Eberly imagined the winking red glow of aircraft lights. Numb with cold and despair, he and Griffith shared the last trickle of water. Eberly proposed pushing on toward the Syrian road, and Griffith suggested waiting for the rescue team, which surely would descend on them any moment. I think we should ride out rather than walk, he said. Both men could barely speak, so violently did their teeth chatter. A few hundred yards away, Eberly saw the dim silhouette of a small building. Lightless, square, and flat-roofed, it looked deserted. Let's at least go over there and get out of the wind, he proposed. They struggled to their feet and trudged toward the structure, Griffith 20 feet in trail. Eberly had nearly reached the building when it exploded with gunfire. Muzzle flashes peppered the darkness, and bullets shredded the air with ripping noises. Other rounds kicked up small geysers of dirt at their feet. Above the staccato roar of automatic weapons fire, voices screamed at them in Arabic. Eberly, astonished not to have been hit yet, sank to his knees and hoisted his hands high over his head. English, he yelled, English! The shooting stopped and was supplanted with an odd chant. Iraq, Syria, Iraq, Syria. Men hurried from the building. Rough hands shoved the pilots toward the open door. The men steered the 2 Americans into a side room. Maybe we're in Syria, Eberly thought. Perhaps these are Syrian border guards. They'll get us to Damascus. He and Griffith were pushed into a bunk against one wall. Half a dozen uniformed men loomed over them. A blanket lay folded on the bunk. and Eberly pulled the thick folds around him. Heat poured from a pot-bellied stove, and he reached toward it with his frozen fingers. "Cold," he explained, looking up at the men. "Water? Food? Please." Then his heart sank. Glaring down from the opposite wall was the large photograph of a familiar face. That thick lower lip, the rounded jaw and heavy jowls, the brushy mustache, those black, dense eyes. Saddam Hussein. Chapter 5. Delta. Washington, D.C. On the morning of January 22nd, just a few hours after David Eberly and Tom Griffith fell into Iraqi hands, a trim, fair-haired Army Major General strode through the Pentagon's corridors to room 2D-874 in the National Military Command Center. Wayne A. Downing had come to see Lieutenant General Thomas W. Kelly, Director of Operations for the Joint Chiefs, but he had kept this visit secret even from his boss. When Downing had called Kelly to ask for an appointment, all he disclosed of his purpose was, "I want to talk to you about Scuds." Downing headed the Joint Special Operations Command, the military's shadowy counter-terrorist unit at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Behind the closed door of Kelly's office, he pulled out a map and quickly sketched his proposal. According to intelligence analysts, the Iraqis appeared to be shooting Scuds at Israel from 3 different areas, or boxes, in western Iraq. The southern box straddled the Amman-Baghdad highway. The other 2 lay along the Syrian border, one near the town of Shab al-Hiri, the third farther northeast near Al-Qaim. Downing proposed setting up a field headquarters at RR, 30 miles south of the Iraqi border. From there, he would insert a succession of large patrols by helicopter to clean out the southern box and then the northern pair. The patrols would attack not just missile launchers, but also communications sites, logistics bases, and other installations that supported the Scud campaign. No matter how aggressively Air Force and Navy pilots attacked the Iraqis, Downing believed, they could not see from 15,000 feet what a soldier saw on the ground. Iraqi missile crews also appeared able to pack up and move within 6 minutes after firing, rather than the 30 minutes predicted by U.S. intelligence. To man the patrols, Downing suggested using JSOC's Delta Force, the elite commando unit usually reserved for counter-terror missions. Formed in 1977, Delta comprised 3 squadrons, each with about 130 superbly trained and conditioned soldiers, who often wore civilian clothes and long hair when traveling abroad to disguise their military purpose. For months before the war began, Delta Force and the other units in JSOC, including Army Rangers and Navy SEAL teams, had been frantically busy. Downing had flown to Saudi Arabia 5 times since early August. In October and November, under orders from Bush transmitted by Colin Powell, he and Buster Glosson designed an elaborate raid to free U.S. diplomats trapped inside the American Embassy compound in Kuwait City. The mission, codenamed Pacific Wind, involved 18 F-15s, 4 F-117s, 4 Navy F-14 Tomcats, and several Raven and Prowler jamming aircraft. In the dead of night, a pair of stealth fighters would bomb 2 power plants in Kuwait City to knock out the lights. Another pair would flatten a high-rise hotel near the embassy to kill Iraqi officers living there and prevent enemy gunners on the roof from shooting at Delta's helicopters. Strike Eagles would then attack gun pits along the beach and bomb 3 boulevards leading to the embassy compound as Delta soldiers swooped in with helicopters to rescue the trapped Americans as well as diplomats from the nearby British embassy. Glosson and Downing planned to oversee the mission from a C-130 circling off the coast. A Delta squadron had secretly flown to Nevada to practice operating in the desert. Others rehearsed in the sandy terrain of Fort Bragg's Sicily drop zone. F-15E crews practiced at Hurlburt Field in Florida. Pacific Wind would be the largest raid ever attempted by Delta, a damned high risk, Glosson had warned. Powell worried that casualties would be high among both the raiders and the diplomats. The plan to isolate the embassy by destroying a sizable portion of the neighborhood bothered Schwarzkopf, who also feared that such an attack could trigger all-out war. "If I direct you to conduct this operation," the CINC told Downing and Glosson in late autumn, "then I may need to go ahead and execute the rest of the war plan." But in December, Saddam permitted the peaceful evacuation of the embassy, and the raid plan had been shelved without Delta's deploying to the Middle East, except for 30 men assigned to set up logistics and communications and to serve as Schwarzkopf's bodyguards. JSOC then formed 3 task forces to combat an expected wave of terrorism around the world. One focused on Southwest Asia, another on Europe, and the third on the United States. Thus far, however, the terror wave had not materialized, and JSOC was looking for work. Downing knew that his Scud campaign plan faced several obstacles, perhaps the least of which was the Iraqi army. One hurdle was the deep suspicion held by many military commanders toward elite forces. Armies do not win wars by means of a few bodies of super soldiers, but by the average quality of their standard units, General William J. Slim, Britain's great World War II commander, once declared. Anything, whatever shortcuts to victory it may promise, which thus weakens the army spirit, is dangerous. That egalitarian sentiment persisted in the American military. JSOC had been created after the calamitous 1980 Iranian hostage mission, in part to weave special operations more tightly into the fabric of conventional forces. Its performance during the invasion of Panama, where Delta stormed a prison to free a CIA agent, won many plaudits. Still, by its very nature, Delta was unconventional. "Don't be doctrinaire," Downing urged his soldiers. "Think like a bank robber." More formidable yet was a clash of egos. Downing's JSOC fell under the domain of General Carl W. Steiner, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Special Operations Command. Steiner was a force of nature, a craggy, exuberant Tennessean who had commanded 18 Airborne Corps during the invasion of Panama. In early January, he swooped into Riyadh full of saucy ideas about how Schwarzkopf could best use special forces in the coming war. Conventional wisdom held that Schwarzkopf was wary of unorthodox warfare. Perhaps more to the point, he distrusted anything that could subvert the precise timetable of his 4-phase attack, such as a few hundred heavily armed commandos crashing through Iraq. "How am I going to explain," he asked Steiner and Downing, "what Delta Force is doing 300 miles deep in Iraq?" Worse, Steiner hinted at moving his own headquarters from Florida to Saudi Arabia. Alarmed at the prospect of another 4-star bulling into his theater, Schwarzkopf reacted with disdain. Downing sensed that Steiner had become persona non grata in Riyadh, and that any scheme bearing Steiner's imprint was unwelcome. For that reason, he had come to see Tom Kelly behind Carl Steiner's back. As Downing presented his plan, he was aware that one additional obstacle stood between Delta and the Scud boxes. The British were already there. The 22nd Special Air Service Regiment, Britain's commando force, had been training in the United Arab Emirates before moving to western Saudi Arabia in mid-January. The British theater commander, de la Billière, had once commanded the SAS, and he convinced Schwarzkopf that the unit could play hob in western Iraq by cutting roads and staging diversionary raids. Schwarzkopf allowed SAS troops to infiltrate across the border 2 days before the air campaign started. When missiles began to hit Israel, the regiment instead began hunting mobile Scuds. That the SAS was permitted to fight while Delta remained in North Carolina bitterly offended those in the secret world of American special operations who knew of the arrangement. Downing admired the SAS, which was formed in North Africa in 1941. The regiment's exploits included daring attacks on German supply lines before the Battle of El Alamein. But the unit was small and lacked the special helicopters needed to strike deep into Iraq. Tom Kelly listened to Downing's proposal with mixed feelings, his blue eyes blinking deliberately behind his horn-rimmed glasses. The plan was dramatic and risky. Delta was viewed as the Joint Chiefs' private army. To have commandos captured or killed would be a political embarrassment, as well as a military humiliation. On the other hand, the Scud campaign was not going well. Bad weather had scuttled hundreds of aircraft sorties. and Colin Powell's displeasure mounted by the hour. "God damn it," Powell had snapped at Schwarzkopf during one of their phone calls. "I want some fucking airplanes out there." Sending Delta would be a signal to the CINC of the importance Washington placed on rooting out the Iraqi missiles. Perhaps it also would silence the Israeli military, whom Kelly described as arrogant little bastards who wouldn't last 10 minutes on a European battlefield. Kelly hailed from a long line of Philadelphia linotype operators, and he had a folksy, unpretentious manner that Powell recognized as invaluable for the role of the Pentagon's daily spokesman during the war. Dry-witted, "I'm an Irish Catholic, and we enjoy pain," and, like Powell, given to aphorisms, the leader is never equal to the led. Kelly was frustrated by his inability to influence CENTCOM, or pry timely information from Riyadh. The Panama invasion in 1989 had been run largely from the Pentagon. Schwarzkopf was determined that this war would be controlled in the theater. Kelly grudgingly conceded Schwarzkopf's prerogative, but the CINC's tight grip galled him. Although Kelly and Schwarzkopf had been war college classmates, no love was lost between them. About the time of Downing's visit, Powell asked Kelly to assemble details of a recent scud hunting mission so that the chairman could present the information during a meeting at the White House. Kelly called Burton Moore, his counterpart in Riyadh, and asked for the data in an hour. Schwarzkopf, who overheard the call in his war room, flew into a profane rage and grabbed the receiver. "What the fuck are you doing? Did you pass this goddamn order on?" the CINC demanded. "We can't do this in an hour." Kelly flushed, struggling to keep his temper. "Hey, Norm, the chairman asked for this," he replied. "You got a problem? Call the chairman." When Downing finished his pitch, Kelly gathered up the charts and maps. Despite his ambivalence, he considered the plan worthy of Powell's perusal. Downing left the office and, as requested, returned later in the day. Kelly handed back the charts. "Chairman says, interesting, but not yet," he told the JSOC commander. "Just keep working on it." Downing tossed a salute and left the Pentagon to return to Fort Bragg. That evening, Iraq delivered its most dramatic counterpunch of the war. A Scud warhead, slipping through the Patriot batteries, detonated in the Tel Aviv suburb of Ramat Gan. The blast damaged more than 1,700 apartments, wounded 96 people, and sent 3 elderly Israelis to the grave, victims of cardiac arrest. Search teams dug through the night for buried survivors. In the rubble of one apartment, rescuers found an 80-year-old woman sitting in a closet with a memorial candle flickering in her hand, calmly awaiting deliverance. As Tom Kelly had directed, Downing continued to refine his plan. He also called Carl Steiner and, with some trepidation, confessed to his visit to the Pentagon. Although Steiner at first seemed wounded by the disclosure, he quickly embraced Downing's proposal and soon became an advocate for the deployment of Delta Force as a sensible antidote to the Iraqi missile attacks. George Bush had promised Israel, privately and then publicly, to suppress the Scuds by launching the darndest search and destroy effort that's ever been undertaken. Yet how he expected to fulfill that pledge remained a mystery. Just the area of western Iraq alone is 29,000 square miles, Schwarzkopf told a television interviewer on January 20th. That's the size of Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire all put together. And you know there's not much point putting people on the ground to try and find 9, maybe 10 trucks. In Washington, this was interpreted as a reminder of the CINC's aversion to unleashing American special forces. The statement may also have been disinformation intended to obscure the activities of the British SAS. Schwarzkopf further declared that 30 fixed Scud sites had been neutralized, and we may have killed as many as 16 of 20 or so suspected mobile launchers. Permanent sites had indeed been bombed. Iraq never attempted to launch a single Scud from these locations. The mobile tally, however, was fantasy, based on notoriously optimistic pilot reports. Other U.S. intelligence estimates at the time confirmed only 2 mobiles destroyed. The CIA would not confirm that even one mobile launcher was actually demolished. The agency's skepticism persisted to the end of the war. In a war celebrated for sophisticated weaponry, the Scud remained an annoying anachronism. The missile was a close relative of Nazi Vergeltungswaffen, weapons of retaliation like the V-1 and V-2. Germany in World War II had launched 9,700 buzz bombs across the English Channel from France and Holland. British fighters and anti-aircraft guns shot down many, but those which slipped through killed and wounded nearly 35,000 people. The Nazis also fired another 9,300 at Allied-occupied cities on the continent, particularly Antwerp. Although terrifying and lethal, the Vergeltungswaffen had little military effect, hampered by inaccuracy and German failure to concentrate their salvos on strategic targets, such as ports. In the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s, the two sides lobbed more than 200 long-range missiles at each other as part of a slugfest that grew especially churlish during the so-called War of the Cities in early 1988. American intelligence gleaned a great deal from those exchanges, and from several Iraqi test firings before the Gulf War began. The Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, which created a Scud cell on August 2nd, knew that Iraq had extended the Scud's range by adding extra fuel tanks and reducing the warhead payload. The missiles fired in the Gulf War were actually Al-Hussein's and Al-Hijaras, modified variants of the Soviet-made Scud. Scud crews could aim only by estimating the distance to the target and adjusting the direction and elevation of the launcher. Once the missile was fired, it had no guidance system. With a circular error probable of more than 3,000 meters, only half of the missiles could be expected to land within a 2-mile radius of their targets. Yet large intelligence gaps remained, particularly regarding mobile launchers and the fine points of Iraqi command and control. Who could order the missiles launched, and under what circumstances? Before the war began, some U.S. analysts estimated that Iraq possessed 18 mobile launchers. Air Force target planners calculated that the entire Scud set, including fixed and mobile launchers, storage bunkers, and command centers, contained fewer than 100 bomb aim points. An aim point was the specific portion of any given target on which an attacking pilot was supposed to drop his munitions. But the estimated number of mobiles soon increased, climbing to 36 and beyond, as intelligence experts realized that Iraq could jury-rig a launcher simply by bolting a steel rail to the bed of a truck. In addition to TELs, transporter erector launchers, made in the Soviet Union, the analysts soon concluded Iraq had its indigenous MELs, mobile erector launchers. Even more frustrating was the task of locating the elusive mobiles. Nuclear targeteers for several years had been thwarted in their efforts to track Soviet mobile missiles, mounted either on rail cars or truck beds. The DIA director, Harry E. Soyster, had served as an Army lieutenant 30 years before on a corporal-guided missile crew. Soyster remembered how easy it was in exercises to hide the primitive liquid-fueled corporal among the bell towers and alleys of Italian villages. Then and now, Soyster cautioned, anyone hunting mobile missiles needed great luck to find them. Such warnings came as no surprise to Buster Glosson and Dave Depula, who had wrestled throughout the fall and winter over how much air power to allocate to taking out the Scud sites. Of advice, they found no shortage. Israel offered a long list of locations where Scuds could be hidden, almost all of which had already been identified by the Americans. The 82nd Airborne Division, at Schwarzkopf's request, drafted a plan to parachute 2 brigades and insert a third by helicopter around H2 and H3. Although enthusiastically supported by the division commander, if you want to send a message to the world that you're serious about Scuds, drop the goddamn 82nd Airborne on them, Major General Jim Johnson urged. The plan was deemed too risky. The Air Force and Navy ran tests by hiding mock Scuds in the California desert. Pilots dispatched to bomb them reported that the launchers showed up well on radar if the pilots knew where to look. Throughout the fall, Israel had sought American assurances that the destruction of Iraqi missiles would have the highest priority in Allied war plans. In October, Cheney asked Glosson, "Okay, Buster, can I tell Aarons that he doesn't have to worry about those Scuds pointing at him out of H2? "Yes, sir, you can," Glosson replied. "I can guarantee there will not be a Scud launched from a fixed launcher after 24 to 36 hours. Not one. But I'm not going to tell you how long it will take to get the mobiles. I don't know. and neither does anybody else. Glosson had concluded that one squadron of F-15Es, 24 planes, would suffice to suppress the mobiles. The estimate presumed that American intelligence would detect where the Iraqis stockpiled, fueled, and serviced their missiles, thus enabling Allied warplanes to strangle the Scud campaign. Glosson also wanted to target Iraqi scrapes, sites in the western desert that enemy missile crews were known to have surveyed as possible mobile launch locations. Depula talked him out of it. It makes no sense to hit those randomly. You'll drive yourself batty trying to anticipate where the launchers are, Depula argued. Also, you'll pull away airplanes from the primary effort. Glosson was convinced, and instead assigned bombers to remain on Scud alert until they received intelligence indications of an imminent launch. But when the war began, the one-squadron estimate proved inadequate. To Glosson's chagrin, U.S. intelligence could not pinpoint the Scud logistics centers. Instead of wrecking the missile network, pilots found themselves crisscrossing much of Iraq in a hunt for 18-wheel launcher trucks. Many Iraqi decoys were so cleverly constructed, as United Nations inspectors discovered after the war, that they could not be distinguished from real missile launchers unless an observer was within 25 yards. Although Allied air crews would spot Scuds streaking through the sky more than 36 times, they never found a vehicle that could be indisputably confirmed as a launcher truck. As the Scuds continued to fall on Israel and Saudi Arabia, Glosson tripled the number of aircraft on Scud duty, adding squadrons of F-15Es, F-16s, and A-10s. Those on alert were shifted from their home bases to establish a permanent CAP, Combat Air Patrol, over western Iraq. Glosson at one point even ordered the Strike Eagles to drop a bomb every half hour on any suspected Scud site to remind Iraqi missile crews that American planes were overhead. Cheney demanded detailed reports on the number of anti-Scud aircraft flying, the result of their sorties, and other intelligence regarding Iraqi missile activities. At Powell's subsequent request, Glosson sent daily accounts of all Scud hunting activities to the Pentagon, which relayed them to Israel. Still, the Scuds fell. At wit's end, Glosson and Horner presented to Schwarzkopf late in January a plan for making sure that no more Scuds were launched toward Israel. It called for diverting nearly all Allied aircraft, roughly 2,000 planes, in a 3-day campaign to flatten much of western Iraq, particularly the areas around Al-Qaim, Rutbah, and several other cities. Police posts, service stations, warehouses, and any other facility deemed remotely supportive of the Scuds would be destroyed. Bombers would sow mines on all roads in western Iraq and blow up more than 60 underpasses, favored mobile hiding places on the Amman-Baghdad highway. It isn't carpet bombing, Glosson warned, but it's close. Will this detract from our main effort? Schwarzkopf asked, referring to strategic targets in Baghdad and eastern Iraq. Yes, sir. Sure it will, Glosson said. We'll take all of the assets we've got and use them out there. Will it shorten the war? Probably not. Schwarzkopf asked several more questions before rejecting the scheme. The cost was exorbitant, both in terms of aircraft diverted and the number of Iraqi civilian casualties. Glosson privately disagreed, but he understood the CINC's reasoning. The American people, Glosson observed, would not abide certain acts of war, however justifiable from a military standpoint. Killing every living creature west of Baghdad was probably one of them. USS Blue Ridge, Persian Gulf. On the night of January 22nd, a wave of A-6 bombers from USS Midway attacked an Iraqi Al-Qadisiyah-class oil tanker anchored in the northern Persian Gulf, as well as a hovercraft and a Zhuk patrol boat bobbing near the ship. Lookouts on the tanker, U.S. Naval Intelligence had concluded, were routinely warning Iraqi gunners ashore whenever a Navy strike force flew overhead toward targets in Kuwait or southeastern Iraq. This night, the A-6s ripped the ship and smaller boats from bow to stern, sinking the hovercraft with cluster bombs, killing 3 crewmen and igniting the tanker in an inferno that burned for weeks. The attack reflected an aggressive Navy campaign to clear the northern Gulf of enemy ships and coastal missile batteries that menaced the Allied fleet, and threatened to thwart an eventual amphibious landing by U.S. Marines. But the attack also violated Norman Schwarzkopf's orders. During Desert Shield, Schwarzkopf had decreed with fist-thumping emphasis that in the event of hostilities, the Navy should sink every goddamn Iraqi ship in sight. Hours before the war began, however, he revised the rules of engagement by placing oil tankers and commercial facilities off-limits. This reflected written instructions from Washington to avoid polluting the Gulf. For reasons never completely determined, the modified order failed to reach the senior Navy commander, Vice Admiral Stanley Arthur, aboard his flagship, Blue Ridge. Shortly after the attack, Schwarzkopf called Buster Glosson. "Did you give the Navy permission to sink a tanker?" he demanded. "Shit, no," Glosson replied. Schwarzkopf slammed down the receiver. The next call went from Schwarzkopf's J-3, Burton Moore, to Arthur's operations officer, Captain Robert L. Bunky Johnson, Jr. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Moore demanded. "You're out of control." Johnson had grown accustomed to strident calls from Riyadh. Once, during a heated discussion with Moore over CENTCOM's request to have the Navy escort a cargo convoy into the Gulf, Johnson had been surprised to hear Schwarzkopf suddenly come on the line. "What do you think this is? Some kind of fucking debating society?" the CINC had roared. "You get those ships into the Gulf, and I don't want to hear another fucking word about it." Johnson offered a feeble aye, later reflecting that he had finally encountered a soldier who could teach a sailor how to swear. But Bunky Johnson quickly realized that this call from Moore was more than routine intimidation. "We're considering court-martialing you," the J-3 continued. "We told you not to hit any oil tankers, and you've disobeyed orders. You—" "Wait a minute," Johnson interjected. "What do you mean, you told us?" As Johnson began tracking down the misplaced order, Riyadh fired more warning shots. This latest episode aggravated CENTCOM concerns that the Navy, during the first few days of the war, had been excessively zealous in destroying targets of dubious military value. "The CINC is upset that you've violated the rules of engagement," the CENTCOM Chief of Staff, Major General Robert Johnston, advised in a call to Blue Ridge. "You've got a real problem on your hands." A few minutes later, Schwarzkopf called Arthur. Portly, genteel, and measured, Stan Arthur was widely admired as one of the Navy's premier flag officers. In Vietnam, he had flown more than 500 combat missions, winning 11 Distinguished Flying Crosses. Eventually rising to command the U.S. 7th Fleet in Japan, he had arrived on Blue Ridge in December to lead the Great Armada gathering for the Gulf War. But now, Schwarzkopf berated him as though he were an errant ensign. "The goddamn Navy wants to blow up everything in the water that doesn't have an American flag on it. Use some sense and think about what it is you're doing instead of just violating my plan," the CINC demanded. "I was doing my job as I saw it," Arthur offered. "I'll go back and review the bidding and give you a full report on what happened. But I'm the guy who did it. I okayed the attack." Unappeased, Schwarzkopf let loose with a tirade that contained more threats of legal action. "Put somebody in charge of this," he added, "or I'll find somebody else who can follow my orders." Arthur hung up, badly shaken. Following the CINC's order, in preparation for an eventual court-martial, he began reconstructing the sequence of orders that had led to the tanker attack. There was no court-martial, but the well had been poisoned. In Riyadh, the event reinforced convictions that the Navy was a renegade service, incapable of teamwork, and determined to fight the war as it saw fit. On Blue Ridge, Arthur imposed such strict restrictions on his subordinates, tying their hands very tightly, in his words, that some feared the Navy was becoming overly timid. Neither perception was accurate, but without question, the Navy's relationship with CENTCOM, and with her sister services, became even more tangled, beset with mutual admiration, envy, and suspicion. "I simply have not got enough Navy to go around," Franklin D. Roosevelt complained in a famous burst of pique during World War II. In the Persian Gulf War, no such shortcoming obtained. Two very large fleets jammed two very small waterways, the Gulf and the Red Sea. 100 U.S. Navy ships, bolstered by 50 Allied vessels, patrolled the region. Schwarzkopf wryly observed that he had more ships than water on which to float them. By enforcing the blockade of Iraq, the combined navies had intercepted 7,000 ships since August, and had boarded nearly 1,000 of them in search of contraband. 6 aircraft carriers now launched sorties around the clock. The perilous pace nurtured a culture of lunatic charm, as pilots suited up to the strains of the Rolling Stones' Satisfaction, USS Kennedy, or the William Tell Overture, USS Ranger, or watched motivational tapes of comely bare-breasted blondes while recalling their shore leave expulsion from an exclusive restaurant for devouring all the exotic fish in the eatery's aquarium, USS Theodore Roosevelt. As each ship developed a unique personality, so each fleet was distinctive, reflecting both the character of its commander and its accustomed region of operation. The Red Sea Armada, composed largely of Atlantic Fleet ships used to working closely with other services in the North Atlantic or Mediterranean, was considered, in Riyadh and on Blue Ridge, cooperative and accommodating. The Gulf Armada, drawn from the Pacific Fleet, accustomed to steaming independently in the vast reaches of the Western Ocean, was viewed as more willful and autonomous. Over this floating empire presided Stanley Arthur, searching for a balance between CENTCOM's grand war plan and the Navy's own requirements. Although he personally admired Schwarzkopf, he found his frustrations mounting steadily. In mid-December, he had asked permission to sink Iraqi boats suspected of laying mines in the international waters of the Northern Gulf, itself an act of war. If an Army commander opened his tent flap and found someone planting a mine, the admiral argued, he would be justified in shooting the intruder. Schwarzkopf denied the request, reluctant to trigger all-out war while Washington was still seeking a diplomatic solution. "I feel more comfortable following our timeline," he told Arthur, "and I don't want to force the issue." The Navy also considered Riyadh unsympathetic to the fleet's concerns about Iran, a hostile power with a large air force and ship-killing silkworm missiles. When Iraqi fighters began seeking sanctuary at Iranian airfields soon after the war began, the Navy's anxiety soared. A sneak attack launched through the coastal mountains of western Iran would leave the fleet only 90 seconds to react. Arthur asked Riyadh, to no avail, for better intelligence and more fuel to position aircraft patrols near the Iranian coast. Also, because of incompatible computer systems, there were delays in the transmission of information from Riyadh to the far-flung Allied forces. And when the war was underway, the Navy often found itself a day behind in learning of changes in CENTCOM's priorities. Yet the Navy's relations with CENTCOM seemed downright amiable when compared to its blood feud with the Air Force. Wrote one British observer of his American cousins shortly after World War II, "The violence of inter-service rivalry has to be seen to be believed, and was an appreciable handicap to their war effort." For 200 years, the American armed services had jostled one another in a relentless sibling rivalry. With the Cold War ended and the U.S. military budget contracting, the fractiousness intensified. Each service, more fearful of budgetary evisceration than of the Iraqis, sought to prove its value as a defender of the Republic. Although few professional officers consciously put loyalty to service above the common good, subtle psychological factors came into play. This was the first major war in a generation, perhaps the last for another generation. War was the enterprise in which men at arms proved themselves. Glory, honor, self-esteem, promotions, all were at stake. The Navy and Air Force wrangled about matters both foolish and urgent. The Navy resented aircraft rules of engagement, instructions to pilots on when they could and could not shoot, written in this war by the Air Force, which discriminated against Navy planes because they lacked redundant electronic means of distinguishing friend from foe. Glosson, determined to avoid fratricide in a sky crammed with airplanes, offered a succinct rejoinder: "Tough shit." The Air Force, in turn, berated Navy pilots in the Gulf for often failing to broadcast the electronic signal that indicated they were indeed friend and not foe. The Navy, largely reliant on Air Force tankers for refueling, threatened to boycott certain missions, convinced that the Air Force was stingy in the allocation of gas for some of the fighters protecting Navy bombers. Glosson again: "Doesn't make a shit to me. I'll give the job to the Air Force or the Marines, or the Saudis, or the Brits." The Navy also accused the Air Force of withholding stocks of JP-5, a jet fuel that, because of its relatively high flash point, was preferred on aircraft carriers for safety reasons. Some Navy officers on Blue Ridge even suspected the Air Force of manipulating battle reports to credit stealth fighters for damage actually inflicted by Tomahawks. In Washington, senior Air Force officers hinted that Navy pilots were having trouble hitting bridges and other targets. If the squabbles seemed inane, they also spoke to the stress imposed on men at war. Issues that were momentous in the heat of battle turned to trivia in the cooler light of peace. Unlike the British comment about American internecine feuding in World War II, the tribal jealousies imposed no appreciable handicap on this war effort, other than to make men grind their teeth and mutter imprecations at their brethren. Rivalry in the U.S. military was bred in the bone, and it would ever be thus. Tobuk, Saudi Arabia. "I'll give the job to the Brits," Glosson had said, and the British would have accepted. Relentlessly game, only twice during the war did they ask Glosson to reconsider missions he had assigned them. But Royal Air Force losses had become a worry, a military one in Saudi Arabia, a political one at home. 5 RAF Tornado GR-1s already had been lost over Iraq, with 10 crewmen either dead or captured. Among those killed during an attack on Shaiba Airfield was Wing Commander Nigel Elsdon, the highest-ranking Allied officer to die during the war. At least 2 other British planes had limped home from combat full of holes. The losses did not exceed pre-war calculations. One Ministry of Defense study estimated that each of the 3 Tornado squadrons would lose a plane on the first night alone. But Britain had only 45 Tornadoes deployed in the Gulf, among 100 aircraft of all types. Proportionately, the losses far exceeded those of other Allied aircraft, more than treble those, for example, of the F-15E, like the one piloted by David Everly. Not since Operation Corporate, the British war against Argentina in the Falkland Islands in 1982, had the United Kingdom mounted an armed expedition beyond home waters. This enterprise, codenamed Operation Granby after an 18th-century marquis, dwarfed the Falklands War. The British had amassed 45,000 troops in Saudi Arabia, second only to the number of Americans deployed. In mid-December, London's contribution had been briefly overshadowed by a potential calamity when an RAF wing commander, David Farquhar, left his sedan unattended while browsing in an automobile showroom in West London. A thief broke into his Vauxhall and snatched a briefcase and a laptop computer containing detailed war plans used to brief Prime Minister John Major. Police found the briefcase a few hours later in a parking garage, but the computer did not show up until it was anonymously mailed to British authorities 3 weeks later. Envoys from London flew to Washington and Riyadh to explain the mishap to their American colleagues. "Major loss of confidence all round, and Brits look stupid," General de la Billière fumed in a letter home. A court-martial found Farquhar guilty of negligence and stripped him of his seniority, but planners in Riyadh concluded that the Allied attack scheme had not been fatally compromised. The RAF, embarrassed but unbowed, flew from 3 bases in the Gulf: Muharraq in Oman, Dhahran in eastern Saudi Arabia, and Tobuk near the Red Sea. British training stressed very low-altitude flying, 150 to 200 feet, in part, the Americans believed, because the RAF lacked the sophisticated electronic measures to defeat SAMs at higher altitude. During one exercise in the Red Sea, Tornado crews attacked Saratoga by flying below the level of the flight deck, a feat that astonished even unimpressionable Navy pilots. Under NATO war plans, Tornadoes were to attack Warsaw-packed airfields every 12 to 24 hours with the JP-233, a runway cratering weapon that required pilots to fly directly over the target at roughly 200 feet. In the Gulf War, they drew the same assignment. A dangerous mission under any circumstances, it was particularly difficult against Iraqi airfields, which had long runways and numerous taxi aprons that gave Iraqi pilots several takeoff options even if part of the field was damaged. Some bases even had concrete plants to expedite repairs. Moreover, British intelligence had concluded, wrongly, that Iraqi air defense crews mimicked their Soviet mentors by firing many surface-to-air missiles and relatively few anti-aircraft guns. In the first 4 days of the war, the Tornadoes dropped more than 100 JP-233s. 20 feet long, the weapon resembled a large coffin fastened beneath the airplane. During a 7-second stick, this dispenser spewed out more than 200 mines, while 30 runway cratering bomblets floated to the ground on little parachutes. One explosion in the cratering charge penetrated the runway, and a second heaved the concrete upward. The mines prevented Iraqi workmen from patching the holes. Yet the JP-233s were not as effective as the British had hoped. Intelligence analysts found that sand beneath the concrete tended to absorb the blasts, often lessening the amount of fracturing. Furthermore, few British crews had ever used the weapon before because of limited range space in the United Kingdom. Pilots on their first combat missions were alarmed to find that the munitions detonated like flashbulbs, brightly illuminating their low-flying aircraft. As tornado losses mounted, RAF pilots modified their attacks with such tactics as sending all planes across an airfield simultaneously rather than sequentially. But by January 22, 1991, British officers in Riyadh and at High Wycombe, the British command headquarters in Buckinghamshire, were reassessing their mission. The Americans had moved to higher altitudes, and Iraqi pilots appeared ever more reluctant to fly. No one was certain why British losses were so high. Curiously, only 2 of the 5 tornadoes appeared to have been lost while flying at low altitude, and only one of those was dropping a JP-233. Theories ranged from the light paint on British planes, supposedly making them more visible to Iraqi gunners, to excessive risk-taking by RAF pilots. We have suffered a high rate of attrition in comparison with the other air forces. There is no denying that, Air Vice Marshal Bill Ratton, the senior RAF officer in Riyadh, told the press. We have also been extremely unlucky, and bad luck doesn't last forever. Inevitably, the losses took a psychological toll on the British pilots. Contrary to the Battle of Britain stereotype of an aviator climbing from the cockpit with a nonchalant grin and a jaunty wave, the pilots sometimes wept openly after an especially terrifying mission or the loss of a comrade. At Tobuk, where nearly half the tornadoes were based, one pilot suffered a breakdown after seeing television footage of 2 captured British crewmen in Baghdad. The Tobuk commander, Group Captain Bill Hedges, considered banning further television viewing because of the effect on his crew's morale. The distraught pilot, sent home to Britain for hospitalization, returned to fly 10 missions in late February. By the 6th day of the war, the British High Command had had enough. The JP-233, no longer needed since Iraq was launching so few aircraft, would be shelved. Ratton called his subordinate commanders and announced, "We are going to medium-altitude bombing." On January 23rd, tornadoes began dropping unguided bombs. Accuracy at times was dismal. Pilots often missed their targets by hundreds of feet, and authorities in London proposed reviving the JP-233 missions. RAF officers in Riyadh stoutly resisted. Accuracy improved, particularly after the arrival of new equipment that allowed pilots to attack with laser-guided munitions. British losses abated. Only one more tornado would be lost, in mid-February. As Ratton had said, bad luck doesn't last forever. No one in Riyadh, London, or Washington believed that the Iraqi Air Force had recused itself from the war simply because some of its runways had been perforated. Yet Iraq's strategy remained a mystery. Saddam possessed more than 800 fighters and bombers, which he reputedly referred to as his angels. The fleet included 41 state-of-the-art MiG-29s and 75 Mirage F-1s. In December, Iraqi aircraft had averaged 235 sorties a day. On January 17th, Iraqi pilots flew 116 times. But by the 3rd day of combat, the number was down to 60 sorties, and it dwindled steadily. 15 planes had been shot down or crashed in combat. 17 Allied planes were lost in combat the first week, a fifth of 1% of all combat missions flown. The Allies had achieved air superiority, defined as seizing sufficient control of the skies to attack without serious opposition, and were approaching air supremacy, the ability to fly virtually unopposed. Some American pilots considered the Iraqis too frightened or too overwhelmed to challenge the invaders. Others thought they might concentrate against proven force, the small, less intimidating American host in Turkey. Chuck Horner believed Saddam wanted to husband his planes, ignite a ground war, inflict enough casualties to force the Americans to seek peace, and thus emerge with his air force intact. Although Allied fighter pilots longed for the glory of a good dogfight and air-to-air kills, most air power theorists recognized that the efficient way to destroy enemy planes was on the ground, as the Germans had done in World War II, when they destroyed 4,000 Soviet aircraft in a week. But Saddam's grounded aircraft appeared very well protected. Iraq had taken extraordinary measures to harden itself against attack, with fortified bunkers, redundant communications, and dozens of subterranean redoubts. Some intelligence analysts assumed Saddam was preparing for nuclear war with Israel later in the decade. Among the most impressive strongholds were 594 aircraft shelters, many with steel-reinforced concrete roofs several feet thick, 40-ton doors, and water traps inside to foil incendiary attacks. A few aircraft shelters were bombed early in the war because of suspicions that they harbored Scud missiles with chemical warheads. But as the first week drew to a close, the majority remained intact. Glosson and Deptula intended to attack them at an unspecified date later in the war, after tending to more important targets. In the Pentagon basement where Checkmate watched the war from afar, John Warden found himself returning again and again to the conundrum of the Iraqi Air Force. Warden had expected Saddam to request a ceasefire, rather than risk the complete destruction of his regime. "What are these guys up to? Why aren't they flying?" he asked his staff. "What have they got planned?" On January 21st, Warden thought he had the answer to his own questions. The Iraqi planes represented a fleet in being, he concluded, one that could be flushed 10 or 12 days into the war, after the Allies dropped their guard. Checkmate estimated that Iraq could launch 300 planes simultaneously, half attacking Tel Aviv and the other half Riyadh. Such a counterstrike, although suicidal and of dubious military value, might provide Saddam with a psychological victory comparable to the Viet Cong's Tet Offensive in 1968. A tactical failure that became a strategic victory because it undermined morale on the American home front. Similarly, Warden reasoned, Egypt had won an important political triumph by attacking Israeli forces with unexpected ferocity across the Suez Canal in 1973. At 7 p.m. Riyadh time on the 21st, Warden called Dave Deptula. "This is the most important message I could pass to you in the war so far," he said gravely. "We've come to the conclusion that the Iraqis could launch an attack against Tel Aviv or Riyadh. It could be like the Egyptians crossing the Suez in 73. You need to switch priorities to make the Iraqi Air Force your #1 concern." Deptula listened carefully. Some of Checkmate's brainstorms seemed silly, even addled. But Warden's passionate argument made sense, and echoed similar concerns raised even before the war began. Deptula had been drafting the master attack plan for January 23rd, 2 days in advance, as always. But after talking to Warden, he scuttled the plan and started over. For 90 minutes, he matched Allied bombers to Iraqi airfields, neatly jotting the attack instructions in pencil. 20 F-111s would hit aircraft shelters at Al-Assad. 20 more would hit the H-2 shelters. 16 F-15Es would strike Talil. Among other attackers and shelters targeted for the 23rd, Saudi Tornadoes and Navy A-6s to Mudaisis, Navy A-7s to Al-Taqadum, and 40 Air Force F-16s to Al-Jarrah. As Deptula finished revising the attack plan, Glosson returned from evening prayers, Schwarzkopf's regular 7 o'clock meeting in the MODA basement. Deptula recounted Warden's call and explained the changes. "The Iraqis still have the ability to use these airplanes somehow," he said. "We need to take that away from them. Saddam may have something up his sleeve." Glosson concurred, thumping the wall map with his index finger to pinpoint the airfields now scheduled for attack. Deptula carried the completed plan down the hall, where other officers worked out radio call signs, ordnance loads, tanker routes, and a dozen other details. The finished air tasking order, several hundred pages thick, was then dispatched by computer or courier to every squadron in the theater. At midnight, Warden called again. Deptula told him the campaign against the aircraft shelters would begin on the early morning of January 23rd. "That's great, Dave," he exclaimed. "That's just great." The destruction of the Iraqi Air Force began by trial and error. Air Force scientists in New Mexico had conducted tests that suggested a bomb landing near a hardened shelter would likely detonate with sufficient concussive force to buckle the floor and damage aircraft landing struts. But whether the thick roof could be penetrated without repeated blows remained uncertain. F-111 pilots, attacking a shelter at Ali al-Salem airfield on the first night of the war, had aimed for the steel doors and found the trajectory to be a shot requiring extraordinary precision. When the attacks began on the 23rd, pilots discovered that a single 2,000-pound bomb with a delay fuse would cut through the concrete roof if the angle of the weapon was perfectly perpendicular to the surface. Otherwise, the bomb would glance off, leaving only a charred divot. Ultimately, Air Force crews concluded that against many shelters they needed to drop 2 bombs at 1-second intervals, the first to crack the roof, the second to penetrate the fissure and destroy everything inside. Navy pilots from the Red Sea Fleet who dropped walleye bombs, which lacked the penetrating cases and fuses of Air Force I-2000s, found that their munitions bounced off the shelters or detonated without breaking through. Riley Mixon, the fleet commander, soon asked that his aircraft be excluded from shelter-busting sorties. Navy planes instead struck Iraqi jets parked in the open or other airfield facilities. Stealth fighters also had problems with their munitions during the initial attack on Balad Southeast, above Baghdad. On instructions from intelligence targeteers, the F-117 pilots carried GBU-10s, which could be dropped from a higher altitude than GBU-27s, but also lacked some of the penetrating punch. More than a dozen planes dropped 2 bombs each. When pilots later looked at their gun camera videotapes, they saw tremendous explosions, but no smooge, pilot slang for the extrusion of smoke, indicating that a target had been gutted from the inside. Planners in the Black Hole were furious at their intelligence counterparts. Depula subsequently began specifying the ordnance to be carried on each F-117 sortie. The next night, another wave struck Al-Taqadum, dubbed the Temple of Doom, with GBU-27s that sliced neatly through the shelters, blowing the doors off from the inside. Several nights later, again armed with GBU-27s, the stealth pilots attacked Balad Southeast. The Iraqis, apparently concluding that the Balad shelters were impregnable, had wheeled even more airplanes inside. This time, the videotape recorded a horrific spectacle of flame, shattered concrete, and thick coiling clouds of smooge. Eventually, 375 of the shelters would be destroyed or badly damaged. Denied sanctuary, the Iraqis fled. More than a dozen Iraqi commercial airliners had flown to Iran at the beginning of the war. Now, flocks of fighters followed them, seeking asylum on the soil of their former enemy. Within 2 days of the onset of the Allied campaign against the shelters, more than 20 jets dashed east across the border. American pilots joked that Iraqi planes now bore bumper stickers that warned, "If you can read this, you're on your way to Iran." Tehran assured the United States that the planes would remain grounded for the duration. Although skeptical, American officials were heartened by intelligence reports that Iran was stripping Iraqi markings from some aircraft and painting the wings and fuselages with the insignia of the Iranian Air Force. Washington, D.C. Despite the low Allied casualties, after a week of war, the nation's enthusiasm had yielded to apprehension. The change in mood was a consequence of several factors: a native impatience, unrealistic expectations of quick victory, the emotional struggle to understand that war, so long in coming, had finally arrived. Richard Cheney had suggested publicly on January 21st that the war could last for months, a prediction that deepened the public's gloom. To be sure, support for the cause remained very strong. Polls showed that 4 of every 5 Americans approved of the decision to attack Iraq. George Bush's approval rating stood at 84%, comparable with Franklin D. Roosevelt's after Pearl Harbor. Military recruiting offices reported a flood of inquiries from would-be warriors eager to enlist. An Arkansas entrepreneur peddled Iraqi flags suitable for burning. Scattered anti-war demonstrations around the country, including 25,000 protesters who had gathered in Lafayette Park over the weekend to chant "Shame, shame" at the White House, were countered with large pro-war rallies in New York, Chicago, and elsewhere. But the patriotism and bellicosity were tempered by anxiety, as though the country collectively had taken counsel of its fears. Half of those polled still expected at least 5,000 American soldiers to die in combat. Only 20% now believed the fighting would be over within a few weeks, compared with 40% the day after the war began. Combat was confined to the Middle East, but this was a global war. Television and instant telecommunications allowed non-combatants around the world to experience airstrikes and Tomahawk launches almost as they happened. That sense of immediacy had transfixed the nation. In the preceding week, tens of millions of Americans had become compulsive television viewers. The war dominated church sermons, classroom lectures, and coffee shop chatter. Teachers and parents found themselves struggling to reassure children, frightened at the prospect of terrorist attacks or bombs that could somehow fall at home rather than in the Persian Gulf. Signs of tight security became ubiquitous. Bomb-sniffing dogs at airports, sharpshooters on the roofs of public buildings, policemen in bulletproof vests everywhere. Public unease was reflected in the media and compounded by the press corps' own disgruntlement at home and in the war zone. 1,600 journalists had massed in Saudi Arabia, roughly 4 times the number in Vietnam during the late 1960s. Unlike Vietnam, however, where reporters could roam unescorted into the field and file uncensored dispatches, in the Gulf they were subject to controls similar to those imposed during the Korean War and World War II. Such controls represented a legitimate attempt to manage the media throngs in Riyadh and Dhahran. Yet they also reflected a desire by the Bush administration and the military to shape the war's image in order to avoid giving aid and comfort to the enemy, maintain public support, and keep the Allied coalition intact. Under rules issued by the Pentagon on January 15th, 12 categories of information, such as troop movements, tactics, and plans, were subject to censorship. All reporters were to be accompanied by military escorts during interviews. Coverage was organized by pools, small groups of reporters and photographers whose stories and pictures were then shared with all news organizations. Reporters resented the escorts, who often intimidated those being interviewed and occasionally proved overzealous in trying to shape the coverage. Overt censorship never became a significant issue. Only 5 dispatches among 1,300 filed during the war would be referred to the Pentagon for further arbitration, and only 1 was ultimately suppressed. But access to key individuals, or those involved in sensitive combat roles, like Special Forces units or B-52 crews, was highly restricted. Moreover, the pool system would collapse once the ground war began, largely because of the Army's inability to get photographs, videotape, and written copy back to the clearinghouse in Dhahran quickly enough. Nearly 80% of the pool reports filed during the ground offensive took more than 12 hours to reach Dhahran, by which time the news was often stale or obsolete. 1 in 10 reports took more than 3 days, far longer than the time needed for dispatches to reach New York from the Battle of Bull Run in 1861. For now, as the air war unfolded, reporters were mostly reliant on daily briefings in Riyadh and Washington, much as their journalistic predecessors had been on briefings in London before the invasion of Normandy in 1944. Although 2 or 3 such sessions were held daily, the information tended to be superficial and numbingly statistical, with arid updates on the numbers of sorties flown or scuds fired. Few data on bombing missions were released, particularly regarding economic targets such as factories and oil refineries. Even less information was forthcoming on damage to civilian facilities struck inadvertently. Thousands of feet of gun camera videotape of bombs missing their targets remained classified. Only flawless missions displaying dead-on accuracy were released, with the audio recordings of cursing, hyperventilating pilots primly excised. Of 167 laser-guided bombs dropped during the first 5 nights of combat by F-117s, considered the most accurate aircraft system in the Allied arsenal, 76 missed their targets because of pilot error, mechanical or electronic malfunctions, or poor weather. None of those was acknowledged by Riyadh or Washington. If the information system constructed by the Pentagon had serious shortcomings, so too did the Repertorial Corps. 2 decades had passed since the end of military conscription, and few journalists had had any personal military experience. Some of those pressed into service as combat correspondents knew little about weapons, tactics, or military culture. Their simplistic questions and fatuous news stories reinforced the military's stereotype of journalists as dilettantes, innately hostile to those in uniform. Even for those reporters who knew what they were about, the first week was exasperating. Hundreds of journalists in Riyadh and Dhahran saw little of the war beyond what they gleaned from television sets in their hotel rooms. Frustrated and restive, they began to question why, if the war was being prosecuted with near perfection, Iraq showed no sign of capitulating. This disaffection magnified the anxiety of a nation with 500,000 sons and daughters in harm's way. Colin Powell had a more sophisticated view of the media than many Vietnam veterans who believed the press had lost that conflict by turning American opinion against both the war and the warriors. He did not view journalists, whom he privately called newsies, as enemies, but as potential allies, critical to maintaining public support. Once you've got all the forces moving and everything's being taken care of by the commanders, turn your attention to television, he had advised younger officers in a speech at the National Defense University a year earlier. Because you can win the battle but lose the war if you don't handle the story right. Worried that impatience, among the public and in the White House, could upset Schwarzkopf's campaign timetable, Powell and Cheney appeared in the Pentagon E-Ring press briefing room at 2 p.m. on January 23rd to describe Allied progress 1 week into the war. Powell was determined to handle the story right. After brief comments by Cheney, the chairman took over. Using charts and maps propped on an easel, he acknowledged that unexpectedly bad weather over Iraq had scuttled many strike missions and hampered efforts to assess the bombing damage with reconnaissance cameras. Scuds remained a vexing problem. The effect of air attacks on the entrenched and dispersed Iraqi army was uncertain. The Iraqi strategy, it seems to me, is one of hunkering down, Powell ventured. They probably are questioning whether we can keep this up for an extended period of time, and whether or not the political will and public support will be there to keep this up. He wondered the same thing, although he kept the thought to himself. A secret Defense Intelligence Agency analysis suggested the war could indeed be long and bloody. Only 2 to 3% of Republican Guard armor, about 25 of 800 tanks, had been destroyed. Resupply of the occupying army continued with little disruption. Only half of the strategic targets bombed at the beginning of the war had been sufficiently damaged. They would have to be retargeted. Mobile Scud launchers, it was now evident, would never be completely eradicated. Yet, with patience would come certain victory. The air campaign, Powell believed, would probably last about 3 weeks. After that, barring an Iraqi collapse, a ground offensive would be necessary to prevent Baghdad from recapturing the initiative. We're in no hurry, Powell said. We are not looking to have large numbers of casualties. Pointing on a map to the areas of Kuwait and southeastern Iraq where the Iraqis were entrenched, the chairman used a sentence he had carefully rehearsed. Our strategy in going after this army is very, very simple. First, we're going to cut it off, and then we're going to kill it. Powell had concluded that the line, although crude and blunt, conveyed the proper tone of confident determination. The Iraqi army, he continued, is for the most part sitting there, dug in, waiting to be attacked. And attacked it will be. There is no question that this large force will become weaker every day. That's absolutely mathematical. Pausing for a moment, Powell glanced up at the packed room of reporters and television cameras. Another aphorism on his desk declared, "You never know what you can get away with unless you try." Trust me, he now urged with the slightest smile. Trust me. Part 2. Middle Month. Chapter 6. Mesopotamia. Baghdad. David Eberly heard cats mewing. The sound pleased him. Cats would control the rats. A train of ants scurried across the filthy cell floor, but he had already learned to ignore those. He rolled up his absurdly long sleeves, then cuffed the trouser legs. The uniform, cut from yellow duck, was not as warm as his flight suit, which had been taken from him. The brown leather tag stitched to his breast pocket bore 2 letters, PW, Prisoner of War. When he spotted a nail protruding from the wall, he worked it free and etched a vertical calendar in the plaster. His first sortie was on the morning the war started, January 17th, a Thursday. On the night of the 19th, he had been shot down. In the early morning of the 22nd, he had blundered into the Iraqi border post. That meant today was Thursday, January 24th, his first day in a Baghdad prison. He marked the date and carefully hid the nail, wondering how many times he would need it to scratch away another day. Hundreds of hatch marks covered the wall, the disquieting runes of an earlier occupant. For a few minutes after he and Griffith were captured on the 22nd, Eberly had clung to the hope that the Iraqis would let them go. Their captors at the border post had provided tea and food. "Thank you, danke, gracias," Eberly replied, groping for the Arabic word. When the interrogation began, he explained that the airplane had suffered an electrical malfunction and that the two of them had walked in the desert for 3 days. To mislead his captors, he told them he and Griffith were English pilots. The Iraqis took their pistols, the flares, the map, the radios. Eberly tried unsuccessfully to palm his radio battery so that the Iraqis could not use it. As they studied Griffith's blood chit, the promissory note, Eberly suggested that repatriating 2 able-bodied aviators could be worth a $500,000 reward. Unlike RAF pilots, the Americans did not sew gold ingots in the lining of their flight suits. The soldiers instead relieved him of his watch and a $10 bill, then herded both men, cuffing and spitting at them, into the bed of a pickup truck. They lay with their hands lashed behind them as the truck jounced across a rugged track for 20 miles to another guard post, where they were questioned again, blindfolded, and eventually hauled to a military camp, where they spent the night handcuffed to a cot. At noon the next day, the soldiers pushed them into the rear seat of a Toyota station wagon and drove them through a town in western Iraq. The small procession, led by a truck with a loudspeaker announcing the capture of 2 Allied pilots, crept through the bustling marketplace, and a crowd began to swarm around the white Toyota. The men's blindfolds had been removed, but both remained handcuffed. Eberly briefly entertained the delusion that the throng was cheering them. Perhaps, he thought, the Iraqis had turned against Saddam, against the war. Maybe they would hide him if he could break free. Sitting next to the unlocked right rear door, with Griffith and a guard on his left, he contemplated bolting from the car and plunging into the crowd. But as he studied the faces pressing ever closer, he saw that they were scowling and jeering, and he leaned forward to lock the door. At that instant, a rock the size of a grapefruit smashed through the window behind his head, spraying glass across the back of the station wagon. Even the soldiers appeared frightened. The driver pressed the accelerator and sped through the town as the mob hurled stones and epithets at the fleeing car. Later that afternoon, after several stops and the now familiar ordeal of being pushed, questioned, and occasionally beaten by guards with black rubber tubes, they had reached Baghdad. The darkened city seemed deserted, but for a few crazed motorists who careered through the streets, flashing their headlights and honking madly. Eberly was surprised that the city looked intact. He had imagined rubble and flames, something akin to Hamburg or Schweinfurt in 1945. The car threaded its way through a silent district of low buildings and stopped. He and Griffith were hauled from the rear seat and locked in an outdoor kennel, where they spent the night without food or blanket, huddled on a cold slab. In the morning, they were again shoved into the car, blindfolded this time. 20 minutes later, the car stopped, and guards led them through a doorway and down a steep flight of steps to an underground bunker. The facility, Eberly thought with alarm, might be a classic F-117 target. He hoped the Iraqis would be sensible enough to get them out by sundown. He heard the whirring of a camera and was cheered by the sound. He wanted his family and the U.S. government to know he was alive. A video record would make the Iraqis accountable for him. Surreptitiously, he tugged at the zipper of his flight suit to display the blood-stained jersey underneath. A guard removed the blindfold. Your name and rank, please? The interrogator asked. Colonel David William Eberly. What is your nationality, David? From the USA. What is the kind of your plane and which squadron? F-15, from the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing. What are your targets in Iraq in this mission? He hesitated briefly. Should he have disclosed his unit and the aircraft model? That seemed harmless enough, but what about the target? How much did the enemy already know about the mission? What would Griffith tell them? In theory, he was obliged to reveal only his name, rank, service number, and date of birth. But perhaps, he reasoned, the Iraqis' propaganda could be turned against them. If nothing else, the Israelis should be reassured by American efforts to destroy the Scuds. Scud missile and associated chemical facilities. And how were you shot down? I don't know. The interview ended abruptly. Eberly was blindfolded again and led into a narrow corridor where he sat for several hours. Already he had learned to make himself as unnoticeable as possible, pulling his legs up tight and trying to fade into the wall to avoid the kicks of passing guards. He also had begun to feign a shuffle, hunching over and slowing every movement to avoid antagonizing his captors. When he needed food and drink, he asked timidly, and the Iraqis brought water and a meager bowl of rice. A guard led him to the toilet, and for a few minutes removed the cuffs and blindfold. For the first time, Eberly could examine his face and jaw, still swollen from the ejection injury, in a mirror. His ankles, apparently injured during the parachute landing and the long hike across the desert, had turned greenish-black. Worse were the hives now peppering his hands and body like a suit woven of red welts. During one stop en route to Baghdad, an Iraqi physician had swabbed the gash on the back of his head with a yellow liquid, probably penicillin, to which he was allergic. He carefully tore a pocket from his prison uniform and used one part as a handkerchief, the other as a washcloth, to bathe his inflamed skin. Shortly before dark, he and Griffith were led from the bunker and driven to the prison. Trying to keep his bearings as they drove through the city, Eberly surmised that they had entered an army compound south of the capital. The Iraqis shoved him down a hallway and into a vacant 6-by-6-foot cell next to Griffith's. The door gave a metallic screech as it swung shut. From the barred window he saw a dilapidated frame building in the fading light, the wood graying handsomely, like that of an old barn. The night passed. In the morning, again blindfolded, he was hauled to the underground bunker for another interrogation, this time without the comfort of a video camera. He half expected to be manacled to a dungeon wall, his back lashed with a bullwhip. But the inquisition was more annoying than brutal. A few kicks, a few whacks with a clipboard. He strained to hear the tread of a guard sneaking up behind him, which he now knew foretold a double swat to the head in an apparent effort to break his eardrums. The questions were surprisingly crude, either attempts to elicit information on subjects he genuinely knew nothing about, what are the American plans for a ground attack, or unsophisticated demands for technical data that he found he could satisfy with information available in any library. Yes, he agreed, the Strike Eagle had 2 engines. No, the aircraft required a 2-man crew. Now, having been returned once more to the prison cell, he carved his calendar, then let his imagination conjure up a variety of shapes in the peeling plaster on the cell walls. Barbara's face, the silhouetted head of his Airedale, Ted, a procession of circus animals. Hunger gnawed. The Iraqis seemed to have forgotten his dinner. Without his flight suit, he felt defenseless, stripped of his armor. The baggy yellow prison uniform was a constant reminder that he had failed, that he had gone toe-to-toe with the enemy and lost. He pushed the thought from his mind. Such self-recriminations were futile, enervating. If his fate was to spend the war in prison, then he must be stalwart enough to survive. As he stood by the door, another prisoner shuffled past toward the toilet, a guard in tow. Eberly leaned toward the door and whispered, "I'm Colonel Eberly from the Air Force." The man said nothing, but paused long enough on his way back to answer softly, "I'm Lieutenant Zahn, U.S. Navy." "Hang in there," Eberly urged. "We're going to make it." He lay on the dirty concrete as darkness slowly shuttered the prison, and closed his eyes to prevent his mind from constantly groping for light. The bulkhead between sanity and madness, he had begun to realize, was thin and fragile. Muted voices drifted down the cell block. Eberly had no way of gauging how many aviators were imprisoned here, but he was probably the ranking officer. This was his command. The men must not lose hope or do anything foolish out of desperation. He struggled to his feet and groped toward the door, where he lifted his voice through the bars. "If you can hear me," he called, "let me remind you what we were told back in Saudi before the war started. There's nothing up here worth dying for." His duty done for now, he again lay down in a fetal curl. His back pressed against the flaking plaster, he listened to the bawling cats and waited patiently for the freedom of sleep. Sukra Bay, Oman. At 4 a.m. on January 26th, wave upon wave of amphibious vehicles, each jammed with 24 Marines, slid from the yawning bays of their motherships and veered north toward the barren shingle several thousand yards distant. All but submerged in the dark Arabian Sea, the vehicles wallowed shoreward at 9 knots. Harrier jets from USS Tarawa and USS Nassau roared overhead toward the coastline. In less than 15 minutes, the vanguard of 4 battalions had breached the heavy surf and rolled across the sand. Behind them came jet-powered LCACs, landing craft air-cushioned, skimming inches above the waves, and heavier landing craft loaded with tanks and artillery and armored personnel carriers. At first light, helicopters ferried additional battalions to reinforce the flanks of the 4-mile beachhead. Not since Incheon had such an amphibious force been hurled ashore. The operation, codenamed Sea Soldier 4, embraced 17,000 Marines, backed by 11,000 sailors on 34 ships. Intended as a dress rehearsal for a landing in Kuwait, the operation was the 5th and largest landing on the Arabian Peninsula since September. 3 previous Sea Soldiers, like this version, had been launched on Oman's half-moon Sukra Bay, one of the most desolate coasts in the world. The other exercise, Imminent Thunder, had attacked a Saudi beach in November. CENTCOM publicized the exercises to remind Baghdad of America's amphibious prowess. The message got through. Iraq had shifted several divisions and hundreds of heavy guns to reinforce Kuwaiti beaches. Marine commanders watching their men crash ashore in Sea Soldier 4 found themselves torn by ambivalence as they imagined the casualties that would result from a real beach assault under fire. After bobbing about in the Arabian Sea and Persian Gulf for months, the Marines longed to be part of the war. Marines had been storming beaches since March 1776, when 200 men overpowered a British garrison to capture Fort Montague in the Bahamas. No Marine was oblivious of the Corps' exploits on Iwo Jima and Okinawa, and a dozen other hallowed strands. Amphibious operations demanded intricate choreography, uncommon valor, and luck. At Gallipoli in 1915, a British army plagued with misfortune and incompetent commanders impaled itself on the Turkish shore. The disaster gave rise to a conventional belief that in landings under fire, the advantage invariably lay with the defender. After World War I, the Marines, motivated in part by inter-service rivalry and a fear that the Corps would be reduced to a naval police force, diligently studied Gallipoli to develop new techniques, strategies, and equipment. But landings early in World War II were sobering. At Dieppe in August 1942, 6,000 commandos, mostly Canadians, waded onto the French coast, only to withdraw 12 hours later with 60% of the force dead, wounded, or captured. At Tarawa in the Gilbert Islands in November 1943, poor intelligence about local tides and coral reefs forced Marines to wade several hundred yards to shore under heavy fire. 1,000 Marines died, and more than 2,000 were wounded in the assault thereafter known as Terrible Tarawa. Although the Corps' subsequent successes elevated amphibious warfare to what has been called the greatest tactical innovation of World War II, nuclear weapons seemed to render beach landings obsolete. "I am wondering," Omar Bradley said in 1949, "if we shall ever have another large-scale amphibious operation. Frankly, the atomic bomb, properly delivered, about precludes such a possibility." Even the brilliance of Incheon on the west coast of Korea in 1950, although it proved Bradley wrong at a cost of 21 American dead, came in the face of MacArthur's grim estimate that the odds against success were 5,000 to 1. An assault on Kuwait could be every bit as bloody as Terrible Tarawa. I will tell you that if we proceed with this attack, the commander of the Marine Amphibious Force, Major General Harry W. Jenkins, Jr., had recently warned his superiors, I intend to destroy everything in front of me and on the flanks to try to keep our casualties down. Jenkins fumed at the publicity given the Marine exercises, noting that every public mention of the American threat from the sea seemed to heighten Iraqi reinforcement. This doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense to me, he complained. I'm in favor of informing the public and letting the media know as much as we can, but we're going to cut off our nose to spite our face. Precisely how, if at all, to use the powerful host of Marines afloat had bedeviled American planners for months. Had Saddam carried his invasion into Saudi Arabia, Schwarzkopf could have landed Marines behind the enemy to cut them off, as MacArthur had done in Korea. But the Iraqis stopped at Kuwait's southern border. If the Iraqis had come south, we could have gotten behind them and raised all kinds of hell, Jenkins told his staff. Now, the whole damned coast is fortified. A gregarious, wry, 31-year veteran who had commanded a Marine company in Vietnam during the long siege of Khe Sanh, Jenkins in September drafted a plan with 10 options, ranging from modest raids to full-blown amphibious landings. One plan proposed slipping 2 battalions onto the Al-Fa Peninsula at the northern end of the Gulf to threaten Basra as the army attacked from the west. But Schwarzkopf feared that such an attack could inadvertently spill into Iran. Moreover, the 2 Marine divisions ashore had modified their proposed attack axis. Rather than drive north up the coast, Walt Boomer now wanted to strike 50 miles inland. He believed that an amphibious landing south of Kuwait City was critical because it could provide the Marines ashore with a supply base and thwart an Iraqi counterattack to the west. In tactics and equipment, amphibious combat had evolved considerably since the Pacific Island Campaign and the Korean War. To avoid enemy missiles, landing fleets had to disperse and zigzag constantly in sea echelon areas far from shore. Helicopters provided mobility and speed. The new LCAC craft, of which Jenkins had 32, harnessed 4 jet engines, 2 to lift the 10-ton craft above the water, and 2 to power a pair of huge propellers in the stern for thrust. The crew sat in a cabin that resembled an aircraft cockpit. And yet, amphibious warfare in other respects had changed little. Thousands of frightened, seasick men still wedged themselves into fragile landing craft to weave through gunfire and deadly obstacles toward a contested shore. Perhaps no form of combat more affirmed the Clausewitz dictum that 3/4 of those things upon which action in war must be calculated are hidden more or less in the clouds of great uncertainty. Amphibious planners fretted over such arcana as hydrography, the ability of a beach to bear traffic, spring tides, neap tides, and harmonic analysis. Marines preferred to attack a convex coastline, such as a peninsula or promontory. Concave coasts, in a bay, for example, permitted defenders to mass their fires on 3 sides. To pierce the clouds of great uncertainty, planners drafted elaborate debarkation schedules, sea echelon plans, assault diagrams, and approach schedules, replete with wave numbers, landing craft azimuths, and control officers to act as traffic cops under fire. On January 16th, Navy SEALs began reconnoitering Kuwaiti beaches at night, closing to within 200 yards in rubber raiding boats before swimming the rest of the way with scuba gear. Their reports, supplemented by accounts from the Kuwaiti resistance, were not encouraging. At many sites, the Iraqis possessed sweeping fields of fire along the waterline. The defenders had bricked up beachfront houses and apartment buildings to create a nexus of stout pillboxes, and had planted underwater mines, barbed wire, and steel dragon's teeth to rip the bottoms from landing craft. Also, poor hydrographic conditions characterized much of the coast. In some spots, the slope was 1 to 1,000, meaning only a foot of vertical depth for every 1,000 feet from the beach, the Persian Gulf equivalent of the reefs at Tarawa. Amphibious planners looking for a suitable beachhead had finally settled on Ash Shweba, about 20 miles south of the entrance to Kuwait Bay. Here, the hydrography ranged between 1 to 50 and 1 to 100. Deep enough to bring the mother ships closer to shore and permit the landing craft to beach quickly, if combat engineers could demolish the obstacles. But Ash Shueba was hardly ideal. Many high-rise buildings along the beach had been fortified. Equally troubling was a liquid natural gas plant south of the landing zone, abutting the port the Marines planned to seize after they had secured the beach. The gas storage tanks had enough latent explosive power, according to one estimate, to fling a 2-pound chunk of shrapnel 10 kilometers. Although Kuwaiti resistance fighters offered to drain the tanks before an assault, Navy and Marine planners began referring to the plant as the nuke on the beach. The gas complex and apartment buildings would have to be razed by naval gunfire and airstrikes before any amphibious landing commenced, the Marines and Navy insisted. "I want battleship gunfire grid square by grid square, starting at the beach line," Jenkins declared. "I want it so thick that whoever survives will be in no mood to fight when the Marines get there." But Schwarzkopf, reluctant to inflict more damage on Kuwait than necessary, had thus far refused to authorize demolition of the plant or the buildings. As Sea Soldier 4 continued, with Sukra Bay standing in for Ash Shueba, debate intensified over the wisdom of an amphibious landing, now codenamed Desert Sabre. On Blue Ridge, Stan Arthur and his staff worried about steaming into mined waters within range of Silkworm missiles. In Riyadh, Cal Waller argued adamantly against Desert Sabre. "I couldn't live with myself if we made a decision to do an amphibious landing because the Marines want to do one," he told Schwarzkopf at one point. "There's nothing to be gained except a lot of Marines being killed while trying to get over those beaches." Boomer was still convinced that Desert Sabre was tactically vital. He assured Schwarzkopf, "I will never come to you and recommend an amphibious landing for any other reason than to help us win this campaign. I will never recommend an amphibious operation just because I think it will help the Marine Corps." In Washington, the Marine Commandant, General Alfred M. Gray, was believed to be the most ardent advocate. "Al Gray just wants to build another Iwo Jima memorial to all the Marines he's going to get killed," one of his fellow chiefs remarked bitterly. Yet Gray had doubts. He had attended too many funerals after the 1983 bombing of the Marine barracks in Beirut to disregard the tragedy of more losses. "Do any of you know what it's like to lose an entire unit?" Gray had asked his senior generals during a session in Jubail. "Because you ought to think about it." Still, Navy officers thought the Marines too casual about the threat of sea mines. They chafed at Boomer's frequent tinkering with his ground attack plan, which had a ripple effect on amphibious operation. The Marines, in turn, thought the Navy unprepared for the mine threat and ignorant of the value of amphibious operations. Both services regarded CENTCOM as unenlightened about the potency of their combined firepower in the Gulf. Marine and sailor alike waited impatiently for Schwarzkopf to reveal his thoughts on the matter. For now, the CINC kept his counsel. Washington, D.C. Iraqi Scud launches had neither stopped nor diminished. They had intensified. On January 25th, 10 missiles fell, most on Israel, where rescue dogs again sniffed through the rubble for survivors. 6 more fell on the 26th. Schwarzkopf, demonstrating the nonchalance that infuriated both Israelis and Pentagon civilians, told an interviewer, "Saying that Scuds are a danger to a nation is like saying that lightning is a danger to a nation. I frankly would be more afraid of standing out in a lightning storm in southern Georgia than I would standing out in the streets of Riyadh when the Scuds are coming down." On January 28th, at the request of Moshe Aarons, who caustically began referring to the Scud attacks as more lightning storms, Richard Cheney received 3 somber Israelis in his Pentagon office: David Ivry, the Defense Director General, General Ehud Barak, the Deputy Chief of Staff, and Rear Admiral Abraham Ben-Shoshan, former head of the Israeli Navy and now defense attaché in Washington. For the first time, the Israelis revealed to Cheney, Powell, and Wolfowitz details of their plan for attacking the Iraqi launchers with a combination of airstrikes and ground forces. Western Iraq was too vast for pilots alone to ferret out the missiles, Barak insisted. Only soldiers could master the wadis and desert roads and subtle folds of the earth. Ben-Shoshan called it reading Braille, a tactile sensing of the land and its many hiding places. The Americans listened intently before Powell led Barack off for a more detailed discussion. Cheney repeated the familiar arguments against Israeli involvement, but he was intrigued by the idea of combining special forces. Perhaps, he suggested after the Israelis had gone, the Americans could develop a similar plan. As Cheney soon learned, his commanders had been doing precisely that. At 1 p.m. on January 30th, Wayne Downing, the JSOC commander, appeared in room 2C-865, the Special Technical Operations Center. Here, the Pentagon's most secret black programs, revealed only to those with the highest security clearances, were run from an elaborate computer and communications complex, known informally as Starship Enterprise. Downing quickly briefed Powell on the Delta Force proposal that he had sketched for Tom Kelly 8 days earlier, including his plan to bivouac at RR and insert heavily armed patrols into the 3 Scud boxes. After 30 minutes, Powell said, "I want the SecDef to hear this." Cheney joined them, and Downing repeated his pitch. "Just attacking the Scuds is like looking for a needle in a haystack," he said. "We need to attack their command and control and logistics, as well as the launch sites." Powell and Cheney concurred. Although both men had agreed that no units would be assigned to Schwarzkopf against his will, the time had come for Washington to assert itself. "Our biggest concern is that the goddamn Israelis are going to come into the war, and the coalition is going to fall apart," the chairman told Downing. "We need to get over there and do something." Downing offered 3 force package options, ranging in size from less than a squadron to 2 squadrons plus a ranger battalion. As he expected, the secretary and chairman picked the middle course: Delta's 1st Squadron and pilots from Task Force 160, an Army helicopter unit, giving a combined force of 400 men. "How soon can you deploy?" Cheney asked. "We're ready to go now," Downing replied. "Then why," the secretary asked, "are you still sitting here?" Downing excused himself and called Fort Bragg to alert his command before flying back to North Carolina. At 11 p.m., 4 C-141 and 2 C-5 transport planes lifted into the night and headed east. Notwithstanding perceptions in Washington and Tel Aviv that Schwarzkopf was slow in suppressing the Scuds, the CINC had not been sitting on his hands. Allied aircraft now averaged more than 100 counter-Scud sorties a day. B-52s flattened suspected sites at H-2 and H-3. U-2 and TR-1 reconnaissance planes crisscrossed western Iraq. Pioneer drones cut lazy circles above the eastern desert, scanning the roads and wadis with television cameras. 10 A-10 Warthogs flew to a makeshift base at Al-Juf and began patrolling in the west, their pilots peering through binoculars for any unusual movement. Buster Glosson assigned F-15Es from the 335th Tactical Fighter Squadron, with whom Eberly and Griffith had been flying, to permanent Scud-busting duty at night using their radar and infrared pods. Iraq, in contrast to its feeble efforts in other aspects of the war, proved tenacious in launching Scuds. Missile crews displayed ingenuity in the use of decoys, placing mock missiles among barrels of diesel fuel to simulate secondary explosions when hit, aluminum reflectors to emit confusing radar signatures, and heat generators to baffle infrared detectors. Occasionally, the Allied pilots duped themselves. One night in late January, an F-15E crew spotted a hot square in the infrared scope which looked like a camouflage net draped over a missile launcher. With flawless precision, they dropped a 2,000-pound bomb, only to discover that the suspected Scud was a flock of sheep. Hundreds of Allied intelligence analysts studied the missile firings for patterns. Saudi officials revealed that in the late 1980s, they had financed a cartography project for the Iraqis. Unfortunately, despite a frantic search throughout the kingdom, the Saudis could find only 4 map sheets depicting just a small slice of eastern Iraq. The rest of the set had either been lost or given to Baghdad. Still, the map fragments were of help. Tiny triangular symbols, American analysts soon realized, represented precise survey points that Scud crews appeared to be using for some missile shots against Dhahran and other targets along the Gulf Coast. Other analysts studied Iraqi radar in hopes of correlating electronic emissions with Scud firings. Missile crews needed weather data to adjust their trajectories, as well as assurances that no Allied warplanes lurked in the launch area. 3 types of radar, known to Allied intelligence as end tray, ballpoint, and the Chinese-made fan song, provided such information. Although U.S. intelligence concluded that fan song emissions in particular seemed to foretell a Scud shot, converting that deduction into a successful counterattack proved difficult. The radar usually emitted for only a few minutes, allowing the Allies little time to pinpoint the location. Moreover, radar and mobile launcher might be miles apart. Efforts to intercept Iraqi radio broadcasts with eavesdropping aircraft, satellites, or the listening posts strung from Tobruk to the Gulf were frustrated by Iraq's vast network of coaxial and fiber optic landlines. Hard to cut and harder to tap, the lines kept radio traffic to a minimum. Perhaps the most intriguing Scud SIGINT, signals intelligence, was deciphered by a tall, skeletal warrant officer from the 18th Airborne Corps named James E. Roberts, Jr. Roberts was classified in the Army as a 98 Charlie, a signals intelligence analyst. He had won a Bronze Star in Panama for parachuting with a Ranger battalion onto Rio Hato, with a satellite radio lashed to his back. 3 days after the first Scud fell in the Gulf War, Roberts believed he had cracked an Iraqi code that would enable him to predict the location of most launches. By manipulating certain intercepted radio messages and applying an arcane formula to a jumbled sequence of letters and numbers, he put together what appeared to be an 8-digit grid coordinate. Most other intelligence analysts thought Roberts was daft. His formula seemed incomprehensible, more guesswork than ingenuity. Officials at the National Security Agency, the nation's mammoth eavesdropping bureaucracy, derided his crystal ball. Even so, enough senior officers, including Schwarzkopf's intelligence chief, considered the predictions plausible, and they positioned aircraft near the anticipated launch sites. Sometimes the Iraqis fired, sometimes they did not. Only thrice could Roberts divine a precise time for the launches, a shortcoming that hamstrung efforts to ambush the Scud crews, and his prognostications never proved accurate nor timely enough to allow the Allies to cripple the shooters. But he did have a triumph on January 26th when he predicted that a missile would be launched toward Riyadh at 10:50 p.m. Sitting in the Army's headquarters building outside the Saudi capital, Roberts anxiously watched the screen of a computer that was tied into the missile early warning network. At 10:48 p.m., a message flashed on the screen. Scud launch. Roberts leaped to his feet. "I told you," he crowed. "I fucking told you." And he danced across the room in a joyful splay of arms and legs, for a moment at least, the happiest man in Saudi Arabia. After the war, the Army pinned another Bronze Star on Roberts for meritorious achievement. On the morning of February 1st, Wayne Downing and Delta Force arrived at King Fahd International Airport. While his troops flew west to their new base at RR, Downing headed for Riyadh to see Schwarzkopf, whom he had known for many years. The men had served together at Fort Lewis, Washington, where Downing commanded a Ranger battalion and Schwarzkopf a brigade in the 9th Infantry Division. During a war game in Alaska in the mid-1970s, Rangers had attacked Colonel Schwarzkopf's command post one night when the colonel was sitting in the latrine. The CINC had forgiven that episode, but he was hardly overjoyed to see Downing now. "The Scud is a pissant weapon that isn't doing a goddamn thing. It's insignificant," he grumbled. "I also want you to be sure you know who you're working for, and it isn't General Steiner. You work for me, you son of a bitch." Schwarzkopf was still wary of Karl Steiner's efforts to infiltrate the theater. "Another thing," Schwarzkopf said, "if you personally go into Iraq, I'm going to relieve you." "You don't have to tell me that," Downing protested. "I know you," the CINC said, one eye pinching into a squint. "I don't want you going across that border and getting yourself captured or killed. 1, because of the embarrassment, and 2, because you know too much." Before leaving Riyadh, Downing also visited the British Special Forces commander. Colonel Andy Massey immediately flung open the curtain shrouding his map of western Iraq, and for an hour regaled his Yankee comrade with the travails of the 22nd SAS Regiment. The British unit, Massey explained, had been operating from Al Juf for about 2 weeks. Lacking long-range helicopters with sophisticated night navigation equipment, the 250 commandos concentrated on inserting their patrols into the southern Scud box along the Amman-Baghdad highway. Some teams traveled through Iraq on foot. Others used Land Rovers mounted with Milan anti-armor missiles. Others used motorcycles. The Bedouin were a ubiquitous nuisance, Massey warned. If a Bedouin spotted a commando, the odds were 1 in 2 that he would alert the Iraqi army. Wretched weather in the high desert also was dangerous. 2 men had frozen to death, one after swimming an icy river, the other after hiding from an enemy patrol in a watery ditch. Unprepared for the frigid nights, SAS teams had even been forced to kindle small fires beneath their Land Rovers to thaw frozen fuel lines. By war's end, the SAS would suffer 4 dead and 5 captured. 8 men in a patrol currently in Iraq had been scattered. Massey was not certain of their whereabouts. Despite formidable Iraqi resistance, the British believed they had begun to push the Scud crews into the 2 northern boxes. There, Massey suggested, was where Delta could accomplish the most. The SAS, he added, was now calling that region Mesopotamia, in ancient times the name for the land between the Tigris and Euphrates. Downing liked the name and took it with him to RR, along with Massey's advice. Soon, Delta and Task Force 160, known as the Joint Special Operations Task Force, began infiltrating deep into Mesopotamia, focusing on several hundred square miles around H2 and H3, codenamed Area of Operation Eagle. A typical patrol consisted of 20 to 40 commandos, sent out for 10 to 15 days at a time. Working closely with Buster Glosson, Downing synchronized the missions so that infiltrations and exfiltrations occurred at night, while bombing raids distracted the Iraqis. Then a flock of Pave-Lows, Black Hawks, and vehicle-carrying Chinooks flew deep behind the lines from RR, dropped off the patrols, and returned before dawn. Although Black Hawk gunships occasionally struck enemy targets, the commandos' principal mission was reconnaissance. Hiding on ridgelines and in wadis, moving only at night, they watched for military traffic and, with their radios, summoned airstrikes. As Downing had once encouraged his men to think like bank robbers, now he urged them to think like Scud crews. If you were driving a truck from Al-Qaim to Shab al-Hiri, he would ask, maps spread at his feet, what route would you most likely take? But surveillance required a patience and restraint that taxed even the most dedicated soldier. "Sir, I'm not going back out there unless you tell me I can kill the next Iraqi I see," one sergeant complained to Downing. "I can't stand to see them and not do anything about it. I just want to shoot these people up." After a few days' rest, the soldier sheepishly asked to join the next patrol, promising to keep his pugnacity in check. As the British had warned, Bedouin roamed the western desert. The Americans soon learned to gauge whether the sparse vegetation in a particular area would support grazing, a certain symptom that herdsmen and their flocks were nearby. The closer the commandos edged to Al-Qaim, which lay on the Euphrates, the lusher the grazing, the more common the Bedouin, the stouter the defenses, and the richer the enemy targets. In contrast to the passivity of their besieged comrades in the east, Iraqi soldiers in Mesopotamia remained bellicose and tenacious. Several times they pursued the Delta patrols for miles across the desert. Once, after a discovered commando was badly wounded in the neck and leg, an armored column chased the patrol for 50 miles before the Americans succeeded in covering their trail, doubling back, and losing the Iraqis in the dark. In early February, 9 Iraqi armored vehicles drew so close to a fleeing patrol that an F-15E overhead could not distinguish friend from foe. The pilot courageously turned on his lights and swooped in low to scatter the pursuers, while helicopters circled north to rescue 4 Delta troopers stranded on foot near Al-Qaim. 2 nights later, 5 Iraqi helicopters chased another compromised team, which fled unwittingly toward 200 enemy soldiers waiting in ambush. Again, an F-15E dropped to 2,000 feet, destroyed 1 helicopter with a laser-guided bomb, and caused enough confusion for the patrol to escape. Schwarzkopf kept close rein on the operation, personally approving every mission sent across the border, After Downing's repeated pleas, the CINC permitted another Delta squadron and a Ranger company at RR, increasing the force to 800. At peak, 200 American commandos prowled through Mesopotamia. Although combat casualties were very light, 7 men died in one of the worst accidents of the war when a TF-160 rescue helicopter, returning with a soldier who had injured his back in a fall from a cliff, crashed in a snowstorm less than 2 miles from RR. Few direct Scud kills could be confirmed, and CIA analysts still refuse to count any mobile launchers as destroyed. But the harassment campaign clearly confounded the missile crews. Again, with Glossen's cooperation, Delta and F-15Es sowed hundreds of Gator mines on roads, overpasses, and suspected hide sites to channel the Iraqis into areas more easily watched and saturated with bombs. Scuds continued to fall, but less frequently. The daily average of 5 missiles during the initial 10 days of the war dwindled to 1 a day for the balance of the conflict. By late February, U.S. intelligence would conclude that the mobile launchers had been pushed into a narrow corridor only 10 miles in diameter on the outskirts of Al-Qaim. Downing and Andy Massey, conferring by phone several times a day, congratulated each other for establishing Anglo-American dominion over western Mesopotamia. Although higher authority had foisted on him Delta's private war in the West, Schwarzkopf remained undisputed master of the other special operations units in Saudi Arabia, and he rejected nearly all requests to let them steal across the border and join the fray. 9,000 Navy SEALs, Army Special Forces soldiers, Air Force gunship crews, and other unconventional troops took part in the war. They provided services ranging from search and rescue missions to marksmanship training for Kuwaiti refugees. Scores of Green Beret advisory teams, in an undertaking reminiscent of their celebrated role in Vietnam, joined Syrian, Egyptian, Saudi, and other allied forces to provide instruction and to present Schwarzkopf with an appraisal of how the Arabs were likely to fight. But the CINC and his Special Operations Commander, Colonel Jesse Johnson, stoutly resisted most direct action suggestions to insert men behind the lines. Of more than 60 direct action proposals advanced by the Army's 5th Special Forces Group, for example, all but a handful were turned down. To sever a fiber optic line connecting Baghdad with Basra, for example, Special Forces commanders suggested slipping through one of the manhole covers that provided access to the cable. The proposal was rejected, as was a plan to blow up a microwave tower southwest of Baghdad. When U.S. intelligence concluded that Iraq was possibly shipping Scud missiles by rail from a military plant at Taji to H2 and H3, a Special Forces team, with the CINC's blessing, practiced ambushing trains and tearing up track in Saudi Arabia. But when further intelligence showed that the purported Scud train kept an erratic schedule and occasionally carried civilians, the plan was scuttled. Though his caution was immensely frustrating to those chafing for action, Schwarzkopf had sound reasons for resisting most of the special operations proposals. He was reluctant to upset the timing of his ground campaign, or suggest to the Iraqis that an Allied attack would come from any direction other than through Kuwait. He wanted forces available for deep reconnaissance and other unconventional missions as the ground war drew closer, and he recognized that precision-guided bombs and Allied air supremacy obviated the need for many traditional commando operations, such as blowing up bridges. Several approved schemes failed. In early February, 3 Special Forces A-teams unsuccessfully tried to find mobile Scud launchers near the Iraqi town of As Salman. 2 of the teams were compromised and extracted almost immediately. The third pulled out after 30 futile hours behind the lines. In another mission, intended to smuggle secure radios to the Kuwaiti resistance, SEALs provided 10 Kuwaiti commandos with wetsuits, ferried them in rubber boats along the coast south of Kuwait City, and managed to get them to the water's edge undetected. But on spotting Iraqi guards on the beach, the Kuwaitis balked, and the mission collapsed. On yet another direct action operation a week into the war, 3 American Green Berets, a medic, an engineer, and a radio expert, joined a commando team from the British Special Boat Service, SBS, and flew by Chinook helicopter to a road along the upper shore of Ba al-Mil, the large, shallow lake 40 miles southwest of Baghdad. There, they dug a 6-foot trench in search of a fiber optic cable that reportedly connected Baghdad and Karbala. Finding no cable, they dug another trench perpendicular to the road and uncovered 5 lines, none of them fiber optic. The raiders nevertheless chopped a section from each cable, crammed several hundred pounds of explosives into the trench with a delay fuse, and flew back to Saudi Arabia, where they presented Schwarzkopf with an Iraqi road marker as a souvenir. If nothing else, the mission reinforced American convictions that the British were permitted a great deal more latitude in their enterprises, and were having a great deal more fun. Andover, Massachusetts. The hunt for Scud launchers unfolded as the United States and Israel faced another crisis, which triggered something close to panic. The stockpiles of Patriot missiles were dwindling. Although Tom Kelly had assured the Pentagon press corps on January 22nd that we don't have any great concerns about Patriot stocks, a hard mathematical reality had since eroded that confidence. At the time of Kelly's statement, Patriot crews possessed 499 PAC-2s, the variant designed to shoot down ballistic missiles. Raytheon Company and its subcontractors, having surged to 3 shifts a day, could build about 4 new PAC-2s every 24 hours. But the 27 Patriot batteries in Saudi Arabia and Israel were shooting up to 10 missiles at each incoming Scud. At that rate, the U.S. Army calculated, the supply could be exhausted around the 3rd week of February, just as the ground war was set to begin. Raytheon engineers and Army missile experts now believed they understood the curious behavior that had first been observed in the earliest Scud attacks, including the tendency of incoming missiles to multiply in flight. To extend the range of their Soviet-made Scuds, Iraqi technicians had lightened the payload and lengthened the motor section, apparently by welding additional fuel tanks to the missile body. This had been accomplished with consummate ineptitude. The aerodynamic stress of a fall through the atmosphere at 4,000 miles an hour caused the welds to break, shattering each Scud into several pieces. By dint of shoddy workmanship, the Iraqis had created a warhead with a low radar signature and an accompanying flock of decoys, not unlike the sophisticated re-entry vehicles on Soviet and American intercontinental ballistic missiles. A Patriot crew was supposed to fire 2 missiles at each Scud, a redundancy intended to improve the probability of destruction. But the Patriot radars, seeing the swarm of incoming objects at Mach 6, automatically launched 2 Patriots at each chunk of warhead, fuel tank, and motor. American missile men had only the murkiest idea what happened after that, since the Patriots lacked on-board data recorders to permit a detailed reconstruction of each engagement. On the basis of flimsy evidence, the Army would claim a kill if a Patriot merely happened to detonate in the vicinity of a Scud. Some missile experts, particularly in Israel, had begun to doubt the Patriot's efficacy. No one, however, was prepared to challenge the public perception that the weapon was nearly flawless in parrying the Scuds. Further complicating matters was the unnerving propensity of the Patriot to fire at false electronic targets. Patriots had been designed for deployment in a relatively isolated location, not, as was the case particularly in Israel, in the middle of a city or an airfield surrounded by electronic distractions. Pilots testing their electronic countermeasures, for example, unwittingly bombarded the missile battery with stray electrons, apparently prompting false launches. On January 25th, when Iraq flung 7 missiles at Israel, the combination of disintegrating Scuds and electronic clutter initiated the launching of 31 Patriots, some of which reportedly bored into the ground. Searching for solutions, the Army Vice Chief of Staff, General Gordon R. Sullivan, flew from Washington to Andover, Massachusetts on January 26th to meet with Raytheon executives. Sullivan, who would become the Army chief after the war, was easy to underestimate. Bald, laconic, unprepossessing, he rarely raised his voice. Yet he could be tough and demanding. Subordinates never left the vice chief's presence wondering who was in charge. Hope, Sullivan often warned, is not a method. Told of the alarming ratio of Patriots to Scuds, Sullivan responded with the terse command, "Make the rate go down." Several possible solutions were examined during the meeting at Raytheon and subsequent brainstorming sessions. New software could be developed to help the Patriot ignore the electronic clutter and distinguish warhead from debris. Because the disintegrating motor and fuel tanks tended to trail behind the more streamlined warhead, missile crews also could manually restrain the Patriot from shooting at those fragments. But prospects were not bright for accelerating PAC-2 production. Even if more missile bodies could be built, manufacture of the intricate fuses could not be speeded up. The Joint Chiefs, who personally decided whether new PAC-2s went to Israel or Saudi Arabia, were to expect no surge in supply. Touring the Patriot plant, seeing rows of women in smocks diligently threading wires through electronic breadboards, Sullivan was reminded of photographs depicting World War II defense plants, where Rosie the Riveter and millions like her toiled for the common good. "You can probably understand me because I come from Quincy," Sullivan said, exaggerating his New England accent in an impromptu speech to 1,000 workers. In the Civil War, William Tecumseh Sherman wrote a letter to Ulysses Grant. "I knew wherever I was that you thought of me," Sherman told him, "and if I got in a tight place, you would come." That's the nature of the United States. That's what you're all about. I thank you for what you're doing for our country. The workers cheered wildly before returning to their breadboards, eager to help a friend in a tight place. On the return flight to Washington, the Vice Chief stopped in Delaware to inspect the U.S. military mortuary at Dover Air Force Base. Construction crews swarmed over 2 new hangars being erected to shelter the legions of dead expected from the Gulf once the ground war began. Here, the fallen would return to American soil, like so many before them. More than 20,000 corpses from Vietnam had passed through this charnel house, as had the 241 Marines murdered in their Beirut barracks in 1983, and the 248 paratroopers killed in a plane crash in Gander, Newfoundland in 1985. Cold and drear, Dover was thick with ghosts, with grief, with the anguish of countless final homecomings. Sullivan listened as an officer explained in detail where the bodies would be hosed clean, where their teeth would be x-rayed for identification, where the gunmetal gray caskets would be stored to await shipment to the soldiers' hometowns. All would be done with assembly line efficiency. Like the making of PAC-2s, body bag production had been accelerated, and there was a stockpile of more than 16,000 human remains pouches, as the Pentagon insisted on calling them. Each sack was 7 feet 10 inches long and 38 inches wide, with 6 stout handles and a heavy zipper running from head to toe. Dover's goal was to identify every corpse, to have no unknown soldiers from the Persian Gulf War. The mortuary staff had quadrupled in size, and the building expansion was nearly complete. But with so many bodies anticipated, the mortuary doubted it could provide a proper honor guard to receive each fallen soldier with a dignified ceremony. Thus, the Pentagon on January 21st had declared Dover off-limits to the media, which would inevitably want to shoot demoralizing television footage of America's heroes being unloaded with a forklift. After 2 hours, Sullivan boarded his plane and flew back to Washington, somber yet satisfied that this tragic and necessary task was properly organized. Only once had he balked, when the briefing officer asked whether he wanted to view the body of a naval aviator who had been killed in an accident. The vice chief shook his head. There was no reason to intrude. He had seen enough. Al-Amadi, Kuwait. U.S. intelligence had no doubt that Iraq possessed both means and will to impose a devastating scorched earth policy on Kuwait. The Emirates' oil industry was particularly vulnerable. Shortly after the August invasion, an estimated 36 Iraqi engineers and 1,000 troops began packing most of Kuwait's 1,080 oil wellheads with C4 plastic explosives. The soldiers also dug extensive trenches to shield the web of detonation wires from Allied bombs. Sabotage had been carried out on oil fields in other wars, such as the fires set in the Baku wells during the First Russian Revolution in 1905. But Kuwait's oil patch offered an unprecedented target. The Burkan field alone, second largest in the world, contained 55 billion barrels, twice the total of all U.S. reserves compressed into an area smaller than Rhode Island. 6 wells reportedly blew up in December near Al Amadi, south of Kuwait City, apparently as part of Iraqi experiments on how best to configure and trigger the charges. More oil facilities blew up after the war began, with smoky fires reported in the Al Wafra field on January 21st. Blazing storage tanks at Ash Shweba and Mina Abdullah were detected a day later. Yet those incidents paled when compared with the sabotage first detected by reconnaissance cameras in the early hours of January 25th. Several oil tankers berthed at Al Amadi since October, holding a combined cargo of more than 1 million barrels, now rode high in the water. U.S. intelligence concluded that much of their crude had been pumped into the Persian Gulf. Worse, Iraqi engineers had opened the pipeline leading from the Amadi crude oil storage terminal to the Sea Island terminal, a loading buoy 8 miles offshore used to fill deep-draft supertankers. A river of oil swept through the underwater pipeline to form an immense oblong slick in the northern Gulf. American analysts never determined with certainty what the Iraqi saboteurs had in mind. Baghdad's presumed intent was to disrupt any amphibious operations, and perhaps clog the Saudi desalination plants that provided much of the kingdom's fresh water. George Bush angrily denounced the environmental terrorism as kind of sick and symptomatic of Saddam's desperation. Televised images of oil-fouled cormorants provided Washington with a public relations boon, and yet another opportunity to condemn Baghdad's moral bankruptcy. The Pentagon spokesman Pete Williams predicted that the oil slick was likely to be more than a dozen times bigger than the 262,000 barrels dumped into Alaska's Prince William Sound by a reckless Exxon tanker in March 1989. Even that estimate proved conservative. The spill ultimately was calculated at double or even triple the size of the record 3.3 million barrels dumped into the Gulf of Mexico during the Ixtoc-1 disaster of 1979. At least some of the 11 million barrels that ultimately spewed into the Gulf came from other sources, including the tanker attacked by Navy jets, leakage from Iraq's offshore terminal at Mina al-Bakr, and runoff from wells subsequently sabotaged ashore. For nearly 24 hours, military planners in Riyadh and Washington debated how best to stanch the flow from Sea Island. Intelligence analysts queried petroleum experts in the United States, as well as exiled Kuwaitis in Taif. About 10 hours after the spill was detected, an engineer from Kuwait's oil industry arrived in a white Mercedes at the Moda building in Riyadh, blueprints of the Amadi complex in hand. By Friday evening, January 25th, a two-pronged attack had been planned. The first step involved incinerating some of the pollutants by igniting the fountain of crude bubbling up at the Sea Island terminal. This was accomplished that night, inadvertently, during a Navy gunfight with an Iraqi patrol boat suspected of laying mines. The second and more difficult attack would target two inland manifolds, shed-like structures housing the valves that controlled pipeline pressure. Schwarzkopf, ever mindful of the danger of appearing wantonly destructive, paraphrased an infamous aphorism from Vietnam in reminding his lieutenants that we are not in the business of destroying Kuwait while we are liberating Kuwait. As CENTCOM contemplated the proper response, Buster Glosson was ready to act. He had called John Warden in Checkmate and the Tactical Air Command at Langley, Virginia. What would be the impact of exploding a bomb on those manifolds? Glosson asked. Within hours, Checkmate and TAC both assured him that the attack would pinch off the leak. Glosson then ordered 5 F-111s carrying precision-guided GBU-15 bombs to prepare for a pinpoint strike that was to avoid adjacent storage tanks and the nearby town of Al Amadi. But as the bombers taxied onto the runway at Taif Friday night, Glosson took a call from Colonel B.B. Bell, Schwarzkopf's aide. The Kuwaiti government in exile had complained to Washington that the attack could demolish a good portion of the oil field. The CINC is concerned that bombing those things will make it worse, Bell said. I've already checked that out, Glosson replied. People are telling the CINC, Glosson cut Bell off. They're telling the CINC bullshit. I've already checked it out. Bell persisted. The CINC said, don't hit the target until he personally approves it. Glosson shrugged and hung up, then ordered the F-111s to stand down, pending further orders. "We're letting oil flow into the Persian Gulf for no reason," he complained to Horner. A thick overcast rolled over the Kuwaiti coast, causing additional delays, because GBU-15s required clear skies to work effectively. For nearly 24 hours, the pilots waited, refining their attack plan as additional advice poured in from Riyadh and oil poured out of Al Amadi. Schwarzkopf himself called, the wing commander, Colonel Tom Lennon, told the crews. He said, "Don't fuck this one up." At last, the weather cleared. The Kuwaitis were sufficiently reassured, and the attack was rescheduled for 10:30 p.m. Saturday. The planes took off at dusk and headed east. One aircraft turned back after developing mechanical trouble. Shortly after 10 p.m., the remaining quartet crossed the Saudi coastline and veered north over the Gulf. The two manifolds lay 5 miles inland and 3 miles apart. Because of dense Iraqi air defenses along the coast, the plan of attack was unusually complex. Aircraft number 3 and number 4 would drop the bombs, which would then be guided by aircraft 1 and 2. Each GBU-15 carried a small television camera in the nose, permitting a weapons officer to steer the falling bomb with radio commands relayed from a joystick in the cockpit. As planned, number 3 darted toward the coast at 15,000 feet, released its weapon 8 miles from the target, then turned south to evade the anti-aircraft fire. The weapons officer in number 1, flying parallel to the beach 65 miles away, began steering the bomb. But only a few seconds into the weapon's 2-minute flight, the electronic data link to the GBU-15 abruptly broke. The officer glumly radioed the code word that indicated he no longer had control of the plummeting bomb. "Goalie, goalie, goalie." I've got it," replied Captain Bradley A. Seipel, the weapons officer in aircraft number 2. Seipel and his pilot, Captain Mike Russell, were also flying parallel to the coast, several miles behind the lead plane. "I think I've got the pump house," Seipel called, as he stared at the blurry image on the cockpit television screen. The picture began to drift, an indication that Seipel's data link also was beginning to fray. "Come on, you piece of shit," he urged. 60 seconds to go," Russell called. Come on," said Seipel. The drifting stopped momentarily, began again, and then the picture held steady. "It's intermittent, but I've got it. Only 30 seconds to go. Okay, I've got the target. A little to the right. Come on." The manifold appeared to rush forward on Seipel's screen before vanishing in a spray of white as the bomb detonated. Russell banked the plane sharply for another pass parallel to the coastline. 2 minutes later, number 4 made its run to the coast and released the second GBU amid a barrage of 100mm anti-aircraft fire. Seipel took control of this bomb, too. "I've got the general target area. I've got the tank farm." "1 minute, Brad," said Russell. "Is that the building?" "Yep, I've got the target. Good picture. Good data link control. I've got it." "I love it. 40 seconds to go." "I'm going terminal." 20 seconds. "Coming on in." 5 seconds to impact. "Looking good. Looking sweet. Come on, baby." Seipel let out a jubilant yell. Again, the screen went white as the second manifold blew up. The effect of this attack would remain in dispute long after the war. Oil continued to seep from the 13-mile length of pipe that connected the manifolds and Sea Island Terminal, adding to a slick already 35 miles long and 10 miles wide. Some analysts believed that the American bombs were less important in stanching the flow than were several Kuwait Oil Company workers, who reportedly took advantage of the confusion after the air attack to slip into the tank farm and close the valves manually. Nevertheless, on Sunday night, 22 hours after the raid, Schwarzkopf held a press conference to announce that the F-111 attacks had reduced the flow to a trickle. If it was intended to thwart an amphibious landing, the CINC declared, the Iraqi tactic would fail. Further enemy sabotage, he acknowledged, was entirely conceivable, but I certainly don't accept the fact that we should not fight a despot because we might for some reason pollute a shore. And I don't take that lightly, believe me. I'm a lover of the outdoors. I'm a lover of the environment. I'm a conservationist. Unfortunately, the CINC observed, war is not a clean business. Chapter 7. Khafji. Washington, D.C. At 9 p.m. on January 29th, an expectant buzz filled the House of Representatives, where Washington's highest and mightiest had gathered for one of the Republic's oldest rituals, the State of the Union Address. Senators and representatives, cabinet secretaries, and military chiefs mingled on the crimson and cobalt blue carpet of the House well, swapping gossip and banter beneath the packed gallery. Not for a generation, not since Richard M. Nixon in the sad, waning months of Vietnam, had a president delivered the State of the Union when his nation was at war. And not for 2 generations, not since Franklin D. Roosevelt, had a commander-in-chief faced a Congress and a country more buoyed by good tidings from the front, or more unified by a common martial purpose. For a moment, at least, pro-patria held sway. 1,000 intractable ills receded, and the glory of the American century revived in a starburst of optimism, pride, and can-do confidence, the very signatures of the national character. However fleeting, the hour was golden, and the golden hour belonged to George Herbert Walker Bush. "Mr. Speaker," the doorkeeper's voice rang above the din, "the President of the United States." He fairly bounced into the chamber, too tall and angular for elegance, but not without a statesman's carriage. The head cocked back in a confident tilt, the patrician nose, the thin lips drawn into the familiar lopsided grin. Down the center aisle he moved, propelled by applause, murmuring greetings right and left, pumping hands, pointing at those whom he could not touch. None suspected, and he was too circumspect to reveal himself on this wide stage, that the president was thoroughly irritated. Moments before leaving the White House for the short ride down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol, Bush had learned of a diplomatic gaffe at the State Department that threatened to steal his thunder. James Baker and the new Soviet foreign minister, Alexander Besmertnik, had concluded 3 days of talks by drafting a joint communique on the Gulf War, intended to quell speculation that Moscow was straying from the coalition. In private, Besmertnik had expressed dismay at the growing Iraqi casualties and urged the Americans to end the war quickly. But Baker considered the public statement drafted by the 2 men to be so innocuous, a rehash of a pronouncement issued in Helsinki the previous September, that he failed to clear it with the White House. The secretary instead repaired to Blair House for a sandwich before Bush's speech. Besmertnik, however, eager to demonstrate that Moscow was still an influential player in the Middle East, emerged from the State Department's C Street entrance and immediately read the communique, first in Russian, then in English, to a battery of waiting television cameras. The Gulf War could end, the statement decreed, if Iraq would make an unequivocal commitment to vacate Kuwait and to take immediate, concrete steps to comply with various United Nations resolutions. The 2-page document called for redoubled efforts to solve broader Middle East problems and bring a real reconciliation for Israel, Arab states, and Palestinians. Notwithstanding Baker's conviction that the announcement contained little that was newsworthy, reporters detected a shift in tone from Bush's adamant declaration, as recently as January 23rd, that there could be no pause now that Saddam has forced the world into war. Moreover, after insisting for months that broader Middle East issues would not be linked to the Gulf War, the superpowers addressed both in the same document. Besmertnik finished reading, shoved the papers into his suit pocket, and rode away in an embassy car. At the White House, Brent Scowcroft was just concluding a background briefing for journalists on the imminent State of the Union speech when a reporter asked about the communique. "Does this mean that you don't insist anymore that Iraq withdraw completely from Kuwait? That they only have to pledge that they'll do that?" Scowcroft, veiling his surprise, hesitated before replying with a terse, "No, they have to leave Kuwait." Hurrying back to his office, the irate National Security Advisor called Baker at Blair House to voice his displeasure. He then set out, a copy of the document now in hand, to warn Bush. Scowcroft found the president emerging from the White House makeup room, face thickly powdered for the television cameras. "This is not good," Scowcroft said. "This creates the impression that we've blinked. It implies a linkage between the war and other problems in the Middle East." Scowcroft climbed into the limousine after the president, and the 2 men huddled over the statement as they sped toward the Capitol. At first, Bush observed mildly that it sounds like Jim got a little carried away over there. But Scowcroft's irritation was infectious. By the time the motorcade pulled up beneath the massive white dome, Bush, too, was upset. The statement would anger the Israelis and puzzle the Allies, and the timing was atrocious, upstaging the president before one of the most important speeches he would ever deliver. Both men agreed that little could be done other than to issue a White House statement declaring no change in U.S. policy. Now, standing at the House podium with the Speaker and Vice President on the dais behind him, Bush concentrated on the task at hand. Surveying his audience, he spoke firmly, confidently. Halfway around the world, we are engaged in a great struggle in the skies and on the seas and sands, the President began. We know why we're there. We are Americans, part of something larger than ourselves. Together, we have resisted the trap of appeasement, cynicism, and isolation that gives temptation to tyrants. After quickly recounting the end of the Cold War and skimming over his domestic legislation proposals, Bush paused to gather himself before returning to the war against Iraq. Almost 50 years ago, we began a long struggle against aggressive totalitarianism. Now, we face another defining hour for America and for the world. There is no one more devoted, more committed to the hard work of freedom than every soldier and sailor, every Marine and Coast Guardsman, every man and woman now serving in the Persian Gulf. The President was barely halfway through his speech, but the chamber erupted in a standing ovation. For fully a minute, Republican and Democrat, Congressman and spectator, applauded in a rousing, emotional tribute to the sons and daughters they had sent to war. If his generals had been molded by Ia Drang, Khe Sanh, and the pathetic images of Saigon abandoned in a pell-mell rout, George Bush had been shaped by Pearl Harbor, Normandy, and the Viceroy MacArthur aboard the Missouri in Tokyo Bay. The Second World War had been the defining experience of his youth. As a young Navy pilot, shot down and rescued in the South Pacific, he had absorbed the prevailing belief in just wars that pitted the good and the selfless against the evil and the rapacious. Bush's world was largely white and black. Shades of gray baffled and annoyed him. The war against Saddam provided him with a clear-cut moral cause, animating his presidency with a sense of purpose that had been absent during his first 2 years in the Oval Office. The Persian Gulf crisis forced Bush for the first time, and as it happened, the last, to rise above the limitations of his character, vision, and political philosophy to become, briefly, an extraordinary man. Few would have expected it. He was often derided as a wimp or a lapdog, or someone who reminded every woman of her first husband. When unsure of his footing, Bush appeared frenzied, screechy, and inarticulate. He habitually dropped personal pronouns and wandered into syntactical thickets that implied intellectual befuddlement. He was ridiculed for his shallow enthusiasms and an unseemly willingness to shift positions on economic policy, abortion, civil rights, for political expediency. He was also thoughtful, gracious, and remarkably well-versed on virtually every public issue of the day. A man of self-effacing wit, even political opponents found difficult to dislike. Notwithstanding his upper-class background, Phillips Academy in Andover, Massachusetts, Yale University, a $300,000 grub stake from family and friends to enter the oil business in Texas, Bush had a genuine, if narrow, plebeian streak. He owned a bowling ball, liked horseshoes and country music, and watched too much television. He enjoyed walking on the South Lawn for impromptu chats with tourists through the iron fence. He was an inveterate practical joker, whether teeing up exploding golf balls made of chalk, wearing a George Bush rubber mask, or fooling waiters at the Chinese embassy by tugging a $20 bill across the floor with a string. Politically, he was cautious and reactive. Distrustful of government as an agent of change, he embraced a deeply conservative view of the presidency as a caretaker's appointment on behalf of the status quo. "We don't need to remake society," Bush had declared in 1988. "We just need to remember who we are." His highest ambition, the vision thing, was to see that government doesn't get in the way. He viewed White House inaction as a political virtue, although his metabolism kept him in perpetual motion. As the nation's 41st president, he sought to distance himself from Ronald Reagan, whom he had loyally served as vice president for 8 years, largely by rhetorical artifice, notably his promotion of philanthropy, voluntarism, and a kinder and gentler America. The country's fundamental goodness and decency, Bush believed, would assert themselves without meddling from Washington. Bereft of innovative ideas and strong convictions, but possessing a complacent satisfaction with the world as he found it, he limited his domestic agenda to tinkering at the margins of practicable change, in the words of his budget director, Richard Darman. Like Reagan, Bush advocated tax cuts for the rich. Otherwise, he ceded legislative initiative to the Democrats, who controlled both House and Senate. In keeping with his minimalist approach to government, his chief contribution to lawmaking was a lavish use of the presidential veto, which he had successfully exercised 21 times in the preceding 2 years. If he had trouble articulating what he was for, George Bush had no difficulty demonstrating what he was against. In foreign affairs, clearly his first love, he was more active. Preserving the status quo abroad required eternal vigilance and a willingness to practice big-stick diplomacy. Bush was vigilant, and he was willing. "Domestic policy can get us thrown out of office," he once said, quoting John Kennedy, "but foreign policy can get us killed." Irrepressibly gregarious, he had spent more than 2 decades, as ambassador to the United Nations and China, as CIA director, as vice president, and now as president, cultivating personal ties with world leaders. After the invasion of Kuwait, those ties served him very well. With a sense of mission and with leadership skills he rarely displayed on domestic issues, Bush had rallied the world to his side. He also rallied America, although not without a struggle. In the life of a nation, Bush had said in announcing the first deployment of U.S. troops in August, we are called upon to define who we are and what we believe. During the next 5 months, Bush sought to define what the country should believe in, and to explain why 500,000 Americans should be placed in harm's way to restore the throne of a sybaritic emir in a tiny country most Americans could not find on a map. The muscular assertion of vested national interests, such as denying an avaricious despot control of 40% of the world's petroleum, would seem crass and ignoble if espoused by the Oval Office. Searching for a loftier objective, he had hopped from rationale to rationale. Redeeming Kuwait's right to self-determination, thwarting Saddam's quest for nuclear weapons, preserving jobs in Western democracies. Bush had tried all of these lines without convincing his nation that collectively they represented a legitimate casus belli. He spoke in his State of the Union speech, in fact, of a new world order, where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind. However elevated, the aspiration rang hollow, like the abstract musings of a blind man struggling to describe sight. For no rhetorical flourish could obscure the reality that this was a war on behalf of the old world order, a war waged for the status quo of cheap oil and benign monarchies. It was only when he framed the conflict as a moral crusade that George Bush found his voice. The British would take credit for stiffening his spine, claiming that Margaret Thatcher, before stepping down as Prime Minister, had performed a successful backbone transplant. Yet in truth, his resolve was bred in the bone, nurtured half a century before in the war against fascism. How can you say it is not moral to stop a man who is having children shot on the streets in front of their parents? Bush had asked in extemporaneous comments to the Republican National Committee on January 25th. Was it moral for us in 1939 to not stop Hitler from going into Poland? Perhaps if we had, hundreds of Polish patriots would have lived. Perhaps millions of Jews would have survived. 3 days later, he held in a speech to the Convention of National Religious Broadcasters that although the Gulf conflict was not a religious war, it has everything to do with what religion embodies: good versus evil, right versus wrong, human dignity and freedom versus tyranny and oppression. It is a just war, and it is a war in which good will prevail. His anger was genuine. In the privacy of the White House, he referred to Saddam not only as another Hitler, but also as that lying son of a bitch. Bush would be accused in post-war Jeremiads of waging a private war, of cynically manipulating the nation to further his political ambitions and distract the electorate from his dismal domestic record. Such interpretations caricatured the inner man. Certainly, he was aware that a successful war could enhance his political standing, just as another Vietnam would destroy him, But his motivation and his success in rallying the country behind him came from a belief in an American archetype, the great national myth of a peace-loving people who find no glory in war, yet periodically rouse themselves to lead a military expedition against infernal forces. In casting the war as a crusade, he had fallen back on a conviction that lay close to the heart. This was perhaps as near to vision as George Bush could come. He proselytized a nation eager to believe again in its own goodness, a nation reluctant to accept that it could or should trade blood for oil, a nation much like its leader in preferring a world painted in blacks and whites. After 20 years of wary introspection following Vietnam, the country was again ready to see itself as an armory of virtue. Two hazards awaited the man who would mount this crusade. The first was the risk of failure. The second, less obvious, was the risk of success. By relentlessly demonizing the enemy and defining the struggle in moral terms, Bush had dug himself a trap. He could win the war, the splendid little war in which victory was defined as defeating the Iraqi army and liberating Kuwait, and still lose the crusade. For crusading fervor could never be wholly sated by such limited, though sensible objectives, any more than Lieutenant George Bush would have been satisfied with Hitler in power, the Japanese warlords afoot, and Axis fascism extant. He had drawn the terrible swift sword without knowing when or how to sheath it again. The president had nearly finished his speech. He spoke deliberately, with the assurance of a man who knew his listeners were hanging on every word. In the gallery overhead, and on the House floor below, the audience sat rapt, all eyes fixed on their commander-in-chief. "The world has to wonder what the dictator of Iraq is thinking," Bush said. "If he thinks that by targeting innocent civilians in Israel and Saudi Arabia he will gain advantage, he is dead wrong. If he thinks that he will advance his cause through tragic and despicable environmental terrorism, he is dead wrong. And if he thinks that by abusing the coalition POWs he will benefit, he is dead wrong." Bush paused as the final refrain rang through the chamber. Dead wrong. Among the nations of the world, only the United States of America has had both the moral standing and the means to back it up, he continued. This is the burden of leadership and strength that has made America the beacon of freedom in a searching world. This nation has never found glory in war. Our people have never wanted to abandon the blessings of home and work for distant lands and deadly conflict. With evangelical fervor, Bush brought the speech full circle. Our cause is just. Our cause is moral. Our cause is right. Let future generations understand the burden and blessings of freedom. Let them say, "We stood where duty required us to stand." Let them know that together we affirmed America and the world as a community of conscience. He finished with a broad grin. The room thundered with long, loud, self-righteous applause. No one clapped louder than the exotic figure in white robes rising from his chair behind the Joint Chiefs and Supreme Court Justices. Prince Bandar bin Sultan, the Saudi ambassador, thought the president's speech simply first-rate. Bush, the ambassador would later gush, had revealed himself as a historical figure on a par with Churchill and Roosevelt. We stood where duty required us to stand. The words made the hair stand up on the back of Bandar's neck beneath his burnous. Propriety demanded that Prince Bandar sit with the other foreign emissaries and distinguished guests. Had protocol reflected political reality, however, Bandar would have been sitting up front with the cabinet, of which he was virtually a member ex officio. As the link between the American government and the Saudi royal family, Bandar had perhaps the preeminent role in helping two alien cultures bridge their differences and join in common cause against Saddam Hussein. Beginning with King Fahd's agreement in August to admit coalition troops into Saudi Arabia, Bandar had been instrumental in convincing the Saudis that the Americans would make good on their promise to defend the kingdom, expel Iraq from Kuwait, and then leave when the job was done. In a capital full of intriguers, fixers, and grand characters, none eclipsed Bandar for savoir-faire. He was a grandson of his country's first king, a less than unique distinction, since Abdul Aziz ibn Saud had sired 43 males. His uncle was the current king, his father the defense minister. For 17 years, Bandar had been a fighter pilot, ultimately flying F-15s from Dhahran Air Base after taking flight training in Texas and a master's degree in international relations from Johns Hopkins University. In 1983, Bandar became Riyadh's ambassador to Washington, immediately cutting a wide swath. He favored beautifully tailored blue suits, except when the occasion demanded traditional Saudi garb, and immense Cuban cigars, which he discreetly hid from view whenever a photographer appeared. In a Virginia mansion above the Potomac River, he lived with his wife, 6 children, and Welsh bodyguards. His elegant, wainscoted embassy office overlooked the Watergate Hotel in Foggy Bottom. Ubiquitous, melodramatic, charming to a fault, the prince described life in the American capital with fighter pilot slang. The closest to pulling G's I ever came outside a cockpit. The prince, Newsweek magazine once observed, understands the game of not exactly lying, but not telling the whole truth either. To illustrate Saudi Arabia's position in the world, Bandar liked to recount an anecdote about Queen Victoria and Benjamin Disraeli. "Does Britain have no permanent friends?" the Queen had asked her Prime Minister. "Britain has no permanent friends or permanent enemies," Disraeli replied. "It just has permanent interests." Under Bandar's prodding, Riyadh's interests more often than not coincided with Washington's. During Iraq's war with Iran, when the United States saw Baghdad as a bulwark against Tehran's militant Islamic fundamentalism, Bandar had served as a secret middleman between Saddam and CIA Director William J. Casey. He helped provide Iraq with top-secret U.S. satellite information about Iranian troop movements. He had personally signed a contract for sophisticated communications equipment made by American companies and secretly shipped to Baghdad. Bandar's interests also coincided with those of George Bush. He had carefully cultivated Bush for years, even joining the then vice president on a fishing expedition and hosting a lavish party for him in 1985. A frequent visitor to the White House, Bandar, acting as the president's emissary, made a clandestine visit to Saddam in April 1990. In October, 2 months after the invasion of Kuwait, he had assured Bush that Iraq was a paper tiger that could be defeated in 2 weeks of war. Several hours before the State of the Union speech, Bandar had visited CIA headquarters in Langley for a secret intelligence briefing. Though he admired U.S. technical competence, the prince thought his American friends often naive and misinformed about what was really happening in the Middle East. The exodus of Iraqi aircraft to Iran was a case in point. The CIA now counted more than 90 planes on Iranian soil, 2/3 of them high-performance fighters. Some analysts feared a double cross, with Tehran permitting those planes to launch a sneak attack. To Bandar, that was nonsense. Iran, he believed, was the world's most cynical nation. Worried that Iraq would sue for peace and emerge from the war with its air force intact, Tehran had cunningly encouraged Baghdad to keep fighting by offering sanctuary to aircraft it had no intention of returning. In Bandar's view, Washington's anxiety about the fragility of the Allied coalition also was misplaced, a consequence of know-nothing American Arabists who persisted in viewing the Arab world either patronizingly, as a collection of illiterate tribes, or romantically, as warriors in white robes on rearing chargers. Syria, he was certain, had no intention of helping arch-rival Iraq, even if Israel entered the war. The Syrian strongman, Hafez Assad, Bandar had observed, would sell his mother to get Saddam. Saddam's threat to make the fire eat up half of Israel now looked like bluster, much to the delight of Assad, who could tell other Arab leaders that Iraq had simply provided Tel Aviv with world sympathy and American Patriot missiles. Bandar also envisioned a new world order, though one somewhat different from Bush's. The post-war Middle East, he believed, would be dominated by a Saudi-Egyptian-Syrian axis, perhaps with the Turks eventually joining the coalition. Bandar had no doubt that Iraq would soon fold. Iraqi defectors, immediately spirited away by Saudi border troops, much to the Americans' irritation, drew a portrait of abysmal morale and beastly conditions in Saddam's battered ranks. Tens of thousands awaited the chance to defect. Informal communication back and forth across the border also suggested that some of the Iraqi generals, perhaps even a corps commander, might be willing to turn against Saddam in a coup d'etat. The Saudi army, Bandar had learned, also planned to permit the capture of 14 Saudi soldiers carrying phony maps and documents to reinforce Iraqi suspicions that the main Allied attack would come through the Kuwaiti Bootheel in the eastern half of the country. Bandar had slightly revised his earlier assertion that the conflict would last only 2 weeks. Now, as he told King Fahd, Colin Powell, and anyone else within earshot, he predicted a ground phase of not more than a week to 10 days. The war, he believed, would end by late February. Bandar watched as the president, his speech finished, stepped from the podium and plunged into the crowd of well-wishers on the House floor. The prince had very much enjoyed this spectacle. Everyone, the administration, the Congress, the media, was trying to do the right thing, fearful of poisoning the country as the country had been poisoned in Vietnam. It was, Bandar had told a friend earlier in the day, a beautiful thing to watch. Gathering his robes, he shuffled from the chamber with the rest of the crowd. Bandar was eager to hear further reports from home. Shortly before leaving for the capital, he had spoken by secure satellite phone to General Khalid's staff in Riyadh. Reports were sketchy, he was told, but the Iraqis apparently had launched a modest offensive. Shooting had been reported along the western Kuwaiti border, as well as in the east, in a scruffy Saudi border town known as Ras al-Khafji. Observation Post 4, Saudi Arabia. Since early January, the 1,200 Marines of Task Force Shepherd had formed a thin screen running northwest to southeast in Saudi territory just west of the Kuwaiti Bootheel. Lightly armed, the task force, actually 2 mingled battalions, now commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Cliff Myers, served as a tripwire to protect the 1st Marine Division lagered around Kibrit, more than 30 miles to the south. Myers' mission was to watch for enemy movement. His men also reinforced 3 small reconnaissance teams manning the Saudi police posts that straddled narrow cuts in a 15-foot sand berm erected years before to deter smugglers. The most important post, astride the shortest route from Kuwait to Kibrit, lay in the extreme corner of the Bootheel. Known as Observation Post 4, the site was dominated by a seedy, fly-infested building that resembled a Beaujest fort because of its rooftop stone battlements. About 30 Americans and Saudis occupied OP-4, directing airstrikes and spying on the Iraqis with sophisticated optical and listening equipment. Except for sporadic rocket fire, the Iraqis had mostly ignored the Marines during the first 2 weeks of war. 4 Army psychological operations teams attached to the task force routinely broadcast surrender appeals through huge loudspeakers, which also were used to annoy the enemy with rap music played at decibel levels approaching the inhumane. The Iraqis often replied with long bursts of gunfire. In a rain and hailstorm on the night of January 25th, the Marines slipped 2 artillery batteries close to the berm at OP-6, near the elbow, where the border again turned to an east-west axis, and fired several dozen rounds at targets near Al-Jaber Air Base. While pulling back from the raid, a sleepy driver plowed into the rear of the armored vehicle in front of him, killing 3 Marines, the first blooding of Task Force Shepherd. The earliest symptom of trouble on January 29th came at 6:30 p.m., when Iraqi troops began electronically jamming Marine radios. They achieved modest success, disrupting UHF, VHF, and HF communications, but failed to jam the Marines' SyncGARS system, designed automatically to shift frequencies several times a second. Myers, who had set up his command post near OP-4, put his 4 companies on full alert, and then tried futilely to reach division headquarters. A few minutes later, Charlie Company, arrayed 25 miles north near OP-6, reported enemy armor moving south on the Kuwaiti side of the berm. "Flash, flash, flash," Myers radioed. "Tanks, tanks, tanks." Delta Company, commanded by Captain Roger Pollard, waited 5 kilometers northwest of the reconnaissance team at OP-4. Delta's firepower included 7 LAV-ATs, light armored vehicles anti-tank, with tow missiles and thermal sights for night vision. as well as 13 LAV-25s, each armed with a 25mm cannon but no thermals. Because the desert sloped from west to east, the Marines could see into Kuwait across the berm, which ran north to south. The night was clear and cool, with a full moon so brilliant that the glare ricocheting off the desert floor actually hampered visibility. Around 8 p.m., Delta gunners spotted the fleet of Iraqi tanks rolling south. Pollard radioed Myers that at least 50 armored vehicles appeared to be closing in on OP-4. The reconnaissance team, dug in near the fort and now thoroughly alarmed, was armed only with machine guns, rifles, and a few light anti-tank weapons. A 7-man squad darted out in front of the fort to set up firing positions among several mounds of sand. When the Iraqi column was barely 300 yards away, the Marines opened up, hitting one T-55 tank and temporarily stalling the attack. A star cluster flare, the signal requesting immediate help, now burst above the observation post in a vivid shower of sparks. Pollard spotted the flare and ordered his company forward toward the berm, with 1st Platoon on the left, 2nd Platoon on the right. Lacking thermal sights and tows, the LAV-25s could neither see nor fight the Iraqi tanks effectively at this range. So the 7 LAV-ATs took the lead. Through their thermals, which registered heat emanations, the AT gunners counted more than 60 crimson dots massing around OP-4, but still in Kuwaiti territory. At Pollard's command, 4 of the ATs, moving abreast roughly 1,200 meters apart, rolled forward on the right at 10 miles per hour. They closed to within 3 kilometers of the berm. In the vehicle designated Green 1, which was positioned farthest left of the 4 ATs, Sergeant Michael G. Wisman, Jr. called the AT commander, Sergeant Nicholas V. Vitale, to report that his gunner had spotted what appeared to be a tank at 3,000 meters, right front. Vitale was skeptical. That would mean the Iraqi was on the west side of the berm. The enemy appeared not to have spotted D Company, and the Marines had yet to take any Iraqi fire. After asking Wisman to reconfirm the target, Vitale talked directly by radio to the gunner. Only the gunner in an AT could see through the thermals. Yes, the gunner insisted he had a tank in his sights at 2,500 to 3,000 meters. Now 2 other ATs reported targets within range. Vitale called his company commander, Pollard, and notified him that they were about to fire. Almost simultaneously, orange flame licked from the tow launchers on the 3 ATs. 2 tows, controlled by their gunners with thin wires that unspooled behind the streaking missiles, raced due east only to embed themselves in the berm short of the Iraqi tanks. The 3rd tow, fired by Green 1, darted south by southeast. The missile faded first to the right, then to the left, as the gunner made several quick corrections to keep his crosshairs centered on the small crimson box in his sights. Yet the gunner was confused, tragically misoriented. He had targeted not an Iraqi T-55, but Green 2, a sister LAV-AT to his right, with 4 Marines inside. Lance Corporal Daniel B. Walker, Lance Corporal David T. Snyder, Private First Class Scott A. Schroeder, and the vehicle commander, Corporal Ismail Kato. Only 4 seconds after Green 1 fired, the tow warhead sliced through the rear troop hatch of Green 2, detonating 14 tows stacked in a storage rack and 71 gallons of fuel. Green 2 exploded in a monstrous fireball, flinging the troop hatch 100 yards away and killing Kato, Walker, Snyder, and Schroeder. Pollard, spotting several muzzle flashes from Iraqi tanks, assumed that the AT had been destroyed by enemy fire. Others knew the truth. "I think you shot Kato," Vitale radioed Green 1 immediately, but kept silent in shock, shame, or uncertainty. Not for many weeks would the truth out. The men at OP-4, seeing that the explosion had momentarily diverted the Iraqis, dashed for the 4 Humvees and a 5-ton truck they had hidden behind the berm. West across the desert they sped, past the pyre of Green 2 burning beneath the harsh moon. As Delta Company braced for an attack, the Iraqi column rumbled forward, sweeping around the Bojest fort and through the gap in the berm. Ras al-Khafji. Perched on the thin littoral between the Gulf and the endless desert, Khafji was an unpretty border town with a small port, an oil refinery, and the misfortune of lying within range of Iraqi field guns in southeastern Kuwait. An artillery barrage on the first day of war had forced the town's 15,000 souls to flee. Breakfast rolls and half-empty pots of tea still littered the white tablecloths at the Khafji Beach Hotel, and the abandoned streets now belonged to stray dogs and grazing camels. As in the West, Allied surveillance teams manned several border posts just above Khafji, which lay 7 miles south of Kuwait. The easternmost post, OP-8, sat on the beach a few hundred meters from the border. 2 kilometers farther south, a 20-man group of U.S. Marines, Navy SEALs, and Army intelligence soldiers occupied the Khafji desalination plant. But the main force of Marines and Arab troops remained 30 miles or more to the south, reflecting Schwarzkopf's strategy of trading space for time should Iraq attack. Life on the border had settled into an uneasy routine, with opponents swatting at one another across a no-man's land of barbed wire and minefields. Iraqi rocket crews occasionally flipped on their truck headlights long enough to infiltrate south through their own minefields, where they blindly fired a few Frog or Astro rockets. Marine Anglicos, spotters trained to coordinate air and naval gunfire, retaliated with bomb or napalm strikes. Invariably, the Iraqis got the worst of such exchanges. On January 26th, for example, Marine Harrier jets dropped cluster bombs on a makeshift barracks north of Khafji. 90 minutes later, as an Iraqi burial detail pulled bodies from the rubble, the Harriers attacked again. Watching through a television camera mounted on an airborne drone, the Marines counted more than 100 enemy casualties. Despite such attacks, or perhaps because of them, the Iraqis grew bolder. During the day on January 29th, U.S. surveillance teams had detected increased enemy movement across the border, including unusual daylight repositioning of tanks and armored personnel carriers. Harriers and Air Force A-10s responded by hammering targets in the so-called Wafra Forest, a patchwork of Kuwaiti orchards and cultivated fields 25 miles west of the Gulf. Between attacks, the Iraqis labored to clear wreckage from the road leading out of the forest to the Kuwaiti coast. Although wary, the Americans anticipated no immediate attack. 3 enemy soldiers, later judged to be part of an enemy ruse, defected to OP-8, where they assured the Marines that their officers had all fled north to escape the bombing. In truth, the Iraqis had assembled several battalions in the Wafra Forest. At 8:30 p.m., Lieutenant Andrew Hewitt, watching the forest through thermal sights from OP-1, spotted the lead Iraqi platoons emerging from the trees. Within 15 minutes, Hewitt counted nearly 100 vehicles in column on the road paralleling the border. The lieutenant tried frantically to summon an airstrike, but all available pilots had been diverted farther west to help the besieged Marines at OP-4. By 9:15, the enemy had moved south to within 2,000 yards of OP-1. Frustrated and frightened, Hewitt and the other Anglicos piled into their vehicles and fled from the border, 5 minutes before Iraqi T-558s rolled over OP-1. 10 miles east, the Marines at OP-7 held their ground long enough to direct several strikes by Cobra helicopter gunships. Then they, too, headed south. On the beach at OP-8 around 9 p.m., Anglicos heard the distinctive creak of armor tracks echoing among the houses on the Kuwaiti side of the border. Crouched in a sandbagged bunker carved from a dune, the Marines radioed a warning to the men in the desalination plant. When the sounds drew closer, an Anglico poked his head from the bunker to observe the coastal road. An Iraqi soldier atop a personnel carrier barely 50 meters away opened fire with his machine gun and missed. The Marines fired back with a grenade launcher and also missed. The Anglicos and a 4-man SEAL team crawled across the sand to their Humvees and raced south through the dunes, small arms and tank rounds whizzing overhead. At the desalination plant, Iraqi illumination shells began bursting above, followed by the distinctive clump of mortar rounds, and then a barrage of red, yellow, and green star cluster flares. The Marine officer in charge, Lieutenant Colonel Rick Berry, ordered his men to fall back into Khafji. Saudi border troops and National Guardsmen also fled south, leaving their helmets but taking their flak jackets, which they used as prayer rugs. Some Marines also abandoned their gear, including classified maps and cryptographic equipment. Either ignored or overlooked by the Iraqis, most of the kit was recovered several days later. With the border abandoned, Barry regrouped in a Saudi safe house next to the water tower that loomed over southern Khafji. "We're not retreating one more fucking step," he told Captain John Fleming, who had helped coordinate the border anglicos from the desalination plant. Hoping to find a better vantage point from which to watch the four-lane road leading into Khafji from Kuwait, Fleming prowled around the base of the water tower in search of a stairway. He discovered instead several Saudi soldiers in a basement, barefoot and drinking tea with dazzling insouciance. "Don't you know the war's started?" Fleming asked, gesturing toward the distant sound of gunfire. One of the Saudis shrugged. "The Marines," he said, "are here to protect us." After discovering a metal door leading into the water tower, Fleming and another Marine officer bounded up 8 flights of stairs. Hyperventilating with excitement and exertion, they peered north through a narrow window. A dozen round-turreted T-55s and at least as many armored personnel carriers had crossed the causeway leading into northern Khafji. The Iraqi gunners sprayed machine gun fire at rooftops and upper windows, apparently to suppress any snipers. Soon, tracer rounds streaked toward the water tower. "Hey, Marines," a sergeant's voice called from the ground below. "Come on." Bullets pinged off the tower as Fleming and his companion galloped back down the stairs and leaped into a Humvee. Chasing after Barry's receding taillights, they raced south toward Al-Mishab, through the ceremonial archway welcoming visitors to Khafji. The Iraqi army had conquered itself a Saudi town. Unbeknown to the Iraqis, however, more than dogs and camels remained in Khafji. A pair of 6-man Marine reconnaissance teams had been trapped by the sudden enemy thrust. One team, inserted on foot the night of January 28th, took refuge on the rooftop of a 4-story building along the town's main street. Spotting the convoy of American vehicles racing south from the desalination plant shortly after 9 p.m., the team leader had radioed Task Force Taro, the main Marine force in Al-Mishab. "Is there something going on up north that we don't know about?" he asked. The second team, commanded by Corporal Lawrence Lentz, had been in Khafji nearly a week, watching for infiltrators and providing early warning of Iraqi Scud and rocket attacks. Lentz, a 3-year veteran from Concord, North Carolina, had moved his men into a 2-story house still under construction in northeastern Khafji, about 2 kilometers from the other team's eventual location. From a second-floor window, he too watched as the friendly forces fled south. First the Saudi guardsmen in their Toyota trucks, then the Anglicos and SEALs in Humvees. Behind them, Lentz saw tank and machine gun fire as the Iraqis fired on the telephone company building north of Khafji. Soon the Iraqis pressed south and entered the town in a fusillade of wild firing. Lentz checked his defenses. An 8-foot concrete wall around the half-acre compound offered some protection. The team's 2 Humvees, one of which carried a .50 caliber machine gun, were hidden against the house. Lentz set up an M60 machine gun near the front door to cover the compound gate. He emplaced another light machine gun upstairs and claymore mines outside near the Humvees. He checked the most potent weapon of all, the radio, and found he had good communications with an artillery unit, the other team, and Task Force Taro. About 10:30 p.m., the Iraqi shooting seemed to ebb. Lentz called his captain in Al-Mishab. "I'm leaving it up to you," the captain said. "If you think you should get out, we'll try to help you." Lentz paused before answering. If the Iraqis discovered his hiding place, the compound walls and machine guns would be no match for tanks and enemy mortars. On the other hand, the 2 Marine teams were ideally placed to direct air and artillery strikes in a counterattack. The men, he knew, were very frightened. Lentz was terrified himself. "No," he told the captain, "we'll stay." OP-4, Saudi Arabia. The size, speed, and tactical sophistication of the enemy attack caught the American High Command flat-footed. Several brigades from the Iraqi 5th Mechanized Infantry Division, perhaps supported by other units, had combined to launch 3 distinct spearheads at OP-4, OP-7, and Khafji, with 2 more to follow on January 30th. The enemy objective was, and would remain, something of a mystery. Allied intelligence later concluded that the attack had been nearly 2 weeks in the making, undoubtedly with Saddam's authorization. Baghdad's presumed intent was to parlay a modest military achievement into a major political victory, perhaps by inflicting enough damage on Saudi and American forces to dishearten the home front. The incursions may also have been an attempt to draw the coalition into a ground war prematurely and to capture more American prisoners. Without air power to cover their troops in the open desert, the Iraqis' attack was doomed to fail, an inevitability that exculpated the surprised U.S. ground commanders. Until Allied air superiority could assert itself, however, CENTCOM and the Marines faced several tense hours trying to fathom Iraqi intentions while blunting the offensive. Fearful that the enemy would drive toward the port and logistics compound at Al-Mishab, engineers planted 1,000 pounds of plastic explosives beneath the highway 5 miles south of Khafji, where encroaching sabkhas, nearly impenetrable desert badlands, formed a natural choke point. A more immediate anxiety was the lightly defended forward logistics base at Kibrit, inland and 35 miles south of the Wafra forest. "My God!" exclaimed the 1st Marine Division operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Humble, late Tuesday night. "They're after Kibrit." The anxiety was heightened by several inaccurate reports during the night that placed the Iraqi tanks that had come through OP-4 much farther south than they actually were. Knowing that a successful attack on the huge ammunition dump at Kibrit would devastate Schwarzkopf's plan for a ground offensive, the Marine logistician, Brigadier General Charles C. Krulak, marshaled clerks, typists, and other troops into a hasty perimeter defense north of the dump, and called for reinforcements from the Army's Tiger Brigade. Walt Boomer, the senior Marine commander, also worried about Kibrit. He had gambled by putting the logistics base so far forward in anticipation of an eventual Allied ground attack. Of equal concern to Boomer, however, was the recapture of Khafji. Though the town might be tactically worthless, politically it was invaluable. Khafji could not remain in Iraqi hands. But diplomatic niceties intruded. Khafji lay in the sector controlled by 3 brigades of Saudis and their Arab allies. Many Americans suspected the Saudis incapable of serious fighting, much less ousting the Iraqi army from an occupied town. Saudi soldiers were viewed, like those lounging by the Khafji water tower, as indolent, barefoot tea drinkers, relying on the Marines for protection. Now, Boomer realized, that stereotype would be put to the test. At OP-4, the Iraqi juggernaut had stalled, thanks to the timely arrival of Marine and Air Force warplanes and the gritty reluctance by Captain Pollard's Delta Company to give ground. After the destruction of Green 2, Pollard reorganized his force into a firing line 3,000 yards southwest of the overrun reconnaissance post. With battlefield ingenuity, the Marines used the thermal sights on the LAV-ATs to spot enemy armor for the LAV-25s, which then fired at the Iraqis. Although the cannon rounds would not penetrate the tanks, the tracers and flashing ricochets provided beacons for the pilots overhead. 2 tanks thus damaged by Air Force A-10s barreled into the berm and were abandoned by their crews. Fearful of being flanked by Iraqi armor moving to his right, Pollard pulled the company back 1,000 yards, unleashed a volley of tows, then moved back another 1,000 yards and waited for an airstrike by a second pair of A-10s that had come on station. Twice, the Marine gunners marked a T-55 with cannon tracers. Twice, the A-10s reported difficulty in finding the Iraqi tank. For the 2 pilots peering down at the desert more than a mile below, the battlefield was a welter of vehicles and intertwining gunfire. Flying at night was unusual for A-10 pilots, practiced infrequently in peacetime. This unit, the 355th Tactical Fighter Squadron, had been converted to night flying during Desert Shield in anticipation of precisely this kind of predicament: nocturnal, close air support of troops locked in battle. No pilots in the Air Force were more eager to help their brethren on the ground than those flying the A-10 Warthogs. Unlike the F-15E and the F-111, however, the A-10 had no sophisticated infrared equipment. Instead, the pilots navigated and picked out targets through the relatively crude infrared lens in the nose of a Maverick missile carried under the wing. Hot objects, like a tank or an LAV, showed up as tiny white dots on a 6-inch cockpit screen. Although the 355th also had some practice using flares for illumination and as reference points on the ground, a common tactic in Vietnam, a supply shortage had limited their training. To give Delta Company's air controller just such a reference point, one of the A-10 pilots popped a magnesium flare. It floated to Earth like a second moon, landing directly behind the second-to-last vehicle on Pollard's left flank. Concerned that the bright glow silhouetted the LAV for Iraqi gunners, a Marine leaped from the back of the vehicle and tried to bury the burning flare with a shovel. The second A-10, guided by the Delta air controller, finally picked out the Iraqi T-55 and rolled in for the kill. Slewing the crosshairs of his missile onto the target, displayed as a white rectangle on the cockpit screen, the pilot pressed the trigger, the pickle button. With a whoosh and a rattle, the Maverick leaped from its rail, correctly yanking free the data cable and blanking out the screen. What happened next, however, was not correct. Instead of locking automatically on the target selected by the pilot, the missile apparently went stupid, malfunctioned, and dived directly toward the Earth. It hit not the Iraqi tank, but an LAV-25. The warhead easily punched through the thin armor roof, spraying molten metal into the troop bay. The consequent explosion flipped the LAV turret 20 meters across the desert and knocked the driver clear out of his vehicle. He was discovered 5 hours later, cut and burned, but miraculously alive. The blast killed 7 other Marines. Pandemonium swept Delta Company, the radios frantic with a gabble of voices. For the first time since the fight began, Pollard was frightened. The Iraqis, he believed, had swept behind him and were picking off his troops with tank fire. But a quick search of the desert showed no one on the company's flank or in the rear. He calmed the men and soon understood what had happened. "I just lost an LAV-25, he radioed the battalion commander, Myers. "I think it was a friendly missile." The company pulled back another 1,000 yards. It was nearly midnight. In 4 hours of combat, Delta had suffered not a scratch from Iraqi fire, but 11 Marines were dead. The fight in the west persisted another 9 hours. At 1:30 a.m., Iraqi infantry, covered by several dozen armored vehicles moving behind a thick screen of smoke, occupied the vacant OP-6. Incessant air attacks and TOW missiles fired by Task Force Shepard's Charlie Company drove them back into the Kuwaiti desert by dawn. At OP-4, where Myers relieved Delta with Alpha Company, 15 Iraqi tanks massing near the fort were attacked by A-10s and helicopter gunships. A flight of Marine Cobras destroyed 3 tanks with TOW missiles, missed 2 others, then hit a 6th from the rear with a TOW that caused the round turret to flip in the air and land upside down in the turret ring. By 9 a.m. Wednesday, the Iraqis were in retreat. Myers moved his companies onto the berm, and for 2 hours they called in air and artillery strikes on the fleeing enemy. Someone raised an American flag over the shattered hulk of the LAV-25, where a doctor and a Graves registration detail began the grim task of collecting arms, legs, and torsos. 2 kilometers away, not enough of Green 2 was left even to post the colors. Myers was struck by a certain hardening that had overtaken his weary Marines, an abrupt aging in their eyes. Many had the 1,000-yard stare, common to combat veterans. No callow men remained in Task Force Shepard. Innocents, too, had been charred beyond salvage. Around the neck of a dead Iraqi, slumped grotesquely in his shattered tank, a truculent sign was hung: "Don't fuck with the United States Marine Corps." Khafji. Confusion, war's constant companion, held sway in the east. An estimated Iraqi battalion, perhaps 600 men and several dozen armored vehicles, occupied Khafji. Beyond that, little was certain. Radio Baghdad, making the most of its prize, crowed, "Oh, Iraqis! Oh, Arabs! Oh, Muslims who believe in justice! Your faithful and courageous ground forces have moved to teach the aggressors the lessons they deserve." A Qatari tank battalion, maneuvering west of town, took a barrage of artillery fire that seemed to come from American guns. 2 U.S. Army trucks inexplicably wandered into the captured town. One escaped under fire, but a Marine rescue patrol found the other crashed into a cinder block wall with the engine still running, and 2 soldiers, including an enlisted woman, missing, apparently captured. Farther west, near OP-1, a Saudi National Guard battalion watched as an Iraqi battalion crossed the border. With turrets traversed, the Saudis later asserted in a gesture of surrender. Following 2 hours of negotiation, a firefight erupted and the Iraqis pulled back into Kuwait. After 5 months of misery in the Saudi desert, many Marines were eager to vent their frustrations with a quick, violent counterattack to recapture Khafji. But there remained the issue of Arab control over this sector of the war zone. At least one senior Saudi commander sensibly proposed encircling the town and waiting for the besieged Iraqis to surrender. The dozen trapped Marines, however, complicated matters. The team on the rooftop in the center of town had nearly been discovered when several Iraqi soldiers entered the building lobby. Peering down the stairwell, the Marines saw the enemy helmets bobbing below, then burned their secret radio codes and other sensitive documents in anticipation of being overrun. A quick artillery strike distracted the Iraqis, and the Marines remained undetected. Their security, however, was tenuous. On the late afternoon of January 30th, the commander of Marine Task Force Taro, Colonel John Admire, drove north from Al-Mishab to confer with Colonel Turki Al-Firmi, brigade commander of the 2nd SANG, Saudi Arabian National Guard. "We have 2 reconnaissance teams in the city," Admire said. "I think they can continue their mission for 36 hours or so, calling in artillery and airstrikes for us. After that, their position will probably be compromised." Turki took the hint. After a moment's pause, he replied simply, "We attack." At 9 p.m., several armored companies of Saudis and Qataris, accompanied by a few Marines, pressed into Khafji from the south. Their mission was to probe the Iraqi defenses, determine enemy strength and disposition, find the besieged Marines if possible, then withdraw smartly to plan the main attack. The probe, however, had all the finesse of a cavalry charge. The Arab troops careered through the streets of southern Khafji for several hours, shooting at enemies, real and imagined, as well as at one another. The Iraqis fired back with equal indiscrimination, and for a few hours Khafji resembled Beirut. So many rounds missed high that the pilots overhead wondered whether they were taking anti-aircraft fire. Just after midnight, the probe withdrew. The 2 reconnaissance teams, seeing the streets painted with tracers from all points of the compass, prudently remained hidden. Lawrence Lentz and his squad, concealed in their unfinished house, had spent the day calling in artillery strikes. One salvo destroyed a mobile rocket launcher near a brick tower north of town. Another ripped through a 10-man foot patrol marching on the causeway, flinging bodies into the air. When the Arab probe began Wednesday night and a tow streaked past the compound wall, Lentz moved his men to the northeast corner of the house to get as far as possible from the firefight. "Do you know what would happen if one of those things hit this house?" a Marine whispered. "Please," Lentz replied, "don't tell me." After the shooting ebbed, a new wave of Iraqi tanks and personnel carriers rumbled down the causeway and a parallel beach road. Both reconnaissance teams called for additional artillery. Nearly 50 rounds whistled in on Khafji, the shells cracking open above the earth to spray hundreds of shrapnel bomblets on the battered city. The barrage lightly wounded one Marine hiding on the rooftop and shredded 3 tires on Lentz's Humvees. As in the West, the greatest killing was done from the air. Other Iraqi units had emerged from their revetments to marshal for a follow-up attack into Saudi Arabia. On the night of January 30th, Allied pilots pounced on the enemy columns, hammering the Iraqis with thousands of cluster bombs, mines, rockets, mavericks, tows, laser-guided munitions, and old-fashioned dumb bombs. "It's almost like you flipped on the light in the kitchen late at night, and the cockroaches start scurrying, and we're killing them," observed a Marine pilot involved in the attacks. They're moving in columns. They're moving in small groups and convoys. It's exactly what we've been looking for. The skies over southern Kuwait were so thick with aircraft, from B-52s to helicopters, that pilots worried most about mid-air collisions. Not all the killing was intentional. 4 Saudis were killed in an errant attack by a mixed flight of Air Force F-16s and Qatari F-1s. The Americans subsequently claimed the Qataris had actually dropped the fatal bombs. The Saudis, typically reticent, kept quiet about the episode. A similar fate nearly befell the 2nd Marine Division when 8 cluster bombs narrowly missed a battalion command post. The blasts sprayed shrapnel as close as 15 yards from the Marines. Nor was all the killing done by the Allies. Among the planes flying north of Khafji that night were 3 AC-130 Spectre gunships, slow-moving special operations aircraft first unveiled in Vietnam in 1967. Armed with machine guns, cannons, and a 105mm howitzer, the AC-130 needed the cloak of darkness to compensate for its lumbering pace. At 6:19 on January 31st, as dawn spread over the Persian Gulf, an AWACS plane ordered the 3rd and final gunship still on station, tail number 69-6567, to return to base. Instead, the crew of 5 officers and 9 enlisted men loitered above OP-8 in search of a Frog missile battery spotted earlier by the Marines. At 6:23, the gunship again was ordered to break off the attack. "Roger, roger," the co-pilot replied casually. A few seconds later, the AWACS picked up a weak, strangled cry. "Mayday! Mayday!" An Iraqi SAM had struck between the fuselage and inboard left engine, shearing the wing off. Spectre 69-6567 heeled over in a fatal helix. Spiraling to the left, nose down at a 70-degree angle, the aircraft smashed into the Gulf a mile from the desalination plant in water barely 10 feet deep. 14 men died. On the early morning of January 31st, Colonel Turki's 2nd Sang again plunged into Khafji, this time intent on recapturing the town. 2 Qatari tank companies moved north to block Iraqi reinforcements with help from Marine artillery and air units. Again, the attack resembled a Wild West shootout, although with automatic weapons fire and tracers rather than 6-shooters. The Iraqis stubbornly held their ground, and Turkey summoned reinforcements. Despite the artillery rounds falling nearby, the advancing troops paused to pray. Walt Boomer, listening to reports of the battle from his field headquarters in the south, vented his exasperation. "I don't think the Saudis have even approached Khafji yet," he declared in anger. "This is the outfit that's going to conduct the breach attack on our flank." Brave but impetuous, with little thought to clearing the city block by block, the Saudis darted haphazardly through the streets, firing over one another with heavy machine guns. The town filled with the sounds of shattering glass, whining bullets, explosions, ricochets, and tank rounds bursting against the battered water tower, a bedlam punctuated by Saudi officers screaming surrender demands through loudspeakers. The attackers had pushed about a third of the way into the city, past the used car lots and groceries in southern Khafji, when an anti-tank missile fired from a 3-story building destroyed a Saudi personnel carrier, killing 6 and wounding 3. The attack faltered and then resumed as the officers urged their men forward. By late morning, Lawrence Lentz learned that the other Marine reconnaissance team had managed to sprint back through the lines to safety. "There are still isolated pockets of resistance," an officer advised Lentz by radio, "but if you're going to get out, this is the time to do it." As the squad prepared to flee the compound, an Iraqi sniper opened up from a building 100 yards to the west. The Marines stitched both sides of the sniper's window with M16s and fired 2 rocket-propelled grenades. The shooting stopped. At 1 p.m., Lentz and his men drove through the compound's front gate, flat tires flapping on the pavement. Picking their way cautiously through the side streets of eastern Khafji, the team soon reached the checkpoint on the road to Al-Mishab, where their fellow Marines provided a jubilant welcome. By late afternoon on the 31st, Khafji had been liberated. Scores of surrendering Iraqi soldiers emerged from their hiding places, waving and grinning, as Saudi guards marched them south to a prison compound. Bodies littered the battered streets. The charred corpse of a Saudi soldier sat seared to the driver's seat in a smoldering personnel carrier. A few yards away, a dead Iraqi soldier lay wrapped in a blue, blood-soaked blanket, arm draped over a face frozen in a final grimace. Near another fallen Iraqi stood 6 undamaged vehicles stuffed with food, medicine, and ammunition. Throughout the town, the detritus of war greeted the liberators. Dead camels, blackened tanks, walls and streets pocked with artillery and small arms fire. By Saudi count, 30 Iraqis had been killed and 466 captured, 37 wounded among them. 19 Saudis and Qataris had died, and 36 were wounded. An uncertain number of these had fallen to friendly fire. American losses, including those in the fighting out west, were 25 dead, nearly half from fratricide. Schwarzkopf, who had monitored events from Riyadh, harumphed that Khafji was about as significant as a mosquito on an elephant. Among the CINC's contributions was dissuading the Saudis from flattening the town with airstrikes rather than suffer the disgrace of Iraqi occupation. If not the desert Stalingrad that some participants claimed, and Saudi bards immediately set to work composing paeans to their famous victory, the 2-day scrap held portents of the coming Allied ground attack. To the immense relief of the Americans, the Saudi army had demonstrated that it could fight with zeal and courage, if not with tactical prowess. Braced by his success against the vaunted Iraqi legions, Khalid became more insistent on a larger role for Arab troops in the ground campaign. Instead of following in trace as the Marines pushed north through eastern and central Kuwait, the Arab forces were determined to breach the minefields and man their own attack sector along the coast. Schwarzkopf and Boomer assented. The configuration would free the Marines to focus farther west on more significant tactical objectives, such as Kuwait International Airport and the high ground overlooking Kuwait Bay. More important, the battle cut the Iraqis down to size. A credible battle plan had been executed badly by enemy troops who lacked air power, the ability to adjust artillery fire, even the wherewithal to avoid their own obstacle belts when forced to retreat. Allied warplanes riddled a number of tanks and trucks trapped between 2 minefields north of Khafji. Schwarzkopf later estimated that 80% of the Iraqi 5th Mechanized Division had been obliterated. The enemy also lacked the fire in the belly required in military vernacular to close with and destroy their foe. Although the boldness of the attack impressed some American officers, this is an enemy who is not going to go down easily, warned Colonel Ron Richard, operations officer of the 2nd Marine Division. A new confidence stole into the Allied war councils. The Iraqis will quit, and they'll quit early if you hit them hard, predicted John Admire, the Task Force Taro commander. In Riyadh, the CINC's intelligence chief, Brigadier General John A. Leidy, told Schwarzkopf on the 31st, "Sir, I hate to say this, but these guys aren't worth a shit. They can't put it together in a cohesive way, and they can't operate coherently above a brigade level." The battle also illuminated several Allied shortcomings. Failure to clear sea mines and destroy Iraq's ship-killing missiles had kept the battleships Missouri and Wisconsin beyond range in a fight ideally suited to their 16-inch guns. Wisconsin's skipper, Captain David Bill, was nearly apoplectic with frustration. "Why in the hell aren't we there?" he asked in a stinging message to the Blue Ridge. "The world wants to know." And no one could be reconciled to the friendly fire deaths. The power and range of modern munitions, launched in the dark by confused, weary, and frightened men, at times overwhelmed the inadequate measures intended to control them. If air power had been the decisive arm in the 2-day fight, it also engendered a new wariness. With sardonic humor, some Marines painted American flags on the top of their helmets. Syrian troops, learning of the Saudi deaths by Allied fire, dropped their stubborn refusal to mark their vehicles with recognition symbols. In the 1st Marine Division, the grisly dismemberment of 11 men resulted in a new order. Henceforth, all Marines would wear one dog tag around the neck and another tucked into the laces of the left boot. Despite Schwarzkopf's dismissal of Khafji's strategic importance, he remained clear-eyed about war's horror. In a television interview as the battle ended, the CINC declared that the combat deaths were sobering to the American people. and I don't think that's unhealthy. Dover, Delaware. Thanks to the grim efficiency that General Gordon Sullivan had witnessed at Dover a week earlier, the military mortuary succeeded in promptly identifying the dead Marines so that the bodies could be released for burial. None would be cursed with that epitaph of anonymity so common in earlier wars, known but to God. Within a week or so, this first clutch of native sons to fall in ground combat would be home again. Corporal Stephen E. Benslin, commander of the LAV-25 destroyed by the errant Maverick missile, left 3 young boys behind. He was fighting for peace, his mother said, and he found it. Before his funeral in Minnesota, his widow, Carol, asked that the casket be opened for her to have a final moment alone with her husband. He lay wrapped in a green blanket, his uniform draped over him. She kissed him goodbye. In her last letter before his death, Carol Benslin had written, "Good night, Steve. I miss you. I love you. You're a hero." Lance Corporal Dion J. Stevenson was sitting next to Benslin when they died. When his body arrived in Salt Lake City from Dover on a commercial airliner, baggage handlers and refueling crews stood at attention in the cold, foggy night as the plane taxied to Gate 5. 6 Marines in dress uniforms hoisted the casket from the conveyor belt into a hearse. On the street in Bountiful, Utah, where his parents lived, the neighbors kept vigil along the curb, singing "America the Beautiful" as the cortege arrived. After a funeral mass at the Cathedral of the Madeleine, he was laid to rest at Bountiful City Cemetery. Standing among the mourners near Stevenson's father, who had served with the Corps in Vietnam, was General Al Gray, the Marine Commandant. 4 Apache helicopters flew in tribute overhead, one veering away in the missing man formation as a bagpiper played the Marine hymn. Lance Corporal Daniel B. Walker came home to White House in the piney woods of East Texas, where the flags in front of City Hall flapped at half-mast and black bunting trimmed the yellow ribbons. Dan Walker had been riding in green too. He was 20 when he died. It paralleled his life, his mother Robin said. When he was a kid, whenever he did something wrong, he always got caught the first time. That's how he was. You know how some kids can do things forever without getting caught? He always got caught. He had been a high school dropout, bussing tables and tossing pizzas and listening to heavy metal music at such volume the speakers once caught fire. Then the Marines took him and sent him to war. Perhaps not yet a man, but certainly no longer a boy. A week before he died, he had called his mother from Saudi Arabia, promising to take her out for dinner and a beer in his dress blues when he got home. Instead, 3 doleful strangers in dress blues appeared at Robin Walker's door at 3:30 a.m. on January 31st. Nearly half of White House attended the memorial service. They packed the high school gymnasium, young and old, black and white, friends and strangers, craggy veterans in their blue American Legion caps, and pink-cheeked boys in their wash-and-wear shirts. "One of our own has fallen," a Navy chaplain told the mourners. "There is something within our biological structure that screams out and says it is morally wrong for the old to outlive the young. This is one of the times when God doesn't seem to make sense. This is the worst that life gets." Sitting in the front row, Robin Walker sobbed and clutched her son's dog tags. His sister held a white rose. A family friend read a eulogy written by Dan's father, Bruce, who was too broken-hearted to read it himself. Daniel went about his life with purpose, resolve, and an impeccable heart. "The glory of his spirit shines like an oh-so-bright star in the darkness of my despair. Go proudly into your next life, son, and know we loved you very much." A 3-mile procession rolled down Farm Road 346 to the country cemetery where generations of Walkers slept. Marine pallbearers carried the flag-shrouded casket to an open grave beneath the boughs of an ancient oak. "Fire 3 volleys, a lieutenant commanded. The shots cracked and faded, leaving only the smell of cordite and the wail of a startled baby. The Walkers held hands as a bugler played taps. The lieutenant presented the flag, folded into a trim triangle, to Robin Walker. She clutched it and wept. This is the worst that life gets. Her son's casket, crowned with a single white rose, vanished into the waiting earth. Dan Walker was home. and he had brought the war with him. Chapter 8. The Riyadh War. Riyadh. With Khafji recaptured and the Iraqis repulsed, the American military services could return to battling their more implacable foes, each other. The blunting of Baghdad's feeble attack had again displayed Allied air hegemony. But as the Allies' own ground offensive drew nearer, a struggle over who would control the huge air armada intensified. In basic terms, the Army and Marines wanted the air attack focused on the enemy forces they would soon have to fight in the Kuwaiti theater of operations. They wanted aircraft trolling the northern horizon in a relentless campaign against Iraqi armor, troops, and particularly artillery in Kuwait and southeastern Iraq. The Air Force preferred to prosecute the strategic campaign against the 12 target sets laid out before the war, one of which happened to be the Republican Guard. These divergent points of view soon hardened into acrimony, and a classic ground pounder versus flyboy conflict erupted. No one was happy. Since man first bolted bomb to wing, such battles had been waged. While many ground commanders during and after World War I envisioned airplanes as a useful weapon for attacking enemy troops on the battlefield, an air power champion like Billy Mitchell insisted that the hostile main army in the field is a false objective, and the real objectives are the vital centers far from the front lines. In April 1943, George Patton complained bitterly to his superiors that insufficient air support had slowed the advance of his Second Corps in Tunisia, when one air officer suggested that inexperienced troops were the real reason for Second Corps' problems, and enraged Patton demanded a public apology. Later in World War II, during planning for the assault on Europe, air power enthusiasts argued that Allied bombers should continue hammering strategic targets in Germany. They were overruled, and the bombs instead fell on France in support of the successful Normandy invasion. But the cost was a 3-month delay in attacks on the petroleum industry that fueled the Third Reich. As Checkmate's John Warden wrote in The Air Campaign, powerful forces are pulling the ground commander one way and the air commander another. Schwarzkopf's ultimate ambition in the Gulf War, expressed to his division commanders as early as November 1990, had been succinct and sanguinary. I want every Iraqi soldier bleeding from every orifice. In prosecuting the air attack, however, he had given the Air Force what amounted to carte blanche. There's only going to be one guy in charge of the air, Horner, the CINC had told his subordinates in the fall. If you want to fight your inter-service battles, do it after the war. Thus empowered as commander of all Allied air forces, Chuck Horner concentrated his planes where he thought they best supported the CINC's overall war objectives. At the heart of the matter lay a subtle shift in the balance of power between sister services. Air power in previous wars had usually served a supporting function, subordinate to the ground scheme of maneuver. But in this war, fought in a theater ideally suited for aircraft now technologically capable of precision attacks, the roles were reversed. To Horner, Buster Glosson, and Dave Depula, the air campaign was going very well, despite the diversion of 3 squadrons to scud hunting and weather so atrocious that 4 of every 10 sorties through late January had been canceled. On the basis of historical meteorological records, planners had anticipated overcast blanketing Iraq 13% of the time. In fact, clouds obscured the targets 3 times more frequently. By attacking Iraq's centers of gravity, leadership targets, communications, road and rail networks, bridges, and the like, the Allies had weakened Saddam's isolated army, as Glosson had promised Bush when outlining the proposed air campaign at the White House in October. I can guarantee you that the Iraqis won't be able to feed, resupply, or move their army, because I'll have all the bridges down, and I'll take their resupply away from them, Glosson boldly assured the president. Over a period of time, they'll shrivel like a grape when the vine's been cut. Colin Powell, listening carefully to Glosson's presentation, had stepped in. You cannot guarantee the president that the Iraqi army will pull out of Kuwait. That's right, said Glosson. But I can guarantee him that if he'll wait long enough, I'll destroy it in place. Already, the Iraqis were restricted to moving mostly at night, and even then at risk of attack. A commander who could reposition or resupply only during darkness, a German panzer officer once observed, was like a chess player allowed but one move for every 3 made by his opponent. Allied intelligence claimed that by January 30th, Iraqi military supplies into Kuwait had shrunk from 20,000 tons per day to 2,000 tons. Nor was the Iraqi army ignored. Pilots routinely bombed both Republican Guard and front-line units. Several hundred sorties a day were devoted to tactical targets in the Kuwaiti theater, complementing the hundreds flown north of the Euphrates against strategic targets. Horner and Glosson also carved Kuwait and southeastern Iraq into grid squares, called kill boxes. Each box measured 30 by 30 miles, and was further subdivided into 4 quadrants. Pilots unable to hit a target farther north might, for example, be diverted to Box AH-4 in the Kuwaiti Bootheel to drop their bombs on any tanks or artillery spotted there. Airborne killer scouts patrolled the boxes from above to pinpoint targets for their heavily armed partners, known as killer bees. But to limit the strategic campaign now by further concentrating the air fleet against the Iraqi army was folly, Glosson and Depula believed. A strategy as ill-conceived as an Army directive in the early days of manned flight that limited an aircraft's flying radius to the distance covered by ground troops in a day's march. The Iraqi army would shrivel and then be destroyed in place, but in due time. The Army had a different view. Corps and division commanders, while admiring the efficacy of the strategic campaign, wanted a voice in directing which targets would be hit south of the Euphrates, where enemy troops were concentrated. In European war games, ground commanders always weighed in with recommendations of what should be bombed 50 or even 100 miles in front of their lines. Yet in the Gulf War, Horner and Glosson, with Schwarzkopf's blessing, controlled all targeting beyond the Saudi border. The Army could nominate targets by asking, for instance, that aircraft attack an artillery battery 5 miles outside As Salman in south-central Iraq. But the Air Force believed that Army targeting data were often obsolete. Pilots complained that in many cases Iraqi forces had repositioned, or the targets had been struck already. Nominated target locations were supposed to be pinpointed on the map within 100 meters, and the position revalidated by intelligence just 4 hours before an airstrike, requirements the Army often found impossible to meet. Moreover, the diversion of fighters to scud hunting meant fewer aircraft available for operations in the Kuwaiti theater. Consequently, of an average 110 Army nominations on any given day, only a couple of dozen might appear on Glosson's Air Tasking Order, ATO, used to orchestrate daily attacks. Those which were attacked often had been low on the Army's priority list. Other targets might be hit as part of the killbox strikes, but the Army frequently had no way of knowing what had been destroyed in those sorties. The Army also disliked the kill boxes because the initiative for target selection rested with pilots rather than with ground commanders. Frederick M. Franks, Jr., the 7th Corps commander, who would be responsible for the left hook flanking attack into the heart of the Iraqi army, grew agitated in his calls to Calvin Waller, the deputy CINC. "Cal, I'm not getting my share," Franks complained. "I need your help." Walt Boomer and his Marines shared the Army's dismay, although the personal admiration Boomer and Horner held for each other ensured that the dispute would remain civil, at least on the 3-star level. Unlike the Army, the Marines also possessed their own Air Force in the theater, the 3rd Marine Air Wing, MAW. Some Marine planes flew under Glosson's control as part of the strategic campaign, but the Marines reserved others for attacks against Iraqi forces in southern Kuwait, and eventually kept all of their FA-18s under Marine Corps control. This in turn angered Glosson, who complained of Marine recalcitrance to Schwarzkopf. "Buster, do you really need them? Does it really make a difference?" the CINC asked. "You can send the whole Marine Air Wing home as far as I'm concerned," Glosson snapped. "Okay," Schwarzkopf said. "If it doesn't make a difference, then let's just leave it that way." For ground commanders preparing to send their troops into the teeth of Iraqi defenses, the issue was not academic. Schwarzkopf had decreed that Iraqi armor and artillery should be reduced by half before the ground offensive began. That would give the Allies the overwhelming strength, force ratio in military parlance, preferred by an attacker against an entrenched enemy. Army and Marine generals wanted to shape the battlefield, not only by directly causing attrition of Iraqi forces, but also by battering the enemy's will to resist and his ability to maneuver and resupply. Should the offensive begin before the Iraqi strength was reduced, higher American casualties could be expected. Glosson, whose swagger alternately bemused and infuriated his military brethren, became a lightning rod for Army discontent. Among other pre-war boasts, he had asserted that if all Allied combat aircraft were simultaneously flung against the Iraq Army of Occupation, the enemy force could be halved in 10 to 14 days. In late January, when it became apparent that the Iraqi army remained largely intact, the 18th Airborne Corps commander, Lieutenant General Gary Luck, began asking his staff, "Where's Buster?" The quip became a taunt. "Where's Buster?" In early February, the Army took its grievances directly to Schwarzkopf, along with a scheme designed to peel some authority away from Horner and Glosson. Because the senior Army commander, John Yosak, instinctively avoided confrontations with the CINC, his operations officer, Brigadier General Stephen L. Arnold, was designated as point man. As he rode to the MODA building from the Army's headquarters south of Riyadh, Arnold felt unvarnished dread. No officer in Saudi Arabia had taken more abuse from Schwarzkopf than Steve Arnold. Small-framed, genial, and self-effacing, winner of 2 Silver Stars and 2 Purple Hearts in Vietnam, Arnold had been given responsibility for translating the broad concept of the Allied ground offensive, the left hook, into a detailed battle plan. Consequently, for 3 months, he had been a prime target of the CINC's wrath. "This is dumb! This is stupid!" Schwarzkopf would roar. "Yes, sir," Arnold would dutifully agree. "I didn't brief that very well. I didn't make the point properly. Let me try again." Arnold tried to roll with the blows. If the CINC needed to vent his frustrations by berating his subordinates, then one of Steve Arnold's contributions to the war would be to serve as a punching bag. But the battering had worn him down. He had yet to emerge from a meeting with Schwarzkopf feeling good about his efforts, or himself. To ensure the destruction of half the Iraqi armor and artillery, the Army plan called for an immediate increase in sorties flown against such targets, and greater Army influence over target selection. To guarantee that those targets would indeed be struck, Arnold proposed an arbiter who could properly apportion the aircraft needed to do the job: Cal Waller. Arnold knew that the deputy CINC sympathized with his Army colleagues. Waller agreed that reducing the Iraqi army from the air would take time and had to begin in earnest. "It's like trying to stuff spaghetti up a wildcat's ass. You don't achieve much, and you get your hand covered with scratches," he had observed. Waller also shared the Army's wariness of Glosson. For weeks, he had watched Glosson's adroit handling of Schwarzkopf, playing the CINC like a Stradivarius, as he later put it. Listening to Glosson hum and woof and throw out all this pilot talk, Waller on more than one occasion had buried his head in his hands and muttered, "Holy Christ." Arnold spent 30 minutes making his case in the small amphitheater down the corridor from the MODA war room. "As we get closer to G-Day, it's very important that we have more leeway about where we put the air," he urged. Waller, sitting at Schwarzkopf's elbow, endorsed himself as a new air battle manager. "You, as the land component commander, should be directing Horner and telling him what to emphasize," he advised the CINC. "They're just pounding the living daylights out of the strategic targets, but we ought to be devoting as much effort to targets in front of the Corps to shape the battlefield. Since you don't have the time to do this, you ought to put out a message authorizing me to do it." Schwarzkopf listened with uncharacteristic reserve, his face drawn with exhaustion. The CINC had been reluctant to tinker with the air campaign. Both Waller and Arnold believed that he hoped air power alone could defeat Saddam, obviating any need for a potentially costly ground attack. But to Arnold's surprise, no temper tantrum materialized. Instead, the session ended with Schwarzkopf concurring with the Army proposal. The Iraqi army, he agreed, should be attacked with great vigor, and Cal Waller could arbitrate the Army nominations and make certain that the airplanes flew where they were supposed to fly. If any flights are not attacking the Iraqi land army, Schwarzkopf subsequently told Glosson, I want to know why. The strategic campaign would continue, but the CINC made it clear that his focus was shifting in anticipation of the ground war. The Corps commanders say we're not meeting their priorities, the CINC also told Glosson. I've got to get them thinking that we're listening to them and supporting whatever they need. Waller would adjudicate target nominations from the ground commanders, so they can't blame you for it, Schwarzkopf added. Buster Glosson was too loyal and too prudent to ignore his commander-in-chief. But in his journal he scribbled, This is a sad day because we've shifted our focus prematurely from what we'd been asked to accomplish to preparations for a land campaign. After the initial surge of 1,200 daily sorties flown against strategic targets in the first few days of the war, Glosson had planned to keep at least 500 to 700 sorties a day flying strategic missions for 3 weeks. Already, pilots flew 300 daily sorties in close air support missions, another 300 against the Republican Guard, and hundreds more against other targets in the Kuwaiti theater. On January 30th, for example, 28 B-52 strikes alone dropped 470 tons of explosives on the Guard. Glosson privately railed against what he described, with some hyperbole, as this foolish and lightweight abandonment of the strategic campaign. He had long suspected that the cabal of green suitors running the war, Army officers like Powell, Schwarzkopf, and Waller, had at least tacitly inflated the Iraqi threat to justify the presence of 2 enormous Army corps in Saudi Arabia. All of the services, he knew, were trying to prove their worth in anticipation of savage budget cutting now that the Warsaw Pact had collapsed. You can take their wives, Horner once joked, but don't take their budgets. Sorties against strategic targets plummeted to about 250 a day, fewer than half the number Glosson wanted. Many of them, moreover, were flown by electronic warfare planes and fighter escorts rather than bombers. By the first week of February, only the F-117 stealths and one package of 12 to 14 F-111s from Saudi airfields consistently hit targets north of the Euphrates. Your objectives in the strategic air campaign have not been met, Glosson warned Schwarzkopf. Bad weather, inaccurate bombing, and the Scud diversion meant that some command centers, military factories, and nuclear, biological, and chemical sites remained intact. But the CINC held firm. Instinctively, his attention was drawn to the coming ground war. Most strategic targets had been damaged to his satisfaction. We are progressing enough, he told Glosson. We're having an impact. Rather than fight the green suitors head-on, Glosson resisted obliquely. Schwarzkopf's targeting directives, handed down in his nightly 7 o'clock meeting, might require interpreting, the results often at odds with Army expectations. Or airplanes would suddenly be diverted to strategic targets because of last-minute intelligence information. Or Glosson might convince Schwarzkopf of the need to batter a particular target above the Euphrates one more time. Okay, do it, the CINC would say, and another attack package slated for strikes in the Kuwaiti theater would instead head farther north. Army commanders became more upset. Fearful of being outfoxed, they believed wrongly that little had changed in the targeting priorities. But control over the targeting remained largely in Air Force hands. Finally, Waller had had enough. The DCINC confronted Glosson one night. Henceforth, now and forever, Waller warned, if anybody diverts aircraft without my knowledge, I'm going to choke your tongue out. Glosson protested his innocence and promised to conform to the DCINC's wishes. Ultimately, of 3,067 targets nominated by the Army for the air tasking order during the war, slightly more than a third would be flown. Differences both in philosophy and culture lay beneath this squabble. Glosson and his Air Force colleagues sought to defeat the nation of Iraq with attacks on the heart of the enemy's political and military infrastructure. The Army and Marines were more concerned with destroying the Iraqi Army of occupation. Army commanders concluded that the air planners were waging a separate war out of a conviction that victory could be achieved through air power alone, contrary to the Army belief that it would take the synergy of combined air and ground power to eject Saddam's forces from Kuwait. Many Army and Marine strategists believed the Air Force was trying to prove its worth at a time when one of the service's primary missions, maintaining the U.S. fleet of intercontinental bombers and land-based nuclear missiles, appeared increasingly obsolete. If air power defeated Saddam, the Air Force could still claim a position as first among equals in the post-Cold War restructuring of America's military. Also at play, of course, was decades-long sibling rivalry. Each service nurtured officers loyal to their uniform, proud of service tradition, and steeped in schools of strategic thought, variously stressing land, sea, or air power that were not always reconcilable. The military services, a Rand Corporation study observed in 1987, have acquired personalities of their own that are shaped by their experience and which in turn shape their behavior. Inter-service bickering after World War II drove Eisenhower to a 4-pack-a-day cigarette habit. Cooperation and camaraderie certainly outweighed sniping and dissent during the Gulf War, but mutual suspicion cast its long shadow. One other episode in early February contributed to Glossen's conviction that the strategic campaign was unraveling. Alerted by a spy in the Iraqi capital, American intelligence detected 3 radio-controlled MiG-21 drones at Al-Rashid Air Base in southern Baghdad. Each carried a metal tank of the type used to drop chemical weapons on enemy troops during the Iran-Iraq War. Concerned about the risk of drones with chemical payloads getting airborne, Glossen directed that the aircraft be attacked. F-117s destroyed one MiG in its hangar, but bad weather prevented prompt attacks on the other 2. After talking to Schwarzkopf, Glossen ordered Tomahawk missiles launched against the Al-Rashid hangars. The attack called for 6 TLAMs at noon on February 1st. Navy planners on Blue Ridge, working under a tight deadline, initially scheduled 3 missiles from the Mediterranean and 3 from the Red Sea. On discovering that the former would have to cross Syrian airspace in daylight, however, the planners shifted all 6 shots to USS Normandy in the Red Sea. As planned, the missiles streaked toward Baghdad in a neat line from west to east at midday. But instead of attacking almost simultaneously, they crossed the capital at roughly 60-second intervals in full view of Western television cameras. The Navy later concluded that 5 missiles struck the hangars, with a 6th possibly shot down. The Iraqis claimed that at least 2 crashed or were destroyed in flight. For whatever reason, the attack appeared to cause civilian casualties. Reporters saw substantial damage in Baghdad's Karada neighborhood, where 18 people, including several children, were reportedly killed or wounded. "It was so powerful that my entire house is gone," cried an Iraqi merchant, standing before the charred wreckage of his home. Colin Powell had shed much of his antipathy toward the Tomahawk, but he now considered the weapon to have outlived its usefulness in this war. The Navy had fired 288 missiles, about 50% of its theater stockpile. Slightly more than half had struck their intended targets. Hit or miss, each cost roughly $2 million. The chairman also had begun to suspect that attacks on the Iraqi capital were reaching a point of diminishing returns. The televised images of marauding missiles, juxtaposed with maimed civilians, were unsettling. Like Schwarzkopf, Powell found his gaze drawn to the enemy army south of the Euphrates. "Jesus Christ," he told the CINC, "every time you pull the trigger, it's another $2 million. Schwarzkopf, in turn, talked to Glossen. "I don't want to see any more damned TLAMs flying around Baghdad in the daytime," he said. "Well, you either have TLAMs flying in the daytime or you don't have anything," Glossen replied, "because I am not sending airplanes in there during the day to get shot down." "The chairman's upset," Schwarzkopf pointed out, "so we'll have to watch that." A day later, the CINC imposed an even more rigid restriction. "Don't launch any more TLAMs unless I tell you to." Glossen and Horner considered the Tomahawks an important component to the nightly air raids on the Iraqi capital. Together, they kept both enemy leadership and populace in a state of unease. The concept was similar to a strategy presented to Winston Churchill during the Allied conference at Casablanca in January 1943. "By bombing the devils around the clock, we can prevent the German defenses from getting any rest." A computer printout tacked to a wall in the Black Hole expressed the current Air Force view. The way home is through Baghdad. But the Tomahawk War was over. The al-Rashid shots would be the last of the war. Several times Glosson appealed for additional TLAM missions, but Schwarzkopf held firm, convinced that any target slated for destruction could be bombed by manned aircraft. For the last month of the war, Baghdad was granted a daytime respite from Allied attack. That reprieve, Glosson believed, was a mistake. The Joint Chiefs Operations Officer, Tom Kelly, always on his toes when facing a pack of journalists, offered an ingenious reply when asked about the TLAM damage in Baghdad. "We have been doing everything we can to avoid collateral damage, and we've worked very hard on that. If you've been watching television reports coming from Baghdad, you've seen a lot of neighborhoods that certainly were not struck." But Western audiences failed to see many neighborhoods that were struck. Contrary to the Pentagon's antiseptic portrait of a war fought with nearly flawless precision, bombs went awry, targets were misidentified, civilians died. By the end of the war, airstrikes killed nearly 2,300 and injured 6,000 Iraqi non-combatants, according to figures provided by Baghdad to the United Nations and believed to be reasonably accurate. The toll was remarkably close to that predicted by General Tony McPeak, the Air Force chief, who had warned Bush in December, "You're going to kill 2,000 people you're not mad at." Without question, the Americans and their allies took great pains to minimize collateral damage, for reasons both humane and political. Most senior officials recognized that civilian carnage could inflame the Arab world and undermine the coalition's moral standing. American planners believed, with some justification, that they worried more about Iraqi civilian casualties than Saddam did. Pilots designed bombing runs to avoid unintended targets, even to the point of putting themselves in greater jeopardy. A 10-page no-fire list proscribed mosques, hospitals, schools, archaeology digs, and dozens of other sites. No consideration was given to inflicting the sort of destruction that had been visited on Dresden or Tokyo in World War II. In the main, those efforts succeeded. During the Normandy invasion in 1944, one civilian died for approximately every 4 tons of bombs dropped. In Vietnam in 1972, one died for every 15 tons. In the Gulf War, if the Iraqi civilian tally is accurate, there was one non-combatant death for roughly every 38 tons, and some of the damage may have been caused by descending surface-to-air missiles and anti-aircraft fragments. Yet in an attempt to deprive Baghdad of propaganda fodder, American civilian and military leaders resorted to absurd overstatement. Bush pronounced the bombing fantastically accurate. A few days later, he added, "This war is being fought with high technology." Tony McPeak's attempts to release a single snippet of gun camera video showing a laser-guided bomb hitting the wrong target in Baghdad were blocked in the Pentagon. In early February, the CENTCOM Chief of Staff, Major General Robert Johnston, declared, "I quite truthfully cannot tell you of any reports that I know of that would show inaccurate bombing. I cannot tell you of any that I know that have grossly missed the target." Johnston was an honorable officer, but his claim was ridiculous. Of 227,000 Allied air munitions dropped from the war, 93% were dumb bombs, usually dropped from high altitude and in high winds that buffeted the attacking planes. Imprecision was inevitable. Delivery systems had come a long way from the old TLAR method. That looks about right. Yet they were far from flawless. If darkness, confusion, or enemy fire caused an attacking F-16 pilot to fly 20 knots too slow, his first bomb would hit 60 feet short of the target. A dive angle that was 5 degrees too shallow would leave the bomb 130 feet short. An F-111 crew out of Turkey, dropping 500-pounders from 23,000 feet, typically released 14 bombs that detonated on a path 1,800 feet long. An error of only 300 feet in calculating the exact altitude above the target would alter the bomb trajectory enough to cost 200 feet in accuracy. And B-52s, hardly instruments of surgical precision, would drop 72,000 bombs during the 6-week war. As a survivor of a B-52 raid in Vietnam wrote, one lost control of bodily functions as the mind screamed incomprehensible orders to get out. Dumb bombs, according to post-war estimates, hit their targets only 25% of the time. Even that was a significant improvement from the early days of World War II, when only one British bomber in 5 laid its payload within 5 miles of the target. Precision bombing, the historian and critic Paul Fussell wrote, became a comical oxymoron relished by bomber crews with a black sense of humor. Bad weather, smoke, and haze forced Navy A-6 pilots in the Gulf to forsake laser-guided targeting equipment for far less accurate radar bombing on a third of their missions. Even the F-117s, with their precision-guided munitions, were bedeviled enough by clouds, enemy gunfire, and pilot error to miss their targets with at least one bomb out of 4, and more than that on some missions. The 3 waves of stealth fighters flown on the night of January 30th were not atypical. Wave 1, dispatched against bridges, communications facilities, a telephone exchange, and Ali al-Salem airfield, reported 9 hits and 5 misses. Wave 2 struck more bridges, 3 airfields, and communications targets at Basra and Qasr in southeastern Iraq, with 16 hits and 12 misses recorded. The final wave involved 7 planes. 3 others aborted because of technical problems that hit ammunition dumps and suspected chemical and biological facilities at Salman Pak and Abu Ghraib. These tallied 11 hits, 1 miss, and 2 no drops because of foul weather. The consequences of inaccuracy could be horrific. In Najaf, south of Baghdad, Allied bombs damaged 50 houses on January 20th. In one flattened building examined by reporters, 13 of 14 family members reportedly died. In Al-Dur, northwest of the capital, 23 houses were demolished. The correspondent Peter Arnett interviewed one weeping woman sitting amid the wreckage of her home, where her 3 brothers, their wives, and 8 children died. In Diwaniyah, the bombers that destroyed the telephone exchange on January 17th also shattered an adjacent hotel and apartment building, killing 15. An errant attack on a bridge in Nasiriyah on February 4th killed 50. Bombers inadvertently struck a hospital near Kuwait City, killing 2 Indian medical workers, the wife of an Egyptian doctor and the 2-year-old son of a Filipina nurse. Basra was especially hard hit. According to evidence compiled by William M. Arkin of Greenpeace, who conducted the most thorough on-site survey after the war, the Makil neighborhood was struck 3 times at a cost of 125 dead. The Athariyah neighborhood lost 35 dead on January 29th. Another 35 were killed in the Hakimiyah neighborhood on February 4th. In some cases, targets hit purposely may have been misidentified. Bombers demolished warehouses containing food and consumer goods in Kut, Samawa, Basra, and other cities. A 4-acre plant in Baghdad's western outskirts was destroyed in raids on January 20th and 21st. Allied intelligence believed the facility was used for biological weapons research. The Iraqis claimed that the plant manufactured infant milk formula. Its mystery, the British air power analyst J. M. Spate wrote of the bomber in 1930, is half its power. The other half was terror, havoc, and death. By exercising reasonable care, the Allied leadership avoided wanton killing, but thousands died nonetheless, directly or indirectly, perhaps tens of thousands. The sanitary conflict depicted by Bush and his commanders, though of a piece with similar exaggerations in previous wars, was a lie. It further dehumanized the suffering of innocents and planted in the American psyche the unfortunate notion that war could be waged without blood, gore, screaming children, and sobbing mothers. 2 weeks into the war, Schwarzkopf appeared before the Riyadh press corps to offer his appraisal of the conflict. He delivered a bravura performance. Wielding a pointer like a rapier, the CINC nimbly summarized the Allied strategy and tallied the targets attacked: airfields, bridges, headquarters, convoys. With Glosson at his side, he also narrated several gun camera tapes of successful airstrikes. One snippet showed an Iraqi truck driver crossing the Mufultadam Bridge moments before it was demolished with a 2,000-pound bomb, the closest the public would come to seeing a human being in the crosshairs of an American weapon. Schwarzkopf pronounced the driver the luckiest man in Iraq. The CINC closed his briefing with a brief homily on Baghdad's mendacity. With regard to Saddam Hussein saying that he has met the best that the coalition has to offer, Schwarzkopf added, I would only say, the best is yet to come. And so, too, the worst. Al-Kharj, Saudi Arabia. The exodus of Iraqi aircraft to Iran came as an unpleasant surprise to Buster Glosson, who before the war had postulated that any fleeing enemy pilots would head west toward Jordan. In anticipation, Glosson adopted a code phrase to use with his fighters: Horner's Buster. Buster, by an appropriate coincidence, was pilot slang for full throttle. If I give you a Horner's Buster call, you will shoot down that fleeing airplane even if you have to run out of gas to do it, Glosson ordered. I'll pick you up and get you another airplane, but you will shoot it down. Instead, the Iraqis fled east by the score. To thwart the migration, Horner and Glosson in late January inaugurated a tactic known as a bar cap, Barrier Combat Air Patrol. 3 squadrons of F-15C Eagles began flying round-the-clock surveillance over routes most commonly used by the escaping Iraqi pilots. The various capped sectors were designated by women's names: Carol, Charlotte, Elaine, Emily, Cindy. Although flying bar cap was tedious, and some pilots found themselves disconcerted by the prospect of shooting a fleeing enemy in the back, most welcomed the chance to down a MiG or a Mirage under any conditions. Iraq's refusal to challenge the Allied fighters had frustrated the Americans and intensified the competition between sister units. Glosson's staff in Riyadh proposed assigning the radio call sign Whiner to the 1st Tactical Fighter Wing, which seemed excessively eager to push aside rival squadrons in an effort to tally more MiG kills. The war had not produced a single ace, defined as a pilot destroying at least 5 enemy planes. Historically, fewer than 3% of all American fighter pilots were aces, but they accounted for 40% of all enemy planes shot down in air-to-air combat. In past wars, air combat had featured glorious, swirling dogfights. Over North Korea in September 1952, for example, 39 U.S. F-86s fought 73 MiG-15s. 4 American planes and 13 Chinese were lost. Nothing remotely similar unfolded over Iraq. Of the bar cap sectors, Cindy Cap offered a fair chance of snaring enemy planes because of its proximity to the large air bases around the Iraqi capital. Cindy lay in a narrow swath of airspace between the Iranian border and Baghdad's eastern surface-to-air belt. Typically, 4 Eagles at a time from the 53rd Tactical Fighter Squadron patrolled the sector. 2 fighters would orbit counterclockwise in a 30-mile oval, while the other pair shuttled south to refuel. Each mission lasted 6 to 7 hours. Cindy Cap lay 700 miles north of the squadron's base at Al-Kharj, as the pilots threaded the narrow channel between Iraqi SAMs and Iran, which repeatedly threatened to shoot down any American straying into Iranian airspace. At 2 p.m. on January 30th, Cindy Cap was manned by 4 aircraft led by the squadron commander, Lieutenant Colonel Randy Bigham. It was Bigham who had caused such perturbations in his squadron a month earlier by dividing the 40 pilots evenly into day and night fighters. 2 weeks of war had widened the schism. The night shift, including the redoubtable Killer Miller, had more grievances than ever: difficulty sleeping during the day, more intense, or at least more visible, Iraqi SAM and anti-aircraft fire, greater worries about mid-air collisions, and, most aggravating of all, no opportunities to shoot down a MiG, because the enemy refused to fly at night. For its part, the day shift had become vexed, and perhaps a bit guilty, at hearing their nocturnal comrades complain. Bigham was aware of the night shift's unhappiness, and he also continued to fret over drug use in the squadron. By sharply restricting the distribution of go and no-go pills, he believed he had resolved most of the problems. But some men seemed at least psychologically addicted to the no-go tablets, unable to sleep without the sedatives, and there were rumors of bootleg pills at Al-Kharj. Bigham had grounded 2 pilots for medical reasons, one indefinitely and the other for 3 days. The squadron commander himself felt frayed from the endless combat missions and the effort to hold his unit together. "Sir," one of his captains had recently confided, "I think you're overstressed." The suggestion so alarmed Bigham that he visited the flight surgeon. "You're the guy in charge of me," he told the doctor. "If you tell me that I'm slipping, I'll take corrective action, maybe even step aside and go home. I'll relieve myself of command if I have to." In what had been a routine afternoon sortie, Bigham and his wingman, Captain Lynn Broom, had refueled down south and were returning to Cindy Cap to spell the other two Eagles when AWACS radioed a warning of enemy aircraft. Xerex 31, Snap 270, Bandits 300, 90 miles. Bigham rolled west 90 degrees, searching toward Baghdad with his radar. AWACS called again. Skip it, bogus targets. Bigham and Broom steered back north, irritated at the false alarm. 80 miles south of the Cap, AWACS called a third time. Bandits west, 70 miles, high, fast. This time, it was real. A pair of MiG-25 Foxbats, flying at 42,000 feet and an astonishing 1,000 knots, faster than an F-15's top speed, streaked from the Iraqi capital toward Cindy Cap. The two Eagle pilots on Cap, flying under call signs Vegas and Giggles, turned to face the enemy fighters. Giggles, slightly in front of his wingman, fired two Sparrow air-to-air missiles at the lead Foxbat, which in turn fired at Vegas. The Foxbat banked north in a sweeping turn at twice the speed of sound, outrunning both Sparrows. Vegas peeled south to avoid the enemy missile. He then re-entered the fight and fired 3 Sparrow missiles at the second Foxbat, but for reasons never determined, none of them left the Eagle's wings. Vegas, alarmed, broke south. Giggles fired a final futile missile at the fleeing MiGs and turned to protect his wingman. Randy Bigham watched this drama unfold on his radar scope. The Iraqis, he realized, had tried to ambush the planes patrolling Cindy Cap. They were not simply fleeing to Iran. Having failed, both Foxbats now curled back west with their afterburners lit, evidently heading toward Al-Taqadum Air Base on the far side of Baghdad. Bigham turned to give chase. If he and Broom angled south of the capital, Bigham calculated, they might cut off the Iraqis. The race began. Bigham kept his eyes on the radar scope. Broom was trailing by 30 miles over his left wing. In their war with Iran, the Iraqis occasionally tricked enemy pilots into giving chase, only to destroy them with a sudden attack from below by Mirage F-1s. Bigham was so intent on avoiding such a trap and watching the Foxbats that he failed to note a 140-knot southwesterly wind pushing him far to the north. Only when he glanced out the cockpit, hoping to spot the Iraqi contrails, did he see his mistake. There below lay the presidential palace, the sun-spanked Tigris, and the office buildings of downtown Baghdad. At the same time, the Eagle's electronic warning gear detected emanations from SA-2 and SA-3 tracking radars. "Oh my God," Bigham muttered. From AWACS came a gratuitous radio call. "Heads up for SAMs." But the SAM batteries failed to launch, probably afraid of hitting the Foxbats. Bigham again concentrated on the enemy fighters, now 20 miles away. Each had performed a split S, an acrobatic half-loop, and dropped almost to the ground. Broom fired 2 Sparrows at the trail Foxbat. Neither hit. Bigham angled down to 20,000 feet and glanced up long enough to see the twin runways of Al-Taqadum 10 miles dead ahead. The lead Iraqi had slowed from 1,000 knots to under 300, drifting into his final approach to land from the northwest. Now Bigham fired. The Sparrow darted from under his plane and climbed sharply before knifing back toward the ground, a sign that the missile had locked onto its target. Bigham watched as the first Iraqi landed and rolled down the runway. "Come on, bitch," he urged the missile. "Come on, bitch." But the Sparrow never made it. The Foxbat had slowed to a 40-knot taxi, and the radar-guided missile could no longer distinguish between aircraft and ground clutter. Then the trail Foxbat floated into view a mile from the western end of the runway, landing gear down. Bigham squeezed off another missile. Again the Sparrow climbed and dived. By this time, Bigham had descended to 8,000 feet, directly over the airfield. Only concern at hitting the MiG, he guessed, had kept the Iraqi gunners from firing at such an easy target. As he banked left to escape, the second Foxbat touched down. Bigham saw the curve of the pilot's helmet and puffs of smoke spurt from the tires. 10 feet from the Foxbat's left wingtip, the Sparrow plunged into the runway and exploded. The Iraqi taxied unscathed toward the flight line. The Eagle pilots had fired 10 missiles to no effect. A week later, Vegas and Giggles would destroy 4 Iraqi fighters fleeing toward Iran. But for Bigham, the chance had come and gone, never to return. If fortune had robbed him of 2 kills, it also had permitted him to fly without penalty across downtown Baghdad and Takadum in midday. The lesson was not lost. In the squadron ready room, Bigham tacked up a sign: "Don't let your eagerness to get a MiG cause you to be our first casualty." The narrow escape also proved cautionary for the Iraqis. In the final week of January, enemy fighters had averaged more than 20 sorties a day, including escapes to Iran. Now the flights stopped completely. In the first few days of February, not a single Iraqi aircraft left the ground. Saddam still owned Kuwait, but Glosson and his pilots owned the sky. Riyadh. A general, Napoleon once observed, never knows anything with certainty, never sees his enemy clearly, never knows positively where he is. The maxim was as true for Norman Schwarzkopf in the Persian Gulf, despite the proliferation of spy satellites and reconnaissance aircraft, as it had been for a field marshal squinting through the smoke at Austerlitz with a field glass. Many questions troubled the CINC during the war, yet none more than the difficulty of seeing the enemy clearly and determining where he had been weakened and where he remained strong. In modern warfare, the art of estimating the harm inflicted on the enemy is known as battle damage assessment, BDA, and from the moment the first bomb detonated in the Persian Gulf War, it was a source of controversy, squabbling, and vexation. One episode involved Glosson. When he appeared with Schwarzkopf in the CINC's televised press conference on January 30th, he brought a gun camera tape taken by an F-15E during a night attack on a convoy of Iraqi vehicles. Glosson had asked several experienced photo intelligence analysts in Riyadh to review the footage, and they had assured him, one jokingly said he'd bet $1,000, that the destroyed trucks were mobile Scud launchers and support vehicles. Eager for evidence to confirm success in the campaign against Iraqi missiles, Schwarzkopf and Glosson proudly rolled the tape for Riyadh reporters and a worldwide television audience. "We knocked out as many as 7 mobile erector launchers in just that one strike," the CINC declared. Among those watching were analysts at the CIA's headquarters in Langley, Virginia. "My God," one exclaimed as cluster bombs ripped through the convoy, "those are oil tankers." Some analysts at the Defense Intelligence Agency thought the vehicles might even have been milk trucks. Word of those opinions reached Riyadh within minutes. Schwarzkopf normally flushed when he was upset. This time he whitened with anger. Glosson, after an outburst of disbelief, "You've got to be shitting me," summoned the photo analysts to his office. "How could this happen?" he demanded. "How could we mislead the American people like this?" The incident soon blew over. The misled American people remained ignorant of the contretemps, but other BDA disputes continued. Gauging how badly Iraq had been hurt was not an end in itself, but a means of determining how much fight the enemy had left. Schwarzkopf's most important decisions, such as when to launch a ground attack, required a detailed assessment of Iraqi strength. To help the CINC, the United States had cobbled together an immense intelligence operation. 23 different types of aircraft eventually flew over Iraq and Kuwait gathering information. Among them were the high-flying U-2s, which shot more than 1 million feet of film during the war. A half-dozen satellites wheeled overhead, each taking hundreds of images with telescopic, infrared, or radar sensors. The so-called keyhole satellites could discern objects only 6 inches in diameter. The Lacrosse, designed to track Warsaw-packed armor, could see through clouds with sophisticated radar. 2 other satellites, the Magnum and Vortex, intercepted Iraqi communications. Electronic spy planes, with code names like Rivet Joint and Senior Span, also eavesdropped on the enemy. Hundreds of analysts scrutinized the images on light tables at the National Photographic Interpretation Center in the Washington Navy Yard. Hundreds of others worked in the Pentagon's Joint Intelligence Center, JIC, or the makeshift research center set up at Bolling Air Force Base outside Washington. 500 more labored in CENTCOM's own JIC, built in the MODA basement, or the JIPC, the Joint Imagery Production Complex at Riyadh Air Base. By war's end, there were 200 tons of intelligence product, including countless sheaves of satellite and U-2 photos in Saudi Arabia. The Americans commandeered Saudi bread trucks to haul the stuff around. The sheer volume of this prodigious effort created problems. Analysts could not process satellite and reconnaissance photos fast enough to keep pace with an air war featuring 2,000 to 3,000 sorties a day. On the other hand, unusually heavy cloud cover sometimes thwarted satellites and reconnaissance planes. Overcast prevented the Allies from reconnoitering most strategic targets in Baghdad and elsewhere until 5 days after the bombing began, a delay that put analysts behind from the outset. The Iraqi SAM threat also kept spy planes from flying over portions of the battlefield in the first weeks of war. Even when the planes could fly, BDA missions often lagged several days behind the attacks, giving the Iraqis time to reposition equipment or otherwise confuse the American analysts. Unlike the saturation bombing of World War II, when destruction of a ball-bearing plant or aircraft factory could be gauged by the depth of the rubble or square footage of roof demolished, the damage wrought by precision-guided munitions was often hard to assess. A 2,000-pound laser-guided bomb might punch a hole in the roof and vaporize the contents of a building, but BDA analysts, limited to photographs of the penetration hole, would report possible damage to roof. The system was so cumbersome and ineffectual that Glosson and Dave Depula jury-rigged their own BDA operation in the black hole. They scanned gun camera footage and interviewed pilots by phone to determine which targets required additional strikes. Schwarzkopf's intelligence chief was the earnest, intense, one-star Army General John Leidy. Leidy, who held a law degree from Syracuse University, had commanded rifle companies in the Dominican Republic and Vietnam, as well as a Special Forces battalion at Fort Bragg. In 1989, he was serving as the U.S. military attaché in Beijing when the Chinese government brutally crushed democratic dissidents in Tiananmen Square. None of those assignments, Jack Leidy soon concluded, had been as stressful as trying to make sense of the intelligence picture in Riyadh. Exhausted by a long succession of 20-hour workdays and repeatedly savaged by Schwarzkopf's temper, Leidy was so close to collapse that Waller feared he would suffer a nervous breakdown. In one typical exchange, Schwarzkopf, after being told that a particular Iraqi unit was believed to be 64% combat effective, snapped, "Not 65%? Not 63? God damn it, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, do you?" "Jack, don't promise the CINC the moon," Waller advised. "There will be times when you'll have to tell him, 'Sir, I just don't know.'" Under Schwarzkopf's instructions to use sound military judgment, Leidy and his staff tried several innovations to get through the BDA morass. Rather than rely wholly on empirical evidence of damage done to the 12 target sets, they began offering subjective estimates based partly on intuition of how effectively the Iraqis could function. Each target set was illustrated with a chart that displayed levels of damage ranging from slight to moderate to severe. Objective damage was marked with an O, subjective estimates with an X. In February, for example, damage to Iraqi airfields was rated objectively at moderate. Subjectively, since the Iraqis had stopped flying except for the occasional dash to Iran, the damage was rated closer to severe. In like fashion, objective damage to Scud targets was rated between slight and moderate. But because the missile launches had dwindled steadily, the subjective X was placed at moderate. Schwarzkopf, always quick to appreciate common sense, liked the system. Tallying the destruction of Iraqi armor and artillery was more complicated. Schwarzkopf assigned responsibility for estimating attrition in the Kuwaiti theater to the U.S. Army. At first, the Army Intelligence Chief, Brigadier General John F. Stewart, Jr., decided to use only SIGINT, signals intelligence from intercepted radio communications, and photographic evidence. The system quickly proved inadequate. For one thing, Iraqi troops rarely talked on the radio. Furthermore, the satellite cameras on which the Americans initially relied could take wide-angle shots that were too blurry for accurate BDA, or high-resolution photos of individual targets, a tank here, an artillery tube there, that precluded a comprehensive understanding of how the enemy tank or artillery battalion had fared as a whole. Stewart lamented that the task was like trying to make sense of a televised football game in which the cameras focused only from afar on the entire stadium and surrounding city, or up close on only one linebacker. In late January, Stewart began adding pilot reports to the mix, but he counted no more than half the reported kills, on the assumption that pilots overestimated their prowess, and only those from A-10s. Warthog pilots, Stewart reasoned, flew slower and lower to the ground, and they had wingmen who could help confirm the destruction. In early February, the formula was adjusted yet again to count 100% of U-2 photographs. The spy planes had begun flying directly over Iraqi positions with high-resolution H cameras, as well as 50% of the gun camera videos from F-111s. A-10 pilot reports were devalued to count only a third of their estimated kills. If the system seemed haphazard, at least it established a baseline for estimating enemy losses. On February 1st, for example, the Army estimated that 476 Iraqi tanks had been destroyed. By February 6th, the number was 728. A rift soon developed between the CIA and Riyadh. To avoid the light at the end of the tunnel optimism that had characterized reports from the field in Vietnam, the CIA charter called for autonomous analysis that gave the president an impartial and independent view of the war. But in providing timely BDA, the agency was limited for the most part to satellite images. Pictures from U-2 and RF-4 spy planes, for example, often arrived in Washington 4 or 5 days late. Cautious and inherently conservative, CIA analysts used elaborate keys to translate visible destruction into damage estimates. Often their estimates ran counter to those in Riyadh, where the assessors had benefit of pilot reports, known as EGO BDA, defectors' accounts, gun camera footage, and a dozen other sources of information that helped provide them with a feel for the battlefield. The schism was deepest in regard to the question of damage to Iraq's tanks, personnel carriers, and artillery tubes. As the number of sorties against such targets grew, the gap between CIA and CENTCOM damage estimates became so wide that Riyadh asserted, for example, that 4 times more tanks had been destroyed than the CIA could confirm. In the CIA view, CENTCOM was dangerously optimistic. In Riyadh, conversely, CIA reliance on satellites was likened to the physical limitations of the one-armed paper hanger. Among other problems, satellites could cover less than 20% of the tactical targets struck on any given day. Furthermore, unless a tank's turret or tracks had been blown off, imagery analysts had difficulty determining whether the target was destroyed. Underlying the dispute was a struggle for control between two bureaucratic organizations, a turf battle exacerbated by the inevitable friction between a field headquarters and Washington. Also at play was the preoccupation with what Cal Waller called the dead things count. The effort to quantify Iraqi losses, part of the CINC's desire to destroy half of the enemy's equipment before launching the ground war, assumed a life of its own. Schwarzkopf sensibly took pains to avoid the obsessive body count mentality so prevalent in Vietnam, but in the Gulf War, the tank count became its equivalent. Using John Stewart's estimates and other intelligence, Jack Leidy came up with one additional innovation. He installed a map of the Kuwaiti theater in a corner of the MODA war room. Each Iraqi division in Kuwait and southeastern Iraq was represented with a small paper sticker. A green sticker marked a division judged to be 75 to 100% combat effective, with most of its equipment unscathed and the unit's fighting capacity largely intact. A yellow sticker represented a division 50 to 75% combat effective. A red sticker meant the division was less than 50% intact and no longer considered a serious threat. Leidy, who knew that Schwarzkopf was happiest when intelligence was presented in simple packages, referred to the map as the cartoon. The CINC stared at it with ferocious intensity and soon memorized the status of all 42 divisions. With a thick forefinger, he would jab at a particular sticker, directing Horner and Glosson to sharpen their air attacks on the enemy's 14th Infantry, or 12th Armored, or Tawalkana Republican Guard Division. Slowly, but inexorably, the cartoon became a vivid mosaic, as green began to give way to yellow, and yellow to a bright and bloody red. USS Blue Ridge, Persian Gulf. After more than a week of gentle prodding from Vice Admiral Stan Arthur, Schwarzkopf agreed that the time had come for a decision on Desert Saber, the proposed amphibious landing at Ash Shweba. Shortly after 11 a.m. on February 2nd, Arthur's fleet helicopter, Blackbeard 01, touched down on the Blue Ridge landing pad. As the engine died and the twirling rotors spun to a stop, the CINC emerged from the passenger bay into the briny glare on the ship's fantail. Arthur and Walt Boomer, the Marine commander, welcomed him aboard. The admiral led the way forward to the ship's conference room on the second deck. The Navy had a problem, and Arthur wasted no time making certain Schwarzkopf understood the obstacles facing Desert Saber. Before the Marines could be put ashore, minesweepers would have to clear a channel from the middle of the Persian Gulf to the Kuwaiti coast. But to protect the sweeper force of boats and helicopters, Iraqi missile batteries and shore guns had to be obliterated first. Arthur estimated the latter task would take a week. The minesweeping would take another 18 days. Finally, 3 to 5 additional days of naval gunfire would be necessary to suppress Iraqi gunners who could pick off Marines landing along the Ash-Shweba coast. All told, the timetable called for at least 28 days of preparation before the first Marines set foot on a Kuwaiti beach. That would push an amphibious landing, timed to coincide with the ground offensive by Army and Marine divisions, into early March, if the minesweeping went smoothly. After the war, Schwarzkopf would criticize the Navy minesweeping force as old, slow, ineffective, and incapable of doing the job. The CINC had a point. Sweeping carried none of the glamour of nuclear submarines, naval aviation, or Tomahawk missiles, so for decades it had received short shrift. 2 ships, USS Pirate and USS Pledge, had been sunk by mines in the Korean War. Crude but lethal mines planted by the Viet Cong in the Mekong Delta waterways again revealed shortcomings in American minesweeping capabilities. Naval battle plans for World War III had called for the United States to amass a fleet of large capital ships, like carriers, cruisers, and submarines against the Soviet Union, while other NATO navies supplied the minesweepers. Scant attention, however, had been paid to the mine threat posed by potential Third World adversaries, and more than one Allied naval officer wondered whether the Americans knew what they were doing in the Gulf War. The British naval commander in the Gulf, Commodore Christopher Craig, was so unnerved by an early version of the mine-clearing plan, under which Royal Navy mine hunters were to sail within a few miles of Iraqi shore batteries, that he considered the scheme totally unworkable and tantamount to suicide. U.S. intelligence estimated that Iraq possessed 1,000 to 2,000 mines. Most were old-fashioned contact mines of World War I vintage, dozens of which had been spotted adrift on the Gulf's currents. But the inventory also included sophisticated influence mines, triggered by a ship's magnetic field or the acoustic throb of propellers passing overhead. Where those mines had been laid was unknown, in part because Schwarzkopf, wary of provoking the Iraqis, had restricted surveillance by Navy ships and planes before the war to an area at least 50 miles south of the Kuwaiti border. The American minesweeping force in Desert Storm consisted of 2 new ships, Avenger and Guardian, designed primarily for deep-water missions, 3 antiquated boats, and 6 helicopters, none of which could effectively detect mines in less than 30 feet of water. In addition to 5 British mine hunters, there were several sweepers provided by the Saudis, a trio of Belgian ships working primarily in the Gulf of Oman, and several others. Mine-infested waters typically required 3 separate sweeps. First, helicopters dragged a long metal blade through the sea to slice the tethers holding moored mines, which were destroyed with gunfire or explosives after they bobbed to the surface. Then, helicopters pulled a hydrofoil sled that simulated the acoustic and magnetic signature of a passing ship. Finally, mine-sweeping ships hunted any remaining mines with sonar. Sweeping was tedious and uncertain. Turbidity, changes in water temperature, and the ingenuity of mine designers. Some influence mines had sophisticated counters that prevented them from detonating until many ships had passed by, complicated the operation. The Navy calculated that 2 full days of sweeping a single 5-square-mile swatch of Gulf yielded only a 60% certainty that all the mines had been detected. As he sat in the Blue Ridge conference room, Schwarzkopf began to get the picture. Boomer, listening for the first time to the Navy's proposed timetable, realized with dismay that Desert Saber would likely delay the Allied ground attack for weeks. Nor was minesweeping the only snag. The Navy also worried about Iraq's anti-ship Silkworm missiles dotting the coastline, as well as potential suicide attacks by enemy aircraft bearing Exocet missiles. During the U.S. campaign against the Japanese on Okinawa, 250 of 1,900 kamikazes had penetrated American defenses and sunk 25 ships. The memory lingered nearly half a century later. As Arthur sat slumped in a chair, arms folded across his chest, one of his staff officers, Captain Gordon Holder, unveiled a collage of charts and reconnaissance photographs depicting Iraq's defenses along the Ash-Shweba shingle. The pictures clearly showed dozens of gun pits and pillboxes now bristling from coastal apartment buildings, as well as the natural gas plant, the Nuke on the Beach, farther south. Every high-rise between the beach and the four-lane highway to the west is going to have to come down, Arthur warned, or the Marines making the landing will be too exposed. I'll have to level the buildings with naval gunfire and airstrikes. Schwarzkopf looked nonplussed. For months, he had stressed the importance of minimizing damage to non-military structures, a point that Colin Powell also had raised repeatedly. I can't destroy Kuwait in the process of saving Kuwait, the CINC said. Well, Arthur said, we also can't accept the casualties we'd take if we do a landing there without knocking down those fortifications. Holder pointed out the natural gas plant. That, too, would have to be destroyed, or the Marines would be at risk from an inferno. You can't destroy the industrial infrastructure of this country, the CINC repeated. He turned to Boomer. Walt, can you conduct your attack without the amphibious assault? Boomer paused a full 30 seconds before replying. Tall and whippet lean, with prominent ears and a pleasant drawl, the Marine commander had long assumed that his 2 divisions ashore would be bolstered by their 17,000 comrades at sea. Fear of an amphibious landing kept at least 3 Iraqi divisions riveted to the coast. Without Ash-Shweba's port, moreover, logisticians would have to push even greater stockpiles of ammunition and fuel overland to support the Marine attack through the Kuwaiti Boutil. But delaying the Allied offensive in order to launch a potentially bloody amphibious assault no longer seemed justified. Yes, sir, Boomer replied at last. I can do it, but we'll have to continue the deception of a full-blown landing. That has to be a high priority. We've got to keep those 3 Iraqi divisions tied up on the coast. Schwarzkopf had heard enough. Dead Marines awash in the Kuwaiti surf was a hard image to shake. The CINC had slept badly in recent nights, tormented by the dread of making a bad decision that would kill his men. Dark violet pouches had pooled beneath his eyes. He turned to Arthur. Okay, I want you to hold the pressure on them and make the Iraqis believe you're going to go with the amphibious landing, right up to the last minute. But you'll go only if Boomer gets in trouble. Otherwise, the landing would be a feint. Without destroying everything, Schwarzkopf directed, I want you to continue with your battlefield preparation, using the battleships to shell targets. Make it look as if you're coming with the invasion as scheduled, but don't tear down the countryside unless we absolutely know it's something we've got to do. Planning for Ash-Shweba would continue, the CINC added, but the new focus of amphibious operations would be a more modest attack against the 2,500-man Iraqi brigade entrenched on Failaka Island, east of Kuwait Bay. Arthur agreed. His staff, listening from the back of the conference room, gave a nearly audible sigh of relief. At 2:15 p.m., Schwarzkopf climbed back into the Blackbeard 01 for the short flight to the mainland. If at times the measure of a commander was his willingness to accept destruction and death in pursuit of a larger objective, at other moments he could be gauged by his intuitive sense of when to draw back from the abyss. An amphibious invasion would have wiped out a significant stretch of the Kuwaiti coast. At least some Marines probably would have died needlessly. Given the Navy's subsequent troubles with Iraqi mines, it is not inconceivable that 1 or more ships would have been lost. Schwarzkopf's intuition and military judgment aboard Blue Ridge served him well. He had arrived at precisely the right decision, one worthy of a commander-in-chief. Desert Saber would be one less worry to roil his rest. Chapter 9. The Desert Sea. Baghdad. The sirens began yet again with a low growl that rose in pitch until the entire city seemed racked with a single howl. David Eberly stirred from the floor of his cell. He sat up, bracing his back against the cold wall and tugging the green wool blanket over his head as a shield against falling debris. In the distance, a bomb exploded, powerful enough to send tremors through the prison. Eberly felt the vibration from the floor carry up his spine. Although air raids had become a nightly ritual, the attacks had never come close enough to shake the cell block. For the first time, he seriously reckoned with the possibility of being killed by his own countrymen. He drew no comfort from the irony. A narrow window, 8 inches wide by 5 feet long, was cut into the outer wall. Partly shuttered with steel louvers and girdled in chicken wire, it afforded him a pinched and fractured glimpse of the sky over Baghdad. Directly outside, an anti-aircraft gun now opened fire with a tremendous din. He saw the bright flick of tracers, crimson against the velvet night. Staring up beneath the cloak of his blanket, he thought abruptly of Francis Key, watching the British bombardment of Fort McHenry. The lyrics came to him first, then the melody, threading lightly through his head despite the screaming sirens and booming syncopation of the Iraqi guns. From this he did draw comfort, amid the rockets' red glare, and the bombs bursting in air. On the night of January 31st, 9 days after his capture, Dave Eberly had been rousted from his cell in the camp south of Baghdad. He was blindfolded, handcuffed, and chained. He assumed the Iraqis were staging another interrogation, but instead they shoved him onto a small bus. He was frightened and cold, disoriented at being manhandled in the middle of the night. After a drive through the city, his captors led him into a building and up an elevator to the second floor. As he shuffled down a corridor, straining for a familiar sound or recognizable smell, he guessed that he was in a hospital or other medical facility. He wondered whether the Iraqis conducted experiments on their prisoners, subjecting them to cold or carrying out other research, as the Nazis had done. A heavy door swung open. A rough hand tugged off the blindfold and shoved him inside a cell. The door slammed shut. At dawn, when light seeped through the narrow window, he saw that the building was no hospital. His cell measured 9 by 6 feet, with red brick walls and a massive steel door. A broken toilet squatted in one corner. Plastic sheeting covered a broken water faucet. Compared with his previous cell, this one looked clean. Heavy traffic noises drifted through the window during the day. At night, the keening sirens. Occasionally, a generator chugged outside. Eberly would later learn that the compound housed the Iraqi Intelligence Service regional headquarters, located east of the Tigris in central Baghdad. For now, Allied prisoners called it the Biltmore. Survival in the Biltmore, he soon discovered, boiled down to a few irreducible necessities. Try to keep warm, eat anything remotely edible, use the toilet down the corridor at every opportunity. For the first 2 days, he received no water and only a single ladle of broth served in a plastic bowl. Always slender, he was fast becoming gaunt. The outbreak of hives from his violent reaction to the penicillin tormented him. His skin cracked and festered. His fingers swelled like sausages. Eberly learned to sit with his hands in plain view, but slightly cupped to protect them from the periodic slashes of his captors. He also learned to distinguish the tread of different guards, that of the sadists from that of the benignly indifferent. Sometimes he sat with his ear pressed to the steel door, straining for a few syllables of English amid the barking of the guards and the radio blare of Arab music, and, bizarrely, the occasional lilt of the theme song from the television show Bonanza. Small triumphs cheered him. On the floor, he discovered a few dried flakes of soap, which he scraped into a teaspoon-sized ball and hid in hopes of someday being permitted to wash himself. Working a screw loose from the drain plate, he used it as an awl to scratch another calendar on the wall. He stopped at February 28th, rather than permit himself to contemplate another month's imprisonment. For exercise and warmth, he paced the cell, 3 steps lengthwise, 2 across, 3 steps back, 2 across, again and again. With the blanket wrapped around his head and shoulders to trap his body heat, he imagined that he resembled E.T. Dehydrated and weak from hunger, he fell prey to delusions. During the night of February 2nd, the sound of a cleaning crew clattering down the corridor with mops and buckets awakened him. He listened as steel doors opened and shut. Finally, the door to his cell, number 26, swung wide. A smiling Arab in a red and white keffiyeh held out 2 pieces of warm bread and a small bottle of water. Eberly stared in disbelief. His mind raced. The Saudis have found us, he thought. They're masquerading as a cleaning crew. Maybe they'll come every night with food. Maybe they'll help us escape. The man gave him the bread and water before shutting the door, and Eberly fell back asleep, warmed by the happy belief that deliverance was at hand. It was not. Soon his spirits flagged. He had succeeded in keeping thoughts of home from weighing too heavily, but his mind conjured up the scene in remarkably accurate detail of the wing vice commander knocking at the door in North Carolina with news that his plane had gone down. He saw Barbara, wide-eyed with alarm. He saw her backing away, turning, terrified. He felt utterly helpless. The brick cell pressed in like the walls of a tomb. He paced, 3 steps, 2 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, in a gyre of despair. On the morning of February 7th, the cell door opened and a guard beckoned. Come. He made a shaving motion. Clean. Eberly shook his head and gathered the blanket around him. No, warm. Another guard, one of the bullies, pushed him into the corridor, where he was handed a dull razor, a shard of mirror, and a marble bowl of filthy water. Wincing at every stroke, nicking himself a dozen times, he scraped at the stubble. The left side of his jaw was still swollen and scabbed from the ejection injury. When he finished shaving, the guard plastered his bleeding face with strips of dirty newspaper and shoved him back into the cell. An hour later, he was blindfolded and led out to the elevator. When the blindfold was removed, Eberly found himself in front of a television camera inside a small auditorium. He shivered from the cold. A middle-aged Iraqi was perched in an adjacent chair, nattily dressed in a gray suit and red necktie. Several soldiers sat in the amphitheater seats. As ordered, Eberly stripped off the yellow duck prison garb and slipped into one of the American flight suits lying in a pile on the floor. He surreptitiously pulled the bandage from his head and wound it around his neck so that it formed a bloody ascot. The Iraqis stared disdainfully at his battered face. The camera whirred. "Do you have any advice for your fellow pilots?" asked the man in the suit. Eberly shook his head. "I have nothing to say." The Iraqi tried again. "Is there something you want to tell your family?" Again he paused, trying to look pathetically confused in the hope that his captors would consider it useless to interrogate him further. Once more he shook his head and replied, "No." The interview ended. He changed from the flight suit into the prison uniform, and a guard led him back to the cell. The door slammed, its metal clang echoing against the bricks. For once, he welcomed his solitude and the chance to pace in peace. Riyadh. As the first week of February slipped by, the MODA war room concentrated almost solely on the shape and timing of the ground offensive. The broad concept had been fixed since November, a sweeping attack by 2 Army corps, the so-called left hook, which would swing west of the Wadi al-Batin to strike the Iraqi flank, while the Marines and Arab forces plunged north into Kuwait. But critical details, subtle points of position, logistics, and synchronization remained issues of contention. Every proposal seemed to beget 2 counter-proposals. The bold strokes of arrows on a map engendered 1,000 putative Napoleons, each with a field marshal's certainty on how best to steer the grand march of armies. Schwarzkopf fretted that he would be pressed by his superiors in Washington to launch the attack prematurely, before his forces had gathered and his plan was complete. "I need you to help me on this," he told Karl Vuono, the Army Chief of Staff, early in February. "We're on track. I need to keep to my schedule." In the east, the scuttling of the amphibious landing meant the 2 divisions of Marines ashore could expect no direct bracing from their 17,000 comrades at sea. Schwarzkopf and Colin Powell repeatedly stressed that the Marines' thrust into Kuwait was a supporting attack, intended not to overrun the numerically superior Iraqis, but to keep the enemy fixed in place while the Army struck from the west. U.S. intelligence estimated that 170,000 Iraqis occupied the Kuwaiti Bootheel. Walt Boomer commanded about 70,000 troops, including the Army's Tiger Brigade, which had joined the Marines in January after the British moved over to the Army's 7th Corps. Khafji had provided the first clear evidence of Iraqi weakness. Subsequent intelligence, for instance, a number of intercepted radio communications from the Iraqi 3rd Corps headquarters in Kuwait, reinforced the picture of an enemy in disarray. Boomer wanted to strike where the enemy seemed weakest, and thus he amended his attack plan 5 times before the ground offensive began. Although some of Schwarzkopf's lieutenants thought the permutations bespoke indecision, the CINC left the Marine commander to his own devices and avoided the interference that had so aggrieved field commanders in Vietnam. For Schwarzkopf's patience, Boomer would be forever grateful, although he deplored the CINC's volcanic outbursts on other issues. The conundrum facing Boomer in early February was how best to align his 2 divisions. The Marines at one point had anticipated attacking 20 miles inland from the Persian Gulf, then plowing north on a route parallel to the coastal highway. The point of attack subsequently migrated west along the Bootheel. The coastal corridor was assigned to a force led by Saudis and Omanis, while the Egyptians, Syrians, and others took a sector in western Kuwait. The 1st Marine Division had urged Boomer to fling his attack through the Elbow, where the Saudi-Kuwaiti border above OP6 returned to an east-west axis. From a purely tactical standpoint, the idea had merit, since the Al-Jarrah Heights commanding Kuwait City lay only 25 miles from the Elbow. Yet logistical complications and thickening enemy defenses argued against the proposal, and by mid-January it was dead. On January 22nd, Boomer approved the southwest option, which called for both Marine divisions to bull through a single breach in the Iraqi defenses east of OP4, right at the Kuwaiti heel. But the single breach troubled Boomer. The scheme required the 1st Division to cut a gap through 2 obstacle belts of Iraqi mines and barbed wire, then stand aside while the 2nd Marine Division pushed through to attack north. At best, shoving 5,000 vehicles of one division through 5,000 vehicles of another promised a 30-mile traffic jam. At worst, if the Iraqis used chemical weapons, as the Allies expected, the breach could become a slaughterhouse, while the 2 divisions untangled themselves. In early February, the 2nd Division commander, Major General William M. Keyes, offered Boomer another choice. A thick-set Naval Academy graduate with bushy brows and a pugilist's mashed nose, Keyes had won the Navy Cross and a Silver Star in Vietnam. From his staff, he earned the sobriquet Mumbles because of his occasionally incomprehensible diction. But Boomer's trust in Keyes, with whom he had served as a co-van, an advisor to Vietnamese Marines more than 20 years earlier, was absolute. In a meeting at the 2nd Division command post 30 miles south of the Kuwaiti border, Keyes came right to the point. "I have to tell you, I think we're doing a dumb thing with one breach." Enough additional mine-clearing equipment, some of it provided by Israel, had recently arrived in Saudi Arabia to permit a second penetration of the Iraqi lines. Keyes proposed looping his division some 80 miles northwest to attack near OP5 through the Gudair oil field. The Iraqis would not expect an assault into the foul-smelling wasteland of pipes, vats, and power lines. "Christ, are you sure?" Boomer asked. "I guarantee you," said Keyes, "that I can do it with this division." Boomer took a day to ponder the proposal. Many 1st Division staff officers, though troubled by the single breach, preferred that option because it would keep Marine combat power massed. If the double breach was adopted, the division believed the assaults should be side by side to reinforce each other, and staggered, so that the 1st Division's attack began several hours before the 2nd's. But Keyes carried the day. Boomer decided to split his force. The 2 divisions would attack almost simultaneously, the 1st through the southern border near the Bootheel, the 2nd 15 miles away through the western border. He would accept Keyes' guarantee, trusting the judgment of his fellow Covan. The decision was a reminder that in the United States Marine Corps, Semper Fidelis was an assurance never far from the heart. In the West, Schwarzkopf took a direct hand in deciding how to align the two oversized Army corps, a total of 255,000 troops, that would carry his main attack. One proposal in November had the 18th Airborne Corps breaching the Iraqi defenses just above the border, then spinning to the northwest as 7th Corps followed and veered northeast. But, as with the Marines, the prospect of mingling thousands of tanks, fuel trucks, and sundry other vehicles soon killed the idea. Instead, Schwarzkopf segregated the two corps. In the west, 18th Corps would be responsible for severing the Euphrates Valley to cut off reinforcements from Baghdad and isolate the Kuwaiti theater. 7th Corps, with its vast tank fleet, was instructed, in the CINC's secret mission statement, to attack deep to destroy Republican Guard armored mechanized forces. Be prepared to defend in the vicinity of the northern Kuwait border to prevent Iraqi counterattacks from re-seizing Kuwait. Yet the issue of how far west to push the attack sparked debate well after the basic plan had been devised. Steve Arnold, the Army's operations officer responsible for fleshing out the offensive plan, originally aimed the 18th Corps at Jaliba, the large Iraqi air base south of the Euphrates Valley and 70 miles west of Basra. After Jaliba was captured and the adjacent Highway 8 severed, Arnold believed, the war would in effect be won. Iraqi forces in the Kuwaiti theater would be trapped, unable to escape through the marshes and lakes north of the highway or the sand dunes to the south. The enemy could stand and fight, surrender, or retreat into Basra. Schwarzkopf, however, kept nudging the attack axis farther west, until eventually 18th Corps commanders found themselves studying street maps of As Samawa, a Euphrates River city nearly 100 miles west of Jaliba. The 101st Airborne Division drafted a plan for its 2nd Brigade to seize bridges and roads in 3 locations on the outskirts of As Samawa, and the division's 3rd Brigade was to attack near Nasiriyah, another river town 40 miles west of Jaliba. Schwarzkopf kept his cards close to the vest, leaving Arnold and other planners in Riyadh uncertain of his rationale for pushing the attack out so far. They suspected he felt pressure from Cheney and Powell to develop an innovative flanking attack, one far removed from the discredited hey-diddle-diddle straight-up-the-middle plan proffered in October. The Allies also hoped that the credible threat of an attack on Baghdad would frighten Saddam politically and keep him from sending his troops to reinforce the South. But the farther west the attack migrated, the more difficult it became to sustain logistically. CENTCOM planners anticipated a demand for 15 million gallons of fuel a day once the ground war began, all of which would have to be trucked to the fighters. 400 miles separated the port of Al-Jubail on the Saudi coast from 18th Corps headquarters far to the west in Rafah. As Samawa lay another 160 miles north. Despite the frenetic construction of 2 huge logistics bases along the road to Rafah, the soldiers in 18th Corps were near the end of their tether. Butch Neal, Schwarzkopf's deputy operations officer, spoke for many when he said, "Jesus, I'd rather have them in closer, where they can influence the action. We've got them 80 million miles out there in the west, where it's a logistics nightmare." Colin Powell, studying his maps in the Pentagon, also worried about the political consequences of American soldiers embroiled in house-to-house fighting in As Samawa and Nasiriyah, and the civilian casualties that would surely result. Other officers alluded in hushed tones to a bridge too far, the disastrous overextension in 1944 of Allied forces at Arnhem Bridge in Holland that caused nearly 12,000 American casualties. Schwarzkopf eventually reeled the Army back in, although not without delivering another tirade. Arnold was giving a briefing in the MODA headquarters when the CINC suddenly interrupted. "Why the hell are you going so far west? What are you doing?" Arnold, too stunned to point out that the attack axis reflected the CINC's own orders, said nothing. Schwarzkopf soon worked himself into a booming monologue. Glaring at John Yosak, he accused the Army commander of failing to think through the attack. The Republican Guard was supposed to be the focus of the attack, the center of gravity, the CINC reminded him. Sending thousands of combat troops toward As-Samawa and Nasiriyah risked involving both American soldiers and Iraqi civilians in bloody urban warfare. Moreover, if Iraqi armor counterattacked 18th Corps, 7th Corps would be too far away to provide reinforcements. Gesturing toward the map, Schwarzkopf pointed out the planned attack by Arab forces across Iraqi defenses in western Kuwait. The Egyptians, whom the CINC considered an indispensable spearhead for other Arab troops, had persistently requested attack helicopters and mine-clearing equipment from the Americans to support their offensive. Cal Waller had joked that what the Egyptians are facing, 2 sick prostitutes could handle. But Schwarzkopf could not afford to be so cavalier. How do I tell the Egyptians that half the U.S. Army's combat power is going way to the west, halfway to Baghdad? Schwarzkopf demanded. How am I going to explain to them that they'll be going into the meat grinder when our army is way out here? I am not at all comfortable with this. I want you to go back and look at the plan again. Arnold and Yosak dutifully complied, instructing 18th Corps to avoid As-Samawa and Nasiriyah. Instead, the 101st would sever Highway 8 with a helicopter assault into the Euphrates Valley midway between the two towns. The French 6th Division and U.S. 82nd Airborne would screen the Corps from any counterattack out of the west by pushing up to the Iraqi logistics base at As-Salman. The 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, the